What's up, everybody? Happy Friday. Junkies back with you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. In Richmond, appreciate you checking us out on 910 The Fan or 105.1 FM. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies in 2026. Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. We thank you for tuning in this Friday, August 14th, 2026. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Jason Bishop.
What's up?
What up? And Eric Bickle.
Good morning.
Cakes will be back on Monday. I believe we'll have a four-man show. And we'll be talking Niffle throughout NFL as preseason is underway. Of course, the Commanders play tonight against the Miami Dolphins.
Finally here.
Don't know how many of the starters will play. Don't know how long they'll play. If they'll play. Watching the games last night and checking in with the games last night, there sure were a lot of starting quarterbacks who didn't play.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Burrow did play, though. Joe Burrow did play.
Yeah, there were some,
played,
like the young guys.
Jordan
like
Love played.
Cam Ward played.
Yeah.
Cam Ward played.
I would say it's about 50-50. Kirk Cousins played.
Brissett played.
Played one series.
Cousins played.
Did.
Yeah. I mean, maybe 50-50 or so. I mean, there were definitely some quarterbacks who didn't play. Mm-hmm. So I don't know what's going to go on with Jaden Daniels tonight. We'll be talking about Jaden throughout. Guy wants his Heisman back from LSU, the copy of the Heisman.
Getting serious.
Getting serious. Seriously petty.
Not a great look, but
so we'll get into that.
We'll be talking about it.
I had two takeaways last night checking in with the games. One, Jeremiah Love looks amazing.
I didn't see any of that, but I saw the highlights. Yeah, he looked good.
Looked great. And then you just don't know what to make of performances like Drew Aller's. Mm-hmm. Drew Aller, who was drafted by the Pittsburgh Steelers, so he's not going to play because you've got Aaron Rodgers there. He was in for 3 drives.
Yeah.
And they scored touchdowns on all 3 drives, including 2 touchdown passes.
Mm-hmm.
I think he only had a few incompletions.
3.
So you don't know what to make of it in the preseason. It's like Carson Beck lit it up in the Hall of Fame game.
Yeah.
And we've seen over the years guys like Colt Brennan light it up in the preseason. We know that they are destined to be backups, but maybe they got something in Drew Aller.
You don't want to put too much stock into it because of, you're not playing against top, starting defenses, starting units, but it's better than him.
Better play well than play bad.
It's better than him throwing a couple picks.
Yeah, Mendoza played really well too. By looking at the numbers, just the clips I saw.
I think his first couple drives were slow. I think they scored in the 3rd drive.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Actually,
he was all right.
I'm misreading it. I thought he was 10 for 10. He was 10 for 16.
10 for 16. Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to put my glasses on.
No, he had a touchdown.
No, I saw it.
Good.
But so did Kirky in his one drive.
Kirk was 5 for 6 or something.
I saw.
So
initially,
Kirk is going to be the starter at least, probably the first half of the season.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see.
But as long as we're here, as long as we're talking about games and not off season stuffs and training camp, I just like talking about games.
Yep.
Finally got here.
We have ESPN on in the background. Just look at Jeremiah Love. I saw some people comparing him to Adrian Peterson. Mm-hmm. The guy just runs aggressively.
Oh, yeah.
And he's got a lot of shake and wiggle.
Yeah.
That's why he went that high. That's why we were talking about if he could slip there, we might have to take his ass. Of course, he didn't. He's a generational type of player, I think. If he could stay healthy, could have an iconic career. We'll see. People are also talking about Stribling.
Yeah.
Your boy. I've seen several, not just from last night, but just from maybe joint practices or I don't know what they've had recently, but I've read a lot about Stribling the last couple of weeks. Like, wow, how did we miss this guy? So he's definitely impressed. I can't remember who he went up against in a joint practice where the other guy was ranked higher, and Stribling clearly outperformed him that day as far as another receiver on the opposite end.
I know he had a little bit of a nagging injury early in the camp, but he looked good last night. He had backups thrown to him too, but they drafted him high for a reason, and they need wide receivers. And a couple of their guys are banged up. One's out for the year.
Anthony Richardson did his thing. He scored a touchdown, and he turned it over twice.
turned it over early. And I think he played
He had,
better
a fumble,
late.
he had a fumble and a pick.
I think so.
Yeah.
He was 11 for 14, 145 yards. I thought, oh, that looks good. Maybe there's something there. But then the 2 turnovers. Just so raw.
He's battling back from an eye injury.
Yeah.
Something with his eye.
I think it's over, though. I think they're going to move on from him. They may just flat out cut him. I don't know. We'll see. Be interesting.
That game ended at a tie. Was that the
13-13 tie, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it'll be very interesting to see what the Skins do tonight. My guess is that the big dogs don't play, that they're going to err on the side of caution, especially with a guy like Jaden.
Mm-hmm.
And my guess is with like Diggs and McLaurin and those guys too. But who knows? We'll see. That's my guess. I think we got $5 on it. We'll probably find out. We'll probably find out today, right?
You and JP have $5 on it.
Yeah. When
Not feeling great.
when DQ gets to the podium.
based on the games last night and based on his injury history. But it did seem like if you were to look at each of the preseason games last night, like the Lions, they didn't play golf, right?
Yep.
So,
I mean, a lot of the older veterans didn't play.
but Joe Burrow did play.
Yep.
So there's 50-50 right there. You go to the next one, and it's kind of the same thing throughout. But I did think that the younger guys did seem to play. Aaron Rodgers didn't play.
Yeah.
Nope.
But
Jordan Love
Jordan Love did.
I don't think Drake May played.
But May didn't play.
Drake May didn't.
Yeah.
But Cam Ward did, second-year player.
Yeah. I just think
So-
with what Jaden went through last year,
But then you also had Cousins play and Mendoza.
Cousins
Right.
played one series.
Yeah.
I think
Herbert didn't play. C.J. Stroud didn't play.
No.
So, yeah, it's kind of a toss-up. I think it maybe depends on the philosophy. The reason why I bet on the side of
Totally.
they're going to play Jaden Daniels is Dan Quinn has made it a point that the training camp was going to be more intense than last year.
Which I think it has been.
And I just think that maybe that transfers into the preseason game where he's like, you know what, we're going to play these guys. We're not just going to be soft and rest these guys and not have them play at all.
It'd be more interesting if he played, even if it's only a series.
It's reasonable. I think your logic makes some sense. I just think he's just too valuable, and last year was too traumatic to play him in literally the most meaningless game ever.
Yeah.
Like I said, I don't feel great about it. I think if I had to rebet,
You take it back.
40%. My confidence level is 40% that I win the bet, 60% you win the bet.
Yeah.
It's not a great place to be.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's over.
No, you got a shot. You got a shot until we hear otherwise.
But I could see them definitely
When will
saying,
we find
hey,
out?
he was great in the joint scrimmage.
Yeah.
Was 12 for 16. We don't need to see him in this first preseason game.
Is Quinn supposed to announce
know.
the starters
Oh, it's weird. I think you would.
before the game?
I think you typically would have already heard it.
Yeah.
But we haven't really heard anything about it. And it might be because of all this noise and nonsense with the LSU and the Heisman Trophy and NIL and the number 5 and the dog from LSU chime. There's a lot of noise about Jaden Daniels, so maybe they don't even want to talk about whether he's going to start or not, because if they do, they know the questions are going to end up being about LSU.
Yeah. I thought it would kind of go away, but it didn't. Just got a little bigger. If he's going to ask for the Heisman.
It got a little bigger.
Yeah.
I mean, is he the one asking for the Heisman, or
I don't
people?
know.
I think it's a story that's run away from him, and yeah, it is what it is. Big story, everyone's talking about it, but
Yeah.
I think when the real games start, this is a nothing.
When we
Still
watch the
think it's a
game
nothing.
tonight, if you're watching the game from home, Dan Helly's going to be on the call.
Yep.
Going to be the play-by-play announcer for the Washington Commanders preseason games. He's going to join us later in the program at 9.
Flew in from L.A. yesterday.
And we are inching closer to the college football season. One of the best voices in college football is Paul Feinbaum. He's going to join us coming up at 8:25. Got a lot going on the show today. But if you're listening right now, caller number 10, we're going to hook you up with a pair of tickets to go see Saturday Night Live legend, comedian John Lovitz. It's one night only, live at Bethesda Theater. Sunday, August 16th. That's in 2 days. Tickets are on sale now at BethesdaTheater.com. Just be caller number 10 at 1-800-636-1067. Man, it's just nice watching highlights during the commercial breaks of NFL.
I know.
It's just nice having NFL.
We say
And
it
in a
every
month-
summer.
A month, it's going to be legit.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, if you care about college football, in 15 days, it's going to be here. With TCU North Carolina kicking off at noon
Bill Belichick.
in a couple Saturdays.
Is he expected to have a better team this year or kind of the same?
We'll see.
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
See how your
Bill
boy
Belichick's
Billy Edwards does.
second season, he doesn't have his guy Lombardi next to him anymore.
Do we know
Yeah.
why he was
I haven't
put
read
on ice?
I haven't read
Like
why.
a drinking and driving thing? Or?
I heard it was a rumor that had to do with women.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm not sure.
Inappropriate with chicks?
Yeah, I just always assume that's the first rumor.
Yeah,
But I don't know.
Rumor.
Yeah.
Again, have no confirmation.
Rumor.
Yeah.
Don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, but I don't know anything.
So when we left the show yesterday, we spent a lot of time, probably an hour of the show, talking about the Jaden Daniels situation. Jaden Daniels had issued, through his representatives, a cease and desist to LSU for them to stop using his name, image, and likeness. At the root was his number 5 had been handed out to a cornerback, DJ Pickett, who was actually recruited by the previous regime, but Lane Kiffin chose to honor a promise. Can we play the Lane Kiffin audio just to set this up, Valdez? Now, this is from a week ago when Kiffin was explaining why DJ Pickett, this young cornerback, was going to get Jaden Daniels number 5.
DJ is in 5, and that was a situation that was promised to him in recruiting here for him to sign here. And I've done a lot of research on that with the family and the representatives and the people. And so really I didn't have a decision to make. It was promised to the kid. It wasn't done for whatever. I'm not going to get into that. I'm not going to judge something that I wasn't here of. But when a kid's promised something to come to school, he should wear it. And so at that point, I don't really think that's my decision. You should be honored what he was told. And so that's where I'm at.
So Brian Kelly, who recruited him, said, DJ, you come here, you can wear
But
5.
he's a sophomore, right?
Yeah, he's a
so his
sophomore.
first year, he didn't wear it.
He wore number 3.
He wore 3.
And so Kiffin's making a point of changing it and giving him that.
Well, probably because the guy's threatening transfer portal.
No, I think he asked him after his first year, after the coach came in. He said, "Hey, this was promised to me.
I understand.
I couldn't get it."
Yeah, I
And
understand.
I think, yeah. So I don't think like Lane Kiffin cares about it or thought about it. I think DJ went to him and said,
asked
"Hey,
for it. Yeah.
yeah."
I understand.
And we also have some DJ Pickett audio because Pickett now all of a sudden,
He's
just a
talking.
college kid who wanted to play, but he feels like he has to respond to him versus Jaden Daniels and why he's wearing number 5.
About the number situation, I wore a number my whole life since I was 4 years old. It was a number I was promised. I wish Jaden the best. Good player. He did real good here, so that's all.
Little tough to hear, but what he said is, I've worn the number my whole life since I was 4 years old. It's a number I was promised by LSU. I wish Jaden the best. Good player, and he did real good here, so that's all. Kind of
Yeah.
diminish
He doesn't wanna
how
talk
good
about it.
Jaden Daniels did there. The guy won the Heisman Trophy.
Yeah.
It's crazy. The whole situation is crazy. It spiraled out of control. I understand. I honestly think I understand what's going on from Jaden's team's perspective. They're just protecting him. He was probably told. I mean, I know Burrow was told they're not going to give away his number. He said that. There was an interview somewhere. I don't know if that was.
I just heard about it a couple hours ago. I don't necessarily have too many thoughts at this time. I don't know enough about the situation to have any thoughts, I would say.
Has there ever been a conversation about your number not being reissued? Like, you ever thought about that? Like, since you left, like, they haven't used 9? Like,
Yeah, they told me that they wouldn't use it again. But you never know. You never know what happens. I just heard about it.
Right. So I totally get it. I mean, the Jaden's family, or whatever, advisors, Jaden himself, I'm sure, a little pissed off about it. So they're trying to pursue it, and it's just spiraled out of control.
So Jaden did respond. Now, we didn't get to see Jaden at the podium. We were wondering whether the beat reporters who were there every day at training camp would be able to ask him and you'd be able to see him talk about it. But he did put something out on his Instagram. You can follow him at ThatKidJaden. Here's the quote. I've been locked in on training camp, and that's been my number one focus. I have a lot of gratitude for my time at LSU, and I'm proud of what my teammates and I accomplished there. Obviously, there are issues to be worked out between my team and LSU, and my hope is that it will get done privately. My sole personal focus is on Commanders football. I realize the business of football is unique, and I trust this can all be resolved.
And that's kind of also what I said yesterday, is that just like there have been disputes with Brian Mitchell and ownership here, or Darryl Green and ownership here, and, you know, go through the list of players. John Riggins multiple times has had issues with various owners throughout his tenure here. I think it's an issue that will get worked out one way or the other.
Right.
And so, you know, then the Heisman story came back. There's some tit for tat stuff going on. Well, if you're going to do that, then we don't want to use his name and likeness, and we want you to send the Heisman back. To me, it's not that big a deal, any of this stuff. I know that there's the country's running away with it. Like, it's a massive story.
And LSU said, no, we're not giving the Heisman back.
Yeah. But to me, it's just normal negotiations that go back and forth when there's a dispute. I mean, there's a dispute.
There is.
Obviously,
it's terrible timing.
Yeah. But I honestly actually don't think that Jaden's thinking about it. I believe his statement 100%.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's focused.
Something they had a conversation about, and he's locked in on the season. But this is something that snowballed out of control in a kind of a dead period. I don't think ultimately it's a big deal, but it's certainly a big deal right now. People are making a big deal about it.
I mean, it's a national story. That's why we're going to have Paul Feinbaum on the show, lead SEC commentator. He's going to join us at 8:25.
It is a big
don't
story.
Want to miss him.
That's no doubt.
And
I don't know that necessarily it should be a big story, but I
agree, but it is.
It's a big story.
But it is.
I don't know that it should be, but it is.
I mean, if this was week 1 of the regular season, okay, maybe not. But since it's only week 1 of the preseason, it's a big story, and certainly a big story here.
Yeah.
And it's interesting that mostly nationally, the guy who's the bad guy in this is Jaden Daniels. I mean, he's getting kind of hammered nationally.
I think it's a little unfair, but he is getting hammered. You're correct in your characterization. I don't know that it's fair, but yes, most people seem to be taking, who you think you're bigger than the university side.
I mean, even if you look at our Junkies Facebook page, there are dozens and dozens of comments. They seem to be mostly against Jaden Daniels.
I agree with your characterization.
I wonder if this is
I don't think that means that the majority of people are correct, but I do think the majority of people are against it.
If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067, you kind of slid it in, but we should say that kind of the development yesterday that we heard, and this might have been originally, is LSU has a copy of the Heisman.
Right. They've got a replica.
I'd be psyched to get one.
Jaden wants it back.
Yeah.
He does not want LSU to have that, or his people don't want LSU to have it.
It's a negotiating ploy.
Has said, we're not giving it back to you. It's ours.
Yeah.
Also, Damian Pickett's father has jumped in. His father said, honestly, man, this right here makes us want to wear the number more. LSU has not said anything to us about the number, about us being able to wear the number. Coach Kiffin has been in full support of my son throughout this process. It's not really pertaining to my son, but he's been put in the middle of something that has nothing to do with him. My boy's been wearing number 5 his whole life. Interestingly, and this is maybe me making a leap, Pickett's agent jumped in. It's probably not the same guy, but did you see the name?
His
It's somebody
agent?
who's
No.
been on our show that was like a pretty famous interview on our show because he was supposedly trying to buy the Redskins. Brian Davis is his agent. Can it be the same Brian Davis?
No.
I don't know.
I wouldn't think so.
I wouldn't put it past
I
Brian Davis that he got into
I haven't
this.
talked to Brian Davis since that whole
I'd be stunned if he
debacle.
was a functioning like professional. So I would be stunned by that.
I wouldn't put it past him that he's somehow like an NIL agent now.
I would be surprised. Yeah. I'd be surprised if he was licensed.
Should be pretty easy to find out.
Yeah. I mean, Brian Davis is a pretty popular name.
Yeah, true.
I'm gonna go.
Of
I'm
course.
gonna bet that it's not the whacked out guy that we had on the show that made some bizarre bid on the team with $0. Like I'm just gonna err on the side of that's a common name.
What did that Brian Davis say on the show that he wasn't getting Saudi money, that he was getting it from like Italians or something?
I don't know.
I can't remember
It was-
exactly
I
what
thought
he
he
said.
said it was white money.
Oh no, yeah,
it was white.
from Sicily,
It was
Sicilians
white
or
money.
something like that.
I don't know. Like that mattered, but guess in his distinction, and I don't wish him any ill will. I would just be stunned if he was doing something like that.
If you believe the story, Jaden is the one who actually reached out to LSU himself, not necessarily his peeps.
Okay.
If you believe the story.
I believe it.
Yeah.
I believe he spent 5 or 10 minutes calling and saying, "Hey, guy, I thought you promised me that you weren't getting my number out.
What's up?
What's going on?"
Right.
Yeah, and then
hey, Matt Cahill. But the text I got yesterday was interesting. So Matt actually found DJ Pickett's number. What?
Damian Pickett, DJ's father.
Oh, I thought it was. I thought you actually found the kid's number.
Well, I don't know who it was. I talked to DJ's father yesterday on the phone.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah,
all right,
yeah,
and
yeah.
how'd that go?
I think he was probably kind of stunned that I was calling him.
Yeah.
But I told him, I was like, "Hey, Damian, this is a drab T-shirt."
You didn't say that. You said Matt Cahill.
Yeah, of course. I said I'm calling from the biggest sports radio show in Washington D.C. I wanted to talk to you about Jaden Daniels and the controversy today. And he goes, "Oh man,
can't really talk about it."
He goes, "I'm gonna let LSU do the talking for us." And then I said, "Well, I saw that quote from you on NOLA.com about it makes you guys want to wear the number even more."
Right, he's digging in.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, "Go Tigers, go Tigers, man! I can't talk about it anymore." I'm like, "You don't want to come on the Junkies?" And he was like, "I can't."
Okay.
If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067.
And by the way, he also tried to get in touch with RG3.
Good.
Didn't you?
Yeah, RG3 text. He said he couldn't come on. He's traveling today, but he said it's a really unfortunate situation, and he wants the best for Jaden. And Robert, his video went super viral yesterday because he was one of the first people to respond to it. And if anybody has insight to this or in a similar situation, it would be RG3.
I thought it was a pretty well-reasoned video. He had 3 reasons as to why Jaden probably shouldn't have done this, and that's kind of where I am. Like, I don't think it's a huge deal, and I don't think it's going to affect his play.
It's not going to affect
I just think
anything.
it's a bad look, and it is petty. Just let it go. Brian Kelly did weigh in. So Brian Kelly is the guy who recruited DJ Pickett, and he did say that he believed, he almost didn't remember, but he believed that he did promise number 5 to Pickett during his recruitment. But Kelly chose not to issue it to him because Daniels wasn't on board with Pickett wearing his number.
Right. He asked him. He said, "No, I appreciate you keeping it on the side, I'm sure." Something along those lines. But Kiffin, who has no allegiance, just shows up. He's like, "Yeah, sure, you can have it.
Whatever,
I don't know, Jaden.
Yeah.
I don't
He's got no
care less."
connection.
Furthermore, Kelly said, quote, "I just wasn't prepared to do it until we got a full commitment from another Heisman Trophy winner. We didn't want to issue number 9, so you can't treat one differently from the other." So he was talking about Joe Burrow.
Right, so Kelly has Jaden's back on this,
Yeah.
although somebody from Kelly's staff apparently promised
him.
Which is what I tell you happens in recruiting. They promise us all the time.
Right, and then they go back on it.
Oftentimes, yes.
Yeah.
They promise you the world.
So as long as you come here, you can wear whatever your number.
As soon as you sign, trust me, everything changes. It's just, who knows what can happen.
Right.
Anything can happen.
Well, and then for a current head coach, the transfer portal is so big, and the money these guys are making. So this is speculation, but I'm sure the guy's like, "Hey, you're not going to give me number 5? I'll go down the street. I'll go play for another SEC school. I'll go play for Alabama. I'll go play for Tennessee. I'll go play." I mean, he could go play for any school. If he was the number 2 cornerback in the entire country,
go to
I'm sure
wherever he wants.
every coach in the SEC would scoop him up.
Yep.
So I just think it's a bad look for Jaden Daniels. It's not something he can't recover from in terms of his public image, but it's a hit. And I do think that the people of LSU, it's kind of strong to say public enemy number 1, but they're against Jaden Daniels.
Well, let me also say this. Let me also say this. We all have the right to think that, oh, that's a petty thing, or I think you're wrong about that, or whatever. But each of us have our own opinions on things of what is offensive to me might not be offensive to you. To you, it's no big deal. This is petty. To him, it is a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand that the majority of people are siding with you and Kiffin and LSU, but it doesn't make them right. What's offensive to you, is not necessarily offensive to someone else, and vice versa. So, and I do agree, and I tweeted this. It's kind of my ultimate take on this. Is Jaden's been nothing but spectacular here in town, And if you want to take this as a negative against him, go ahead, be my guest, free country. But it doesn't diminish, in my opinion, all of the positive traits that the guy has overall. If you want to ding him for this, go ahead. But to lump him in the same category with other guys that have done like 10 other douchey things, I think is crazy. I think the guy's a spectacular kid, and this doesn't diminish it at all.
I wonder how Commanders fans.
That's from me, EB.
In general, kind of how do they feel about Jayden, comparing him to, this pre-Heisman or uniform number scandal? How do they feel about him now as opposed to, oh, he was the man, he's our future? I mean, do they look at him differently now?
Well, I don't.
I don't think you should look at him differently in terms of he's our future, because that's about the play on the field.
And then once that starts, I think they'll forget about it.
As soon as he throws his first touchdown, these same people, I mean, I got people responding to me, and they're like, "Oh, this is a red flag."
Right.
Oh, this is all the negative stuff, or And I just think we're getting carried away here. This is a little dispute. He's offended by it. You're not offended by it. You're not personally involved in it. It's okay that you disagree, but it shouldn't be a national scandal. I mean, I actually think the coverage of it is outrageous. I don't mind it because it's good and people are interested in it, but it's outrageous.
But it's because it's blockbuster names involved, right?
I agree.
It's Jayden Daniels.
Yeah.
It's Lane Kiffin.
Yeah.
It's a program like LSU.
I get it.
Huge protagonists.
I understand how news works. I'm just saying it's outrageous. It's just outrageous that it's taken on this life of its own. But this is what happens with stories.
With the whole scope of the sports world, yes, it is. That this is the number one story.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But it is. And
yeah. All right, let's go.
And it's Jayden Daniels, so obviously that's why we're talking about it.
Yeah. Let's go to Reggie in D.C. Reggie, what's up? You're on with the junk. It's kind of like the Ayuk thing. Like, that took on a life of its own. In the grand scheme of things, that was trivial. Mm-hmm. But it was the massive story. I get it.
Good morning.
What up, Reggie?
Hey.
Come on. Man, listen, I'm so... Every time an athlete stands up for himself, right, he gets killed. I just want to be treated like my fellow brethren, and it's only 3 of us. I just want to be treated like them. Y'all want to take me in this position, because I'm not asking for anything that's outside of, what's already been done. Kind of a gentleman's agreement, unsaid agreement, unspoken. Number 9 hasn't been given out, and number 20 or 22, whatever it is official. But again, that's officially retired, so we can move that out the way. But number 9 hasn't been given out. The coach called me, and I'm not comfortable with it, so we gave the kid like number 3.
Right.
So now you don't want to honor that kind of unspoken, but yet you want to sell all my merch. Like, make that make sense. Look what they did to Michigan. They took the Fab Five. They didn't use them boys, recruits and everything, banished them for 20 years. Now bring them back all of a sudden. Like, no, these kids have a voice now. And again, is it petty? I mean, I guess, yeah. Is it, in the grand scheme of me, and I think, let you ask this question as a fan, man, I could care less. That's my guy, and I'm riding with him regardless of this foolishness with LSU.
Right.
But you can't, these universities have abused these kids for years. Now that I have a voice, now you want me to shut up and dribble. No. Just treat me fair. I'm not even asking you to give me anything different than what you gave one of my brethren, which is unofficially wear that number. That's all I'm asking. But now you want to say, you know what, forget that, and we still want to sell everything that's connected to you. How is that fair? That doesn't even make sense. Like, no, man, come on, man.
I don't have a problem with kind of his position, to be honest with you.
Well, then I expect Jayden to be outside FedEx handing lawsuits out to people hawking T-shirts with his face on it for $10 before game day.
Well, I don't know how many people are doing that. I don't know that. If you say that that's a thing, I'll take your word for it. Like unlicensed stuff. I don't think he's not suing them. He's just saying, please take it away. I mean, it's the threat of a lawsuit, but he's not suing anybody.
Well, then I expect them to say to have his mom or his team or himself out there telling people, selling a T-shirt with his face on it.
I wouldn't have a problem with him doing that. If he did, I wouldn't have a problem with him doing that.
Yeah, but you don't think that's beneath him?
I don't know. I think you're allowed to protect your name, image, and likeness. I don't think that's a petty thing. Actually, I don't.
He's reached a status in life where he probably shouldn't care about it.
That's my take.
I know, but that's your opinion. I know. I think your opinion.
I agree with you, Matt. I 100% agree. But it's hard to get in someone else's head.
And also,
And
his advisors are protecting his brand. He's got
Yeah.
one brand. He's got one look at this. He goes out and tears his ACL in week 2. It might be over, Johnny.
I think the letter is what took it to another level, right? If, according to the story, Brian Kelly reached out to Jaden Daniels and Jaden was like, "Hey, I don't want this kid.
I don't feel comfortable
I
with
don't
it.
want this kid to wear my number 5. I
Yeah.
just won the Heisman for you 2 years ago."
Right.
And then he wears number 3, right? And then the next year happens, and then Lane gives him number 5. He should have just called without issuing a cease and desist letter.
My understanding
which
is he
done
did.
by lawyers.
I
Just
think he
call
said he
Kiffin
did.
and just leave it at that.
Well, he did call him.
Right. And I'm just saying that the
And he
letter
didn't like
takes
the
it to
answer.
another level.
Well, yeah, he didn't like the answer, so he's going to try to pursue his rights to still protect it because it is actually important to him. I just don't have a problem with him taking this stance. And if the public wants to go against him, then that's okay.
And by the way, you can kind of understand why Lane Kiffin, first of all, he doesn't care, but why he said, "Yeah, go ahead, you can wear number 5."
Yeah, because he's just a stranger. He just fell out of the
The
ceiling.
number's not retired.
Yeah.
And who knows if he knew about the whole Joe Burrow stuff, but
he doesn't
you want to
care.
come play with me? Oh, yeah. Come on. What do you want to wear? 5? You're in.
Lane Kiffin's going to be there for 4 years. He's going to go on to the next job.
Right. He's trying to win a national championship, but he also is trying to get the best team.
1-800.
So you can see why he'd say, yes, you can wear number 5.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. We'll come back with your calls. How do you feel about the latest developments regarding Jaden Daniels? Apparently he wants the copy of the Heisman back. It's a standoff. The number 5 versus Jaden Daniels.
And the question I'm asking the Commanders fans is, do you view Jaden differently now?
And do you think it's a distraction?
Yeah.
Nobody wants a distraction.
No,
it's a distraction.
I don't think it's distracting him. Maybe it'll be when he has to stand up there in the podium and answer a couple questions. But beyond that, I
think
believe
when
once he
he
leaves the podium, he's not thinking about it.
Yeah, yeah. When he gets on the field, he's not thinking about it.
1-800-636-1067. We're the Junkies on the Fan. We're talking about this Jaden Daniels situation where yesterday we found out he sent a cease and desist letter, or his representatives sent a cease and desist letter to LSU.
I promise you he didn't. I promise you his representatives did. Yeah.
To let them know that he doesn't want them using his name, image, and likeness. At the root of it is his number 5, which he wore at LSU when he won the Heisman Trophy. It was given out to a player named DJ Pickett. We played the audio. DJ Pickett says he's worn number 5 his whole life. He was promised to wear number 5. He's going to wear number 5. And that's all. Meanwhile, Jaden Daniels put out a statement, and he said he's focused on Commanders football. But yesterday there was a little development that apparently they want the Heisman Trophy, the replica, the copy of the Heisman Trophy, which LSU has, that they want that back. They want nothing there at LSU. Most of the nation seems to have turned against Jaden Daniels in this case.
Not me.
I think LSU, the fans from LSU in particular, are upset with Jaden Daniels. Mm-hmm. Let's go to the phones. Who do you blame? Do you blame Jaden on this? Do you blame LSU? Do you blame Kiffin, the head coach, who kind of said, hey, I really didn't have anything to do with it, but the kid was promised a number, so I'm giving him the number?
I don't know who to blame, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know who to blame.
I blame Jaden a little bit. I think it's petty. I think he should have been above it and should just let it go.
So you just
it looks bad for him, and I think he should let it go too. But I also kind of blame whoever is deciding not to allow kids to wear number 9, and they are allowing kids to wear 5.
Right. He feels disrespected. And so to him, that's important.
I don't know if it's the president, it's the AD, whoever it is. If you're not allowing anybody, and Burrow talked about it, if you're not allowing anybody to wear that number, then you probably shouldn't allow anybody to wear Jaden's.
He feels disrespected, and so he's going to stand on principle. I'm okay with it. And he's taking a beating for it, a PR beating for it. That's okay. It's not in the grand scheme of things, it's not a big deal. All right, let's go to Mike in Hyattsville. Mike, what's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. How's everybody doing? I'm a long-time listener. I've called in a couple of times, but I feel like my thoughts on this is, number one, I don't feel like we should blame Jaden Daniels. I feel like this would be a time where we as Commanders fans, we kind of have his back. That's number one. Number two,
well, there's one guy here that's got his back.
Yeah, and JP, you hit it on the money, honestly.
No, EB.
I think we're in a time where, you said, sorry, what?
It was Eric. Eric has his back, not JP.
Oh, Eric, sorry, Eric. Yeah, so I just feel like we're in a time where social media, whoever's the first person to put out any information, we're going with it. You see, now we have more information, and now we're kind of, rethinking about some things and relooking how the situation kind of played out. I do feel like someone did tell Jaden that we'll hold on to your number. And moreover, the fact, if you win the Heisman, I don't know why everybody's kind of like downplaying winning the Heisman for his school. Whether Joe Burrow won the national championship or not, winning the Heisman is a huge accomplishment for the school. So him and Joe Burrow won a Heisman, and that's like bragging rights for your school. So I don't know, because I think the main argument on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, is, oh, well, Joe Burrow won a Heisman and a national championship, so nobody's going to wear that number. But like you said, it's not retired officially. So I feel like there's no sense of consistency. I don't know why Jaden's brand or even Jaden's character is being assassinated like this, because it's like, what in the world? Sorry, another thing, too, don't want to be long-winded. I feel like, draft, I heard what you had to say yesterday, and you're saying, well, this, and I know it's okay to play devil's advocate, completely understand that, not saying that you don't like Jaden or whatever, but I do feel like you're saying, hey, maybe we have to look at Jaden's past history. He had a bad history with Arizona State University. Is it fair to say that he may have, fractured a relationship of some sort with LSU? I don't think he did. And moreover, the fact, Arizona State University, there's no correlation to it. I feel like we are erasing context when it comes to that. Like, we can't be so quick to assassinate this guy's character. Like, so that's pretty much all that I have to say. Eric, sorry for. I definitely do feel as if you hit it.
It's all good. All good. Don't worry. Thank you, buddy. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate you.
I know we're going to play the audio later. My opinion that it's beneath him to actually file a cease and desist letter is it's not singular. I mean, Leonard Fournette, who starred in college football there, said the same thing. Basically was like, let it go.
Yeah.
Jaden.
I just think it'd be better to let it go.
Well, Michael Irvin has a
Listen,
different
bro.
opinion. A lot of people.
Just let it go. Just let it go. And I know you seem like, I know Joe jersey wasn't, number 9 hasn't been worn in what, 3 to 4 years, but somebody will wear it. I promise you. No player is bigger than the brand. No player is bigger than the LSU brand. I'm going to say this once again. Before I got to LSU, Tyron and Pat Pete, number 7 wasn't worn for 2 years. I was the right recruit that wanted the number. And also, I'm from the 7 Ward, so it represents my hood and my neighborhood where I'm from. And they gave it to me. So don't let this go over y'all heads, man. 4th and South, man, we just breaking a little quick news to y'all, man. I appreciate everybody out there listening. And listen.
Yeah, he's just telling people.
Reasonable people could disagree. It's okay.
Right.
Yeah.
I would like Drab's retort to Mike in Hyattsville.
Good job, LD. Well, look, all I said, I think Jaden is a great guy. He had a sterling reputation until yesterday or at midnight or whatever it was. I don't know what happened at Arizona State, and we don't know all the details of what happened at LSU. All I know is that he doesn't have a place to go home to anymore, and that sucks for him. He's got a fractured relationship with both his previous.
For now,
it could be
at
repaired.
LSU.
It could probably be repaired.
My guess is that they'll figure something out. They'll figure it out a compromise.
None of this happens. I know everyone's saying this is about the NIL. The NIL cease and desist does not happen if he's not angry about the number.
And
you can
feels
say
disrespected.
we got information wrong. The family gave a statement to ESPN about that they are angry about the number. That is a story. Nobody cares about the NIL thing. In fact, I agree with him. Most people, reasonable people, would agree and say, yeah, if he's got a problem with them making money off his back, he should have an issue with it.
Right.
That's not a story. No one's talking about that because of the NIL thing. They are talking about it because it seems petty that an NFL quarterback is butthurt that they gave his number away. That's the entire story.
But it's okay. That's right. You're right. I agree with you. You're right. But it's okay for him to have a different opinion than even the majority of people.
And you're right. You're right about that. He doesn't have to fall in line.
He doesn't have to have everyone's opinion.
The same as all other 32 starting quarterbacks, but people are going to judge him for it, and that is the national.
And that's also okay.
Yeah,
that's okay. If you want to take this as a knock against him, go ahead. But I hope you also look at the body of work, and what I see is a pretty spectacular kid. And he feels a little disrespected, so he's standing up for himself. Some people don't want him to. Just bow down. Valdez wants to let anybody put a T-shirt out with his face on it and not bother with it because he's rich. And I think it's okay if he wants to protect his likeness. That's a separate issue, as you say.
Yep.
But that's I don't have a problem with it.
It to me, when it's all said and done, it's a footnote. It's like if you're a Baker Mayfield fan, right?
It is a footnote.
Baker Mayfield had some issues in college, but people know him really as an NFL player at this point. And he won a Heisman, right?
And they just forget about that.
But he had a couple legal things. I can't remember exactly what it was.
Well,
but
he ran away from the cops.
Drunk in public.
Pummeled him.
But those are footnotes, really, to Baker Mayfield.
Right.
But this is not a great look, in my opinion, right now for Jaden Daniels.
It's better than DWI or beating up your girlfriend or 9 million other things.
Yeah,
that could be going on. Yeah.
But it does go into does go into the distraction column. I don't think it's a big distraction, but it goes into that column. And I do think that Drab brings up an interesting point that it might be a college player, a celebrated college player who has 2 universities where he starred at that aren't really fans of him anymore.
Well, maybe the players were. I understand that, but Herm Edwards stood up for the guy big time. And Herm Edwards was the coach at Arizona State. And at LSU, we'll see what happens. My guess
was escorted out of there, right?
Oh yeah, because he was cheating.
I just mean the fans. The fans aren't are upset.
We'll see.
At both
My
of those
guess
universities.
is they're having a conflict. That happens. I think it's going to get resolved.
I think Jaden's a great guy. I think this is a non-story if the family doesn't give a statement about the number. That is the entire thing. His camp let everyone know.
Yeah, but it's about the number.
Yeah, I know.
As you say, it's
a
about
lot of damage
the number.
control yesterday. And if you listen to a lot of Commanders fans, they will tell you, no, this is all about the NIL. You're not getting it. No, it's about the number.
It's about the number.
And they filed the cease and desist because they're upset about the number.
It's about the number. And then the other stuff is because of the number. Of course it's about the number.
Yeah.
Our football coverage
100%.
on The Fan 1067 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. Will continue to take your calls. Whose side are you on? Who do you blame? And is this a distraction for Jaden Daniels? 1-800-636-1067.
This is PJ Glasser with your sports update. Off the field for the Commanders, Jaden Daniels versus LSU continues. The Commanders quarterback sends cease and desist to LSU over his name, image, and likeness as Tigers sophomore quarterback DJ Pickett continues to wear the number 5 jersey. On the field for the Commanders, they begin their preseason with the matchup tonight versus the Dolphins at Northwest Stadium. The Commanders haven't declared yet how much starters will play, while the Dolphins are expected to play their starters to start the game, including quarterback Malik Willis. After a 7-0 win yesterday in D.C., the Nats hit the road tonight to take on the Mets to kick off the start of a 9-game road trip. Robert Stock takes the bump for New York, while Andrew Alvarez gets the start for the Nats. The NBA schedule is out, and the Wizards and rookie A.J. DeBonsa will open up their season at home against the Milwaukee Bucks on Wednesday, October 21st. They will welcome in the NBA champion New York Knicks on December 18th, and their first matchup against the new-look Sixers will be in Philly on January 12th. That's your Sports Flash. PJ Glasser, 106.7 The Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV, 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network all year long, celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. This Jaden Daniels story has taken a life of its own. Yesterday, it kind of went to a new level with the report that the Daniels camp wants the Heisman Trophy copy or replica trophy that LSU has back because, of course, yesterday we learned that they issued a cease and desist letter for name, image, and likeness in response to the number 5 being given out to DJ Pickett. Taking your calls at 1-800-636-1067.
He doesn't really care about that. It's just negotiating back and forth.
I know. I
It's
said
tit for tat stuff.
I said it yesterday, and you said the word was too strong, and it is too strong. But it's like blackmail. It's like blackmail. Like, oh, you're going to do this. I'm going to do this.
Negotiating.
You're not.
It's not blackmail. It's counter. Okay, you're going to do this. I'm going to do this. That's not blackmail. Blackmail's like an illegal thing.
I understand. I'm overstating it.
Yeah, the connotation of blackmail is like mob-related stuff or criminal. Nothing that he's doing is criminal. He's, he's pissed. He feels disrespected, so he's like, okay, if you're going to do that, then I want all my stuff back, and yeah, please give me that Heisman back. Too.
And I personally think
LSU could end it too if they just gave someone number 9.
That's what I said yesterday. Give out number 9.
Yeah, and then it would be over.
And by the way, I think Leonard Fournette is correct. When they have a good recruit or they have somebody who's a star player who wants to transfer, who wants number 9, I bet Lane Kiffin gives it out.
Lane might.
Yeah, Lane might not care.
Lane
yeah,
might.
You're right. He's got no connection
Lane
there.
might.
And I'm sure
but he also might not.
And I'm sure the fans might understand because the fans are in the moment. They want to win games, right? So if you have a star player and they want a number, you're going to lose them. Nowadays, with these players making millions of dollars in college, the top players, I mean, some are reported, like Arch Manning, making $10 million. I don't know if that's right or not.
Fans shouldn't care about who's wearing what number. That's the last thing they should worry about.
No.
I mean, that's a joke.
I'm just thankful, and I tweeted this, that I'm pretty confident that Jaden doesn't listen to sports radio. I don't think he just sits there and watches SportsCenter all day. I don't think he obsessively reads about himself. I think he feels disrespected. People are trying to resolve it. Is he going to be distracted for the 5 or 6 minutes that he's forced to do media? Because I don't think this guy likes doing media. And then when he leaves that podium, I don't think he's going to give it a second thought.
Does he play tonight, though? That's another question. We thought we were just going to do a show talking about training camp. By the way, our training camp coverage is brought to you by Paul Henry's Windows Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Once the season starts, and if he plays well, nobody's going to care about this story. I get it. But right now, it is a little bit of a distraction just because he's going to have to respond to this at some point.
Right.
He put out a statement on Instagram. That's kind of a soft way to address it.
Well,
I would hope that DQ wouldn't.
I
would hope that DQ wouldn't allow this to affect his decision on him playing or not tonight.
I don't think it's gonna.
I would hope so.
I don't think.
And
it's
I don't
gonna-
think DQ is like that.
Yeah.
I mean, if he was going to play him either way, or he's not going to play either way, I don't think this scandal has anything to do with him playing tonight.
I mean, if you,
I really don't.
Do you consider it a distraction if you're basically at gunpoint doing media anyway, and you don't really care about any of the questions they ask?
No, they look at it differently. Yeah, I mean, players and coaches look at it totally differently.
Yeah, like to him, I don't think it's a distraction, even if he has to answer it. I think to him, all media is a distraction.
He knows what he's going to say. He knows
could
how
end
he's
it,
going to
though.
handle it.
He could end it today if he came out at 2:00.
But why should
had
he?
a little presser? I'm not saying he should,
Yeah.
but he could end it and just say, "Hey, I'm going to answer all your questions right now about this, and then we're going to put it behind us." And like I said on Instagram, my sole focus is on Commanders football. But here's the deal: I felt disrespected.
Right.
I don't think anybody should be wearing my number 5. I was promised that nobody would wear my number 5, and Lane Kiffin gave out my number 5.
Right. Yeah. I'd be
And so because
I
of
would
that,
advise him to do that.
So because of that, my representatives, not me, he could say he
Yeah.
could play it that way.
Yeah.
My representative's not me, although he should be in charge.
Yeah.
He's in charge of
But they let
everybody
them handle
beneath
it.
him.
I've just told them,
Right.
you handle this.
Right.
Yeah.
They've decided
Which
to
is,
do
I'm
the
sure, what he
cease and
has.
desist letter.
Yeah.
I just think he could have done everything behind the scenes without the cease and desist letter.
Well, I think that's
That's where I think
I don't
he
know, I
stepped
just-
over a line.
I don't think that's over
Well,
the
that's
line.
that's
How
that's how
else-
pissed off he went.
How else do you?
He
tell
felt
them?
disrespected.
How else do you let them know? Please stop
He's
selling
being
my
treated.
stuff?
He's being treated differently than the other guy that they won't wear the number.
I don't think he
That's-
had to do that. That's my opinion.
So
I
then he has
wouldn't-
no recourse. At least now he feels like, okay, I can tit for tat you.
Yeah, I wouldn't have done the tit for tat. To me,
You
that's
would
petty.
have surrendered. You
Sure.
you want him
Yeah,
to
I think he
surrender
should be
his
above it.
principle, but to
I think he
him
should
it's
be above
important.
it.
To you, it's not important. To him, it's important.
Right. My opinion is he should be above it. It's a little petty.
But
Yeah.
it's not you. If it happened to you, you may have reacted the exact same way.
Potentially.
Exactly.
Potentially.
That's
How
my
would-
point.
Do you think it's petty?
Yeah, because it doesn't affect me.
I know, but
if it was me,
All right, you have the same
but
opinion as
but I
me.
also defend him because they shouldn't have promised it to someone else.
And to him.
That's what I'm saying. If someone was wearing number 9 right now, this wouldn't be a story.
I agree.
So
it
that's,
might be if they had promised him, even if they went back
well, it
on
shouldn't
Joe's.
be. Or if he didn't win the Heisman, it shouldn't be a story. But the fact that they both won Heismans, one guy's number is not allowed, the other guy's is. That's the story.
I just think it's crazy that we decide what's important for other people. To him, it's important.
It is.
Respect him. And by the way, his body of work as a human being is pretty freaking outstanding from what we could tell. Now, he could be a
But
serial
is it any
killer.
different than the other 50 guys on the team?
No, I think most of those guys are pretty outstanding. But people are comparing him to douches. They're comparing him to douches. I'm not going to say their names.
Who are they comparing him to?
I don't want to. I'll tell you during the break.
Okay. I haven't heard him being compared to like Charles Manson or anybody.
No, not Manson, but guys that the notorious reputation, say in the NFL, for being a douche or for whatever. I don't want to say because sometimes those guys come on our show.
Oh, okay.
1-800-636-1067.
I thought you were going to say like Antonio Brown or something.
1067.
I
Yeah, I
haven't
don't
heard
know.
him, and not compared to him.
No. He's
But-
not. He's
but
not even
others.
close to that level.
But others.
All right, let's go to the phones. Who do you blame? Is this a distraction? Is this no big deal? Are you on Jaden's side? Is Jaden making too much of this? A lot of angles to look at.
Go to James in New Windsor. What's up, buddy?
Hey, Junkies, man, on time.
Thanks, man.
Hey, I gotta be with one of you guys that said you gotta be consistent, man. I blame it on college football, their leadership. If you're gonna let one person do it, you gotta let everybody do it. I mean, you can't just have Joe Burrow retire his number, but you don't want to retire.
They didn't retire his number.
It's not officially retired, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
Oh,
You
okay.
can't pick and
But
choose.
you know what I mean. If you let somebody do one person do it, you got to let everybody do it, man. You got to be consistent.
What we
That's
don't
all
know
the
is
fair
if
thing.
there have been recruits who've demanded number 9, like in this case where Pickett has demanded his number 5.
Right, but Joe Burrow talked about it. He said, "I was told they were never going to let."
Yeah, they told me that they wouldn't use it again.
That's the
but,
story.
You know, you never know.
Simple.
You never know what happens.
Listen,
come on.
The other thing is, and I don't blame Pickett, right? I don't blame him. But People are promised stuff all the time in recruiting.
Yeah.
You'll play point guard. We'll feature you on offense. Move up to DB. You know what I mean? Like, they make promises all the time. We'll bring your family out to every game. Don't worry about it. We'll take your mom. We'll take care of your mom. Well, and then, you suck. They're not doing jack for you.
What did Dick Tarrant tell you when he was recruiting you at the University of Richmond?
Dick Tarrant. Oh, man. He was an interesting character.
What was the recruiting pitch by Richmond?
Do you want a full ride?
That was it.
But he recruited me late. I mean, I had already told William and Mary I was going to come. And then in the spring, on the verbal, and in the spring in March, that's when Richmond came in. I thought, Richmond's a better program. It's a little bit closer to home. Yada yada yada. So that's why they offered, and I flipped from W&M to Richmond.
Rabbi.
Eric, so where's the line for you? I understand that you love Jaden and the Commanders. So
I think Jaden's a classy guy. I think
but you
Jaden's
are
all
bending
class.
over and saying, like, he's right to his own opinion. I mean,
yes.
Common sense says this is petty. Of course, he's entitled to his own opinion. He's asking for the Heisman Trophy back. He's being
That's
petty.
a negotiating ploy.
No,
that's just a negotiating ploy.
That's not a negotiating
sure
ploy.
It is. If they would just.
You think LSU's not going to care?
But he already has the Heisman.
He has his. They make two of them.
I know.
He
I
wants the
understand
replica.
exactly. But he's saying, I don't want you using any of my stuff if you're going to go back on a promise and go back on an understood deal that you were going to protect my number.
I understand that you can say that Jaden has a right to be upset they're using his number. But at some point, there's a line, and Jaden and his family crossed the line.
What line?
The cease and desist letter.
Well, it's not. It's just.
I actually don't even care about
that.
He's
just exercising his his leverage. Really.
Okay.
It's leverage.
I think Jaden might be a great guy. He's being a baby in this situation, and it's unprofessional and it's beneath him.
Absolutely. I think that's the majority of people's opinion. I happen to disagree with that. I think he's well within his rights to exercise his leverage because it's important to him.
Nobody's saying he's not within his rights.
Yeah.
Draft didn't mention anything about rights.
And I'm not saying that I'm saying because of that, I don't think he's being a baby. You guys are interpreting it as being a baby because it's not important to you.
Part of his statement,
it's important to him, so I understand why he's wanting to protect himself.
Part of his statement was about feelings. He's in his feels.
Yes, of course he is. And it's okay to be in your feels. It's okay. It's okay to be butthurt about it and then say because of that, we all do it as human beings all the time. All the time. We're butthurt about certain things, contract negotiations or a boss being pissed off about something. We get in our feels every single day. He's in his feels about this. He's standing up for himself, saying, "Because of that, I'm gonna make a stand, and I don't want you putting my ass all over the university."
But I guess
and that's okay.
But you are biased, and I'm on your side on this. But you're biased because if this was,
I like him.
If this was Baker Mayfield, you'd probably say,
well, I wouldn't care.
Right. That's my point.
Of course.
Yeah.
I'm biased. I'm standing up
But you're
for
kind of on both sides because you said you agree.
You can
it's
see
petty.
both sides.
Well, I can see, but of course it looks bad. It looks bad on his end. But if Joe Burrow's number isn't allowed to be worn, why is Jaden Daniels?
Because the guy's the number 2 corner in the country.
Okay, but
who cares?
That's why. Lane Kiffin doesn't care. Lane Kiffin just wants to win games.
I understand why.
But Joe Burrow was told we're never going to allow anybody to wear number 9.
Yeah, but if you hear that, Joe doesn't really care.
He doesn't care. You're right.
Yeah.
But that's the story. That's the only part of the story.
If somebody wears number 9, I said this yesterday.
Yeah.
Then there's no story.
Correct.
Right.
I know. That's why LSU could end
I said it.
Hold on.
How many times did I say yesterday
pissed.
that Kiffin should give number 9 to somebody today?
But I don't think that resolves it because Jaden doesn't care what you told Joe Burrow. He knows what he was told, and he could still feel disrespected even if they give away Burrow's number. Who cares? That would be my stance.
He would still
I don't care
feel
what
disrespected.
you do.
then I would be
You
totally
could put that
against
number
Jaden.
on Mars
I'd be
for
totally
all
against
you
Jaden at that point.
He might still feel disrespected, but else you could say F off. We give away numbers to anybody.
Well, they are doing that.
Yeah.
They are telling him to F off,
Except
and he's
for the
standing
Joe
up for
Burrow
himself.
element.
No, if LSU said, all right, this kid's wearing number 9, then I would be against Jaden. Jaden, drop it.
Right.
That's the only reason you're pissed anyway.
Right.
This kid's wearing number 9, okay, it's over.
It's just
That's what I said yesterday.
I'm just so thankful
Yeah.
that he doesn't care about this stuff, and he's annoyed by media more than anything. He's not like a media hound.
No, he doesn't
He's not
care.
a guy that loves the attention.
Yeah, he's not RG3.
And I think that this, in this sense, it's a disaster for him because I know he doesn't like attention.
I don't know that that's true. I mean, he was on the quarterback series.
Agreed to do that, yeah.
Most guys turned that down. I mean, they were almost going to kill that. Like Peyton Manning talked about it. They were almost going to kill.
Yeah, but he doesn't
show.
thrive on it.
Yeah, but I think he was being respectful to Peyton Manning. If Peyton Manning wasn't behind that, I don't know that he would have done that.
The point is, they were going to almost kill the show because most guys turned it down.
Well,
in fact, they had to. Who did they run back quarterback with? Kirk. They did like a second year with Kirk Cousins.
Joe Flacco's also
Kirk
an
loves the
understated
media.
guy who agreed to do it. I think they did that out of deference and respect for Peyton.
I understand that, but my point
Good
is
try,
the
though.
majority of quarterbacks allegedly turned down being featured on quarterback.
Well,
So
it's
they
a-
turned down the
it's a pain in the
attention.
ass.
And in this case, Jaden Daniels, you can say it's in deference to Peyton, but
That's
he chose to have the attention on him.
A year later, sure. Yeah, he got attention out of it. I don't think he sought it. They asked him to be on it, and it was Peyton Manning, and he said, okay. I don't know if he said okay instantly. I don't know if they had to convince him, but ultimately he agreed to participate in it. Yeah.
Don't you think a big part of this is that the Daniels family did not expect any blowback? I think
Of
they thought
course.
everybody would agree with Jaden on his side.
Or maybe that nobody would even know about it. To be
Well,
honest
they gave
with
the
you.
statement. I keep coming back to the statement.
Mm-hmm.
I can't get over it. Why
Well,
they gave
hold
that?
Hold on. They gave the statement after it became a story.
Yeah, of course.
I don't think they anticipated this was going to be a story.
ESPN got or LSU or whoever leaked the cease and desist.
Yeah.
Then they gave it to, but they could have kept it all about the lawsuit or the cease and desist or the NIL. They brought up the number.
Well, because the number's the issue.
That's the story.
The number is the issue.
Yeah.
If you listen,
the number, I know
Yeah.
that I read the statement.
Yeah.
The number, you're right. The number's the issue.
but we're not talking about this if the Daniels family doesn't put out that statement.
Well, what else can they do? He wanted to do something to try to stop them from issuing the number. That's how upset he was. Hey, is there anything we could do?
I know. I
He
think
called them personally.
I think
if you
that-
believe the story.
Yeah, and
Everyone-
I think. Listen, do I think
they thought Jaden would get sympathy for this, and he didn't, and it made him look bad. And now they're
when
doing
they issued
damage
the
control.
when they
Yeah.
issued the statement?
Yes.
Maybe, I don't know. That's possible.
Do you want to?
I definitely think
They shouldn't
that
have gone forward with it.
underestimated the attention this would get. I agree with that 100%, and I think they might have been right. I don't know why it's getting so much attention.
I'm curious. We're going to have Paul Feinbaum on the show in an hour. To me, he's the leading college football analyst out there. He's definitely one of them in the SEC.
He's a big voice.
I
yeah.
actually don't know his opinion on this.
Well, we're going to find out.
You guys want to hear? Apparently, Lane Kiffin was asked if he would give out the number 9 jersey.
It's just to ask one more question, just to understand numbers. If someone were to ask for number 9, would that be on the table for you? How would you handle that situation when a player asks for that?
Yeah, I'm not going to get into that. There's a lot to numbers and whether they're retired, whether they're not, and different versions, and so I don't have an answer.
He got nothing.
But he had,
Cross that bridge we come to.
he had an answer for number 5.
I
got
said
him
this
there.
yesterday. If he has the number 1 recruit in the country next year,
And he wants to
who
wear
happens
number 9.
to wear number 9, who's a quarterback, I think he's going to probably wear number 9 if he
hold
can
on.
get him.
He might promise it to him, but that doesn't mean ultimately he'll wear it. But I don't doubt a coach will
I think
lie
he'd
to a
deliver
person
him.
and say, you can have number 9. And then as soon as you sign, they go back on their promise because that's fairly standard.
Depends on if Lane Kiffin's the biggest voice on the campus. If he is, yes, number 9 will be worn by somebody else. If it's not, and somebody says, Lane, no, we already told Joe Burrow we're never going to let anybody wear number 9,
Right.
then he's
But
out.
I don't doubt that Lane would ultimately do that, or at least say, sure, I'll give you that number. I don't care.
Oh,
about number
100%.
9. Yeah, I don't doubt that.
Yeah.
Coaches will say anything to get you to sign a dotted line. It's like a guy trying to sell you a car. They'll sell you anything.
Well, someone on Brian Kelly's staff said, yeah, you can wear number 5.
Right.
And then for
And
whatever
Brian
reason,
Kelly
he
didn't
didn't.
feel comfortable with it. And
so he wore 3.
Yes,
All
exactly.
right, a bunch
they
of
went back
people
on it.
have been on hold, waiting patiently. We'll take your calls next at 1-800-636-1067. We thought the game tonight, the first preseason game,
Was the biggest story.
Commanders Dolphins tonight was going to be the biggest story, but this Jaden Daniels story has exploded. We'll take your calls next here on the Junkies. Fight Night is here, and there's no better place to trade the action than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. Got a big fight. Islam against Gary. You want to go with the dog. Gary currently trading at 24%. to win the main event. That means a $100 trade pays out, I'm going to give it to you exactly right now, $380.04 if Gary can pull off the win against Islam Makhachev. Look, on Kalshi, you get to trade against peers in a live market. That means there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app. Use the code JP. Very important. You get $20 when you trade $20. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 or over. Only restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Then contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Kalshi products are not available in all jurisdictions. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory. Commanders are actually in action tonight playing the Miami Dolphins, who, of course, they had a joint scrimmage with on Wednesday. I did put up a Junkies poll of the day, and it's not NIL related. It's not number 5 related. It's simply, should Jaden Daniels play tonight in the Commanders' first preseason game against the Miami Dolphins? You can vote at Junks Radio. Our poll of the day brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. This summer, grab a Surfside, your go-to canned cocktail. It's made with real vodka, only 100 calories, and 0 bubbles. It's not a seltzer. Surfside, must be 21. Please drink responsibly. We thought that was going to be the biggest topic of the day, but things shifted here in the last 2 days. It's all about Jaden Daniels, the number 5. Who do you blame? Is this a distraction? Are you on LSU's side? Are you on Jaden Daniels' side? Let's go back to the
phones. Can I also answer the first question, though? You and I have a bet on it, but I also think he shouldn't play because it's just trivial. You're going to play him for a series? For what?
Oh, I'd play more than that.
Well, I mean, Kirk Cousins played for a series.
I know, but I think it's good to get guys out there against other teams.
It's just a meaningless game. He's too important. He's particularly important. And
you could say that, then why did the Bengals play Burrow?
I was surprised by it. I mean, I was surprised. But it's individual, coach. Burrow also didn't have the catastrophic season just a few months ago that Jaden did injury-wise.
I can answer that.
Well, that's why I think he should be out there.
I think Burrow is playing in response to their slow starts.
Yeah.
So Zach Taylor changed the approach because the Bengals are notorious for starting off really slow, and it's put them in a hole, and they've missed the playoffs because they've started off 0-2, 0-3, and they've tried to do things differently. It seems like the last 2 seasons.
But also some coaches just have the mentality is, we're going to play our guys. We're going to play our starters.
Right, get them into a rhythm.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
I just think it's a unique situation with the unique injury set that he went through last year.
Burrow was hurt last year.
Not like Jaden.
Did
he miss 12 games?
He missed half the season.
Missed half the year.
Yeah.
Right now, 61% say...
I'll say that the Burrow thing did surprise me. I raised my eyebrow.
61% right now voting at Junks Radio say yes, JD5 needs to play. 39% say no. But you can vote at Junks Radio. All right, let's go back to the phones.
I just have nothing in common with
I don't think he is going to play.
I have a different opinion than people.
Well, it's 39%.
I'm always in the minority. I'm always in the minority. All right, let's go out to go to Sinclair. I don't know why some of these are yellow, some of these are green. I don't get it, Drab. Sinclair, what's up, buddy? One guy was in green, now he's yellow. I don't know.
And now there's a pink.
Yeah.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. And I just want to thank you for just a phenomenal radio show. A long-time listener. I was born and raised in the city. Went to Gonzaga College High School, JMU. Listened to you a long time.
Thanks,
I was in the Navy for 30 years.
Wow.
You guys are phenomenal.
Thank you, man. Very nice of you to say that. Thank you for your service.
Hey, so number one, EB, as usual, is completely correct. EB, Eric Bickel, is 100% correct.
It's unusual.
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
All right? Yes, you are. Number two, it's only a distraction to us because we're fans. I don't think it's a distraction to Jaden. If he wants his own replica of the Heisman, I think he can afford to buy one.
Well, I think he's got one. He just doesn't want them to display theirs.
He doesn't care about theirs per se. It's just
it's a principle. Yeah, it's the point.
Yeah. Yes, that's man. So number three, and this to me is the point that I've been thinking about since I listened to you guys talk about this before. Are we going to run out of numbers?
I do think it's an issue.
You know what I mean?
I do think that's an issue for sure.
You can run out of numbers. Unless you're going to put 3 numbers on the back of these guys, you're going to run out of numbers. So, hey, great show. Fantastic. Love you guys.
Very nice of you. Thank you. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you. Let's go to Lindsay in Lorton. Lindsay, what's up?
Hey, Junks, good morning. I love the show. Congrats on 30 years.
Thanks,
and
Lindsay.
I agree 100% with EB. I think Jaden's doing the right thing, something that means a lot to him, and he's negotiating. I would bring up all of the Redskins fans that were so emotional about the name change. They threatened to give up the team. Like, if you can get that emotional about a name change, I think it's completely understandable what Jaden's asking.
Okay, very cool. Thank you, Lindsay. Appreciate you chiming in. Thanks for listening.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
I just saw Chris Russell retweet this. StubHub getting in the fray. They tweeted out, effective immediately, we will no longer offer tickets in groups of 5 out of respect for Jaden Daniels. We're only doing 4 or 6 plus. Thank you for understanding.
That's StubHub doing shtick on social media.
Yeah, because of JD5.
Wow. Okay. Let's go to Andy in Gainesville. Andy, what's up?
What's up, Junks?
How are you,
Thanks for
man?
30 years of awesomeness. And
Thanks, man.
Love listening to you guys every day.
Thanks.
Are we going to get this during 31? Because 31 is another year.
Nobody's going to care. Nobody's going to care.
They're not going to say it.
Thank you, Andy. Appreciate
Definitely
you.
next year. Definitely next year.
Yeah.
But yeah, when he's originally arriving to the team and he's asking for Tress Way's number, no one's talking about that. And he has to sit there and listen to Diggs and Theismann talk about, the number that's not retired, but it is retired. And I think that's a worse optic for him to where, as teammates and being part of the
So
Washington
you think that when he
organization.
came here, he should have respected Tress and not even bothered to ask him?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah. By the way, did he ask Tress or did Tress just do that?
I think Tress was very benevolent. Like he understood.
He saw the writing on the wall. I'm
He's
the
like,
punter.
I'm a punter.
Yeah.
Even though I've been here in Washington, I'm somewhat beloved as a punter.
Yeah.
This is the
I'm
Heisman
the
Trophy
punter.
winner.
Yeah. I'm not. That strikes me as maybe how that went down.
Yeah. I can't remember exactly, but I think I think he was in front of
But
it.
that's how. I mean, Tress is a great dude.
Tress
So
is
of
a
course
great
he's going to
dude.
do that. He's
Yeah.
going to offer up his number.
Right.
Yeah, so I mean, just as that teammate, so what he's doing is, Jaden Daniels as an LLC, he went there to make money from LSU.
Right.
And so now that he can't talk to his former coach or whoever had a verbal discussion with, he's going through just like he's a company. He's
Right.
just sending a contract,
Right. So you don't have a
But
problem
you
with
guys
it.
No. I mean, and that's the thing. Like, yes, he can be angry. He'll send a letter saying, I feel disrespected. This is my next step as a corporation. Like,
right.
Jaden, didn't send a handwritten letter say, please give me this trophy back. Like, it's it's just
part of the
basic
deal.
Corporation. So,
Yeah. All right. Thank you,
Again,
Andy.
You should be respecting Joe and trying to figure out things for Diggs, too. You're like, hey, the organization needs to do the right thing. Josh needs to speak up and say, we're taking care of this. So,
right.
You guys have an awesome day.
All right. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you. Let's go to Ryan in Vienna. Ryan, what's up, man?
Not much. I agree with EB on most things, but I'm going to have to disagree because, he wasn't even LSU Tiger his entire career. He went to Arizona State. He's not Patrick Peterson. He didn't win a Natty. He's not Justin Jefferson, Tyrann Mathieu, LaRon Landry, Andrew Whitworth, Odell Beckham, Jamar Chase, Patrick Queen, Joseph Adai. He's shown 1 year of good, and he's a good player, but, I need more for him to be able to play like this.
That's a fair. That's a fair take, I think.
Right? Didn't he have 2 good years there?
I think the first year
I
wasn't
mean, I don't
nearly
think-
as good. He had a
Not
huge
as good.
lead
Not
that
as-
last
not-
one.
not close.
But the only caveat to it, I think what you say is a reasonable take. The only caveat is that he was seemingly given the impression, and I'm basing that on the deference that Brian Kelly gave to him by calling him and saying, hey, man, this kid wants your number, but I want to make sure we have your blessing. Oh, you know what? I don't have your blessing? Okay, you know what? I respect you. We're not going to do that. So.
And Joe Burrow didn't go to LSU his entire career.
Right.
So why are you using that standard for Jaden and not Joe Burrow?
Right.
Well, that previous caller who was naming all these guys who played their entire career at LSU.
Let's go to Steve in
But none of those guys won the Heisman Trophy.
in Houston. Steve, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Johns? Hey, ED, I just want to make, and kind of piggyback, I think it was Drab that said where you draw the line, just for a point of clarity.
Yeah.
So you're not, are you upset that he did the cease and desist, yes or no?
No.
Okay, so you're not, and you don't think that that's petty at all on no level?
It's, listen, I just can sympathize with it. I can understand it. If he was given the idea, the impression, and the number meant something to him, he felt like he did a ton for the university, made a ton of money for the university. Brian Kelly was deferential to him. Now the new guy comes in and wants to give his number out. He feels a little bit disrespected by it. They're not giving Burrow's number out. I can understand the position, and I don't hold it against him for having that position.
Quick little story, right? Not quite apples and apples, but somewhat on a scale. So 2 weeks ago, Amazon was delivering a package, right? And I'm like most people, they got the feature. You can sign up to have the package delivered in your garage if you're not home. So I happen to be home, right?
Yeah.
So I go out the front door, The guy walks up, and I was like, hey, you can put the package in my hand. He was like, no, I got to put it in the garage. So he opened the garage,
right?
From his little gadget, and he drove off down the street. Now, I laughed, right? Was that petty? Could he have given it to me? Yes. Now, would it be petty if I was to call Amazon and file a complaint that the driver wouldn't put the package in my hand? And I think that's what a lot of people
I think that might be considered petty if you did that, yeah.
Exactly. It's not necessary for the cease and desist. Like you said, everyone is entitled to feel how they feel or to be upset about.
Well, can't he use it? Can't he have some leverage though if he wants to make a point, like a real point? Like, not only are my feelings hurt because of that, I don't want you to sell any of my gear then with my name on it. Yeah, that's how upset I am.
Picture, though, but bigger picture, you can't. I mean, he can. Let me not say he can't. You can do that, but it's not the best route to go for all of the drama that it costs. It's not worth it.
I don't think a reasonable person, I'll be honest with you, I don't think a reasonable person could foresee this kind of national outrage over this. I'll be honest with you. I don't think a reasonable person could foresee this.
Steve, you may react the same way. You're saying you wouldn't because it's not happened to you, but if you felt disrespected that they're not allowing number 9 to be worn, but they're allowing number 5, if you were the guy that was wearing number 5, you may feel the same way.
Well, and that's a good point, but we've all been in situations, whether it's been, like you see all these videos, people pulled over by the cops, right? And they know they are being maybe profiled or something like that. But there's a way to act about it that, I can still feel disrespected, but I'm going to act in a manner just like, hey, we're going to blow this over. Just because you feel disrespected doesn't mean a certain action has to, follow up.
I just don't see how it hurts anybody to have his attorney send a letter and say, hey, we're going to exercise our right to not have our stuff being sold there if we're in disagreement on this.
Just up the ante. I feel like it upped the ante.
He's using his leverage.
And see the impact.
Yeah, but you just said you didn't see how it changed things. It upped the ante.
I don't know how that crosses a line. Like, thank you, Steve. I just don't know how that crosses a line.
Well, it's because it's the old adage of taking your ball and going home.
Yeah.
Like everyone's kind of had that happen to them in their childhood, and then this is all kind of playing out like that happens in your childhood, but in an adult sense.
In other words, if work said to me, hey, man, I asked for an extra day of vacation, and they go, we just can't do it. Just got policy. You got 6 weeks, whatever. You can't take an extra day. And then they asked me, but can you come in on the afternoon on Saturday? I need you on Saturday because Linnell can't make it. I might be butthurt, and I'd be like, you know what? No, I'm actually not going to be available. And because I'm thinking in the back of my mind, a week ago I asked if I could take that day off. I want to go to my kid's game or something. They said no. Well, I'm not going to be necessarily available to fill in on Saturday or do that pregame thing or go do that appearance for that mattress. No, I'm actually not available.
Or if
that's normal.
Or
that's
if you asked for the extra day of vacation, and they said no to you, but they gave Brian Mitchell an extra day.
Yeah,
Brian took an extra day.
Yeah, and I know they did that.
Right. Then you would feel disrespected.
I want to write a blog over here because I can make a few extra bucks.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't do that, but we let another host write a blog and make extra bucks, but we're not going to let you, right? So I might say, okay, well, next time you want me to fill in for Linnell, I'm just using Linnell. Because
the answer is no.
In other words, yeah. And I think that's okay. I think that's okay to take that position.
I don't know that anybody said he doesn't have the right to do anything.
But I don't think it's being petty. Maybe it's being petty.
Of course he has the right.
Yeah, that's a given. That's a given. He has the right.
Of course.
Yeah, it's a given.
There's no reason to even bother to say he has the right to do it.
Yeah.
He also had the ability to not react at all. So you can have an opinion. Your opinion is...
My opinion is he's allowed to have an opinion.
Yeah. But there's also the opinion to maybe he should have just let sleeping dogs lie and just move on.
That might be how you would handle it.
Outsiders would say that.
Right. And we have no idea how Joe Burrow would react. Like if there was a quarterback this year who Lane Kiffin committed to who decided to wear the number 9, would Joe Burrow have done a cease and desist letter?
It's a great question.
There's no really way to know.
I don't think he would.
But it doesn't make it right or wrong whatever Joe does.
Yeah, but it wouldn't. I bet you Joe would feel disrespected.
Sure.
If he was told something and they went back on it.
I'm telling you, people get in their feelings about numbers. I can tell you from
They
personal
do.
experience.
They
It
get
doesn't matter if
crazy.
you're a Heisman Trophy winner or if you're a bum on the bench.
But this is blown up because of the way the Jaden Daniels camp has reacted with the cease and desist letter. And really, like, if you read the quotes about the feelings being hurt and that sort of thing. And now Jaden has issued a statement on Instagram. Probably not enough. He's going to have to answer questions.
But who cares?
Eventually, yeah.
He hates doing the media. It appears to me he hates doing the media. He probably doesn't like any of the questions. He looks like he's held hostage in those things.
But eventually, Scotty A is going to ask him.
And he will, and they'll answer it. And then when he walks away from the podium, I don't think he's going to give it 1/100th of a second of thought.
1-800-636-1067. We're the Junkies. Coming right back. Coming up at 8:25, Paul Feinbaum's going to join us. You know him from ESPN, SEC coverage. We'll get his take on this whole Jaden Daniels situation at 8:25. Dan Hellie, he is the voice of the Washington Commanders preseason games. He's going to join us at 9 o'clock.
I didn't even see that. Oh, great.
So we will talk to Hellie at 9. Right now, we're going to switch gears a little bit, take a little break. Whole show has been dedicated to Jaden Daniels and LSU.
I was prepared to do 4 hours on it. What the hell? We did 4 hours on IU.
We pretty much will.
During the break, Job was like, you want to take a break from this, do some Junkies Blitz? So we'll do the Junkies Blitz, brought to you by Offenbachers.
All right.
Upgrade your backyard for game day with outdoor furniture.
What's
hot
IU
tubs,
doing, by the way?
swim spas,
Yeah, I haven't
saunas
heard from
and
him in
more.
a while.
Shop Offenbachers.com.
Oh, don't think so.
Or visit one of their 4 locations. Again, it's Offenbachers.com.
Think he canceled that contract? How quickly you think he called his people to see if he canceled the contract?
I'm surprised he hasn't gone to one of the
training camps?
Training camp days.
I think it might even dawn on him.
Open to the public. So we did have preseason action last night. Start with a couple of the standout performances. So the game which I saw on NFL Network that I logged some time with was the Pittsburgh Steelers game. Pittsburgh Steelers, of course, new head coach, new era after 2 decades of Mike Tomlin in charge. Mike McCarthy is now their head coach. Aaron Rodgers, it's his last ride, but he, of course, did not play. They played 3 quarterbacks, and all of them performed well. Will Howard, who they drafted a year ago, was 7 for 9. Mason Rudolph, who's been there, seems like for years and years, he was 10 for 11. But the standout was Drew Aller, 10 for 13, a $153, 2 touchdowns, and every drive he was on the field, they scored a touchdown. His passer rating was 154.8.
It's pretty good.
If that's not perfect, that's really close to perfect.
He had a rushing touchdown, too. I mean, all 3 quarterbacks were combined 27 for 33 for 313. I don't know what that completion percentage is. It's pretty freaking high.
What was their record last year? What'd they finish at?
Well, Tomlin never had a losing record, so I'm going to guess they were 9-8 or 10-7.
I feel like it was something like that.
Did they have 10 last year?
I think that might have been 10-7. We're wondering whether Jaden Daniels
games there were 20 penalties. It was pretty sloppy.
But
I mean, it's the first preseason game. Yeah, you kind of expect that.
Joe Burrow did play for the Cincinnati Bengals. He was 5 for 6 for 39 yards. In terms of performances that stood out, there wasn't that much, really.
And they played 4
unless you're a big Josh Johnson mark. He's still in the league.
Still doing it.
On Detroit's side of the football, Jared Goff did not play. So Bengals get that win 16-14 for what it's worth. A lot of people had their eyes on the Raiders game because Fernando Mendoza was the number 1 pick. Kirk Cousins, though, started the game for the Raiders, was in for 1 series. They had a touchdown. He was 5 for 6 for 50 yards, including that touchdown pass. Mendoza came in, I believe, for 4 drives. Maybe it was a little more. Was 10 for 16 for 97 yards. Did have a touchdown. Was sacked once. Ran the ball a couple times for 6 yards. EB, your boy Dylan Laube had 5 carries for 11 yards.
Okay.
So he's still in the league.
Oh,
hanging on with the Raiders.
He's basically a special teams guy for them.
But the standout performer in last night's game, by my eyes, and watching the highlights last night on ESPN, was Jeremiah Love for the Cardinals.
Averaged 5.3 per carry.
And they gave him 11 carries. It wasn't a situation where they gave him the ball 2 or 3 times.
They threw the ball to him, too.
Yeah, they gave him 11 carries. He also had 3 catches for 14 yards. So he's an electric player. I did notice that Marvin Harrison Jr. Did have 1 catch, only targeted 1 time, but
that's good. He caught it.
He's always going viral for his dropsies.
Yeah.
But this is kind of why preseason, you can't read too much into it. You do like to see what especially the young guys do. So Gardner Minshew, how would you describe him as a pro?
I'd say he's a journeyman.
Backup.
Journeyman.
Yeah.
He's a journeyman.
I mean, he was 14 for 16 with 2 touchdowns for 101. I mean, he played like Johnny Unitas.
Yeah.
Old reference.
Well, I mean, he's been around a long time.
The Gardner Minshew.
I'm not surprised.
Be Jim Plunkett without the Super Bowls. I think similar. Like Jim Plunkett was like a journeyman.
I think Plunkett, yes, but I think Plunkett was better than Minshew.
Okay.
I don't know.
I feel like Minshew's had moments.
I've never done a side-by-side statistical
Minshew was
comparison.
a starter for a couple years.
It's such an old reference.
Yeah, it is.
Jim Plunkett.
The Colts and Patriots played. That was a situation where neither of the projected starters played. Now, Daniel Jones is recovering from injury, right?
Yep.
So that was Tommy DeVito and Anthony Richardson. Anthony Richardson's a story, recovering from an eye injury. Did throw a pick in the game, but finished off 11 for 14 for 145 yards. And for all the fantasy owners out there, 6 carries, 53 yards, and a touchdown. That's what you get from Anthony Richardson. And
the 11 for
Colts.
14 is kind of surprising because his completion percentage
for decent
has
yardage,
not been
too.
And you
that
had
good.
the Chargers.
11 for 14 is probably his best.
You had the Chargers, who, of course, have a new offensive coordinator in Mike McDaniel, so a lot of people are interested in that. They did not play Justin Herbert. Texans did not play C.J. Stroud. Trey Lance got a lot of work.
What did he do?
He was 12 for 20, 164 yards, did have an interception, sacked twice, ran the ball 3 times for 27 yards. You know what he did? He solidified himself as a good backup in the league.
All
And
right,
did
that's
I
good.
miss a game?
Pretty good.
I think I went through all the games.
Niners Titans.
Oh, Niners Titans.
Cam Ward played.
Cam
San
Ward
Francisco
played.
didn't.
Purdy did not.
49ers didn't start anybody.
And I think Cam Ward and Will Levis, I don't have the box score in front of me, but I believe they both were below 50% passing.
They were combined 8 for 20.
Right.
And Levis was sacked 3 times.
Yeah, so that's not great.
Not great.
Cam Ward had flashed some potential, but actually, if you put his rookie numbers up against Will Levis's, they're not that different. So they still seem to be struggling at quarterback.
But
Cam Ward has a lot of
NFL.com
potential.
still thinks that they're a better team than Washington.
Yes, they do. All right, phone number is 1-800-636-1067 if you want to chime in. When we come back, let's get into the preseason game. Commanders against the Dolphins. What do you want to see? Should Jaden play? We'll talk about it next here on the Junkies.
This sports update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Reality. Off the field for the Commanders, Jaden Daniels versus LSU continues. The Commanders quarterback sends cease and desist to LSU over his name, image, and likeness as Tigers sophomore cornerback DJ Pickett continues to wear the number 5 jersey. On the field, the Commanders begin their preseason with a matchup tonight versus the Dolphins at Northwest Stadium. The Commanders haven't declared yet how much starters will play, while the Dolphins are expected to play their starters to start the game, including quarterback Malik Willis. After a 7-0 win yesterday in D.C., the Nats hit the road tonight to take on the Mets to kick off the start of a 9-game road trip. Robert Stock takes the bump for New York, while Andrew Alvarez gets the start for the Nats. The NBA schedule is out, and the Wizards and rookie A.J. Debinca will open up their season at home against the Milwaukee Bucks on Wednesday, October 21st. They will welcome in the NBA champion New York Knicks on December 18th, and their first matchup against the new-look Sixers will be in Philadelphia on January 12th. That's your Sports Flash. PJ Glasser, 106.7 The Fan.
Mathis.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network all year long, celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's EB, Bish, JP getting ready for the Commanders' first preseason game tonight. Want to know what you want to see. Personally, I do want to see Jaden Daniels play. I said a quarter, give him a couple series, but I do think a lot of times these coaches like to see him get one touchdown in or one score in.
We'll do that next week.
If that happens in the first series and you're fine with his work, he completes a couple passes, then fine, I'm okay with taking him out of there. But I do want to see Jaden on the field. We did put this up as our Junkies poll of the day. Right now, 64% say JD5 needs to play. 36% say no. 1-800-636-1067. I do want to see Diggs on the field. I'm just, maybe it's selfish. I want to see the new guys. I want to see Owe. I want to see Sonny Styles, of course.
Yeah,
I want to see Cross.
I want a Lamborghini.
You want to see those guys. It just kind of depends on Dan Quinn's mentality.
Well, what do you think should happen?
I think they should play the.
I don't think they should play him in this game.
Okay, that's Jaden. What about Sonny Styles?
I think they
Sonny
should play.
Styles I'm okay with.
I think they should play the newcomers on defense. Yes.
So Owe, Chason.
Yep.
As long as you're healthy.
Nick Cross, play him for a series. I just want to see him out there.
Chanel.
I don't think if one of those guys ends up with a catastrophic injury playing one dumb series in the world's meaningless game, I want Jaden to play the last 3 or 4 regular season games last year. They shut him down.
Do you want to see
regular season?
Do you want to see Chig on the field tonight?
Yeah, I'd be fine with that. I don't think
he has. Fine with it. You're the head coach, EB.
Well, I gotta field somebody. So
okay.
I'm okay with Chig playing.
Who are the guys you're not playing? You're not playing Jaden. You're the head coach.
Not playing Terry. Might not play Diggs because I don't know for sure. I don't want him to have a soft tissue thing. Those 3 guys for sure.
You playing Owe?
Might not play Owe. He's been dominant.
Well, why play him in the second game?
Well, you're going to acknowledge that you're going to play a little bit in the preseason, but you're going to do it all with all your ones. You're going to get him in, get him out. You're going to do it one time.
Rams don't play him at all, right?
Nope.
They don't play him at all in the preseason.
Yeah.
Some teams just don't do it. It's not worth the risk.
Yeah.
I want to see the defense, especially the newcomers, but you may not.
I'm going to sit.
I'd love to see Styles out there.
Jaden, Terry. I'm probably even going to sit Diggs. I'm okay with playing like Antonio Williams, Diami, all those guys. And I like Antonio a lot. I think he's going to be a stud. I think I might be okay with playing Owe, but I don't need to. He's been dominant.
Even need to play. Like, in reality, you don't even need to play a guy like Marcus Mariota. You know what he is.
Yeah, but he's not going to get any work.
He's a backup. So
he's not going to get much work.
You're going to see Hartman
so you just play
and
Hartman and the Greek guy.
Yeah, you want Mariota to get some work to be sharp. And then the last game, they'll play Hartman and Athanakis or whatever his name is.
Kaliakmanis. Kaliakmanis.
Yeah, I'll never get that.
I heard this yesterday. It was kind of funny that a buddy of mine's friend lives in the same neighborhood as Sonny Styles. Sonny Styles comes home from practice, and then he runs all over the neighborhood.
Okay, so he's a fitness guy.
Oh yeah, just runs.
Right.
Runs for like an hour.
Yeah, that's awesome.
He's just a freak. I would like
He's
to
also
see
young. Helps
Oh,
when
he
you're
can do
young.
it. Yeah, he can do it. But he's also a freak of nature.
Yes.
But I'd like to see. I want to see the defense out there. Just give me a reason to watch.
Yeah, they're going to
And-
be vanilla.
I'm sure. I just want to see him make plays.
Yeah. 1-800-636-1067. And I think you want to see the kickers in this kicking battle.
Yeah.
Definitely want to see the kickers.
They were both.
And I would force a long kick, even if you know it's not going to be likely to go. Like if you have a 67-yarder, just put them out there. Put them out there to see how close it is.
I don't know about a 67-yarder, but it's definitely a 57-yarder. You want to see him.
Well, from all accounts,
You wanna
the
drill
kid
those.
drills the 60-yarders. Stevens.
Drew Stevens. Yeah.
And
Well, he's got the leg.
He's got like
He's got a bigger
cannon
leg.
for a leg. So why not try it in the preseason?
Yeah.
800-636-1067. Let's go to the phones. First preseason game tonight. We will revisit the Jaden Daniels issue shortly with Paul Feinbaum.
All right, let's go to Gary in Upper Marlboro. Hey, Gary, what's up, man? You on with the Junkies?
Good morning, Junks. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, I don't want to see Jaden play at all in the preseason. I'm sorry. I don't want to see him play. He's the one guy that if he's injured, we're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Okay, and I just don't know if a quarter here, a series here is going to make a dramatic difference. I mean, the Cowboys are not going to play Dak Prescott. The Rams are not going to play Stafford.
Right.
And it's going to be a lot of that around the league because
Sure.
they know if these guys go down, the season is over.
It's about
Okay,
50-50.
and-
We went through it earlier because, Joe Burrow played.
Kirk Cousins played.
What's one drive of Joe Burrow going to do?
Yeah.
Jordan Love played.
And
right.
Yep. And if those guys get injured this year, their season is over.
And it's the
Okay?
most important
And
position. I'm curious to ask you this because I want to see where you draw the line. So you don't want to play Jaden. What about Bill, Corey Krosky-Merritt? Do you play him?
Play him.
Yeah,
He ain't that special.
I think those guys can get some reps because if he goes down, the season is not over. And
Okay.
he's a young player, and he needs to pick up the new system. So I don't have a problem with these younger guys. I wouldn't play Terry either. Okay, I wouldn't play Terry. You know Terry's doing his job. You know he's in shape.
Do you play
know he's gonna
Chig?
know the
Do you
offense.
play Chig, the new tight end?
I can play Chig because I play Chig because Chig hasn't proven that he's an indispensable part of this team. Okay? I mean, he comes from Tennessee, a losing organization. He's not anything to put in bubble wrap. Get him out there and let's see what he has. Those young players, Nick Cross, those guys. Yeah, you can play those guys, but our season is going to be dramatically impacted if there's no Terry and if there's no Jaden, and I just don't think it's worth the risk.
Yeah,
that's fair.
I'm with you. I'm with you, Gary. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you. I have to go through the list. For sure, no Terry. I think maybe no Diggs, just because he was a little late.
And no Jaden. That's
And
all
no
you really want to
Jaden.
see.
That's
What about
for
the
sure.
defensive side? Would you hold Styles out?
No, I think I would play Styles.
You play Payne?
I might hold Payne out.
Play Kinlaw?
Might hold Kinlaw out. Get
You
the young
play,
guys.
Johnny Newton?
I play Johnny
Yeah.
Newton. He ain't
I
that
mean, you got to
special.
play somebody.
You know what I mean? But I got.
You got to play 60
somebody.
minutes.
I'm just wondering. He said he's wondering where he draws the line.
Yeah, where I draw the line is like the older vets that I really don't want to lose.
But you also don't want to lose Sonny Styles.
Yeah, he's young and resilient.
He could tear an ACL.
He needs the reps. Yeah, I know. Yep, it's a risk. I'd play him. I play Styles.
The only reason I want to see Jaden, at least for a series, is because you got some new guys out there, and I just want to see them.
Yeah, but that's what the joint
See,
practice helps with that a lot.
I know,
too.
I know, and that's probably why you're not going to see him. But as a fan, I'd want to see him.
Oh yeah, as a
I
fan,
don't care about Sam Hartman.
Yeah, I mean, as a fan, let's just go skip preseason. Let's play.
I think I'm probably going to lose the bet with EB, but it's not like I know it. I think I'm 40-60. 40% that Jaden plays tonight.
I think I'll be stunned if he plays.
Oh, I would not be stunned at all because Quinn has made it a point that training camp was going to be different, and that might carry over to preseason.
I know, but everybody's got different rules, especially for
absolutely
the guys like Jaden.
And I do wonder, Jason threw this out there.
He's built like a freaking toothpick.
I don't think it's the case, but I do wonder if all of this noise somehow impacts the decision to play him. Like,
I don't think Dan Quinn cares about that.
Let the story die a little bit more. Because if he plays, he's going to have to step to the podium, right?
Yeah. Well,
I think that's like a quarterback rule.
But that might be a good thing.
That's
Just get
all
it
right.
over with. That might be a good thing, too. Maybe he dies.
I mean, he knows eventually he's going to have to talk about it.
Yeah. He's going to say very little.
I don't think Dan Quinn cares about that.
He's going to say very little.
Yeah.
He's going to say about exactly what his statement is, and then guys have to go on to the next question.
He's going to stick to whatever process he's either going to play him because he wants to see him, or he's not going to play him because he wants to save him and doesn't want to risk it. But he's got to play him in preseason game 2, I would think.
I don't think he has to, but I think I'm okay with him playing like a quarter. Play all your ones for a quarter. Get some good work in. Ideally, get a nice drive and get him the hell out of there and just put him on ice until week 1.
Don't you want some in-game, not in a scrimmage, not in a joint practice, but in-game communication from Blau to Jaden Daniels through the helmet?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. Do that for 1 quarter. 1 quarter, second game, all your ones, and then get him the hell out.
I don't know why the second game over the first game.
I just think you'll probably be going against better competition. I think that's where everyone's going to gear up. Joe, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Big fan.
Appreciate it.
I would definitely be hesitant to play Jaden Daniels. I think no for today. I mean, I'm going to be at the game. I would love to see the guy play, but it's just too risky. You put him out there, one thing could go wrong, and the season's kind of derailed. We already have a tough start to the season. Don't want to make it tougher on ourselves. But I'm really excited to see these young guys play, like the Antonio Williams. We've heard a lot of
I can't wait to see him. I can't wait.
Camp, but I can't wait to see who shines out of that group and like who doesn't show up.
Did you agree? Hey, did you agree who I said I would play and not play?
Honestly, I am fine playing anyone besides Jaden Daniels.
You would play Terry?
I think
in a meaningless
I'd
game.
play Terry. I mean, I don't.
What
really
do you
have
need
a
to
problem
see?
with
What do you
it.
need to
It's
see
a
from
drive.
Terry? What do you need to see from him?
I don't need to see anything, but
right.
I mean, it would just be nice to see the guys. One drive, a lot of starters played in this. Like a lot of starters played yesterday. Joe Burrow, who had injury problems.
Yeah, that's
all
the one
last year.
surprising one to me. I was kind of surprised.
Yeah, I was surprised by that too. But I mean, one drive, it's unlikely anything really happens. But Jaden Daniels, you never know. That could really mess everything
Because also
up.
because Jaden likes to take off, like instinctively.
Yeah.
Like you can tell Jaden, hey man, just get rid of it, don't. And then instinct comes over and he takes off, and then boom, you got a dislocated freaking arm, or whatever the hell happened last year. Let's go to Andre.
Five of the teams that played last night played their starting quarterback.
I know who Jason's going to be rooting for the most. Your boy De'Ami Brown.
I want to see De'Ami.
Jason's man crush because of a YouTube video.
I love De'Ami.
I like De'Ami.
You should like De'Ami.
I do. I've always liked him.
Nothing against him. I just don't think he's that good.
I mean,
think he's
not
fine.
Jerry Rice, but I think
No.
I want to see him make the roster.
100%.
I don't really care if he makes the roster or Traylon Burks
Why
makes
are
the
you
roster.
Well, I like De'Ami better than Traylon Burks.
Yeah.
It's just the way it sounded out of JP's mouth.
What?
Nothing against him. I just don't think he's that good. It's just,
Well, relative to the
I
NFL.
know. It's just
Yeah.
funny. It's just funny.
I mean, he's a fourth or fifth
I
receiver.
know. It's just funny the way he said it.
Let's go to Andre in Manassas. Hey, Andre.
Hey, gentlemen, good morning. I say play them all, man. I mean, at the end of the day, jobs are going to be the line at the end of this season. And the way we start up this year, at Philly, at Dallas, and then our first home game is the World Champs, you don't have room for error, man. This season can go sideways real quick. So I would hate for them to put everyone in a bubble wrap, and they only need to start off slow and cold based on this particular schedule. And,
Ramp it up.
To your point, why play Terry? I mean, they had 5 games last year together. So there's a lot this team needs to prove on the field. Period. End of story. Jaden, Terry, everyone, the coaching staff. So I don't think this is the type of season coming off the season you had last year where people ought to be in bubble wraps. You kind of have to just go hard. Period. End of story. Based on how the schedule is going to start. 3 playoff teams to start the season, including the world champs. It's a tough schedule, man.
Thanks, pal.
It's a brutal schedule. I'm with you there, buddy. Let's go to Robert in Fairfax. Robert, what's up, man? Y'all with the Junks.
How we doing, guys?
Hey.
I think I don't want to see Terry or Cosme the whole preseason. There's no point. We know what they can do. Let's not get them out there. I think the defense needs to play a series or two all together the once tonight. I mean, this stuff's all about ramping up. You really got to get these guys back in check. Will Harris is probably going to be your X or whatever they call it that's giving you the on-field communication. He needs to get out there with those guys. And then, honestly, I think Jaden and Diggs, next game, just save them, play them 2 series. I think we're overrating this Jaden injury thing, guys. He's a football player. It's not like he's a piece of glass out there. Like
he kind of is.
He's not going to get hurt for sure.
Listen.
Eric just doesn't want to risk it.
I just don't want to risk it. Listen, he built like a twig.
You could do a scripted drive where it's a slant.
Quick throws.
That would be fine.
Screen.
That would be fine. But you know instinctively, if somebody busts through, he's going to dance around him and take off. It's
I'll
instinct.
be holding my breath for sure. But at the end of the day, the guy's got to play football, you know?
I think he's going to play. I think he's going to play a little bit in week 2. I don't think in week 1 of the preseason. I think he's going to play a little bit in week 2. Then they're going to never play him again. And then week 1. That's what I think you're going to see.
I agree.
Yeah.
Thanks, pal. Our Hit the Skins coverage brought to you by Don't Sleep Energy. Don't Sleep Energy shot for right now, 12-ounce can for all day. Don'tSleepEnergy.com. The code Junkies. Use that code. You get 10% off. Don't Sleep. Makes you great. Coming up next, we're going to connect with the great Paul Feinbaum from the SEC Network and ESPN.
All right, guys. You know everybody talks about making the most of summer, but at Offenbachers, the fun doesn't have to end when the weather cools off. It's your boy EB here for Offenbachers. Right now, through August 18th, you can save up to $4,000 on select hot tubs and swim spas. If you've ever thought about adding a swim spa to your home, now is the perfect time. You could swim, exercise, or simply relax year-round no matter what the weather brings. And if you've been thinking about upgrading your outdoor space, don't miss Offenbachers' end-of-season specials on premium patio furniture and umbrellas. You'll find exceptional values on select pieces with limited quantities available. Plus, ask about Offenbachers floor model saunas. Got one. And a swim spa sale for even more outstanding savings. Stop by one of Offenbachers' convenient showrooms in Herndon, Rockville, Gainesville, or Annapolis, or visit Offenbachers.com. But don't wait. These special savings end August 18th.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. Still a lot to do on the program. At 9 o'clock, our pal Dan Hellie is going to join us.
That's right.
He is the voice of the Commanders during the preseason. So he'll be calling the game tonight if you're watching on TV. So we will talk to Dan Hellie. That is at 9 o'clock. But we're going to head out to the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud's the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And check in with the great Paul Feinbaum, of course, host of the Paul Feinbaum Show, New York Times bestselling author, ESPN college football commentator. You can watch him daily on the SEC Network. Good morning, Paul.
Good morning, guys. I really appreciate you inviting me.
Well, thank you for joining us. You know, we thought earlier in the week that when we hit Friday, we'd be talking about the Commanders' first preseason game and whether we'd see Jayden on the field. But it's all this off-the-field shenanigans that has become front and center here. What's your read on Jayden versus LSU?
Yeah, I want to say one thing. 'Cause I'm not an equivocator, but I got to know Jayden when he was at LSU. Really liked him, talked to him a lot, and I would interview Brian Kelly. And even when he went to the Commanders, there was a great sense of pride in what he did the first year. I said all that to say this. He's lost all of that from everywhere and everyone in LSU Nation after what happened this week. And I know it's been said here before, but I rarely have ever seen a dumber, more senseless move. I don't know who pulled the strings, but all the cleanup on aisle 3 from Jayden Daniels from this moment on will not be enough. He has made a terrible mistake. He can be successful in Washington. I hope he is, but I would advise him to never waste another second in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, because they are done with him.
What's the reception if he were to ever come to a LSU game and be on the sidelines? What's the reception going to be like for him?
I think it would be chillier than Inauguration Day at the nation's capital. I really don't think, and it just, I think it's one thing if there was a misunderstanding, but when then the report came out yesterday about the cease and desist and giving the trophy back. I mean, that's just pure stupidity. I mean, there are plenty of copies of the Heisman Trophy. I don't think anybody knows which one is the original because every school has one in their trophy case. Every player has one at home. They're not that, that's not such a big deal. And then his statement, I think it was a statement yesterday that it seemed like he was trying to ameliorate the situation, and then he went all in. And I don't know really all the backstory on it, but and it's been said before, but I'll say it again. He was a really great player. Individually, he did not have a tremendous team around him. He did maybe more than any player I've ever seen. Having said all that, he's still not Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow had a transformational season on one of the best teams maybe in the history of the game. And then when you show up 2 or 3 years later and win the Heisman on a good team that beat Nick Saban, but not an elite team, you're really going into a jungle that you're not going to come out of. I mean, LSU it's not Alabama, it's not Ohio State, but they've had many great players and many national championships. And while individually Jayden Daniels may be one of the 2 or 3 best players in the history, he's not going to be remembered that way because he never got a title.
What if Joe Burrow was doing this exact same thing? Would you feel the same way?
No, I mean, Joe Burrow would be different. I would be incredibly disappointed in Joe Burrow, but he would at least have a leg to stand on. And it is a fact. They haven't replicated Joe Burrow's number since he left. That doesn't mean they won't. I mean, they're retiring a jersey in a couple of weeks for Burt Jones, who played in the 70s. Okay,
right.
So I mean, LSU's not always on top of things when it comes to being on the moment. But this just doesn't make any sense.
So what would Paul Feinbaum do if he was Jayden Daniels and you were promised that the number 5 wasn't going to be used? Maybe it was by Brian Kelly, who was Lane Kiffin's predecessor, and then you find out that the number 5 is given to a player who wore number 3 last year. What would Paul Feinbaum do in Jayden Daniels' shoes?
Well, I would have my agent, my people, go back channel, which I'm sure they did. And Kiffin said that he talked to Jaden. I mean, again, you're going to believe anything Lane Kiffin says. So, I would have just handled it, outside the public domain. And even if you got the wrong result, even if they told you, hey, sorry, just let it go. What's the point? I mean, you have to think these things through on a couple of different layers. And I know he's consumed with this season and maybe trying to return to his rookie play, but this should not be his main concentration right now.
I don't think it is. I don't think it is.
It's bad timing, but just to play devil's advocate, Paul, Joe Burrow was told no one's going to wear number 9. All right, he won a Heisman. Jaden Daniels was told no one's going to wear 5, and in the first year of Kiffin, his regime, some kids wearing number 5. He feels like he's not being treated the same way, and he was lied to.
Okay. Well, guess what? We all get lied to.
Joe Burrow didn't.
Well, listen, you guys have a job. You work for a big company. I do too. Yeah. I know what you're saying, and it's fair. But at the end of it all, okay, so all you have to do at that point to me is say, screw them. Right. I'm not going to just handle it off the air. Yeah. Handle it in private, and don't ever go back. Don't. I mean, Jaden Daniels has something to offer. Or he did. He could still be valuable, and that's all he has to communicate. And this Pickett guy, who whether he's a good player or not, he'll come and go and deal with it another day. That's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah. And I agree with you.
Can it be resolved though? The one difference I'll say with you, Paul, is that I do think that eventually they can come to some sort of resolution, whatever it might be, some sort of compromise of some sort. I don't know, and that they can overcome it. I think at some point. I mean, maybe the LSU faithful will never let them forget it.
Everything kind of dies.
But yeah, I mean, I never thought Michael Vick would be embraced again.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
I mean, he's doing TV.
We're not going to care in a week, I don't think.
Well, I mean, listen, you guys are in Washington. I mean, we've seen this movie a few times. The president's coming back and disgraced individual. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Maybe my statement was a little hyperbolic, but what I was trying to do was represent what I heard from LSU fans yesterday, and I heard from plenty of them.
Oh, I'm sure you did.
The good news is also, I'd say this, and I'm biased because I think he's like you said at the beginning, like all your interactions were great or whatever. All indications from afar. And by the way, I thought O.J. Simpson was a great guy too. So who knows? But
you changed your mind on that? I'm surprised.
Yeah, but Jaden seems like a pretty spectacular guy, kind of checking all the boxes. This one may be a misstep, at least in terms of the public perception. I don't think it outweighs all the goodness and the way he's handled himself. And I don't think he cares. I think he cares about this issue, certainly, but I don't think it consumes him. I think he's kind of forced to do media at gunpoint. He'll answer the few questions, and then as soon as he walks away from that podium, I don't think he's going to give it 1/100th of a second of thought.
But what you guys just laid out here is a far more compelling argument for why he was screwed than anything I've heard from Jaden Daniels or his people. Mm-hmm. And that's the mistake. I mean, listen, there are a million PR firms that for a few bucks you could have gotten this message across and let somebody else do it. I mean, you guys could have saved him, but that's the problem. And you're right, of course. I mean, we forgive anybody, and we that's part of the culture of the world. But it's just hard to get over. And I can't. I know I mentioned Joe Burrow a few times, but that's part of his problem too in perception. So he was so closely aligned with Burrow. He kind of came out of nowhere. Everybody knows his backstory. Mm-hmm. He wins the Heisman in a very weird year, but his numbers were so dynamic that you couldn't help but vote for him. I think Michael Penix was second. But fans in this particular, I mean, I think this goes for everybody, but you're judged by titles and banners, and when you don't have one, and you have just the Heisman Trophy, and you followed it up pretty well with the Commanders, it just doesn't resonate as well with a fan base.
Yeah.
Talking to the great Paul Feinbaum, from the Paul Feinbaum Show, seen daily, SEC Network, from ESPN, New York Times bestseller. So give us a little example of what the callers were like, all in unison ripping Jaden Daniels yesterday?
Any supporters?
There were no supporters.
Oh, really?
Now, again, we're a pretty caller-heavy show.
Yeah.
I'd hate to use that as the New York Times, Washington Post poll being accurate. I think some of it was a lot of people were saying, "What? I hadn't heard that yet," because it happened late at night on Wednesday. So, and it probably didn't help when the host of the show was biased from the very beginning, spinning the story the way I have already. So I say all that. There were no positives. Now, again, that doesn't mean I wasn't doing a show in Baton Rouge. I did talk to a reporter in Baton Rouge, and he pretty well said that the feeling down there was the same as I have conveyed to you.
Will you acknowledge this, Paul? I know this as a parent of kids that played sports, and all of us had kids that played sports or whatever at different various levels. There is something where people get in their feelings about numbers, and when you see your number passed on to the next person, I'm not going to say that you're all going to send cease and desist letters, but it does affect you as a parent, as a player yourself. You see the next kid take your number like right away, like you're forgotten immediately. Like there is something about it. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know how to articulate it.
I get it. I mean, listen, if I died in the middle of this interview, there would be somebody else sitting in my seat at 3:00 this afternoon.
Exactly.
They might do a 2-minute tribute to me, but as soon as the first big story came along at 4:00, they forget me. I mean, I get that. We all understand that because we're in the middle of sports, and there's probably nothing where you are forgotten faster than in the sports world.
Right. All right, Paul, let's switch gears quickly here before we let you go. The biggest story certainly in the coaching ranks was Kiffin leaving Ole Miss, going to LSU. Huge story. He's there. He brought in a bunch of transfers, especially on the offensive end. He's got a new quarterback. He's got all new receivers. Brought in a new running back. They're going to open up with Clemson Labor Day weekend at home. Now, Dabo doesn't have a bunch of transfers. He's got a bunch of guys that he recruited and tries to develop. But there's a lot more pressure, I think, on Kiffin this year. Your thoughts on this game and what do you expect from LSU, especially offensively?
Yeah, I mean, Sam Levitt's a quarterback. He was at Arizona State. He took them to the playoffs 2 years ago. But he was banged up last year with a foot injury. If somebody steps on him on the first play, LSU season's going straight downhill because he can't afford to get the foot re-injured. But they have so much talent on that team. I think their schedule could be their undoing. It won't be Clemson, though. Clemson is a shell of itself. There's not a coach I'm more disappointed in than Dabo Swinney, who in 2019 literally was on the same level as Nick Saban. He had beaten Saban twice. He'd won 2 national. He'd played for the national championship 4 times, playoffs about 6 or 7. But he was the last guy. The get off your lawn, my lawn guy said, we're not changing. We're not going to the portal. We're not going to NIL. And he got screwed. And it's almost too late. That program is now about the 4th or 5th best in the ACC, which is not exactly the best league. So I think LSU will roll them. LSU's problem come later. 2 weeks later, they're at Ole Miss. That will be one of the tensest games in the history of college football.
Yeah, that's going to be must watch. Must watch.
I mean, I don't even know what it's comparable to in the NFL or in any other sport, but I've never seen a fan base hate somebody more. I mean, this is 16 years old and jilted by the girl that you were going to marry and have 7 kids with. And I mean, I'm telling you what. I mean, every time I'm in an elevator with an Ole Miss fan, they say, "What do you think of Kiffin?" And I said, "I hate him." I said, "Well, they may want to hug me." If I said I liked him, they might pull a gun.
Right. Yeah, that's going to be really interesting. And just your thought, overall in the SEC, you got a bunch of new coaches. Ole Miss has Golding now, but he was there, but they have Golding. Obviously, Lane's gone, but there's 4 other schools that fired their coaches and brought some new guys in. Georgia's ranked 3 in the preseason. I think LSU's middle of the pack. I don't know where they are, maybe 13, 14. But just your thoughts on the conference in general with all these new coaches.
Well, I mean, there are half these guys I'd never heard of before. I mean, they were coming from middle of nowhere. But keep your eye on John Sumrall. He's the Florida coach. He was at Tulane last year, which made the playoffs. And for Tulane to be good is to really saying a great deal. The team I'm most intrigued by is Texas. the talent level on that team is astronomical. Starts with Arch Manning. I think he's one of the 2 or 3 best quarterbacks. They have the best wide receiver, a guy named Cam Coleman. They've got another wide receiver that is not far behind. They have running backs. I mean, they are just, a lot of it's money, but Texas is also a very powerful attraction. I think, but I don't like the SEC to win the championship again. If I had to pick a team, I'd go with Oregon with Dante Moore. I mean, this guy could have been the 2nd pick in the draft last year, but the word was he didn't want to play for the Jets or some other terrible NFL franchise. So, I mean, they are, and Dan Lanning is another coach who hasn't won a championship yet, but he will.
Paul, great stuff. Appreciate the insight. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, I'll get you on again soon. Thank you, Paul.
Yeah, thanks for calling in.
Would love it, guys. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, bud.
It's a great Paul Feinbaum, New York Times bestselling author, ESPN college football commentator. You can watch him daily on the SEC Network. Still to come, our pal Dan Hellie, who's going to be calling the game, the Commanders-Dolphins game tonight on the TV side. He'll jump on at 9 o'clock here on The Fan.
All right, guys. Junkies are brought to you by FanDuel. Baseball fans, the MLB season is in full swing, and FanDuel's giving you a chance to call your shot with daily dingers. Joining the action is easy. Just make your free pick on who's hitting a home run in their game, and if you're right, you'll get a profit boost to use on your next bet for a chance at extra winnings. It's just another reason why FanDuel is the home of home runs. Maybe you're going to throw some cash on CJ to hit a bomb. Maybe Dylan Cruz will go yard for you. Are you ready to play your game? All you have to do is head over to FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel.com/local to opt in for daily dingers and make your free pick on who's hitting a homer. Play ball and swing for the fences on FanDuel, an official partner of the MLB. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 21 and over. Present Virginia. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Welcome back. Just had Paul Feinbaum on the show. He's excellent.
He's
one of
very
the best in the business.
Yeah, very honest about his opinion on this whole situation with Jaden.
He said he really enjoyed his visits with Jaden Daniels prior to him getting drafted.
Yep.
But he said in this case, his opinion is that it's a dumb and senseless move.
And he should just drop
He's
it.
lost all of that from everywhere and everyone in LSU Nation after what happened this week. And I know it's been said here before, but I rarely have ever seen a dumber, more senseless move. I don't know who pulled the strings, but all the cleanup on aisle 3 from Jaden Daniels from this moment on will not be enough. He has made a terrible mistake. He can be successful in Washington. I hope he is, but I would advise him to never waste another second in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, because they are done with him.
Wow.
And again, as I mentioned to him later, and he acknowledged that might have been a little hyperbolic. These things get resolved. Mike Vick was enemy number 1, and you would have bet a lot of money he would never be embraced again in the league, etc. Things quiet down.
Of course.
This is a quiet period. This is a big story.
This is reactionary.
This is going to blow over.
And he's doing it because, or saying that because he took a bunch of calls on his show yesterday.
Yeah,
and that's what he does. I mean, he just takes calls from SEC fans.
I think he happens to think it's bad.
And some of these callers on his show are crazy.
Yeah, and he said he drove the bus with his opinion.
Yeah.
He thinks it's a dumb move, a senseless move. Let's listen to what RG3 had to say. And I hate to bring this up. I'm probably going to get ripped. But there are some parallels here between RG3 and Jaden Daniels. All right,
every Heisman Trophy winner's jersey number should be retired in college football. It's the most exclusive fraternity in the world. But hey, this cease and desist letter from Jaden Daniels' team is a colossal mistake for 3 reasons. Reason number 1, jersey retirements are an honor. It's not something to be demanded, and it certainly isn't something you should try to strong-arm your school into doing for you. Reason number 2, Jaden Daniels' team has put him in direct odds with the LSU fan base, one of the most passionate fan bases in all of sports. When you say that you feel profoundly disrespected and you don't feel like you're getting the same treatment of Joe Burrow, it is very easy for LSU fans to say, oh, we'll definitely take 15-0 national champion Joe Burrow with the burrow on his back over 10-3 Jaden Daniels. They are going to pick Joe Burrow every single time. And number 3, the Washington Commanders are in their most important season, and Jaden Daniels is going into the most important year of his entire career. And he's created a massive distraction. His team has created that distraction for him. And now people are going to nitpick him, nitpick everything else around him. And it's not the kind of distraction you want going into this season.
I think he nailed it. The demanded and strong-armed words. You might quibble with those words, but it does feel like he's demanding something and strong-arming them over something that is their choice. When we talked about this with the Stefon Diggs thing, we said Joe Theismann correctly said it's the Commander's choice to decide what to do with the number. And in this case, it's LSU's choice. And Jaden is trying to demand and strong arm that his number not be worn.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people probably feel like he's going too far. Okay. I kind of do. I just understand why he's pissed if he was told something at one point and they reneged on it. And they did.
I just don't know why people care so much. Like
I know.
It's an opinion for him. He feels a little disrespectful. Why do people care? It's between him and the university.
That's the world we live in now, man.
Yeah,
I mean, when we first started talking about it, I didn't go as far as Paul Feinbaum, but I said that if he were to go on the sidelines, he'll get booed.
Mm-hmm.
Paul Feinbaum said he's not welcome in Baton Rouge.
He also said he was hyperbolic.
I know, but I do think that there's going to be a large portion of the fans that look at it as this is a guy going against our university.
Yeah,
I guess.
And look, the fans are going to stick up, and I do agree with RG3 that they're going to stick up for Burrow, over Jaden because of what Burrow achieved. But and the fans are going to back the school. They're not going to back necessarily one player. So he's got no shot against an entire fan base.
Here's
got no shot.
Here's what I wanted to bring up, though, as the parallel. And we hope it doesn't end the same way. And there's no reason for me to believe right now that it's going to end the same way. But if you look at RG3, and that ended terribly here in D.C., and Jayden Daniels, both won the Heisman.
Yeah.
Both number 2 picks. Both fantastic as rookies.
Mm-hmm.
Both injured.
Right.
Both with overbearing parents who got involved.
A lot of similarities.
And RG3 got known for being a me guy. Jayden hasn't been, but this feels like a me move and a misstep. And if he has injuries again this year, a lot of fans, let's say he only plays...
he's already been compared to RG3.
Right, let's say he only plays 8 games this year.
Yeah.
A lot of people are going to be out on Jayden Daniels, and it could be going down the RG3 highway. Now, I don't think that's going to happen if he plays most of the games and he plays well. And I think he has shown characteristics on the field that RG3 never did.
Mm-hmm.
His ability
the
to pass,
personalities are different, but
the way that he scans the field.
There are a lot of similarities.
I don't
hopefully,
see it.
Hopefully that ends this year.
The only similarity I see, like Robert's actually the guy I was referring to. Robert had like 10 kind of like embarrassing, douchey things, ways he conducted himself, etc.
Right, all in for week 1.
Yeah, like all these different weird things and kind of selfish things, throwing his offensive line under the bus, comparing himself to Aaron Rodgers. Like, you know what I mean? There's like a laundry list of things that Robert did, throwing his, this is the one blemish that I'll acknowledge. If you wanted to hold it against him, that's fair. It's your opinion. I personally don't, but okay. Everything else from Jayden, I think, has been spectacular since he's been here. So I have a problem with people immediately saying, yeah, there's a lot of similarities between him and RG3. I actually think there isn't.
He just listed about 8 of them.
Well, okay, you have over-involved parents. That has nothing to do with Jayden.
No, I know. But
like
it's
how
similar
Jayden
to...
handles himself compared to how Robert handles himself, I think that's light years different.
But I'm saying
the injuries is a similarity.
Yeah, the style of play.
I mean, all players get injured.
Right.
Not all.
He's just going to be compared to RG3.
Ask Steve Smith. He'll tell you everybody plays in the NFL gets injured. Go ahead.
But he's going to be compared to RG3 if he gets hurt again. And it's a number 2 pick that just hasn't panned out.
I mean, Robert didn't have 1/100th the ability that Jayden has as a quarterback in this league.
He had a season that
He had a season where he ran around and he dumped off little balls over the linebacker.
Well, you argued with me for a year when I was bringing that up, but he still had a season which was spectacular.
He had a great season.
If you look at the numbers, RG3's rookie season was spectacular.
Joe Charbonneau had a good rookie year for the
rookie
Indians
season was spectacular.
Yeah.
Jayden Daniels' second season, when he was on the field, was a significant step back. Much like RG3 never duplicated the success of his rookie year.
I just want you to go on the record then. Are you comparing him to Robert at this point?
No, I prefaced it. If you were listening, I prefaced it. I said I don't think it's going to end up the same way. But right now, the parallels...
Right now, it's not. You have one blemish that people are interpreting as a blemish.
Well, I'll give you a second blemish. I'll give you a second blemish. Yeah. Last season. Is that not a blemish?
Well,
last season,
I'm talking about off the field incidents.
Okay, well, I'm talking about parallels is on the field.
He's not comparing everything off the field.
Can you acknowledge that he didn't play as well?
I was the first person. Hold on, I was the first person to say that. I said it from week 2 on. He's a tick off. I said it all last year.
Tick off. He was 9% lower in completion percentage. Yeah, that's beyond a tick.
I didn't think he was terrible, but he was a tick
QBR, I'd have to punch it up. It dropped like 20 points. His passer rating dropped like 15 points.
Yeah, I expected
it was a significant
dip. It was a completely different Jayden.
Because he was inconsistent in his playing time. We all know the reason why.
Yep.
If you think, and I don't think you do, but I just want you to go on the record, do you think he'll have a career path similar to Robert?
I don't think so, but I wouldn't be stunned.
I would be stunned.
If he gets hurt again this year,
I would be stunned.
If he gets hurt again this year, Eric, I would say yes.
If he has a career arc similar to Robert.
Are you going to be stunned if he only plays 7 games this year because of injury?
I'll be very disappointed.
No, it's not the question. I said, would you be stunned?
If he gets hurt again? No, it's the NFL.
Of course, you wouldn't be stunned. So then he would be on a similar career path to RG3.
No, it depends. If they give him the rope that the Bengals gave Burrow, then he won't be.
I think I'd be stunned if he only played 7 games. I mean, the odds of that. Yeah, I mean, I'd be more surprised.
The
I don't know what
only
word
thing
you
I'll
want to
say
use.
is he's built like a toothpick.
But the
That I
odds
will
of playing,
acknowledge.
the odds of your starting quarterback playing 5 games and 7 games in back-to-back years is very low. It's very low. So yes, I would be surprised.
I
Or
think
stunned.
the offense is going to benefit him.
I just don't like people throwing him in the same conversation as Robert character-wise.
But I think Robert was correct in his assessment.
Maybe. Robert's a good broadcaster. But character-wise, Jaden greater than Robert, not even close.
I don't think anybody's debating that.
Okay, good.
I mean, JP, you're not debating that.
No, but I said there's some parallels.
There are some, and I agree with that.
And some of them
They're
are
both
on
hu-
the field.
They're both human.
So he has to disprove it on the field.
They breathe.
It's a big year. It's a big year for Jade.
I mean, our parallels. They're
He's-
human.
he's-
They have teeth.
He's never going to agree with you.
All right, coming up next.
I don't see that many parallels.
Might as well be his son.
The voice of the preseason games for the Washington Commanders, Dan Hellie, is going to join us here on The Fan. The team that brought you Surfside is back with something new. Meet Super Light, the new vodka plus aid canned cocktail. Super Light's awesome, comes in 4 classic sports drink flavors: fruit punch, orange, lemon lime, and my favorite, blue chill. Perfect to enjoy after the game, on the golf course, or during a barbecue with friends. With just 90 calories, 0 sugar, and 0 bubbles, Super Light is here to fuel the moment. Look for Super Light variety packs and individual flavors at stores and bars near you. Must be 21 or over. Please drink responsibly.
The sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Off the field for the Commanders, Jaden Daniels versus LSU continues as the Commanders QB sends cease and desist to LSU over his name, image, and likeness as Tigers sophomore cornerback DJ Pickett continues to wear the number 5 jersey. On the field, the Commanders begin their preseason with a matchup tonight versus the Dolphins at Northwest Stadium. The Commanders haven't declared yet how much starters will play, while the Dolphins are expected to play their starters, including quarterback Malik Willis. After a 7-0 win yesterday in D.C., the Nats hit the road tonight to take on the Mets to kick off the start of a 9-game road trip. Robert Stock takes the bump for New York, while Andrew Alvarez gets the start for the Nats. The NBA schedule is out, and the Wizards and rookie A.J. Debance will open up their season at home against the Milwaukee Bucks on Wednesday, October 21st. They will welcome in the NBA champion New York Knicks on December 18th, and their first matchup against the new-look Sixers will be in Philadelphia on January 12th. That's your Sports Flash. PJ Glasser, 106.7 The Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network all year long, celebrating 30 years of the Junkies. Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Jason Bishop and Eric Bickle. Going to head out to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude's the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV.
Talk to our boy.
Dan Hellie. He's going to be on the call tonight for the Commanders preseason game against the Miami Dolphins.
Mm-hmm.
There he is.
What's up, Hellie?
Dan?
What's up, buddy?
Boys, that was a great ad read, JP. Very professional.
Thank you.
Dan, when did you get in town?
Yeah, Jason's fascinated by your travel.
Yeah, you're traveling all the time. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, slows down a little bit for the next few weeks, thank God. I got in town last night, staying with some friends, the Cassidys here in Chevy Chase.
Okay.
Nice.
And going to head out to the stadium around 2 or 3 and get it going.
So you guys, like, for preseason, like, you didn't do any, like, meet with the coaches, et cetera?
I did last week.
Oh, he was here.
Oh, he did that last week.
Yeah, I came in and spent a day at training camp. Got to chat a little bit with the coaches, and then we had a call with all the with the radio broadcasters and Bram and Logan and those guys, and then Rigo and B. Mitch and I jumped on with a call with the coordinators and DQ, and got to chat a little bit with a few other guys too. So it's I'm pumped up, man. I think it's funny. It is a daunting regular season schedule, and I've heard at least half a dozen people break it down. But the one thing I can tell you, they're going to be significantly better than last year. They've really upgraded the talent on the defensive side of the ball. You keep everybody healthy for the most part. The Tunsil injury obviously was a gut punch for a lot of people, but they're really confident in Brandon Coleman. At left tackle. Obviously, he's not Laramie Tunsil, but he's a young guy who's played well at that position. They think that's his best spot, and they're going to ride with him.
Totally agree. Can you give us? I don't want to get you in trouble, so don't say it if you can't. But is Jaden going to play tonight? Did they tell you?
Yeah, do you know?
Yeah, I don't know who's playing and who's not playing. Just based on history, I would say that when they have these joint practices, they kind of look at that as a game situation, and most teams will rest some guys when they have those joint practices. So, I certainly don't know exactly what they're going to do, but if history is any indication, they're probably going to rest a few dudes.
You looking forward to working with Rigo?
Oh, I can't wait. Just being on the calls with him. I haven't seen him in forever. He used to come in and do some of those Redskins shows with George Michael at Channel 4 when I first got here. And it was so cool for a kid who grew up in the area to see Rigo come through the doors, and then Kornheiser and Wilbon and Sonny and all these guys. But he is spry as ever and quick as a whip. And the cool thing with Riggo is you never know exactly what he's going to say, so it keeps you on your toes.
Definitely.
No, he's going to be fun.
Definitely.
And I know, Dan, that you've been following the whole JD thing with the uniform number at LSU and wanting the Heisman back, and we've been talking about it for 2 days. We actually want to talk. Yeah, we want to talk about the team and the game. But
did Magruder retire your number?
I am in the Magruder Athletic Hall of Fame.
Look at that.
Big time.
There you go.
I have to add the footnote, boys. It's as a contributor. It's not for my athletic contribution. I wish it was. But
no, but I guess my question, Dan, is: do you think that this will be any? I don't. But do you think this will be any sort of distraction for either JD or the team?
No.
Yeah.
Not one iota of a distraction. I mean, it would be nice if everything were just smooth sailing all the time and there were never any distractions of any sort. But it certainly got a lot of national attention. I mean, it was in the headlines everywhere yesterday.
Yeah, we just talked to Paul Feinbaum, and he did he does a show every day at 3 on SEC Network, and he said the LSU fans were killing JD.
Here's what I mean. The first thing that came to my mind with that is, for Jayden, you want to have a school to go back to. You want to have a place to call home. You want to, be able to go catch a big game during the bye week, right?
Yeah.
And I'm sure he doesn't like the fact that either this got out the way it did or it's going down the way it did. I guess he issued a statement and trying to calm the waters a little bit, but it'll calm down. I think it's
of course it will.
A whole.
Yeah, it'll blow over.
It'll blow over, and I'm sure
everything does.
There'll be some resolution of some. They're not going to send the Heisman over. There'll be some resolution of some point, whether or not he'll be happy with it or not. Who knows? The good news is, though, and I think you agree with this. I don't think Jayden is a publicity hound. I don't think he thinks about this stuff beyond when it's brought to his attention. Then he's on to the next. I don't think it's, like you say, going to be a distraction at all. I feel like when he does media, he's like held hostage. He does it, and then he can't wait to get off that podium.
There's a lot of guys like that. When I was in doing the preseason games in Tennessee, I felt like Marcus was like that a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly comfortable enough in front of the camera, but he didn't love the attention, right? He just liked kind of being home and doing his thing and hanging out with his family and his guys. And Jayden's very different. There's been so many comparisons to RG3 back in the day, and they're really different guys.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, not just in the way they play, but in their personalities. And listen, I work at Fox. I call college football games for Fox, and Robert's there, and I've run across him several times.
And he's great on TV.
He is. He's very good, and he. It's funny. I remember when he first started getting into TV, my advice to him was to stay on the NFL side and do games and not do as many studio shows, because I feel like, you guys know, the live programming is the one thing that's kind of impervious to DVR and worrying about the ratings, right? Like, people are watching games as they happen. Nobody wants to tape games and then go back and watch it, right? And then you have the shoulder programming, whereas, the sports centers of the world, you'll watch it, or it's background noise, or it might be on. And he didn't really take my advice. He did a little college, he did a little NFL, he did some studio stuff, he did some games, but it's worked out for him. He's done really well. And he's, I mean, when he's on a game, he's on a game, right? He's not a vanilla wafer, as George Michael used to say about guys. He says something.
Yeah.
Talking to Dan Hellie. He's going to be on the call tonight for the Commanders preseason game on the television side. You talked about this revamped defense. Who are the guys are you looking forward to watching on the field tonight?
Well, I'd be remiss if I didn't start with Sonny Styles, right? If he's going to be out there and playing, I would imagine that they want some of these young guys to get out there. He is just an assassin. I think once he can get to the point, and it sounds like he's getting a little bit better every day, where, you guys know, having played sports back in the day, once you can just go out there and play and you're not thinking about what you have to do before you do it, that's when you become the most effective. and I don't know what point that's going to be defensively for most rookies in the NFL. But yeah, he's going to be great. I really, being a Tennessee guy too, I'm kind of excited to see this kid, Josh Josephs, the defensive lineman or edge guy out of Tennessee. He's, I think, going to be, I don't want to say an impact player, but I think he could be a rotational guy for them defensively. And I don't know about some of the other guys. Chason is going to be a stud off the edge. I think you guys talked about him a little bit yesterday. And I'd love to see Chenal and Sonny out there together. And who knows what kind of defensive packages they're going to be running. Obviously, it's very vanilla on both sides of the ball in the preseason. But they're going to have 6 or 7 new starters, right? There's
at least 6
dudes now.
Yeah.
They have dudes now. And the cool thing about talking to some of these coaches is they'll say, hey, we have, there's 10 guys in the secondary that would have made this roster last year. There's 8 guys in the wide receiver room who would have been on our roster. You're not going to keep 8 receivers, but they're going to cut guys that are going to be playing with other teams in the league. It's just a stronger roster than they had last year.
Dan, can you sell me on Power Slap?
Well, it's funny because I know that you are a legitimate UFC fan because of
I want to ask you about Gary Makhachev, but I know that Jason has said that you're involved in Power Slap. I've only seen highlights. I want you to sell me on it, why I should check it out.
I will say it's interesting when I see clips. If something shows up on my reel, it is somewhat compelling.
Are there guys who are good at it, like that are better at it, or is it just random?
Sure. There's guys that have quit their jobs and now train for it because they're making real money, and this is what they do.
They train for it. How do you train for that?
Grow a beard.
So they have these things called bobs that are just plastic or rubber upper bodies, and they work on rotational exercise.
Okay, so they're working on their slap.
And they work on their actual slap on this basically dummy or a heavy bag at the gym. It is crazy and it is barbaric, but it is so entertaining watching it live.
Yeah.
I can't tell you how many guys Tom Brady has rolled through. There's 50 to 60 NFL players that when we have an event in Las Vegas, and they piggyback it on the back of these big UFC events. So we're actually doing one in Lubbock, Texas on a Thursday night coming up in a couple of weeks before Texas Tech opens Big 12 conference play against Houston on Friday. So they're going to have Power Slap in the basketball arena on Thursday and then their conference home opener on Friday.
Are you calling that game?
I don't know yet. I only find out my schedule. I know my first 3 weeks.
Okay, all right.
But that would be ideal if I happen to be calling that game because Fox does Big 12 and Big 10.
I heard Dana White say something though to the fact that if you watch a UFC event, let's say it's one of their, and they don't even call them pay-per-views now because it's not pay-per-view, but if you watch like their big monthly card, right? You're hoping to see wow moments.
Yeah.
But you're not guaranteed wow moments because it might be decisions. There might not be a spectacular knockout. But he said with the slap.
Power slap, you see it all the time.
Every time you're going to have many wow moments.
He releases every show, they release the social media numbers for Power Slap. They have, and I'm saying it with a B, billions of views because it's on Instagram, it's a car crash. You can't turn away. It's a fight in a shopping mall, right? It's stuff that you just watch. Like, why am I watching this? Because it's almost addictive, and there are wow moments. It's crazy. It's crazy to think about 2 people standing across the table and slapping each other in the face.
Who's the champ?
What it is. It's crazy and it's entertaining at the same time. You can be both.
Yeah, who's the Mike Tyson?
Who's the champ?
There's a kid named Damian DeBell. He's the heavyweight champion. He's a San Diego kid who grew up as a kind of a surfer and a skater, and then he moved to Orlando and went to UCF. He's still only 24, and he has never lost. He's had 5 title defenses. He cut his hair, but for a while he looked like Kid from Kid and Play, had a big old flat top, and he has heavy hands. I mean, he just knocks out almost everybody.
Does he really?
And he's never been knocked down?
Law school.
He's never been knocked down.
He's a future lawyer, JP.
That's amazing.
How much cash is he making, you think, if you had to guess?
Couple 100,000.
It's pretty good. Just
Have
to
you ever
slap
seen
and get slapped?
Do these guys that are slapping each, do they get into fights after the actual match is over? Have you ever seen that?
No, you see him at the casino having beers together.
So they're hanging out?
Just
Oh, my
talking
God.
about the fact that they just
with the
slap
red
each other in the
face.
face and made a bunch of money.
Have you let someone slap your face just to see what it's like?
EB, would you let somebody slap your face?
No, of course not. No, but I don't know. I don't know. You're tougher than me, probably. Would you let? I wouldn't. No.
I mean, as our old pal Dave Feldman used to say, I'm one facial accident away from not having a career.
Not right. You've been very fortunate.
Hey, so you mentioned UFC. My son's actually going to the show in Philadelphia. He just got tickets for $357 floor seats for $357. He thought he got like a bargain. So the main event is Ian Gary against Makhachev, who's got a great streak. Islam Makhachev. Do you give Gary a shot?
Yeah, I think the odds are probably almost 3-1.
Something like that.
Makhachev to win that fight. He has a shot. I don't think he has a good shot. There's a reason Islam has won 16 straight. He's about to do something nobody else in UFC history has done and win 17 in a row. George St. Pierre hasn't done that. Habib hasn't done that. He's an animal. But Ian's a little different. He's one of those guys who's always had. He actually comes across to me as a little Robert Griffin III type who was very good in front of the camera, always had a plan, early on. You're like, this guy's really, really sharp. You were super impressed when you first meet them, and they just have this buzz about them when they get on the air. I remember the first time I interviewed him, this was 5 fights ago, and he had a plan for exactly who his next opponent was going to be, and then after that, and then I'm going to be fighting for the title in 4 fights, and he's almost on schedule. And he's good, but Islam's just a different guy. He's a grappler who can stand up and bang too, but once he gets to the body, if Ian can keep him in the middle of the octagon and stuff his takedown attempts, he has a chance.
Yep.
If Islam gets him to the ground,
Dunsky.
It's over.
Yep.
Danny, I'd say let's hook up for a drink after the show tonight or after the game, but I'm going to be in bed. So, and I assume you're going back to wherever, LA or Vegas tomorrow.
I'm actually going to I'm going to hang out. I'm going to go see my folks.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to see my mother-in-law, and my wife. My wife is actually here in town as well tomorrow. So we're going to visit a little family, and then I'm going back.
Okay,
nice.
All right, let's stay in touch. It was great hanging out with you a couple weeks ago.
And you're always welcome to join us in studio if you ever have time.
Whenever you want, bro.
Dude, I would love to do that, and you'll appreciate this, EB. The Cassidy family that I'm staying with right now, 3 college lacrosse players.
Wow.
3 kids, all playing in college, one at Penn, one at Delaware, and then their daughter, who goes to Stone Ridge, is going to be a senior who is a 5-star going to Florida.
Oh, very
after
cool.
she graduates.
Very cool. And congrats to your son. He's going to Tufts, correct?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
I wish your kid was still at Marist so we could go up there and smash you guys, but unfortunately it's not going to happen.
All right, man.
We can at least tailgate together.
All right, Dan, have fun tonight. We'll all be watching.
All right, boys. Appreciate it.
All right, pal.
It's Dan Hellie. He's going to be voice of the Commanders' preseason games on the TV side. So thanks for Dan for joining us. Next up, we're going to open up the entertainment page here on the Junkies.
All right, guys. FanDuel's giving new customers up to $1,000 in bet resets. Here's how it works. Bet $5 daily and unlock $200 in bet resets every day. That's right. New customers can place a $5 bet each day and receive up to $200 in bet resets, up to $1,000 total. And with baseball on every day, there's always another game, another matchup, another chance to get in on the action. Whether you're betting money lines, player props, or same-game parlays, FanDuel's got you covered. So place your daily $5 bet and unlock up to $1,000 in bet resets. Just head to FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel, your home for home runs. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 21 and over. Present Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Minimum $5 wager required for 5 consecutive days. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bets reset tokens. Refund from token issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Make refund max refund is $200 per day. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See full terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-MY-RESET.
Right now, caller number 10 at 1-800-636-1067. We're going to hook you up with 2 tickets to go see Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan. Double Trouble Tour 2026. That's Thursday, August 20th at Nationals Park. For tickets, more event information, you can visit thefanddc.com/events. All you got to do is be caller number 10 and you'll go to that country show.
Should say real quick that Cade Cavalli probably had his best start of his career last night. He was absolutely dominant. Went 8 innings, as you never see pitchers do.
10-2.
1 hit allowed, 10 Ks against a really good team, a really good lineup. So shut out the Cubs.
Oh, another shout out.
So props to Cade for his last 7 or 8 starts. He's been really, really good.
This is to EB's point of the Wizards being a sexy team. This is a little evidence on your side, though they did not get an opening night game or a Christmas Day game.
Mm-hmm.
I heard that they got 6 nationally televised games.
Good. Right.
Which is actually more than the last 5 years combined.
They were getting 1 game a year.
I read that.
So now they got up to 6. Now listen, it doesn't approach the Lakers, who I looked up, I think have 34 scheduled. So,
but not opening night. I saw Lakers fans were bitter.
Yeah.
They're used to being featured in opening night.
I mean, I might be wrong, but I did a quick search and it came up 34. I didn't verify it. But,
Sounds right.
But yeah. So anyway, I do think they're on the rise. I still think they're going to be a sexy team and they're going to prove it, but we'll see.
So I guess the nationally televised games, I mean, that includes, I don't even think they're on TNT anymore, but they're on Amazon sometimes. They're on NBC.
Mm-hmm.
So multitude of networks.
Who are they opening up with? Is it Milwaukee?
I haven't looked.
I think they open up with Milwaukee.
Yeah, I didn't care. I just wanted to win the bet about being on Christmas. I didn't look at the other dates. I also noticed we didn't even get MLK Day. They basically gave the same teams MLK Day. Did you see that when they did the release?
Because there are 10 to 12 sexier teams, EB, out there. They're going to get the big games.
I don't know that the Lakers are sexier. I mean, Luke is a great player.
You don't think the Snowtime Lakers are sexier?
I mean, in my opinion, they're kind of boring to me.
Luke and Austin Reeves, okay.
To me, they're see them all the time.
But they're the Lakers.
I understand. But I think my team's a little bit sexier. We're the newer hot chick. They're like old. That's like the old.
You're a little biased.
The
Lakers.
Because of Anthony Davis and Trae Young
and AJ DeBonta and all their other young players.
Nobody cares about those other players.
I understand. I understand they don't yet, but I think that they're going to make their presence felt.
I don't think it's because of Trae Young and
Luka and all those guys are great players, but already banged them. These are the new hot.
I'm starting to think the Wizards are about as sexy as Lena Dunham.
Oh, I don't think that.
That's a good one.
I don't think that. I think that's what Luka is to me. That's what Luka is to me.
A guy who averages 35 points a game.
He's actually built like Lena Dunham.
Not anymore.
He looked a lot better this year than he has in the previous 3 or 4 years.
Austin Reeves, whatever, great player. Whatever. Probably as good a golfer as he is a hooper.
Both of them are better than Trae Young.
Well, 100%.
Right now, I guess.
Yeah.
Right now, I like Trae Young. He's super exciting to me. So I actually
He's a good
I've
player.
really transaction's really grown on me.
Yeah. You can't wait. You can't wait till October 21st.
I mean, I can
forward to
wait,
it,
but
too.
I definitely am excited to see them play.
I'll probably go to more games.
And
this
I'm
year
more
than I did
excited
last
to
year.
see AJ than Trey or AD. Who knows if we're going to see how much we're going to see AD? But
yeah,
I'm really looking forward to seeing
AJ. Yeah, of course, and just the growth of all their young players.
Anyway, it's a feather in your cap.
You won't
They
go
got
to the
6
you
nationally
won't go to the
televised games.
Toronto game on Friday, October 23rd.
I would. Yeah, I would if I'm in town.
Second game.
And
JVS.
If Jim hooks me up, I get the silly seats.
Oh,
and all
yeah,
that.
yeah. It's gotta be
100%.
Who's going to the Indy race?
I am.
I'm going to the Indy race.
My buddy
Anybody else going
Lucas
to the
is
Indy race?
flying in from Florida to go.
What time
That's
do we
crazy.
go? My wife asked me. I was like,
I don't know what time it starts.
I was like, I don't know.
I don't know
Afternoon?
anything.
What does it start about 12?
I actually don't even know anything about it.
She asked. She goes, "Is it in the morning?" I said, "Don't know."
I'm guessing it starts around 1. I don't know.
That
I
was
don't
my
even know
guess,
what the
too.
cars look like.
Well,
I don't
they
know
look like
anything.
they look like
I know
F1
what
cars.
they look like.
I think they look like F1 cars, but I'm not convinced. Are they the
There was
exact
one,
same?
there was one sitting outside of the. This was a couple weeks ago. Sitting outside of the building on the platform. You don't go out that way, but
Exactly.
And I think you were on vacation.
Probably.
But yeah, and people were taking pictures, and the mayor came.
So, I'm excited. I'm going.
It was a big deal.
I told my buddy to come fly up. We're gonna hang out.
Tell
We're
me,
gonna play golf.
just let me know how good it is.
I just want to get the
I
silly
think
experience.
Cakes is going.
Yeah, I think Cakes is going.
So three out of the 4 junkies are going.
Shocker.
Guess which one isn't.
Shocker.
Yeah, I don't know. Just you're a Grinch. You're a Grinch.
Yeah, I mean, I spend all my life in the city. I don't need to come on a weekend.
How often do you get to see cars go 200 miles an hour?
Doesn't interest
Now,
me.
they might not go 200 because they're racing in the
I could watch it on
streets.
TV.
I was in Chicago when they did a version of. I think that might have been actually F1 when they did it in downtown Chicago, and it was pretty wild. It was pretty cool. So that's why I'm intrigued.
Yeah, my wife asked me about it. I was like, I don't know when we're going. I'm going to guess afternoon. And we're going to be in the suite. I don't even know where the suite's going to be.
It's going to be right there on
I figure
Pennsylvania Avenue, I'm guessing.
We'll learn. But my son's actually working it. He's going to be working in the suites. I think that might be his last day because college is about to start.
Listen, if I wasn't getting hooked up with silly, I'm assuming nice accommodations, I wouldn't go. But, he wants us to come. And I'm assuming we're going to get a little silly treatment. I'm going to go. Get some free food.
Well,
if we're invited by JVS, I'm going to try and go.
I'm going to go, yeah.
I don't think your seats for the F1 will be, or the Freedom 250, whatever they're calling it, is going to be as good as the Mubadala. Because you have really good seats for that.
Those elite seats.
Those are awesome seats.
Elite, yeah.
So hopefully they are.
All right, do you want to start your entertainment page here? Give us, as Jason Bishop would say, the Ricky.
Yeah, what is it, the Ricky?
I mean,
entertainment page sponsored.
Does anybody understand that listening? What the Ricky means?
The Ricky, the lead
10%.
10%, yeah, if that.
If you see JVS for this, will you ask him about Garth tickets?
Sure.
Thank you.
Because I'm going to ask him about Olivia Rodrigo tickets.
I'm
That's
actually
for
worried.
Isabella.
I'm actually worried that the Wizards are going to be so popular that it's going to be hard for me to get.
You know that was a big Stern thing.
I'm worried about that.
Stern didn't like when the Knicks got good because he
stopped
said
giving
he
them the
would
seats?
he would have the silly courtside seats when they sucked because none of the celebs wanted to go because they sucked. And he said it was awesome because no one would be there, no one would bother him. He'd get tickets to any games he wanted, and then when they got good,
we're not going to go with the vault, whatever. We're not going to be Marco Rubio's going to be in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the vault hookup
It's
might
going to be
done.
Paul Taboni.
Well,
in
I
there.
know the last time I went to the vault,
Blake Butera.
there was a sales guy there. And the sales guy's giving me the pitch. I'm like, I'm not in that ballpark. I'm not in that league. But I think they only had one vault left to sell.
Yeah.
So if they're all sold out.
Most people don't. I mean, that's like a business thing. I just want some leftovers that I can go to.
Right.
That's all. I just want the leftovers. All right, the entertainment page, of course, driven by BMW Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager. Check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. My Ricky, I'll do this in honor of Valdez. He put it there. He knows that this is kind of funny, so he put it at the top. Florida Steakhouse goes viral for monthly nude dining experience. So
explain.
All right, so apparently there was like a nudist group, and shocker, it's in Hollywood,
You
Florida.
love nudist
which
groups.
Hollywood, Florida is not the greatest part of Florida.
Look at the twinkle in his eyes.
What? The
Do I know him or what?
Yes.
Well,
you love. There's
he
something that is
also likes
always.
it.
I know, but
He
there's.
likes it.
I
That's
know,
why
but
I put it at number one.
I've known you my whole life. I knew you long before I ever knew Valdez. You've always been fascinated by nudist colonies.
They're
I mean,
all-
when we were like 15 years old.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, it's kind of intriguing. Everybody walking around naked. The problem is they're all but ugly. They're all just, old and ugly. But apparently a nudist group rented out the restaurant and it was a big hit. And he was like, well, this is stupid. We should do this on our own.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's like, everybody has like filet. Everybody has a hamburger. We got to make ourselves different. So this is how we're going to make ourselves different. We're going to do a monthly nude dining experience. And so I guess tickets run for, shocker, they charge more for guys, $250 for men, $150 for women. You get a discount if you come as couples. You get $300. So I guess they're hoping on some unicorns are going to pay $150 to show up naked. I doubt many. You run the risk of there being a bunch of dudes in there.
Right.
That's what you run the risk of. I think it should be couples only. I mean, how many chicks are just going to show up and drop their clothes at the front door?
That's a different type of horny.
What are you more intrigued by, EP? Because I know you're intrigued. So would it be Nudists or swingers?
He likes the swingers. He's got to ponder that.
I think honestly they're both gross. I mean, pull back the curtain, both gross.
You're fascinated by the pineapple, and
the upside down pineapple,
whatever it is,
the door knocker, and whatever.
Is it like a fancy steakhouse, or is like a?
It's in Hollywood, Florida.
It can't be that
I know,
fancy.
but I mean,
can't
Hollywood
imagine.
can have a Morton's type,
I
right?
mean, I'm guessing it's right by the casino. That's right there.
I know I'm not eating the cream spinach.
Right? Are you looking at the menu right now? You're not going to have any of the mac and cheese? Staying away?
Yeah.
It'd be pretty gross. What am I more intrigued at? I will say there's more hope for swingers than nudists. In other words, there might be I think you can see an occasional attractive swinger. I don't think you've ever seen an attractive nudist.
It's actually got an unbelievable score on Google reviews.
What do you mean?
It's got a 4.8 out of 5.
Really? What?
I mean,
can you
that's-
read the reviews? What they say? Are they
I mean,
talking
it
about
looks
the
very
nude
nice.
experience?
No.
It's
but
just about the steakhouse itself.
Steakhouse in general, yeah.
Right.
10 out of 10, hands down. Very intimate.
I know we got to go break. When we come back, I have some Ella Langley news we can talk about. There's a viral
Country
photo
page.
Yeah, Drab's favorite.
of Paul Skeens. Everyone's goofing on. We can touch on. And then, shocker, Spider-Man, Tom Holland said he's still in the news. So we can touch
Which
on
day are
some
you
of that.
guys going to the Freedom 250?
I'm going on Saturday.
Okay, Saturday. So they have like the prelim races. The big race is Sunday at 1. So if you're,
I picked 2 days. I picked one of the 2 days.
I think it starts at 3 on Saturday.
But I picked the Nubs day. I picked the wrong day.
Well, I think the big one is 1 o'clock on Sunday, the Freedom 250 Grand Prix.
Yeah, not doing Sunday.
Saturday, you're not doing Sunday. Saturday is, they call them IROC Race 1, IROC Race 2.
The Nub race.
So it starts at 3, the
I
first
guess I'm
race.
going to the
There's a
Nub
lot
one.
of like practice
Mini
sessions.
I couldn't tell the difference between the two.
I know.
Thing is,
I just
can't
looked it up.
name one driver. It's not going to make a difference to me if I go Saturday or Sunday.
I just want to know where the nice food is.
Yeah, let me know how that goes.
That's what I'm
All
excited
right, we'll be back with more here on the Junkies. Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan. This Jaden story has been so huge. I couldn't tell. That doesn't look like Jaden Daniels. Like NFL Network is doing something, but I guess that was Jaden. Just didn't look like him.
No idea.
But the story persists. NFL Network, ESPN, of course. We had Paul Feinbaum on the show. If you missed it, highly recommend you grab the podcast. You can listen to the show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you listen to podcasts, also streaming live on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn. He thought this move by Jaden Daniels was dumb and senseless.
Whatever. It's nothing burger in the grand scheme of things, but everybody can be all outraged.
Very defensive, EB.
Well, it's just so much faux outrage.
What did Jason say? It's like Jaden Daniels was his son.
I'm going to stand up for the kid. I think he's a good kid. Whatever. If you don't like it, it's fine. You can have the opinion that you think it's a misstep. That's fine. But it's in the grand scheme of things, it's a nothing burger. I disagree with Feinbaum's idea that he's never going to be welcome back at LSU and all. It's just crazy.
I bet he's not going to be welcomed the first home game.
Well, until it gets resolved, it might be true. I don't think he'll go back until
he won't
it
be
gets
at
resolved.
the Clemson game.
I doubt it. I mean, does he
Labor
really
Day weekend?
Does he really need to go back? Does he really care that much?
I don't know.
Players go back all the time.
Some do. Some do, for sure.
Yeah, I mean,
not everybody.
He won the Heisman there. I would think he would want to go back.
I go back there as a fan. I'm not going there on the sideline to just like be seen or something. You know.
Yeah, he'd have to ask his mom first if he could go back.
Mommy.
Now
can you imagine parents' weekend there?
Mommy.
The mom thing. Listen, the mom thing's real. The mom thing is a real thing. And
is anybody taking a picture of Stephon Diggs with the mom? That right there would be the greatest of all time stories.
Oh, with Diggs
because Diggs is a ladies' man.
Oh, if Diggs was his mom with Jaden's mom.
Yeah.
Hi, mommy.
That would be a great story.
She's young. I mean, he's far younger, but not. I don't think it's not even.
He's in a tough spot. It's his mom.
Yeah.
He's in a tough spot with that one. But I do agree that the mom's omnipresent, and he's in a tough spot.
He is also an adult. He can say, "Mom, let's drop it."
Yeah.
He doesn't have to do everything his mom advises.
Oh no, but forget about this. I don't have a problem with him having a problem with this.
Yeah.
Take it to the courts for all I care.
No.
Who cares?
No, because I wouldn't want to talk about that. Going to the courts? All right, that's another 3 hours.
I don't.
Let's talk about the games.
Well, it's better than the Brandon Ayuk talk.
Oh, I know.
In my mind.
Why has Ayuk been so quiet lately?
Because it's over.
I think it's over, Johnny. I think he realizes it's over.
It was over when he was talking, when he was putting all his videos out. It was over.
I actually,
no shot.
I'm shocked that we're begging for Ayuk talk.
I'm not begging for it. Although we do have the Ayuk meter.
I'd like to
see
Landon Brandon. Landon, come on.
I will say, and again, this is where I just like being different, I guess. I like the Ayuk talk more than I like this one. I didn't mind the Ayuk talk as much as other people did.
I like this one better than Ayuk. To me, the Ayuk was pretty meritless.
Yeah,
I thought it was meritless until I found out he bought a house in Ashburn, basically.
I just thought it was intriguing, and I didn't hate him. I just thought, I feel pity for him.
Yeah,
he's probably not going to play in the NFL.
Not exactly. It's weird.
I don't know how he's going to pay for a $10 million house. Then.
All right, real quick. Paul Skeens got a photo with him walking around with Livy Dunn, and he looks like a dumpy Peyton Manning. And so people are giving him a hard time about it. There's a lot of other like AI pics where he looks really big, or they're just goofing on him. I don't know. Somebody pointed out that you don't see pictures. They're not ripped. They're not jacked guys.
His shorts aren't doing him a favor too, because his
accentuated little belly.
His shorts should be pulled up a little bit in the back.
The guy's had 1,000 beers. I mean, there's no doubt about it. But one of these guys said, it's for pitchers. Their bodies are all different types. It's all about their flexibility and all of that. It's not about being jacked.
Well, it also shows that a lot of women are not attracted to guys with 8 abs. They like sometimes guys with dad bods or a little chubbier.
Well, they like guys that are MLB stars that make millions.
That's the
biggest thing. That's the biggest thing.
Olivia Dunn's a star in her own right.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah, but she might not be going for that guy.
She claimed Livy Dunn claims that she didn't know Paul Skeens was a baseball player when they first started talking.
Okay.
I'm sure she found out pretty quick.
I read that he wasn't Paul Skeens, like the nation
maybe
enamored with him.
He was just like some Nubs
He was just
Air Force
a regular
transfer.
baseball guy. Yeah. I mean, I think the athletes kind of know who the other athletes are, but the point is, if he was Paul Skeens, the lumberjack,
right?
Livy Dunn wouldn't be with him.
He ain't getting Livy Dunn.
No, probably not.
Probably not.
Yeah. The lumberjack ain't getting anything like. I mean, the
Well,
lumberjack. The lumberjack's gonna get one that looks like him.
Well,
Lumberjack's in better shape.
A lumberjack could throw harder.
He's lost a little of his gas, right?
Slightly.
What's he down to? What's he
In terms of what?
Like his velocity.
95.
Yeah, low 90s.
I know the other day
95 is tops.
His
He pitched-
98s, those days are done.
He pitched 5 innings, only had 4 Ks.
Is it possible that he's dialing it back because he doesn't want to hurt himself?
Yeah, he said that he was dialing it back.
Yeah.
I mean, he threw 99 in the World Baseball Classic. So
Mm-hmm.
something happened. His body didn't get ramped up for the season.
He actually pitched better in his last start than he has been. It was that he lost 2-1, I think.
I mean, I will acknowledge I haven't been in an MLB clubhouse in quite a few years. Not that I was staring at people's bodies, but I was a little surprised that he had a belly like that.
Although,
I was a little
mean,
surprised.
I have no idea what his belly is, but
Well,
the
I'm
guy
just
who
gonna look at it.
made
His belly.
no, I'm talking about a different player. Jackson Ken, who had his debut the other night. He was
Yeah.
a bigger dude.
Yeah, he looks like
He probably doesn't have a 6-pack.
No, but
He's
he looked
6'3".
more like a tank.
Yeah.
He looked a little bit
Wasn't
more
he like 6'3", 240?
I thought I saw 2. Yeah, maybe. Maybe 240.
Listen, you ever heard of Gaylord Perry? I'm going to get old. You ever heard of like Rick Russell? Like, I mean,
How about Clayton Kershaw, who was always taking his shirt off after
Yeah.
World Series wins?
Right.
Yeah.
He wasn't exactly sculpted.
Yeah.
They don't have to look like Sonny Styles.
Right. Jesse
Gotta
Ross.
get
Sid, how
guys
about
out.
Sid Fernandez? How about David Wells? I mean, there's a million guys.
Yeah, Fernando Valenzuela.
Fernando.
Those old timers coming out of the corn last night was so depressing. They're so old.
I know.
Everyone
I
that you
couldn't
looked
believe
up
Steve
to.
Carlton. Was it Steve Carlton?
Yeah.
Cal Ripken came out of the corn.
Cal looks good. Besides Cal, every one of them look like death warmed over. All your heroes.
Molitor didn't look that bad.
You didn't.
I mean, he looked very gray.
Yeah.
He looked very gray.
It's not as bad, though, as
They
the
can't
NFL
walk.
guys. Not as bad as the NFL guys.
You know,
I don't know.
The Hall
Even-
of Famers, those guys are all hunched over. Ronnie Ott looked like ridiculous.
Yeah.
Speaking of great, you know what Dan Hellie said to me the first thing when I called him?
What?
He said, "Valdez, I watched the clips of the show and everything. When did you get so gray?"
Oh, really?
Oh, it
That was
was
the first thing he said?
First thing he said.
That's kind of depressing.
That's what I heard when I played with the 83-year-old the other day. I have a family friend I hadn't seen forever. He's like, JP.
Man, you're gray.
Or he calls me John Paul.
Yeah.
But John Paul, when did you get so gray?
Well, 83-year-olds usually don't hold back. They'll say what's on their mind.
Yeah.
Surprised Dan said that.
He's just
And-
busting my balls.
Yeah.
He's busting your balls. Yeah. Well, but Dan's also like,
Yeah, well,
he hasn't
Dan-
hit the wall yet. He's
Yeah.
still kind of handsome.
Also, we all kind of hung out together.
Yeah,
So he gets permission.
All right, we got to get out of here. Everybody have a great weekend. B. Mitch and Finley up next here on The Fan.
You know what I love, Jeff, on a game night? Early start. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. And Brian Mitchell, I'm gonna start things off. Left hand up. I think I got a confession.
What's confession?
I'm not a real believer in jinxes. But my man Cade Cavalli was dealing yesterday. Early start for the Nats. I was at home, and the dum-dums on the text thread, I think White Brian, to his credit, kept it casual. He said, Cade Cavalli is doing things.
10 Ks, right?
Dub B texted at 5:36, dang, Cavalli doing things. To which Stallion, in his infinite wisdom, replied, yeah, Cavalli is doing things, LOL. At that point, I said to my wife, oh, Nats might have a no-hitter going. Lauren, to her credit, is like, you're not supposed to say that. You might jinx it. I put the TV on, and I had to put the TV on in the living room because the girls were watching Netflix on the porch, my normal TV situation. Literally, the Cubs got a hit. Like, the dude was on first base as I turned the television.
Yeah.
Cade?
That's your fault.
If you are watching or listening, I doubt you are.
It's JP's fault.
Might be. I don't think...
You always say stuff you're not supposed to say.
I don't think me saying that in Bethesda had any impact on the events
I think
in
it
Navy
did.
Yard.
I think
But if
it did.
I apologize.
I think it did.
We didn't even have the game on yet.
Still, but you said it, and your wife told you you're not supposed to say that. See, your problem is you don't ever think about stuff. You just want to say stuff. Sometimes you got to think and just don't say it.
Well, he was dealing. And I think for a second half of the season, or even like they honestly came out of the break good, and then things fell apart. For a Nats team that over the last 2-3 weeks has kind of been depressing all of a sudden, it was cool to see Cavalli go out there and just push. And I think it's, I don't know, good win.
I think it was a great outing for him.
Yeah.
You know?
I was happy for him.
Yeah, they went out and they got a win.
Yeah, they needed it.
Yeah.
And, beating up the Cubs, kind of fun. So, in other news, this Jaden Daniels stuff continues, and I think it's particularly relevant now because Jaden himself, not an actor on his behalf, but Jaden himself posted something, which is not really how he operates. Like that's a dude that just kind of moves in silence most of the time, just stays above the fray. But he posted to his Instagram of this situation with LSU. I've been locked in on training camp, and that's been my number one focus. I have a lot of gratitude for my time at LSU, and I'm proud of what my teammates and I accomplished there. Obviously, there are issues to be worked out between my team and LSU, and my hope is that will get done privately. My sole personal focus is on Commanders football. I realize the business of football is unique, and I trust this can all be resolved. And then he had a tiger emoji, the LSU Tigers, and the Rays Hail, I assume, emoji. I don't know what that little logo
And I think after that, he addressed everything. He said it's an issue. Hope it get worked out. I'm focusing on football. What else needs to be discussed?
I said this yesterday on air. I never have had any, like the slightest 0.0001% that Jaden wouldn't be focused on football.
Yeah.
I've watched him throughout camp. Whatever's going on here, I don't think this is Jaden driven. I mean, he even says
whether it's Jaden driven or not, what he just stated addresses every little thing. But this is the problem with people. An athlete talks, he's not supposed to talk. If an athlete doesn't talk, well, he got to say something. So he's damn if he's do, damn if he don't. I think what he said is perfect. I'm focusing on the job at hand. This is an issue I think is going to be taken care of, and we'll take care of it privately. Let's move forward. But people won't let it go forward because everybody want to keep discussing it and make it like it's something with him. No, it's something with the individuals that want to keep talking about it. It's something with them.
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky to want it to be private at this point when it has become very public.
But it's going to be handled privately. It's not going to be handled publicly anyway. You talking, me talking, every other radio show around this country talking, ain't going to solve a damn thing. Those people behind closed doors going to solve something, right?
I mean, it's kind of gotten to a legal issue now, which is where it becomes public.
Yeah, but legal still is handled where? behind closed doors.
I don't think this is actually going to go to court. I think this will. My guess is Jaden's statement is like, let's shut the door on this. He says my team, whoever that team is. I think this is also Jaden telling his side of things. Let's quiet this down, because I was blown away the amount of fuel that got on that fire yesterday. Kind of over the course of our show, it was like kind of happening.
Mm-hmm.
Like, remember, I think it was the 1 o'clock hour when there were like 3 new stories coming out of Louisiana. Because let's be very real, what's going to happen here? The people that are LSU Tiger supporters are going to go super hard in their defense of the program and in Lane and everything else. So like once that statement hits ESPN and you had both the lawsuit get out, or the cease and desist letter, let's be clear, it's not a lawsuit. Once that letter was out, and then there was a spokesperson for Daniels that made a statement, that's what made it all public. Like, it was private prior to that.
Yeah, it was
and
private.
It could have been LSU that leaked the cease and desist letter.
That's the whole thing. But the whole problem is this. I said it yesterday, and I'll keep saying it. Every time a situation like this occurs, everybody wants to quiet the athlete.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't feel that way.
You may not feel that way, but that's how everything goes, because everyone wants to pile on and make it seem like he's so wrong. He has every damn right to do what he's doing. So no matter what anybody want to think, he has every right to do it. But he said something that basically said, listen, I'm focusing on football, and this problem is going to be taken care of. That's why people hire lawyers to do their jobs, okay? And once he says that, that's a problem to everybody too. So what if he didn't say nothing, then why isn't Jaden talking? You know what I'm saying? I listen to all this stuff, and it's always the thing of quieting the athlete. And I think the whole thing is that's that shut up and play football type of mindset. No, they're human beings. They have a right to speak on what they want to speak on. And if they feel like they're wrong in any way, they have a right to defend themselves too.
I think I totally agree. I think if he is at a point where he wanted this to become public, however it became public, that does not strike me as how Jaden operates at all. And I think his statement is all of this, everything that has happened within his rights as a person, as an athlete, as a Heisman Trophy winner at LSU. I think the only thing, and I said this before Jaden's statement, I never thought this was an issue for him. I think you've got a character in Lane Kiffin in Baton Rouge, and you've got whoever on Jaden's team decided to make this a public issue. But
I don't know if you keep saying somebody on his team made it public.
They had a Jaden Daniels spokesperson made a statement.
They made a statement, and I think LSU also, as much as anything, want this out here too. So let's not try to act like one side
I'm not.
is the only
I
one
just
wanted.
said Lane Kiffin, the kid's dad came out. Like, there's
So
a zillion
everybody's
parties
speaking on it. It's public. No matter how it got public, it's public. I don't think his side was trying to push it, because let's be real. I think his side is smart enough to understand if we throw it out there, it's going to become a big storm. So I think both sides wanted it. It benefited to be in publicly for LSU more than anything.
I don't think it benefits anybody.
It benefits LSU.
Does it?
Because Jay, you got to understand, and you watch this all the time. Athletes are always pooped on when it comes to be a public thing, because we are always supposed to turn the back, be nice to everybody. We got to turn the cheek. No, you don't have to do that every time.
I agree.
So every time it becomes public, everybody normally jumps on the athlete.
I have been
surprised.
say,
he's being petty. Hell, Lane Kiffin being petty. LSU's being petty. So let's not just throw it on one side.
I feel bad for the kid, for Pickett, that was this star recruit. LSU said he could wear the number. Then he couldn't. Now he can. Now he's in the middle of all this.
Well,
I feel bad for that kid.
My statement about entities need to start running their stuff and stop letting these coaches come in and back and forth change everything.
Kelly never should have said he could wear it.
Well,
if Kelly was going to back off too.
And then when Kelly, when it got to it, Kelly was like, okay, now this guy's not on board with this. I'm going to back off of this one. And Lane rolls in and don't have no connection to do. Oh, I'm going to just give it to you. If the university were to be the one to come in and handle the stuff, it'll solve a lot. Just like I said about every professional football team. Stop allowing the coach to run in and change everything about the whole damn program. run your own program, make it to how you want it to be, and keep it that way, and you'll never have these issues.
It's kind of indicative of the wild card, volatile nature that LSU runs their program, I would say. But I would also say I was definitely surprised. I don't know what, if any, attention you paid to this last night. The amount of, like, social media is social media, right? But the amount of social media that was like, I don't know that they were siding with LSU, but kind of like making fun of Jaden. Like, White Brian was just showing me all these different memes. And like,
that's what I'm saying.
Like,
that happens all the
StubHub.
time.
Did you see StubHub?
I
That's
saw
a big
everything.
national
I've
corporation.
seen because
I was shocked by that.
Because you know what? BS is what sells today. Everybody wants to make fun and want to jump out and just make. They forget about the actual topics, and they just want to try to take. Like everybody that has 5 in something. Oh, now they changed it to 4. I don't think he ever said nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? He talked to one entity. He didn't say nothing to every entity. So the whole thing of it is, that is why I don't pay attention to a lot of that crap. Because the more you pay attention, the more dumb everybody get when you pay attention to social media 24/7. And yes, it's a lot of information going around of it. A lot of the damn information is wrong. A lot of it is just to agitate and start issues. And if that's the way you want to run your life like that. I don't.
I think, listen, I do not think and have not thought all week Jaden Daniels is going to play tonight. I haven't thought since December Jaden Daniels would play in the preseason opener.
And when Thompson got hurt, that probably made it even more he wasn't going to play.
Agreed. But all that said, I don't think if he does play, if he does or doesn't play tonight, has absolutely nothing to do with events over the last 24 hours. 36 hours.
Fool that thinks that him not playing or playing has something to do with what happened over the last 24 hours, you're exactly that, a damn fool. And if I'm talking to people and you feel a certain kind of way, talk to me directly. I'll handle it. I'm good with it.
Yeah, I don't think he was ever going to play tonight. I don't think it has anything to do with events of the last 36 hours. I think you saw quarterbacks all over the country not play in the preseason opener last night. There were a bunch of games last night. Kind of watched some of it. We did have a tie. I feel like that's a good way for preseason. People are calling in. We haven't even asked for calls, but I'll let people weigh in. Tricky is in D.C. Tricky, what's up, man?
B. Mitchell Finley, what's up?
What's happening?
I'm calling, man, because of the shrapnel and the way Jaden's name was dragged, not even nationwide yesterday, but on our own station. He was called petty and all this. And they kept trying to compare, well, Joe Burrow won a championship, Jaden didn't, and this and that. It's not about who won what. If a player who didn't win anything was promised the same thing that a player that won a championship and a Heisman Trophy was promised, it's about the promise. If they promise Jaden and they promise Joe Burrow, both of them, that your number will never be worn again, and then Jaden's number is given out, he has every right to be upset. I don't see nobody wearing number 9, and I'm sure nobody never will wear number 9. So to describe Jaden's team as being petty and all that's crap to me. And his team is handling this. This has nothing to do with Jaden's performance or anything. And that's just why. And they were saying that Joe Burrow, well, he wouldn't ask nobody not to wear his number. You don't know what Joe Burrow done had. Joe Burrow might have tried to give number 9 out, and Joe Burrow shut it down. You have no idea.
I still think it is crazy. Thank you for the call, Tricky. He played there 3 years ago. Yeah. Like we are losing that in this argument.
Oh, I'm not losing
discussion. Like he was there 3 years ago, and that means they promised the kid the number 2 years after he played.
Yeah, 1 year.
Right, because they were recruiting him.
Yeah. See, the thing of it is
categorically insane on LSU's part.
This is the whole thing. When people just want to go against something, they try to justify it. They won a championship. Don't make a damn difference. Heisman Trophy is the reason that you get numbers retired and things of that nature. Things that you did as an individual is what does that. Like everyone that tells me about they won a championship with it, so every damn number on the team is supposed to be retired then, right?
No.
So why is it that the one guy has to have his number retired? The rest of the guys played great too. He has some unbelievable athletes on that field. I mean, number one was out there too. It comes down to the fact that they won the Heisman Trophy. The championship doesn't weigh into this at all.
I think it does, but I also think it's irrelevant. Like you don't.
But that's what I'm saying.
We don't need to reach
you
for the
think
Burrow
it does,
conversation.
Jay, and that's what I'm saying. It's trying to find a way to justify what the hell has happened. It's all about the Heisman Trophy. That is why it had nothing to do with the championship. The championship is a whole team thing. Heisman is an individual thing. In essence, it's a team thing as well because you didn't get it by yourself. A lot of people help you. It's about the Heisman Trophy. That is like the biggest award you could get in college football. Okay? And to try to justify with they won a championship. It ain't his fault that his defense sucked. That's LSU's fault for not having a damn good defense.
I think the need to compare it to Burrow is kind of missing the plot anyway. Like, I don't particularly understand the relevance of comparing the two, right?
The relevance of comparing the two is, let's be right. Let's not try to avoid this. Let's be real about everything it is. It's a white quarterback and a black quarterback at a school, and his number was given out to the other person. Just like back in the day when on this football team with the offensive linemen, certain guys got paid without ever asking for a contract. The other guy that asked for a contract was dragged through the mud. It happens in society. It happens in the United States. It happens in the media. That is why that's why they're trying to compare it. Okay? And to try to just act like, it wouldn't, they never think of it like that. That's straight BS. I grew up in Louisiana. I grew up around LSU. I know the history of a lot of LSU crap. So let's not sit up here and like I'm saying, you got the dude Lane Kiffin who tried to throw a damn hand grenade at Ole Miss on his way out. LSU is no better. They got a history as despicable as Ole Miss. So let's be real about this thing. We try to get to society and try to get to a point, and we always avoid the elephant in the damn room. That's the elephant in the room. That is why it's being discussed so much, because Joe never had to deal with this situation. You know why? Because they never let nobody put on his number. They probably never promised the number to nobody. So
it's insane.
That's it.
They promised the number a year after he played there
because
they don't care.
You know, recruiting is a lot of promises. In other words, it's a lot of lies. People say anything to get you to sign that contract. Say anything to get you into that program. It happens. But I think the mere fact that when they said felt disrespectful, I 100% agree. And anybody on this station that talk on the air and say a lot of stuff, we can have direct conversations. I heard a little stuff after we got off yesterday. My thing is, I don't have a problem discussing face-to-face with anybody about any damn thing. But they promised something 1 year later? Come on, dog. You get a Heisman Trophy anywhere. They ain't making no damn promise on no number a year later. Let's be real about that.
And I mean,
that's disrespectful as hell.
Taking that a step further, it was probably you start recruiting a kid way before.
Yeah.
Like you almost have to wonder if those conversations were happening while Jaden was there. If the kid started, so Jaden won the Heisman in 23.
Mm-hmm.
That kid was playing as a freshman in 25.
Yeah.
They're probably already recruiting him by 23. He's a junior in high school.
Mm-hmm.
Those conversations. Dub B, see if you can find out when LSU offered the kid Pickett. Because, I mean, don't these kids get offers sophomore year?
It was December of 2024 was when I believe
That's when he signed the. That's when he signed.
Letter of intent, yeah.
Yeah.
But they can offer these kids as freshmen. Like, go to a stud.
They can offer as a freshman, but that just because you offer them as a freshman don't mean that they have to come. They could change their mind by then.
My point is, if they're recruiting this young man Pickett, there's no way that didn't start till Jaden was out of Baton Rouge.
But
and if the number was so important to him, they're probably already having those conversations.
Maybe,
which is
once
insane.
Once that Heisman was won, I think everybody at the point has to pump their brakes and think about something.
Well, dude, he won the Heisman in December of 24.
Yeah.
That's when the trophy gets awarded.
Yes. So the fact of feeling disrespected, that's what I mean. So
I think the timeline matters there.
Yeah, I understand that, and that's what I'm saying. So he has a right to be disrespected. Just like what if you sitting here on these radio airwaves, and they've already promised somebody your spot?
Sure,
it's the same damn thing. But it's amazing to me where people act as if they were in the exact same situation, they would just handle it so much better. They'll be pissed off too.
Here's what we're going to do. Quick break. The phone lines are lit up. I haven't even given out the phone number. We're going to take your calls. We're going to have this conversation, and then eventually we're going to talk about football. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Hey, it's JP Finley, and summer is dwindling away, but at Offenbacher's, the fun doesn't have to end when the weather cools off. Right now, through August 18th, you can save up to $4,000 on select hot tubs and swim spas. If you've ever thought about adding a swim spa to your home, now is the perfect time. You can swim, exercise, or simply chill out year-round, no matter what the weather is. And if you've been thinking about upgrading your outdoor space, don't miss Offenbacher's end-of-season specials on premium patio furniture and umbrellas. You'll find exceptional values on select pieces with limited quantities available. Plus, ask about Offenbacher's floor model sauna and swim spa sale for even more outstanding savings. Stop by one of Offenbacher's convenient showrooms in Herndon, Rockville, Gainesville, or Annapolis, or visit Offenbachers.com. But don't wait. These special savings end August 18th.
The sports update is brought to you by Cop Defense Properties. Jaden Daniels versus LSU continues. The Commanders quarterback sends cease and desist to LSU over his name, image, and likeness as Tigers sophomore cornerback DJ Pickett continues to wear the number 5 jersey. On the field, the Commanders begin their preseason with a matchup tonight versus the Dolphins at Northwest Stadium. The Commanders haven't declared yet how much starters will play, while the Dolphins are expected to play their starters, including quarterback Malik Willis. The Nats hit the road tonight to take on the Mets to kick off the start of a 9-game road trip. Robert Stock takes the bump for New York, while Andrew Alvarez gets the start for the Nats. The NBA schedule is out, and the Wizards will open up their season at home against the Milwaukee Bucks on Wednesday, October 21st. Are you a road technician that is tired of the outdoor service grind? Cop Defense Properties is now hiring building technicians that provide day-to-day property maintenance services. Competitive pay, minimum 30-hour weeks, free training, and development and great benefits. Apply today at COPT.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, PJ Glasser, 106.7 The Fan.
Little bit of breaking news here on Half Street. One of our intrepid Odyssey employees appears to have dyed their hair. Now, I'm not naming names.
I did. Sorry.
You know who had the worst dye job that nobody ever gave a hard time to? Ooh. Coach K. Dude was 75 with jet black hair. I'm sure, dude.
You discuss it all the time,
Well,
Jim.
I'm the only one. Somebody's got to carry the
I've
flag.
heard other people talk about it too.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
You can tell. I mean, anybody, they knew he wasn't that damn. His hair wasn't that black.
Yeah, he's 70 years old.
Yeah, I know a lot of them peeps. I see him. I don't say. Well, I laugh.
Shout out to people that dye their hair. It's cool with me. Whatever you want to do to be happy, man. It's hard enough in this world. I'm gonna let these people have called in. They've sat on hold. I'm gonna let them speak. Ted is in Pennsylvania. Hello, Ted.
JP, B. Mitch, what's up, fellas?
What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm good, man. Hey, I just calling in. My daughter goes to LSU. I'm driving her car back to school right now. I'm going through Tennessee. So this situation is, it kind of hits home for me because it was her freshman year when Jaden had that historic season. And I don't think he's being petty at all. I mean, he seems like a man of nothing but pure character. And he was probably led to believe that after a season like that, now you are enriched and enshrined in LSU's history. It was a wonderful season. And maybe in a couple of years, you let someone else wear the number. And he gives the blessing. But I think like what happened, if they're saying that Lane and him have talked, and we know how Lane is, he probably rubbed Jaden the wrong way. And Jaden thought, you know what, LSU, if you side with Lane and let DJ wear the number, then we're going to have problems. And I think that's where the disconnect is. It's principalities, like Big Worm says. So that's all I got to say, fellas.
I love any
I
call
can see,
referencing Big Worm.
I can see exactly what he's saying. That could be it. You know, like Lane rolls in and just upsets everything, and they go along with it. That will rub somebody wrong easily.
Dude, I had White Brian do some investigating on this. Whatever has happened over the last 36 hours, whatever side leaked this, made it all public, I think my one reaction to all of this is I wish it had stayed private, right? It's not up to me. I don't think Jaden's incorrect for being mad about this. I don't think there's a million sides to this, right?
Mm-hmm.
They started recruiting this kid. We looked it up. DJ Pickett, who I'm also not mad at, and I kind of feel bad for him being in the middle of all this. In August of 2023, DJ Pickett had his top 10 schools as listed. What was the recruiting website? I'm guessing Rivals or 24/7 or something?
24/7.
24/7. And in August of 23, the kid had his top 10 schools, and LSU's on there. In 2023, Jaden was still playing at LSU.
Mm-hmm.
In August of 2023, he hadn't played a snap yet.
Yeah.
Like, they probably were offering him the number then. And certainly, they were offering him the number as Jaden's 23 season Heisman Trophy winning,
but that's what I'm saying,
40
Jay.
touchdowns.
They could have been offering the number. But once you have a year like that,
right,
that discussion needs to be had. Like, hey, that number right there might be off the market. And as his dad stated, he didn't go there because of the number was promised. He went there because he has a great relationship with Corey Raymond, the defensive back coach. See what I'm saying?
He did say the number, though, because he said he asked all the finalists.
He said at the end it was a relationship with Corey.
Can I ask you a question? Mm-hmm. As a college athlete that was recruited lots of places, had opportunities to go many places, would a number have driven your decision? Like, I can't understand how important the numbers are. I know for athletes it's different.
No, it wasn't the number. It's an opportunity for me. The opportunity and the respect. Okay? And once I get there, we'll see what happens.
Let's go to Easy, our guy Easy E in Rockville. What's up, Easy?
Hey, what's going on, B-Mitch? What's going on, JP?
How you doing, pal?
This situation is pissing me off because people out here slandering and dragging Jaden because they're not in the situation, as B-Mitch just said a few minutes ago. But see, if you put yourself in somebody's shoes, and you do your own homework like y'all been doing on this, and people go back and read the letter that the attorney actually released, nothing in that letter states anything about Jaden, specifically himself, being pissed off or upset about the number, okay? It states everything about the NIL deal. It states the 180 days. That's what it states in the letter. See, nobody wants to read that because they want to run with what's going to get them clicks. But if people go and read that letter that the attorney released and start talking about that and start posting that, because there was a reporter that posted that yesterday, and then it was an LSU person who came out and said it was never about the number. He never asked for the Heisman Trophy to be returned or given to him or whatever. Just all this stuff right now, to me, is a bunch of BS that could have, like JP said, could have stayed behind closed doors. And to me, I'm not saying this is what happened. To me, LSU leaked it because they weren't happy that Jaden wanted that. And then I do agree with the previous caller that Jaden also probably had that conversation with Lane or had it with him. And then Lane was like, yeah, screw that. We don't care what you really think on the opposite side, is probably what Lane's thinking. And here's my thing about Lane. I have no respect for the guy because he walked out on Ole Miss in the middle of going to the playoffs. That's not a leader. That's a quitter to me. So I have no respect for Lane Kiffin. And if he goes like 9-3, he can expect to be getting the boots kicked out of him to leave. Just like that.
Appreciate you, Easy. I'm trying to get a couple more of these calls in. Let's go to Shane in Fairfax. What's up, Shane?
What's up, B. Mitch, JP? How you guys doing today? Happy Friday.
Good, man.
We're doing good, dude.
B, you hit it right on the head. It's not about a damn number. It's about the white and black. That's what it is. B. Mitch, you hit it right on the head. It's a white quarterback that his number can't get played, and it's a black quarterback that his number's out there, even though they both won the Heisman. Everybody's covering up what's the elephant in the room. Thank you, B. Mitch, for bringing it up. Now, if Joe Burrow's a black quarterback, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Let's call it what it is. And it's sad right now that college football has came to this. And once again, Lane Kiffin, when he touches anything, trust me, I know, look what he did at the University of Tennessee. I can't stand him. Ole Miss, his character as a coach is that. But can the man coach his ass off? Yes, he can. But with that being said, you can put this on Lane Kiffin, and who cares? Let's get our quarterback learning the new playbook. He's got more things to worry about than a damn number at LSU. He's past that. He's made his millions. Who gives a damn if you wear your damn number or not? Let's move on and let's play some damn football. And once again, college football is a damn mess because of what's going on right now. It's not your daddy's football no more. It is a business in college football, and Lane Kiffin knows how to play it better than anybody.
Shane, you still mad at Lane for leaving Knoxville?
I hate Lane Kiffin.
I do agree. Like, there is some significant pearl clutching in the college football world where, like, people talk about traditions and, what the history. That's all gone, dude. Like, college football is the absolute Wild West. Like, pro sports is more buckled down than college sports right now.
Yeah.
And Lane Kiffin is kind of the circus master of it all right now. We'll see if he can win at LSU.
That's the adults. The adults are ruining it.
It's like youth
They're the
sports. The adults are making so
kids.
much money, dude. All right. I'm going to do Matt in Stafford. Matt, what's up, man?
I think James Franklin would care about a retired number and the tradition, but maybe that's why he's in the ACC. I think he'll have a lot of success there, and maybe he gets in the playoffs and can make some noise, but I guess that's the difference between him and Lane Kiffin. If I was an LSU fan, I'd be pretty bummed out. My head coach doesn't care about it at all, but I guess, like you said, that's the state of things. But, sure, Sanders, he had his number.
Matt, you dropped, bro. I don't know what you were talking about, James Franklin. I'm going to let Jupe.
You said should do a Sanders?
I have no idea what that call was about. I think he was just trying to hype up Virginia Tech was my... I don't know.
He was trying to say Shedeur Sanders got his number retired by Colorado, but that's just because his dad.
That's because his dad, but that's something totally different.
What if Deion was recruiting a kid and he said, I got to have Shedeur's number?
That ain't going to happen, dog.
How long? What did Colorado go last year?
I don't know.
Are they over 500? How long is Deion in Boulder going to last?
I think they played in a bowl game, but they were one of those teams that only played because another team opted out.
Okay. Last call on this. Jupe's in the DMWV. What up, Jupe?
What's going on, fellas? I got a lot of points. I'm going to try and make it quick. This situation is showing you who the real fans of the team is. Terry contract negotiation, people turn on Terry. Now, this situation, you're seeing people turn on Jaden. People saying it's a bad PR move. Why are we acting like this man murdered somebody? It's really none of our business. It got leaked, and it's out in the open now. You got the Junks talking about he's too big for his britches. The irony of that, when you got in your feelings about Toby making a joke about your golf game and brought that man on air to belittle him. Chris Russell saying, I thought Himothy wanted to make this a private matter. Why he
hold on.
So
you're my guy, Jupe. You're my guy. I'm focused on the 4 hours we're on. I can't. I'm not.
You got to stop. You can't protect everybody else. That's his opinion. I don't understand. Man,
I'm not protecting anybody.
Yeah,
but
if he got something to say about people, he got something to say. They talk trash about you and me once you leave. Don't worry about all that. If they got something to say, let the people say what they got to say. I'm not protecting nobody else on this airways. They don't protect me. I don't have to protect him. If he don't like something they say, let it be said.
Fire away.
Every time somebody say something, you got to stop them. Let them say about them damn dudes.
Fire away, Jupe.
All I'm saying is he's saying Chris Russell said that he thought Himothy wanted to make it private. Why he leaked it, as if he's the only one involved in the situation. All I'm seeing all over online is Jaden this, Jaden that, but nobody's saying anything about LSU, and that's the crazy
I guess
part.
my point
and
to
why
Jupe
is
and to B. Mitch, I was the one that was pointing out, I tweeted out Lane Kiffin's career record of coaching at 7 different spots in 11 years.
Mm-hmm.
You want to dog the Junks or Russell, do whatever you want. What I'm saying is on this program, we're pointing out every angle. And I don't think anyone on this program is taking cheap shots at Jaden at all. That's my point.
All I'm saying is it's obvious there's more details to the story that hasn't come to light yet, and nobody really knows. But the bashing on Jaden, it needs to end. It's really not that big
My
of a deal.
point is that's not
But you know
happening
what, the way
here.
I'm
but it happens so easily
I get it.
every
I
time.
I know it's not. I know it's not what you guys. I know it's not what you
the
guys.
situation-
But how I'm looking at it, this is.
Go ahead, Drew.
I was going to say the way I'm looking at it at this point, they want to point him out to be a bad guy. Bleep it. The villain arc is loading this season for Himothy Daniels. I'm expecting these boys to be on straight demon mode time, scorched earth all throughout the league. We're going to burn it up. That's all I got for y'all.
All right, man.
Appreciate you, Jupe.
All I'm saying is every time, what I say all the time, the athlete is always pooped on, and it happens a lot right here in our own confines. We may not do it, but it happens a lot. And you know what? I'm the only athlete maybe that have done it. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to defend it every damn time. I don't care who says what. That's the thing about it. We have all different opinions. And it's amazing that all the opinions go to the exact same thing every damn time something comes up about an athlete against anything. That's where I get pissed off at. But I'm not afraid to battle anything by my damn self. And I'll keep doing it.
B. Mitch and Finley previewing Commanders Dolphins at 11. Nobody go anywhere. there's a preseason game tonight. But, like, I find it so bizarre that people think a lot of these frontline starters are going to play. Like Diggs, McLaurin. Like, I have the expectations for these dudes. I don't get it. I feel like people want to live in their own alternate reality.
The thing I say all the time is that we're not here just to entertain people. We're here to educate people. And I've heard you say it 500 million times that the coaches care more about the intra-squad scrimmages or practices against the other teams or whatever more than they do the first preseason game because they can control the situation with their starters. And that's when you get ones against ones. And I think they really did that. So for people to be thinking that you're going to see all those guys tonight, listen, would I like to see some of them? Yes. Sure. But if you don't pay attention to what's in front of you, that your eyes give you, if you just keep wanting to think about what something is, you're going to keep being a fool. So, the people don't approach football like you used to. It's approached differently. And when I saw all those starters going on Thursday, Wednesday, that was their preseason game for the most part. You probably won't see a lot of them tonight.
There was a lot of preseason football last night. You know what we need, Universe? We need like a comprehensive preseason wrap-up. That's what we need. I watched a little bit of what game was on NFL Network? Packers-Steelers?
I watched some of that one.
It was awful. Just flat out awful.
Yeah. They just kept showing Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, it wasn't playing.
They made it more awful.
The Cardinals beat the Raiders. I guess Mendoza and Kirk played. Kirk had the opening drive. Touchdown drive was a 10-play, 68-yard drive. He was 5 of 6 for 50 yards. Then Mendoza came in. I don't know that he was great, but I guess Mendoza finished the game 2 of 6 for 11 yards with a sack. No, I'm sorry, 10 of 16. I don't know, dude.
What the hell are you looking at?
You can't get like real numbers on this. Steelers, Packers. Our friend Wildcard Scotty texted me. This is Wildcard Scotty's assessment from last night.
Wildcard Scotty is so dumbfounded by the Steelers. He don't know how to tell you the truth.
8:54 a.m. this morning. And the proof of James Franklin's inept development of quarterbacks is forever proven. I watched every snap of Drew Aller's career, and 3 months with a real QB coach, one preseason game, every single aspect of game has changed. Then he added, the Kool-Aid may be getting me tipsy. At which point
he might have been tipsy.
I responded, go back to bed, you're drunk.
Yeah.
Do not make an assessment on Drew Aller from the second half of a preseason game against that version of the Green Bay Packers.
Nah, no.
Now,
just go. You go to score on what's called. They give you all the numbers.
Did you see? I only saw highlights of this game during halftime of the terrible game I was watching.
Mm-hmm.
But Bengals Lions. Joe Burrow played.
Yeah,
dude got rocked like twice.
Yeah, but he puts himself in harm's way a lot.
One of them, you could argue that maybe he held on and
he was 5 or 6 though.
It's his superpower that he will stay in the pocket, take the shot to deliver the deep ball. That's why his teammates love him. But damn, maybe we got to modernize something there in Cincinnati. Get rid of the ball, Joe.
Yeah.
In the preseason, he got absolutely drilled. It wasn't Aiden Hutchinson.
Let me just say
the
this,
Lions
dude.
must have another white dude DN that just rocked
holding on the ball too long and taking unnecessary hits is not a good trait of a quarterback. I mean, holding on a little long and get rid of it before you get hit might be a good trait. But to keep getting hit, no. Especially when you have a history of being hurt.
I don't understand. I'm on ESPN.com. What AI bot did the snapshot of the Bengals-Lions game and didn't mention Burrow playing? The players mentioned in this Bengals-Lions write-up on ESPN.com. I'm not on like just the Google generic. They mentioned Cassius Howell and Colby Young. Is that what the people are here for? AI?
First word in score says Joe Burrow.
Yeah. What are we doing here? Here we are. Preseason football. Commanders have a game tonight. David Furones covers the Dolphins for the Sun Sentinel. Will join us next. What to expect from Miami.
Off the field for the Commanders, Jaden Daniels versus LSU continues as the Commanders quarterback sends cease and desist to LSU over his name, image, and likeness as Tigers sophomore cornerback DJ Pickett continues to wear the number 5 jersey. On the field, the Commanders begin their preseason with a matchup tonight versus the Dolphins at Northwest Stadium. The Commanders haven't declared yet how much starters will play, while the Dolphins are expected to play their starters, including quarterback Malik Willis. After a 7-0 win yesterday in D.C., the Nats hit the road tonight to take on the Mets to kick off the start of a 9-game road trip. Robert Stock takes the bump for New York, while Andrew Alvarez gets the start for the Nats. Washington is currently 5 games out of the final wild card spot. The NBA schedule is out, and the Wizards and rookie A.J. Debance will open up their season at home against the Milwaukee Bucks on Wednesday, October 21st. They will welcome in the NBA champion New York Knicks on December 18th, and their first matchup against the new-look Sixers will be in Philadelphia on January 12th. From the Crott Metcalf Sports Desk, PJ Glasser, 106.7 The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Fired up to jump on the Rude Guest Hotline and welcome in David Furones, covers the Dolphins for the Sun Sentinel. David, what's going on, man? How you doing?
I'm doing well. Been enjoying my few days in the DMV area here, so hitting all 3 of those letters, where it's a practice facility in Ashburn, Virginia. I've been staying in D.C., and then now Landover, Maryland for tonight's preseason game.
Yeah, man, you get the full experience.
Yeah.
We were down in Miami.
It was hot as hell down in Miami 2 years ago.
That practice facility, though, was really nice. What'd you think of the Ashburn facility?
Yeah, I mean, well, all right. Compared to the Dolphins facility, which was established in 2021, opened in 2021, yeah, you could tell that the Commanders facility has been around a little bit longer.
Yeah.
But I mean, actually, we find out every time we travel to other teams' joint practices that the Dolphins, we really can't complain. Like they have shaded bleachers where we got the Wi-Fi and can pop open our laptops and write our reports live. Here we are on the field, so there's different vantage points, and you can move around a little bit, get to see different things. But then as far as like quickly getting your reports up, like sometimes the reception was a little bit shoddy at certain parts of it. So there were some challenges, but aside from that, I mean, pretty good to check out the Dolphins against some competition.
Very diplomatic, David. Very
David,
diplomatic.
y'all don't have data centers though, David. we got David. We got data centers everywhere though, dog.
All right, so David, looking at the game tonight, and give David a follow if you'd like, at David Furones, Furones, and then an underscore at the end of it. Looking at the game, let's start with the joint practice. What did you make of the performance between the Dolphins and the Commanders at Wednesday's practice?
I think it showed that the Commanders are a team in year 3 of their current program with Dan Quinn as head coach, and it showed the Dolphins are in year 1 of this rebuild, although they don't want to call it that internally, but we all know what a rebuild looks and smells like. So, we've been saying it. First year under the new GM, John Eric Sullivan, new coach, Jeff Hafley, and it showed that it was their first time facing an opponent. They had been going through 2 weeks of training camp practices, of course, all the OTAs and minicamp before that, and got exposed a little bit. Jaden Daniels had his way, had a lot of open receivers, secondary that's already going to face some challenges when fully healthy. They were down several guys, and then some looked like either some blown coverages, missed assignments, or guys just getting beat. As I was watching a lot of the Dolphins defense, and then the Dolphins offense against the Commanders defense struggled to move, didn't pick up first downs consistently. But I did like what the rookie wide receiver, 3rd-round pick Caleb Douglas was doing. He's been making plays for the team in practice. So fantasy football guys, if you're looking for a deep sleeper kind of wide receiver, maybe Caleb Douglas with Miami is going to do some things down here. So those are some of my main takeaways from the joint.
Dave, what do you anticipate them doing tonight? Do you expect some of the starters to play, or will they pull those guys back and go with some of the backups?
Also, early in the week, Hafley said everybody on the team should be ready to play. On Wednesday, before the joint practice, then he was asked specifically about Malik Willis, and he did say he planned on getting him some reps, and then did caution that things can change. So, but it certainly seems like the lean is to get guys on the field and playing against Washington. I believe the Commanders would do the opposite. You guys can tell me on that, but I think this Dolphins team needs to get even the starters some playing time outside of like Devon Achane at running back, Jordan Brooks at linebacker, Aaron Brewer at center, maybe Patrick Paul at left tackle. There's not many guys that have that solidified spot that just, okay, they're locked in. We rest them up in the preseason. Like there's a lot of guys just competing to hold on to either if they have a starting spot, hold on to it, or are vying for those starting roles. So they really need to evaluate a lot of players on this team.
What do you think the Dolphins got in Malik Willis? What, like, you've been watching every snap, I'm guessing. Like, what have you seen?
Yeah, it's the franchise taking a shot on a quarterback in this first rebuild season. So it's not like, okay, if it would have just been stick with Quinn Ewers, who started the final 3 games of last season once Tua Tagovailoa was benched, and if he does something, fine. If not, you're picking a quarterback next year. No, in the meantime, they're going to take a shot on a guy, and this is someone who, well, the new GM, John Eric Sullivan, the new head coach, Jeff Hafley, he was defensive coordinator in Green Bay. Sullivan comes from Green Bay, so they had him over there with the Packers as Jordan Love's backup. Okay. So they saw him work. Hafley specifically went up against him as a scout team quarterback, preparing his defense for opponents all the last 2 seasons as they were both in their positions. So he's a guy that he can make things happen with his feet. The Dolphins haven't had that with Tua Tagovailoa. He obviously always had to be cautious not to take hits with his concussion history. And a guy with a big arm, which they also didn't have in Tua the last several seasons. So he can make throws down the field. He might get a little inconsistent. The accuracy could falter at times. You worry about maybe some decision making, but overall he's had a strong camp. That's mostly against the Dolphins defense. I think he struggled a bit against the Commanders defense. But, they're taking a shot on a quarterback in the meantime and then seeing what he can do. He can provide some excitement, but it might be a little inconsistent.
What do you anticipate the Dolphins are going to be trying to really find out tonight? Is it anything in particular or just put guys out and see who can play?
Yeah, I think that's the main thing. They need to see most of the guys on this roster. Like if you're talking about a 90-man roster, then it probably upwards of 80. Well, I guess there's some others who are injured who won't play. So, probably 70-something of them. They still need to evaluate. They still need to gauge how they play in a true game-like setting, even if this doesn't matter toward the record. They need to see how they stack up, how these players can just run the fundamentals and basics of what they're asking. So I think that's a lot of what Hafley's looking for. Is he's still going to know a lot of these guys, and he wants to see them be put in some tough situations. Some with just running their basic packages. That's really what he was looking for in the joint practice. He wasn't trying to out-scheme the Commanders or anything with exotic blitzes or anything. He's trying to gauge who can play. Mm-hmm. So I think that's what they have to get out of tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it's so the preseason opener. If you ask any coach with truth serum in them, what do they really want is just to get out healthy, right? Like,
yeah,
it's almost like competing interests in that you want to see what you have on the back half of your roster, but at the same time, you'd like it to be a situation where nobody's hurt and you can just continue to build towards actual week 1. Talking with David Furones here on the Rude Guest Hotline. David covers the Dolphins for the Sun Sentinel. You can give him a follow at David Furones, Furones. What it's been a tricky run here for the Dolphins because you had Mike McDaniel who really had them playing like this exciting vertical game, and then you had the speed of Tyreek, the speed of Achane, and it seemed like the Dolphins were really trending, and I'm not from there. You live there in a city where you almost you not only need to be good, you kind of need to be like trendy too, and like be kind of explosive. And how much has that fan base just kind of dropped off now in what looks like the first step of this rebuild?
Yeah, the last 2.5 decades, really, it's been a lot of that same story with the Dolphins. So I feel like if there is an area where the South Florida sports fan will remain diehard, it's with the Dolphins. It's NFL football. It's still the NFL game, right, being played in your city if you're down in Miami and the greater South Florida area. So I feel like through a lot of down years that the Dolphins, they're still selling out Hard Rock Stadium. I don't know how difficult it will be this year. They did go through a similar type of season in 2019 when they had Brian Flores in his first season. Obviously, there was like a lawsuit over whether they were tanking or not, as Flores was actively not trying to lose games, and he might have had some directive from the very top and from his standpoint, and being asked to lose some games when he started winning a few too many, and they won 5 games and ended up with the 5th pick instead of the first pick. But I think fans still show up. Obviously, the Heat having the Big 3 run with LeBron, Dwayne Wade, Chris Bosh, that kind of like elevated them to a point where they have a consistent following. Even through when they go through some certain changes in the franchise. Miami Hurricanes now back being nationally relevant in the college football game.
That's got to be awesome.
A lot of down years.
Yeah.
Hey,
so
they always keep something going there.
I saw in your bio, you're a Miami alum. You're a Hurricane.
Yeah.
We had an interesting debate last week, maybe.
Yeah.
2001 Miami versus 2019 LSU. Who wins?
Oh my God! I take the Canes all day. There's no one. I'll put it this way, and you guys will appreciate it. All the listeners appreciate it here too. Sean Taylor was a backup on that 2001 Miami team.
Yes.
Okay. Let me put it to you that way.
Well said.
That says a lot. Hey, let me ask you this: Rasul Douglas, he was with Miami last year. Can you tell us a little bit about his game?
Oh man, yeah, I loved the way Rasul played last year. The guy who was in the locker room from being in there covering the team. He's a guy that will lead by example and also just he gets along with all the guys in the locker room. So good vet presence, and he was actually excellent. It was to sign with the Dolphins 2 weeks before the season. It was on roster cutdown day, so he misses training camp. He's not yet a starter because he just joined the team week 1, but plays because of injury that week 1 game, holds it down, and then holds it down all season, minus 1.5 games or whatever it was that he missed. He was excellent last year, so you got a decent one there.
Dude, so it's funny. I imagine you're the same. Like being a reporter, you see what the player is on the field, but then you also kind of build relationships in the locker room. I've only talked with Douglas twice now, but I did get a sit-down interview with him. Really impressed. Mm-hmm. I enjoyed our conversation tremendously.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a guy that if you bring forward, something real to talk about and don't just go through the motions of the basic everyday questions,
right?
Then he'll be great with you. And he's also great in that setting where you had him one-on-one. He's much better there than.
No, it was both of us. He joined us on radio.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, well, or 2-on-1.
Yeah.
Same thing. But just better than being in a scrum where there's a lot of cameras and mics, a lot of people who aren't even going to ask you a question, but are just kind of like looking around, hoping someone gets something out of him. And, he kind of like feels awkward in that setting. But when it's just like him talking to someone, then he's great.
Yeah, man. Mm-hmm. You did something really interesting. I appreciate this story you wrote for the Sun Sentinel down there, South Florida. You kind of looked back because I was at that game in 2023 when kind of Tua and Tyreek were at the peak of their powers, and that was the end of Ron Rivera here in Washington. It was a bloodbath. Mm-hmm. The Dolphins could have put up 70 if they wanted, and you kind of used that as your example for how quick things can change in the NFL. Tell everybody just a little bit about the story you wrote.
Yeah. I mean, just being back here, it reminded me of that trip and. Like you said, it was a bloodbath, and that was really the peak of that Dolphins season where they are 9-3 early December. They're rolling. They have a legitimate shot at being the number one team in the AFC. Actually, very next week, suffer this terrible collapse in the final 3 minutes against the Tennessee Titans, who were at the end of their Mike Vrabel tenure, and they were not in the playoff picture at all. Will Levis and such, and blew a Monday night game the next week. And they ended up blowing a 3-game lead with 5 weeks remaining in the AFC East. Buffalo takes the division. They're in the wild card. They play in frigid Kansas City. Can't win in there. And then they miss the playoffs the next 2 seasons. Meanwhile, the Commanders, who get the number 2 pick in that following draft, end up with Jaden Daniels. They're in the NFC Championship game the very next season. And not only that, joint practices, the same ones you guys were talking about in Miami.
Yeah.
Just
and
a few
Jaden was
months
great
removed
in
from
those
that
joints.
game. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he did. So, that's how quickly things can change, and kind of the expectation nowadays in the NFL. Not to say the Dolphins can pull it off that quickly, but if Malik Willis can rise to the level of the way Jaden Daniels did as a rookie, sure. But, that'll be a tough one, though.
Doug, I'll never forget the first so Tyreek in that game, 5 catches for 157.
Yeah, I remember that game.
2 touchdowns.
I didn't like that game.
The first score of that game was Tyreek 80-yard bomb. And it, like, the entire stadium, I don't know how many people were there. The Skins were the Commanders at that point were terrible. I think they were 4-8. Like, you're just playing out the string before the new owner fires the coach. Like, they announced attendance was 63. I'll take the under on that. But everybody in that stadium knew Tyreek was going deep. They ran that, like, kind of little fishhook motion they would get him going on so he'd be up to speed when he hit the line of scrimmage. Damn, that was dude, I mean, Tyreek had a 78-yard touchdown pass and a 60-yard touchdown pass in that game.
Yeah.
I don't think he was touched on either.
All in the first half. Yeah. Might have even been, were they both in the first quarter?
It was 31-7 at halftime.
It was 31-7 at halftime. Yeah. That's what, I mean, that same season, McDaniel and that offense, they put up the 70 against the Denver Broncos.
Oh, yeah.
The Broncos are another example how quickly they turned it around there.
That's crazy.
That was a low point for them, and they were in the AFC Championship just last season.
A lot of times, and I'm not sure if you agree with this, but a lot of times I feel like new head coaches, especially rookie head coaches, kind of care more about that preseason debut, whether it's designed or just in the back of their brains. It kind of just happens.
Osaka.
Yeah. Do you think Hafley will be like really focused on getting a dub tonight?
I don't think so. I think he just takes it for what it is. It's the preseason. I mean, I bet week 1 against the Las Vegas Raiders, he will definitely view it that way. But yeah, I think here it's about evaluating the players, and then on the coaching side, probably just going through your game day routine. Making sure all the communication is there, and that whoever he relies on to relay things to him, that they're working together and they can get their calls in. So I think that's more so just, getting the rep at it. First time in the NFL as a head coach, but he was just, before he was Packers defensive coordinator, he does have head coaching experience in the college game, being
BC, right?
The coach at BC, Boston College. So he's gone through that just at a different level. So now this will just be his first rep at it in the NFL.
Hey, David, we really appreciate your time, man. We'll see you in the press box this evening.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, see you then.
All right, man.
Sounds good.
David Furones, Sun Sentinel, does a great job. Give him a follow at David Furones, Furones. You know what I appreciate, and I mean this sincerely, like when reporters, if you're an NFL reporter and it's the offseason, you're still in charge of coming up with content. And I love reporters that find a good offseason story rather than just the content machine of top 5 question marks, top 5 players to watch. You know what I mean? Like it's a very interesting look, and to look at where both programs were, the Commanders and the Dolphins, and then flip it 3 years later, how much things can change.
Totally.
Life happens fast in the NFL. Promise you
Very.
that. The other thing that's kind of interesting, B, my man Jeff Hafley was head coach at Boston College. He went 22-26 over 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
and his next head coaching job's in the NFL.
Yeah.
Like if you told me, okay, he does that, then he goes and coaches at Now, he was at Ohio State as defensive
But
coordinator.
people get those jobs based off of, man, this dude here look like he's the next thing.
And the Green Bay defense, where he was the last
Yeah.
couple of years, did look good. It's just, I always find stuff like that interesting. Also, the Wizards schedule release. I don't know this answer. How many national TV games we think the Wiz got, B? I'm going to guess 6.
I'll go with 7.
We'll find out. It's B. Mitch
Out of
Finley.
84, 82?
82.
Ooh.
Off the field for the Commanders, Jaden Daniels versus LSU continues as the Commanders quarterback sends cease and desist to LSU over his name, image, and likeness as Tigers sophomore cornerback DJ Pickett continues to wear the number 5 jersey. On the field, the Commanders begin their preseason with a matchup tonight versus the Dolphins at Northwest Stadium. The Commanders haven't declared yet how much starters will play, while the Dolphins are expected to play their starters, including quarterback Malik Willis. After a 7-0 win yesterday in D.C., the Nats hit the road tonight to take on the Mets to kick off the start of a 9-game road trip. Robert Stock takes the bump for New York, while Andrew Alvarez gets the start for the Nats. Washington is currently 5 games out of the final wild card spot. The NBA schedule is out, and the Wizards and rookie A.J. DeBanza will open up their season at home against the Milwaukee Bucks on Wednesday, October 21st. They will welcome in the NBA champion New York Knicks on December 18th, and their first matchup against the new-look Sixers will be in Philadelphia on January 12th. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, PJ Glasser, 106.7 The Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. All right, B and I just guessed. You guys may know. I don't know if the aquarium knows the answer to this. The Wizards' NBA schedule came out. I was at Monumental yesterday afternoon. Me and the big man taped a fantasy football show. It was actually pretty fun. As the Wizards' schedule was coming out. And I was like, should we be having like a party? Like, I don't know. I feel like, here's what I don't want to happen with the Wiz. I feel like a lot of national media dogged on the Trae Young contract. Then I think Jaylen Brown gets traded to the Sixers. LeBron goes to the Sixers. Kawhi's back to Toronto. Giannis goes to Miami. Like, don't slow down my excitement for this Wiz season. I don't care about your hot takes on Trae Young's contract. I don't care about LeBron on Broad Street. Like, the Wiz have been a tough watch for a number of years now.
Yeah.
They shouldn't be. Now, I don't know if they're the 6 seed, the 1 seed, play in, but like, let's just let it be fun and be excited for some hoops.
I'm with that.
So, the Wizards open the season October 21st at home against the Bucks.
All right.
I'm no expert, but the Giannis-less Bucks should suck, right? Didn't they get like 8?
I would think they
picks
will.
for 'em?
They should suck this year.
We got a line on that? Wiz minus 4.5. How about the Wiz? Now, I have no idea what the actual line is. But the Wiz being favorites for a home
opener?
Yeah.
That'd be fun.
That's kind of juicy, right?
Yeah, we haven't had that in a long time.
So we'll see. Give me a line for Wiz Bucks October 21st.
We can't find one. They still don't have one yet.
Bees, if you're listening, send me one. So look, the NBA schedule is 82 games. I'm not going to pretend to be too locked into every game. But the first 2 are at home, the Giannis-less Bucks, then the Raptors. Do we have any idea what's going on with Kawhi?
I think he's still in the holding pattern because they said something else popped up. You know, he didn't just have that one little deal; he had another deal.
Something was interesting though. This past weekend, he was spotted front row at a tennis tournament in Toronto. So it's kind of like, what's going on there?
Well, I mean, he's in Toronto, he's practicing, but he probably hadn't been able to like be completely clear to just join the team.
Yeah, he hasn't yet. The trade is still kind of going through the corporate works right now with the investigation.
Yeah, it's in a holding pattern.
White Brian, what camera do I look at? The green dot? Put this on Instagram. Washington Wizards are starting 2-0. I'm calling my shot right now. You got the Giannis-less Bucks. There's no chance Kawhi's playing
K. Cavalli
game
was
2.
throwing that no-hitter last night, Jay.
Wiz are starting the season 2-0. Tony Kornheiser.
They'll be 1-1 now.
No, 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. Tony Kornheiser had this column, I feel like I read, and he made a joke about how he wrote it every year that the Wiz start 9-20. Not happening this year. Starting 2-0. I don't know what'll happen after that. Dude, back-to-back home games against. Name me a Buck. Is Damian Lillard still there?
I think he left.
Best player is probably Ryan Rollins?
Yeah. Tree Rollins' nephew. I have no idea who that guy is. Who the hell's Ryan Rollins? Sounds like a baseball player.
He's pretty good. He had like 16 and 5 last year.
Name an if Sports Encyclopedia White Brian can only name Ryan Rollins, I'm feeling good about my
Tyler Hero. Tyler Hero's a guy.
He was the centerpiece of the Giannis
The centerpiece of that trade.
The guy that got beat up in Miami?
The guy that got
in
beat
Vegas?
up.
Oh, what? Who beat him up? Bam?
Bam.
I don't think you want to fight a dude named Bam. Just Bam Bam. Bam Bam Bigelow. Wizards are going to start 2-0. See where I can wager on that. Do I need to go to like Poly Market or whatever? I don't know how I can get a
cow sheet.
Dude, I read this thing that this is messed up. All these crazy fires going on in the world. Our own Drab T-Shirts family was affected. Certainly sending our thoughts and prayers. People are betting on these fires, which is leading people to believe that
People are setting them.
Yeah.
Well, they did.
They
think
got to
it was-
rein this
They
stuff
think it was
in.
an arsonist in Washington.
Well, and I heard that they think it was an arsonist for the Palisades, for the LA one. The one that was like in the city, too.
Yeah, and the one that was in California. I mean, in Canada. I'm about to say Canada.
Bilal.
But hey, David Bilal.
All right, so outside of the two first games, it doesn't appear Wiz aren't playing Christmas. They're not playing Thanksgiving. They do have that. They always play, and I applaud them for this. They always play a day game on MLK Day, and they try to honor Martin Luther King in that game. I've taken my kids to that. They're playing. I assume MLK's January 18th. That's usually about when it is. They have a 3:00 day game against the Celtics on a Monday. I'm going to assume that's their annual MLK game. Outside of that, maybe the schedule I'm looking at doesn't highlight when there are national games, which is cool with me because I love watching C-Mill and Drew. But I want them to get some shine because you've got the number one pick in A.J. DeBonsa, Anthony Davis, Trae Young, Will Riley, Alex
You wanna
Sarr.
see 'em.
Like I want them to be seen on a national stage. You say you know how many national games they have, Stallion?
So, okay, let me ask this question before. Do we count an app, like a streaming app?
No.
No.
Amazon. I guess you do. I don't know, B, do you?
Not really.
Those Amazon
Well, it's
spent
national
$1
now.
zillion.
It's national now, so you count that.
Okay, so they have 6 national games, and they have, now here's the thing, is one's on NBC, one's on ESPN, another's on NBC, and the 3 other ones are Peacock and Prime Video. So 3 national games, technically, with 3 national apps. That makes it 6.
That's 6.
All right, so 3 ABC, ESPN joints?
Yes, NBC now.
So give me those games.
Okay, so November 9th against the Pistons, 7 p.m. on Peacock.
Is that a Tuesday?
Sure.
A Thursday? Hold on, I got a calendar in front of me. Give me a second. November 9th, Monday night on Peacock.
And then November...
Hold on. That's going up against Monday Night Football?
It ain't gonna
That's
work.
tough.
That's basically not a national game. There ain't gonna be too many people watching.
And then this is a tough one, too. November 24th against the Celtics at home in D.C. on NBC, 8 p.m.
That's juicy.
That is juicy.
That's a very real national game. You're not going up against football. Maybe Maction that week. I don't know. But like Wiz Celtics on a Tuesday on NBC. Ding, ding, ding. That's the real deal.
And then December 16th in Boston on ESPN.
December 16th, Wednesday night. That counts.
That counts.
That's legit.
Yeah.
Then January 12th in Philly on NBC.
Jay, we go to that game, huh? Me and you.
I mean, we know a guy with connections to the Sixers.
Yeah.
Bring all of us. We would love to come.
No. We never said you were going.
Okay.
We'd have to stay the night. That's an 8 o'clock tip.
Nah. Ryan could be waiting outside to drive us back.
I'll DD.
No,
All
you
right.
won't.
Yeah,
You'll
you're right.
D.
You ain't no,
Yeah, I'll drive.
You ain't
Yeah,
gonna
I'll
be no
drive.
designated driver. You must be the designated drinker.
You're
That
right.
would be fun, dude. We could go to that Sixers game. I like that arena. I don't know if WIP would let me in to do the show the next morning from there.
Yeah, I
but we
doubt
could
it.
just bring our Comrex.
I doubt it very
We might have to
seriously.
do that. Might if we're gonna do a show from Philly, that might for you go anywhere. For me, it might be undisclosed location time. All
then
right.
February 27th in Utah, 1 p.m. Prime Video.
Hey.
February 27th is a Saturday.
3 p.m.
Stallion.
1 p.m. I know.
No. Why are you giving times in the Mountain Time Zone? It's a 3 o'clock Eastern
Well,
tip.
this is off Google, JP. I don't know. It's 1 p.m. So what is it? 4 p.m. local or 3 p.m.?
I just said 3.
3 p.m.
Okay.
local.
Mountain is,
All right.
is 2 hours.
Okay. So
Why
3
would you
p.m.
possibly give times?
I'm
in
just going
not
off
our time
Google.
zone?
I'm going off Google. Just trust Google or not.
3 o'clock on a Saturday on an app, B.
It's gonna be tough. College football.
Nah, there's nothing else. It's February 27th.
February. Nah. You good? They good.
I mean,
not gonna be a lot of people watching, but they're gonna be all right.
College hoops.
Yeah, I wonder.
Getting close to March Madness.
That's on Amazon?
Yeah, that's on
Getting
Prime.
close to March Madness.
Yeah, W, what are the Amazon audiences for NBA games? Like massive, small?
I'm not sure.
Well, Google it, man.
You guys really trust him with this researcher stuff.
I mean, he botches our bets every day, and yet we just constantly ask him questions.
That's true.
All right,
and you know, he finds his stuff real quick, and he talks like he knows all that stuff already. He's just reading.
What
That's
else
true.
you got?
All right, this is the last one. March 1st in Phoenix on Peacock. There is no time for that as of right now.
There is a time for it. It's
Well,
9:30 Eastern.
All right.
So it starts at 7:30 in Phoenix.
Perfect.
Amazon Prime averaged 1 million U.S. viewers across 67 games last year.
What is like a ESPN game average? Probably in the same article, right, Brian? All right, but the thing with the NBA, they can flex these joints anytime. Like, you can get swapped up to the national level or down. Should the Wiz have a season that I'm hoping, this week gets pretty juicy. Timberwolves on a Sunday night, because NBC does Sunday night basketball. So I'm sure the current schedule for NBC on March 14th is a different game. But if the Wizards are good and they're playing the Timberwolves and Ant Edwards and that crew, I feel like that's flexible. This whole week seems juicy to me, B. They got the Timberwolves March 14th in Minnesota. It's at 8 o'clock Eastern start, Stallion, because they're playing at 7 o'clock there. Then Tuesday night at home, Knicks. Thursday night at home, Sixers. Saturday afternoon, the 20th, in MSG.
Okay.
I feel like one or a number of those games could be nationally relevant. So they're currently, Joey texted me a stat. This is pretty wild. The Wiz are scheduled for more national primetime games this season with 6 than the last 5 seasons combined with 5.
Damn.
That's crazy, right?
Damn. That's very bad.
I mean, they also had I think they have a kind of cool, juicy game on New Year's Day. New Year's Day, they play the Spurs at home at 5 o'clock. The only problem with that, think about all the kids in this area probably want to go see Wemby for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
The only problem with that, I believe you're going heads up with the Rose Bowl. And whatever, you got to play games when other sports are on. That's just the nature of the calendar.
You
But
just
like,
might lose, but okay.
yeah, you want me to set a line for Wiz Spurs at home? Wiz are getting 5.5, 6 in that game. Kind of like them as home dogs.
I think it'll be more than that, Jay.
All the action I'm going to have on New Year's Day, I'll throw a little something on the Wiz. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. John Keim joins us at noon. I feel like busting loose. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. My friend Mr. Ed just texted me, dude, you sound fired up about the Wizards. I am. I don't even think I'm in the minority. I think it's an exciting time to be a Wiz fan. I'm not expecting titles or parades, but I just want good, fun basketball.
Yeah.
And for all the haters on the Trae Young contract, one, it's not your money. Two, like, when he's right, he's a fun-ass dude to watch play hoops.
Damn straight.
So,
ask a big man that plays with him. They love him.
let's hope the bots is catching oops from half court and just flushing it.
Yeah, I'm with that.
Now, I missed this. B was showing me something that Joe Burrow got asked about this Jaden stuff. I'm guessing because Burrow played last night, he had to speak to the media last night. That's my guess. Let's hear it. I have not heard this. This is Joe Burrow talking about the LSU thing with Jaden.
I just heard about it a couple hours ago. I don't necessarily have too many thoughts at this time. I don't know enough about the situation to have any thoughts, I would say.
Has there ever been a conversation with the number not being an issue? Like, have you ever thought about that? Like, since you left, like, they haven't used it on it? Like,
yeah, they told me that they wouldn't use it again. But, you know, you never know. You never know what happens.
I mean, is that just the biggest punt of all time? Like, Joe Burrow's like, man, I just got sacked twice in one series in a preseason game. I do not have a comment. I don't think Burrow will have a comment.
Yeah, well, like you say, they told him that they wouldn't use it. So they told somebody else they wouldn't use it.
I wonder if they told Jaden that.
Probably so. That's probably why. If they told you and they did it, I can see what's going on. If they didn't tell you, then I don't see it. But I can see the disappointment because it probably was told.
It's also tricky with college sports because they have big rosters. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And somebody sent me this of like previous Heisman Trophy winners.
Mm-hmm.
I guess at Indiana, somebody's going to wear Mendoza's number this year.
Mm-hmm.
Deion retired Travis Hunter's number. Honestly, Colorado football, I think Travis Hunter's number deserved to be retired. I don't know about Shador's, but Hunter was phenomenal.
Yeah.
Jaden obviously won the Heisman in 23. Looks like somebody's going to wear it this fall. Caleb Williams at USC, they retired his number. Caleb doing enough at USC. USC's got some tradition. That ain't Indiana.
He won the Heisman?
Yeah, that's true.
I think USC retires every Heisman.
Now, in college, though, it all seems so willy-nilly. Is a retired number still get played? You know what I mean, how many people have won the Heisman Trophy at USC? Bush, right? Like
about 4, 5.
Marcus Allen, probably
8.
8? Damn.
Dude, USC, Mike Garrett, OJ, Charles White, Marcus Allen, Carson Palmer, Matt Leinart, Reggie Bush, Caleb Williams. They retired all those numbers?
That's what he said when they retire him.
Wow. All right. I tell you what I think is remarkable. So, Caleb, they retired it. Bryce Young won the Heisman at Bama. Somebody wore Bryce Young's number 2 years later. Devontae Smith won the Heisman Trophy at Bama. Somebody wore it the next year. Joe Burrow has not been worn since. Kyler Murray at Oklahoma was worn the next year. Baker at Oklahoma was worn 4 years later. And Lamar, this I find wildly egregious. The next year. Louisville? Like, Louisville, I think Johnny Unitas played there.
Yeah.
And Lamar played there.
But the thing of it, Jay, is it comes down to what the school says and then what they do. You know, some schools, like I said, when you look at Michigan, that number 2 is going to be worn by whoever's the best player on the football team. And you can win the Heisman 1 year.
I like those college football traditions.
You know,
that Charles Woodson won the Heisman.
But that's a tradition. If that's your tradition, then you stay with it. But you can't be saying stuff and then changing your mind. Because the person that you say it to, they take your word for it, right?
Agree with that.
So,
dude, Lamar is the only ever Heisman Trophy winner at Louisville.
Mm-hmm.
Are you aware of his stats the year he won the Heisman in 2016?
He was a bad man.
totaled 4,928 yards of offense, 3,400 through the air, another 1,500 on the ground, and 51 touchdowns.
Damn.
And then they gave his number the next year? What are we doing here, man? I want to ask Keim this, and then maybe we open the phones on it. We're going to do Ask B Mitch Anything at 1 o'clock. That's dressed by Collars & Co. Did you see the I ordered a bunch of dress shirts to get ready for football season. Just
you getting right, dog?
Freshen things up. The Collars & Co., as good as all of their gear is, their dress shirts are the best. It's made out of this like
stretchy, breathable material.
It's so light.
Yeah, I like it.
Me too. Are you suited tonight, by the way?
Nah.
Okay. Yeah.
Chilling, bro.
Preseason is
polo,
hot suits.
baby. Polo.
Preseason is polo season. So
I hope it's cool because they chose a black polo for some reason.
Well, you're in AC in the booth.
Don't give a damn. It get hot up there too.
True. I think it'd be all right. I want to ask Keim this. I'm curious for you. A player I'm excited to watch tonight, Fat Man. I want to see Katron Allen run.
Yeah.
And then there's certainly, I want to see Josh Josephs, man. He's looked good.
Yeah, I want to see 41, 48.
I don't know if we see 45.
The four numbers. I want to see those.
All right, John Keim will join the program next. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana. Jaden Daniels versus LSU continues as the Commanders quarterback sends cease and desist to LSU over his name, image, and likeness as Tigers sophomore cornerback DJ Pickett continues to wear the number 5 jersey. On the field, the Commanders begin their preseason with a matchup tonight versus the Dolphins at Northwest Stadium. Commanders haven't declared yet how much starters will play, while the Dolphins are expected to play their starters, including quarterback Malik Willis. The Nats hit the road tonight to take on the Mets to kick off the start of a 9-game road trip. Robert Stock takes the bump for New York, while Andrew Alvarez gets the start for the Nats. The NBA schedule is out, and the Wizards will open up their season at home against the Milwaukee Bucks on Wednesday, October 21st. When your HVAC strikes out, call Foley Mechanical, your go-to for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised, Foley Mechanical proudly installing Amana systems. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, PJ Glasser, 106.7 The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. Fired up to jump on the Rude Guest Hotline and talk to our friend, Mr. John Keim. Keim, it's always good when all the focus is on a preseason game. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Let's address the nonsense first. What, if anything, have you thought of with the Jaden Daniels LSU situation?
Well, there's a couple things. One, what we know is like this is a situation that's been going on for a little while, right? And like that letter was sent 10 days ago, just about. And he's so far had his best camp in Washington. So there's one, right? Like I think we know enough of him to know like he's not he lets other people handle outside business and just focus on that. So will this be a distraction? I don't know, but I think so far for him, it hasn't been. I think that's one thing. The other thing is, I'd say a little bit of perspective on this. Like I understand like image stuff and all that stuff. The Seahawks just signed Terrion Arnold.
Right.
I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I just as a level of keeping the perspective on it, not to like minimize anything or you know, all the furor over it, whatever. But it's just more like, okay, here's a little bit of perspective. Like, we're talking about a cease and desist letter, which whether or not, you know, people can debate whether or not it should have sent it, whatever. But the Seahawks just signed Terrion Arnold, who's got a bunch of charges against him off the field that aren't very good. So
like active charges.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So, and I think from my perspective, it's more, how does this affect him on the field? Will it affect him on the field? So far it hasn't. Yeah, so far it hasn't. He's a guy that the entire offseason you've heard how, you know, there's an evolution in his maturity. Like he's always mature, but like kind of taking it that next step. And like we've seen all that this summer. So I don't know that that's going to change. I can't say that it will. I can't say it won't, but I'm not expecting that.
I'm with you on that, John.
I don't think it's going to impact Jaden at all. And frankly, considering the fact that we now know it's been going on for close to 2 weeks, Jaden's looked dialed. You know what I mean?
And that's what his message said yesterday. I've been dialed in on football.
Yeah, and like I said, there's other stuff you can debate, you know, what should have done, could have done, whatever. Like there's, you know, hits to the image, whatever it is, right? Like, but I'm going to stay like focus more on like what does it mean for him on the field.
Yeah, I'm with you, dude. I will let you beat your chest a little about the Ohio State University because B and I think a lot of this is an LSU thing too. Just the guy that's running it now, how it's been run over the years. There's a college football has become increasingly Wild West all over the place, but that program certainly qualifies.
Oh, it sure does. And I mean, I think we know who, you know, here's the thing too, like they're trying to protect a multi-million-dollar investment at corner. And like, it's kind of hard for me to wrap around guys deciding at a school based on a jersey number. I can understand the dollar number, But you know what I mean? Like, and I get it, but it's just and it's not only just not demanding it, but getting it plus the money. And if I don't get this, then I'm going to go somewhere else having already pocketed this. So it's just it's crazy to think where we are in college football that it's like this. Yeah, it's crazy.
Man, that money had more to do with it than that damn jersey number. I promise you that. They can say what they want to say. If the number was the end all be all, you would have just taken the damn number and you wouldn't have asked for no money.
Well, I think if they had put the dollar sign on the 5, he'd have been okay, I'm sure.
Talking with our friend John Keim, ESPN Commanders reporter. Check out the John Keim report. You can give him a follow at John_Keim, Keim. I'm not expecting Jaden, Terry, Stephon. I don't think anybody that has a jersey that might get sold on the website, probably not playing tonight.
Probably not. No, I mean, I'm not anticipating any of the stars playing. Now, maybe there's a couple guys like who you want to get some work. I don't know. Short of that, not anticipating it. We can go back to last year with the Patriots. They had the joint practice, whatever it was, on a Wednesday or Thursday, and then 2 days later the game. None of the starters played, and there are other key reserves who did not. Like Marcus Mariota didn't play in that preseason opener last year either. So, yeah, the other thing, too, it's like I said, I can point to last year and say this is probably what they're going to do. Quinn has also kind of made it a point at times in the spring and in the summer about like trying to build that depth.
Right.
Well, they've got a lot of work to do there in some areas. So this is one way to do that, is to give some of these guys a lot of time to truly see what you have. Like there's a veteran like Max Sharpen joined the camp late. Like you need to see what he can do. Does he warrant a spot? Like other guys like that. And then some of the young guys, Howard, Joshua Josephs, Katron Allen, guys like that, Antonio Williams, like does he play? So I think you want to see some of that. But yeah, I'm not expecting the starters to play.
You think we see some some field goals from distance tonight?
Geez, I think you better hope so, right? I mean, I think that's becoming an interesting one. And I think what we've seen in camp is that Drew Stevens, outside of one day, has been more consistent. So far.
Yeah, Stevens has been better so far. I think if I was DQ tonight, we are not aggressive on fourth down. We're kicking. Just let get as many shots as you can.
Yeah, I definitely want to see because it's one thing. I mean, they're having them kick a lot in practice. Yeah. But you also, how do you handle game operation? Because now there's a little bit more on the line, and that's, how
under
the
lights. Yeah, because exactly. like if you even against the Dolphins, you didn't have a full rush.
Right.
They were just putting their hands up, but now they're going to be going for it.
And one of the things, and I talked to Jake Moody about this in the spring, like why? Because we know, like sometimes it takes kickers a couple of years to develop, right? Like, why is that? In his mind, it was in college, you're not kicking with the same kind of pressure you are in the NFL. Like you could, if you're at a top D1 school, you're going to be winning a lot of games handily. So your missed kick or made kick may not make the difference in the game. And if you miss a few, do they have a guy behind you on scholarship or whatever that can challenge you for the job? Probably not. Mm-hmm. In the NFL, you're a couple kicks away from being out on the street. So the pressure is different. Now, how do you handle that? And so far, Stevens has been pretty good with that in practice. Let's see how it goes in a game.
Keim, you think Sonny plays tonight? I think certainly Antonio Williams, Katron Allen, Josh Josephs. I'm really excited to see Allen and Josephs. But I'm curious with Styles and maybe even a little with Williams.
Yeah, I don't know about Sonny because that's why I say like most I would say would not play. He's one I wonder about because do you want to get him some more reps in a game, right? But he did do a lot the other day. And so sometimes like that's the determining factor. Did you see enough? And I don't know, but he would be the one I'd wonder about. And I'd say with Williams too, I'd want to see a little bit more just going up against different coverages in a game setting to see how he handles that. Because I can understand like a lot of the other starters, right? Diggs, Terry, Jaden, whatever. But some of the young guys, like they don't have any experience and you have a tough schedule to start. You kind of want to get up to speed. You want to learn as much about them as possible, in my mind. So I don't know if they'll play, but if they did, I think it's with good reason.
Yeah, and they seem to have a lot of positions, a lot of different positions where they have a lot of competition. Which one you think is going to be the one that's like the most prevalent tonight?
Well, I'm really curious to see with the receivers too, because to me, like you're gonna cut someone probably that easily would have made the roster last year, easily.
Yeah.
And so like who jumps out there? They have a couple of young guys there, Jalen Bradley. I think it would be tough for him to win a spot given the competition there. But does he start to make some noise at all, right? And he's had a nice camp, but I think it's really like who are some of those guys? Van Jefferson, is he, where does he stack up in this? And I would expect a veteran to look pretty good in the summer in these kind of games. Yeah. But still, that's to me is an interesting spot. Then I also want to see is the, I think safety rotation for sure. I think that's like Quan, Percy Butler, Tyler Owens, those guys, like they're fighting for spots. And then the offensive line, like more so, less the rotation than how is Matt Golden developing? Do you have guards that you can trust who are backups at this point? Julian Good-Jones playing center, like how does he look if assuming he plays, right? So, and to be honest, he should. He said he's played 2 snaps in the NFL in his career. You need to get him out there, in my mind, but, we'll see. Since right now he's technically the starting center with Allegretti out. So
I think Coleman too, all of a sudden he's your starting left tackle, but would you like him to get more work at left tackle? I think this is a really telling year for AP's 24 Adam Peters' 2024 draft class, right?
Yeah.
And we all know what Jaden is. The number 2 overall pick was a hit. Mm-hmm. You nailed that one, sir.
Yeah.
After that, it's a lot of questions. Johnny Newton, Ben Sennett, Luke McCaffrey, Coleman. I think we'll see a lot of those guys tonight. I think we should see a lot of those guys tonight. And you'd like to see those guys start taking steps.
Well, I think the other thing too, if Coleman and if let's say Good Jones plays because you want to get him more experience or whatever, then you put Chris Paul out there, right? Because that group needs to work together as well, at least especially Coleman and Paul in those respective spots. So, but I agree with you. That 24 class is like, to me, they're as crucial to this team's development as anything, just because can they elevate their contributions? I think in a lot of ways Ben Sinnott can block, he can help you as a blocker. Does he develop as a pass catcher at all this year in an offense that he and others feel is better suited for him? Luke McCaffrey, does he take a step up, or is he just a special teamer, 5th or 6th receiver type, right? So I think, and Johnny Newton, are we going to see? So I think that is a key, and missing on that is tough. Now it's funny because the Patriots, I think from that same class, only have 2 guys left in their class too, which is, I don't know what's going on with that class, but these guys need more contributions from that group to really, I think, elevate their play.
Agreed, man. Agreed. What do you find as the most intriguing, maybe not position battle, but roster battles as we get into these preseason games? The depth at receiver, you mentioned Van Jefferson already. I think Van's had a really good summer.
Yeah,
he has.
They're making it tough on these coaches.
What do you see? We'll start with the receiver position.
Yeah, because that's a hard one because obviously Terry, Stephon Diggs, Antonio Williams. Trey Burks has had a good summer. Jalen Lane is a very good punt returner. Luke McCaffrey can return kicks, and he's actually had probably his best summer too, right?
Yeah.
And how much of this is them versus the offense as well? This offense is creating more openings for certain passes than we saw all of last summer, right? So there's another one, and then De'Ami Brown, tight with good chemistry with Jaden, tight with Jaden, but he can play special teams. So you have guys who can do things and also play special teams. That's the one thing I like. Is there someone, whether it's this group or somewhere else, do you have trade possibilities? Or if not, then is special teams a decider? Because with Van Jefferson, that's not what he's done. Yeah. De'Ami, again, can play special teams. Luke McCaffrey, special teams. Jalen Lane, special teams.
I think that special teams thing is going to tell you a lot on both sides of the football.
It always does, man. It always does. And so that's why I wonder with Van where he stacks up. And again, I say that, and he'd have been a lock last year.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy to think the bottom of the receiver room now versus the bottom of the receiver room last year. It is crazy to think about.
Yeah.
And listen, man. The top 2, but also it was bad, and it's why it was hard to oftentimes get a read on just exactly where was the secondary last year, because you knew you weren't seeing a group that they were going to face in games. With Terry out and obviously Noah Brown being out also took away another guy who could at least do some things against you, right? Especially Terry. And, so you didn't see that. Like after without McLaurin, like who's challenging you like that? Nobody. Yeah. And Debo was productive, but he's not your traditional receiver. So you didn't get a great read. It's kind of a false read sometimes. And, with this group, you're going to get a better read on where everybody's at, but it's also like they're just better. It's just better. And I also think that the offense does contribute to that. And just the way, they create a lot of movement, some false eyes, get your eye. So like there's a lot that goes into that helps, but this is better.
How much of a battle you think this third quarterback position will be? Or will there be another person come from somewhere else?
Third QBX.
Oh, I don't know. And I think, I don't know. That to me is a practice squad battle at this point. I think it'd be awfully hard. I think if you want to keep 7 receivers, for example, 4 tight ends, et cetera, 4 running backs, right? It'd be really hard to keep 3 quarterbacks on the 53. And, unless something like in a game, if Kelly Monis has some couple of really good games, like, you know what, you may have to keep him because he's just played well enough to warrant a spot. Short of that, I would think either Hartman or Kelly Monis. And, we've seen Hartman the last couple of years. I think he's had a better camp this year than he's in his past 2. What that means, I don't know, because let's see it in the games. Like that's when you want to see it. But it has looked. I think the quarterback position overall, just top to bottom, has looked better, certainly than it did last year for a lot of reasons. But I don't know that one. It's like it's fine, but I don't know if they'd add a third one. It depends on which veteran comes available, if any.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I think, is Jeff Driscoll even in a camp? They certainly like Jeff Driscoll, and we've seen that twice.
Yeah. In case of emergency, break glass.
Right, exactly. Talking with our friend John Keim here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Give John a follow at John_Keim. Read all of his work about the Commanders at ESPN.com. You mentioned something that I totally agree with, and that's keeping 4 tight ends. I think Yankoff has played to a level that forces him on the roster. I even think the roster squeeze is going to happen if you do have to end up releasing Cager. I almost think he could get picked up the way he's played, but we've seen him play well now for a couple camps. I very much believe Chig is going to be the leading receiver among the tight ends. But if you look at like the way this offense is modeled and the amount of times we see multiple tight end sets on the field, I think there's going to be a second tight end that emerges with like 35, 40 catches and 350, 40 yards. I think that's an interesting battle kind of between Sennett and Yankoff.
Yeah, and Yankoff's had a really good camp. And the one advantage for Sennett is that he's more of a blocker.
Yep.
Or he's more help as a blocker. But I don't think that Yankoff shies from that. It's just that Sennett has a bit of an edge there. But as a receiver, Yankoff moves really well. Very good athletic. I had one coach tell me he's had as good an offensive camp as anybody.
Yeah.
And you see like
quarterback.
I think the quarterbacks trust him. He's got that, is a phrase from the past. He's got a wide catch radius, baby. But he does, and he's made multiple one-handed catches, and and I think he's athletic. He can run well too. So I don't know, can you how much work can you get him? I don't know. I know he's had a really good camp. That's what I know. And but yeah, I think that's a good position for the. You're right, like Cager. I think in other years, I put him on there, but I think Yankoff is always kind of I think he also can play special teams too. I had Cager could too, but I think Yankoff does well there as well. So, but yeah, he's had a good camp, man.
He has. Anybody you're really excited to watch tonight? Kind of get your first look in game action.
I want to see the running backs, Kaytron Allen.
Yep.
I think just because you see little things here and there, but it's really hard to tell with them until you get in these games. And I want to see does that inside run game, can they start to get something going in there? So I think he's one for sure. Joshua Josephs to me, he's intriguing, right?
Yeah.
As a guy that like, okay, maybe this year he's not going to be that guy. You don't need him to be, but can he develop? And where is he at? So guys like that, I'm really. Those are two that really kind of jump out for sure because they're younger guys, a little bit more. I want to see like Antonio Williams. Does he play? And if so, what does he do? Because like we see him dust guys at times in those one-on-ones. How does it translate to 11-on-11 against another team? Yeah, and so like that's because sometimes as like there's little nuances of playing receiver that can separate, especially when you're depending on the coverage you're facing and how you sit in the zone, how you do this, how you do that. Like those are all the little things that are next step for him. We see the quickness off the line, we see the ability, and so like what does it look for him? But Allen especially, I really want to see because like we just haven't gotten a great read on what some of those guys can do because you don't see enough live tackling in training camps.
Last thing, John, because this is not a young guy, but a player we would probably see tonight is Jeremy McNichols.
Yeah.
We haven't seen him in a couple days. I don't expect him tonight because. Do we know what that situation is?
Quad.
Okay.
And they're not sure yet as of like, when was it, yesterday or Wednesday night, whatever, not sure yet of the timetable. So that's what we know with him. And, this, like he's a guy they've always liked.
He can do everything.
Do a number of,
Yep.
Yeah, he can do everything. And he does it. He's just a good pro and a good guy to have around. I mean, I go back to that Bengals game a couple years ago, Jaden's pass to Terry, great pass, great catch. It doesn't happen without his block. And like those things matter. Like he can fill in whatever you need him, special teamer, but it's quad, and I don't know when he's coming back.
He is, if it's 3rd and 11, nobody in the NFL better getting you 12. Like his catch to first down numbers are insane.
Yeah.
We got a boogie, Johnny.
All right, Jay,
we'll see you in Landover.
Thanks, guys.
All right, man. It's our friend John Keim. Give him a follow at John_Keim, Keim. Read his work at ESPN.com. We're going to open these phone lines up, and we're going to do our AFC North preview. Plenty for us to discuss. It's B. Mitch and Finley. B. Mitch and Finley here to talk about our friends over at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Listen, call them right now. You can save some cash. $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum. $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. They can do a lot more than doors and windows. They do a great job with that. They can also remodel your house. Paul is a creative dude, has great ideas, has been great at my home. And when you work with Paul Henry and his team, you're working with Paul Henry and his family, and they treat you that way. They get jobs done ahead of schedule. B, you don't get that with just anybody.
Nope, you don't. And I think Paul comes in and he wants to listen to what you want, and then he'll let you know what you need to do. He's not going to go with the highest price on everything. He's going to tell you exactly what you need. He did that for JP. JP wanted to go spend all the money because he has it like that. 500,000 jobs. And Paul said, nope, you don't have to use those windows. You can use a cheaper window in this area. You don't have to worry about it. And JP did that. Now he enjoys his room. Yes, you all see every night when he posts all of his things from the Big Ears Network. But you can call Paul right now. You get $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum, and you get $500 off each door. Contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today. Tell him that B. Mitch and Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
This sports update is brought to you by Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana. Jaden Daniels versus LSU continues as the Commanders quarterback sends cease and desist to LSU over his name, image, and likeness as Tigers sophomore cornerback DJ Pickett continues to wear the number 5 jersey. On the field, the Commanders begin their preseason with a matchup tonight versus the Dolphins at Northwest Stadium. Commanders haven't declared yet how much starters will play, while the Dolphins are expected to play their starters, including quarterback Malik Willis. The Nats hit the road tonight to take on the Mets to kick off the start of a 9-game road trip. Robert Stock takes the bump for New York, while Andrew Alvarez gets the start for the Nats. The NBA schedule is out, and the Wizards will open up their season at home against the Milwaukee Bucks on Wednesday, October 21st. When your HVAC strikes out, call Foley Mechanical, your go-to for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised, Foley Mechanical proudly installing Amana systems. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, PJ Glasser, 106.7 The Fan.
The B. Mitchell Finley investigative team has ascertained some information.
What are we investigating this time, Jay?
To start with, our friend AD, Air Ahmed, says, I think it's so stupid that these guys don't play in the preseason opener. Jaden needs to work, so do his receivers. Tom Brady used to play in the preseason opener even in later years just to get practice in. Can't replicate a game in practice. You can't baby these guys. Injuries can happen anywhere, including a water park. Last line made me laugh.
Yeah.
Things are different.
It's different, AD.
I also just found something out, Pete, that I find shocking.
What?
And I'm just going to put it on Front Street because kind of how I operate. Ryan Clary, the Stallion, very cheap, right?
Oh, super.
Like at all moments.
Super.
Just told me he's in a fantasy league with an $800 buy-in.
See, Ryan Clary,
that's crazy.
He's cheap because he's always broke, because he's always gambling and doing stupid stuff.
I love gambling.
And that's why he always can't get what he's supposed to be getting.
Like, as much as I make fun of him for it, White Brian loves gambling too. But
White Brian has somebody that will whip his ass if he loses all their money.
That's one thing. He's got a wife, right? That changes
this
your gambling habits.
He doesn't have nobody.
But White Brian embraces his brokenness and bets a quarter a game, 20 cents a game.
White Brian might have more money than all of us. He goes on vacation every other week.
He does go on vacation all the time.
So White Brian say he's saving his money for the good stuff. Dodo over here just gamble all his up and think he gonna have keep somebody of substance around.
I do owe you $10 for whatever that bet is we put in Chaparro.
You do owe me $10 for that.
$800 for a fantasy buy-in
is stupid.
Is crazy. To like,
and he doesn't keep his mind into it too much.
Crazy.
He doesn't keep his mind focused on things too much to be able to put that type of money and pay attention. Weird.
Have you ever won that league?
No.
I did a few years ago, but that was when
there was only $8.
No, it was oh my gosh. It was a good it paid for my rent.
And it's winner take all.
Winner take all.
It paid for your
How
rent?
many people are in that league?
10.
That's real money.
It's
That's
real
8
money.
G's.
That
so
is 8 G's.
He has an $8,000 per month.
Your rent is 8 G's a month?
No. This is no. God no. No, God. It's expensive. But when I won it a few years ago, it paid rent for me for about a couple months. It wasn't an $800 buy-in at this point.
I'm in 2 fantasy leagues, and the buy-in I think is $100 or $150. And
so you smart. Well, you got somebody that will whip you too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But also with fantasy, like for me at this point, like I used to be in a zillion leagues. One year I went nuts and won 6 out of 8 leagues, and it was like when I was broke and really needed the cash. It kind of worked out. The universe knows what it's doing, people. But at this point, my 2 fantasy leagues are my high school friends and my college friends, and then this janky ass league Derek runs. But
yeah, you don't know what that league's about.
It's
janky.
It's Derek's janky ass league.
Yeah,
that's what we call it.
yeah.
But the money with my high school friends and my college friends is secondary to the bragging rights and the S talking.
Yeah.
Like the especially my high school league is a pretty vicious Like, you ever notice with some friends that you've known forever, you love each other, but you kind of hate each other too?
That's why I don't play fantasy football
You
with
get
them.
into your 40s with your high school friends, you get into this weird zone. But like, come fantasy football season, like, there's a couple dudes I hate, and they're my brothers that I've known for 30 years.
Yeah.
All right.
I just rather stay away from mine. That's why I don't get involved with no fantasy with them.
I don't blame you. Don't blame you. I wanted to open the phone lines up for, listen to me clearly, for a football discussion. You know, the game that we're all going to go to Landover tonight in the rain to watch. Who do you want to see tonight? We'll start with our guy, Rusty in Delaware.
What up, Russ?
Rusty, you driving over the bridge for preseason?
Hey, fellas, good to hear from you. Yep, I'll be there tonight.
Attaboy.
Almost gave the tickets away to a client of mine, but when I told Jackson that, he looked at me like he was going to do something to me in my sleep. So we're going to go. And just so you guys know, there was a Heisman Trophy winner in 1959 at LSU that wore number 20, and nobody ever wore that number again. But I digress. So
we're digressing.
I'm super excited to see Joseph's and Fat Snacks tonight.
Fat Snacks.
But for more of a personal reason, I'm very excited to see number 40 Quentin Moore. And let me tell you the reason why. So we were at training camp on Monday. It was hot. It was a great practice. And you guys know Jackson, but I also he has a little brother named Jacoby. And you can guess who he's named after.
Okay.
So Jacoby got his first autograph. He's 4 years old, and he got his helmet signed, and the first person to sign it was Quentin Moore. And he sat there and had a full conversation with him, took the time, and Jackson had the same thing 10 years ago with a guy named Anthony Lanier. I'm sure you guys remember that. He actually grabbed him.
I love Anthony Lanier.
Grabbed Jackson from the fan section, took him right on the field down at Richmond, and he was, I think he was 2 years old at the time, or just about to turn 2. So I'm excited to see Quentin Moore. I know he's got a long shot to make the roster, but I want to see him play.
All right, brother.
All right, man.
Appreciate you.
Yourself,
Good
brother.
call. Have fun tonight. Let's go to Eli in D.C. What's up, Elijah?
What's going on, fellas?
What's
I
up,
got
brother?
I got a few quick names. You got it, man. I got a few quick names for you, man. I know you got a few calls. Colson Yankoff. I'm checking out this depth. Obviously, we don't want no injuries, but a lot of times as fans, you're nervous about, man, if this guy goes down, what are we going to do? So this is our opportunity to see how much fight we have in certain positions. I think Colson Yankoff has an opportunity to be a good move tight end if given the opportunity. Matt Golden, I want to see if he's going to look better than Good Jones, or what does he look like? And also this offensive line in the run game. Since camp against the joint practice, how much different do they look? What do those adjustments look like back when the offensive line coaches are dealing with the players post that practice? I want to see what adjustments the line has made to be able to open up the run lanes. I wasn't at practice, so I don't know how good or how bad, but certain of the storylines was the offensive line has certain struggles in the run game. So I just want to see what they can do. Also, the kicker competition. I think that's going to be something that is still being deciding. So I'm very curious to see what they do. I think Joshua Josephs has a great opportunity that a lot of our high-end pass rushers are not going to be playing. So we get an opportunity to see those long arms, see what he can do if he gets his hands in the passing lane, how dominant he can be. I want to see Katron Allen, what he can do and playing bully ball. So it's a lot of guys I can go on and on. So I just want to see our depth show up, be hungry, play with a sense of urgency, because at a certain point we're going to need them. We saw how the injuries went last year. We got to start off hot. Everybody on this roster has to know if you're on this team, your number can get called. So I want to see everybody moving around with that sense of understanding of why they're on this squad. So appreciate y'all, man.
All right, man.
Thanks, Eli. Good call, bud. I like that call. My guy Vince is in Akakeek.
What up, V?
Vince, who you want to see tonight?
So at first I was a little mad about it, but now that I know that the Dolphins are going to play their starters, I actually want to see everybody play, because we're going to have a lot of depth guys going against, not the best starters in the world, but they are starters. And I definitely want to see the offense stall out from the point of seeing the kickers kick. I'm also very curious to see what the safeties look like outside of Nick Cross and Jeremy Reeves. I don't think they're going to play, so I do want to see what the free safety depth look like. And the center. the rookie that we just drafted. Being that he's going to be going against starters on their defense, I want to see how he holds up. And then let's not get injured. That's number one.
We can.
It's a good call, man.
We can multiply that by 1,500,000. Let's not get injured.
1,500 million.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, dude.
All right, y'all.
Yep, I agree with that.
I'm curious for the Aquarium boys. Jeffrey, Jeff, you're DJing tonight, right? It's outside by the Solar Man?
I'm at Legends Plaza tonight.
Okay. Is that pregame, in-game? Where you at?
Pregame and halftime. Major League Band will be there as well.
The Finley girls are coming tonight. Maybe we'll come say hello.
Oh, definitely come through.
All right. Who do you want to see play? Not the music you're going to play. Who do you want to see play?
Well, I want to see Brandon Coleman. That's been the question that everyone has had since LT went down. I want to see him play. I want to see the competition, the wide receivers. I want to see who's going to get those last bottom spots. Because that's going to be a battle. Because I've been hearing Van has been doing well. I've seen on the internet Diami had a couple drops, but we've seen what Diami did in January. So I just want to see that tonight.
All right, man.
I like that.
I think all the receivers have come to play this year.
I'm trying to think.
Even Jones and Bradley. They've been doing some stuff.
Jacoby Jones caught a touchdown last year in New England and talked about what it meant to him. Just such a cool moment.
And he has a little size to him.
I just made a list of like some of the guys I think are worth watching tonight. I'd add Kane Madrano to the list.
Yep.
I think he missed a day or two.
He was banged up a little bit, but I think he came back from that, didn't he?
Yeah, but I think, they added a lot at linebacker. You had Styles, you had Chenal. Like, that position got a lot deeper. And still have Ali Cahoe. Like, I think there's obviously zero question with Styles and Chenal. I would add McGee to that list. I think Jordan McGee has a very firm spot, even if he got bumped down with the arrival of Sonny. But like Luvu, Styles, Chenal, McGee, that's kind of an interesting spot there at the fifth backer.
Yeah.
Because you typically keep five, especially now that they're listing these guys as outside linebackers that are pass rushers.
Yeah.
Phones are open. Coming up at 1 o'clock, it is Ask B. Mitch Anything. You'll hear from Frankie Luvu at 1:30.
If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn up the AC before heading out for vacation? You can adjust it in seconds and stop cooling the empty house. Plus, you'll get instant alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the cool, crisp difference instantly. And here's the best part. Rude systems are whisper quiet. No more noise interruptions while you're trying to relax, just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control operating efficiently even in the absolute peak of the summer heat. It's confident performance, perfectly balanced. Also, don't forget about the savings. Make sure to visit Rude.com to learn more about the different ways you can save on your home HVAC products. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We've been so football focused today. I guess it is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Shout out to everybody who observed.
Let's go, baby.
And we got Ask B. Mitch Anything coming up in about 10 minutes.
Do we really?
Yes, we do. Also, weather update. I texted with the great Amelia Draper. She thinks it should be dry by game time tonight. So it might be a little showers here and there, but I think the boys will be playing in fine weather this evening.
With that.
You know, my biggest weather complaint in football.
What?
Of all possible complaints about weather related to football.
What's that?
Everybody loves a snow game. I love a snow game.
I'll take a snow game.
I can appreciate rain, sleet, hail. Like, I can appreciate playing through the elements.
Yeah.
I can appreciate that. Can it make the job in the game? Can it make our jobs harder? Yes. Can it make the game sloppier? Yes.
You're inside, though.
Yeah, I can appreciate it. I'm out there pregame, whatever. You know what is the absolute worst?
What?
In football?
Hot?
No.
Cold.
When a preseason game goes into a lightning delay. Ain't nothing worse on the planet.
Yeah, but you know what, though? That's necessary.
I'm not.
Because you know B. Mitch gone anyway when the lightning starts flashing.
I'm not disagreeing with the premise.
Yeah.
I just hate it.
Yeah, but like.
And it's August. Up
Do
and
you
down
not
the East
take
Coast.
cover when it start lightning?
I'm already in the press box. I'm covered.
Yeah.
But that's cannot happen, Jeff. Speaking of things that can't happen, Jeff about died in there. And B. Mitch gets Bonchon. Jeff eats the spicy. Then Jeff dies.
He tries to, show that he's tough.
Just went down the wrong way. I'm good, boy.
You looked like it looked like the day you tried the
He
Zyn.
was crying, man.
That's what it looked like. Weather should be fine tonight. Question for the folks. Who do you want to see tonight? Who do you want to see ball out? John is in Southeast. What's up, Johnny?
Hey, what's going on, B. Mitchell family?
What up, man?
All right. Appreciate you for taking my call. I don't know if anybody said anything. We all, I might have missed it. Maybe somebody said it. I don't know. But, we all looking to see Antonio Williams and receiver, the defensive secondary, all those things. But what I really can't wait to see is the offensive coordinator and the defensive coordinator. I want to see how they call games, see the 2-minute offense. Even though everything is going to be vanilla, but I just want to see how he's going to do managing the game for the offense, see how Deron Jones got the defense flying around, just being active, so I can really know. Because if they're doing it with the backups and the third string, and we look at the talent that we do have on offense and defense, I think we'll get a really understanding of what we got going on this year.
I like that a lot,
I like that, man.
And I think
That's cool.
It's a good call, John.
All right.
Especially you saw this last night. I think the Packers got pretty aggressive with their timeouts at the end of the first half against the Steelers, if I'm remembering it right. I wasn't really locked into the game, but it was so they could get that version of the offense that was out there a 2-minute look, a hurry-up look.
Yeah.
And I think stuff like that is cool. Like, you should give these guys opportunities. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And, like, it's one thing that's interesting is I think offensively they're going to be very vanilla tonight.
I think it'll be vanilla in both of them.
Do you think the defense will too? That's what I was going to ask you.
Yeah, but
they play so many different looks.
Yeah, the thing about the defense, though, their vanilla looks complicated. But it's just typically what they're going to be doing. They line a lot of people up in all over the place, and they come from different spots. That's where you're going to affect a lot of offenses. But it's not their most exotic stuff, though. You get what I'm saying?
Totally.
Yeah.
I'll sneak one more in here. Rod is in Landover. What's up, Rod?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Man, football season is back, baby. It's amazing. It's time to go. Look, I'm looking. I'm trying to piggyback up off the last caller, so to speak. I kind of want to see. I think this running game is going to be so important to this team this year, with all the receivers we may have and all that. I think this running game will be very important to Jaden Daniels, the play actions and everything. So I want to see this running game. I want to see Allen, the Penn State running back. I want to see how the offensive line going to come off the ball. I want to see what running plays they're going to run. I just really want to see this running game. So I want to see Allen. I want to see what it's going to look like, play actions, all that off the running game. So that's what I'm really looking forward to seeing.
All right, bro.
Appreciate you, man. That's an old school caller right there. Wants
I
to
like
see the
it.
run game.
I like
Hey,
it.
did you watch that clip I sent last night in the text thread? Schlereth talking
Yeah,
about.
yeah. I've seen that. I came in here.
Maybe you showed it to me
months
before.
or so, and I told y'all when Mark was talking about that. And that's facts.
B. Mitch told that story when Toby was filling in. So I remember it. Yeah.
That's funny. All right, coming up next, phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Friday, 1 o'clock means you get to ask an NFL legend anything you want. It is time for Ask B. Mitch Anything. Again, 800-636-1067. Let's have a fun one. And then Frankie Louvu will join the program coming up at 1:30.
This sports update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Jaden Daniels versus LSU continues as the Commanders quarterback sends cease and desist to LSU over his name, image, and likeness as Tigers cornerback DJ Pickett continues to wear the number 5 jersey. On the field, the Commanders begin their preseason with a matchup tonight versus the Dolphins at Northwest Stadium. The Commanders haven't decided yet how much starters will play, while the Dolphins are expected to play their starters. The Nats hit the road tonight to take on the Mets to kick off the start of a 9-game road trip. Robert Stock takes the bump for New York, while Andrew Alvarez gets the start for the Nats. Strong teams need spaces to keep up. PVI Office Furniture helps businesses create workspaces with expert guidance, new and used options, fast delivery, and installation by PVI's own team. Visit PVI's massive Frederick showroom or go to PVI.com. Come experience the PVI difference today. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, PJ Glasser, 106.7 The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Friday, 1 o'clock. You hear the beats. You know the vibes. Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Hopefully some people are getting ready for a nice weekend.
Yeah.
I think the weather's supposed to be good. Our friend Amelia Draper from NBC4 says the weather should be fine by game time tonight. Friday, 1 o'clock means Ask B. Mitch Anything. Brought to us by Collars & Co. Best gear there is out there. B might be wearing one right now. I got a whole box of them last night getting ready for football season. Let's kick things off with Toothpick from Texas. What's up, Pick?
What's up, brother?
Hey, what's good, B. Mitch? What's up, JP? Okay, so I got a question for both of y'all. I know this segment's Ask B. Mitch Anything, but here we go. B. Mitch, I'm just gonna call this the B. Mitch effect with the roster talent being so great. Who could possibly return a kick to secure their spot in that wide receiver room on this roster? Ooh. And I'm not talking about, Jalen Lane and Luke McCaffrey, but who could possibly be back there, take one to the house and secure a spot?
Oh, wow.
That's good. That's a good one.
Well, I think I'm going to say a name that you all probably won't think. I think Treylon Burks is also going to be in the return game.
Tonight or in general?
He could be one.
Wow.
I'm just saying in general.
Okay.
That's a B. Mitch little Easter egg right there. JP, that's interesting. What?
JP, I heard you got 2 fantasy leagues between you and Clary. I may need somebody to substitute in for me during my draft.
Nope.
Are you available August 29th?
Nope. Just want to be clear. Nope.
I'm on vacation.
Thank you, Toothpick. Take care, man. Yo, you know how locked in White Brian is on the show, B?
Uh-huh.
He's doing a fantasy draft right now.
Oh, bro, I told y'all he be faking
it's a long
man.
draft. It's 8 hours per pick. It just happened to be my pick.
I'm just saying. Appreciate you being locked in.
Yeah.
Locked on. Locked in. That's our staff. Joe is in Fairfax.
Locked on. That's not locked on nothing.
Joe, what's up, dude?
What's up, guys? Big fan here. B-Mitch, I was just wondering, what's your favorite course that you've ever played? I know you're a big golfer. What's your favorite club that's in your bag currently?
My favorite course I ever played in my life, I would have to say...
Can I guess?
Yeah.
I know how much you loved playing in Scotland. I'm kind of guessing Scotland.
Kingsbourne.
Is it? Yeah, all right.
Kingsbourne was sweet, man. It had all of it had everything that Pebble Beach has to offer and more.
That's cool.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wonderful.
And my favorite club in my bag is my 7-wood. I swear by that thing. I hit it 3-wood distances.
Thanks for the call. Good call there. Where's the course you've gone lowest?
Chantilly.
Under 70?
Yeah. Way, long time ago. That's when I wasn't working. I was just playing golf.
I got a text from a listener. Says, ask B why his triceps are so small.
Who could this be?
They live in Virginia.
It's a lot of damn people.
Richmond.
Richmond. Is that you talking about
Larry?
Larry, tell me, because I don't do tricep press when I'm doing everything
or steroids.
And I'm gonna ask him why is your golf game so horrible?
Let's go to line 8. Nell is in Hyattsville. What's up, Nell?
Hey, JT, D-Mitch, what's going on?
What's up, man?
Hey, not much. So, D-Mitch, curious, man, how in the world did you get on Sharknado 3? And watching it, I see you and I see Ryan Kerrigan. I'm like, hold up, ain't no way.
Hey, man, we were doing we were doing the show over in Bethesda, and they were like, "Would y'all mind? Y'all want to be on this show because we're going to be using y'all studio?" And I'm like, "Hell yeah!" Y'all. They say they were paying too. So Ryan and I, we sat in the control room, and that was our control center for the tornadoes and stuff. So, yep, it was funny. I get every once in a while, walking down the street, people look at me with a double take. They're like, "Were you in Sharknado?" I'm like, "Yep."
So we were owned by NBC then, and
that's a good pull right there.
NBC was the producer or whatever.
Yeah,
and
that was a good one.
Chase was in there too.
Who?
Chase Hughes was sitting in there.
Yeah, that was hilarious. Me and Anthony Weiner.
Yeah, the congressman that kept sending pictures of things. Russ is in Charlestown. What's up, Russ?
That's pretty good at Anthony Weiner. You got to watch that bird. Yeah, hey, fellas. B-Mitch, I wanted to see like preseasons compared to like when you did your preseason, like today with these guys. It just seemed like a lot tougher there. It seemed like y'all went to like the third quarter, like in the third quarter of the fourth preseason game. If Mr. Gibbs wasn't happy with the offensive line, so I mean, I don't see anything happen like that. But I mean, how do you compare that to now? I know it's changed, but I just wanted your aspect of that. And good luck with you and John tonight on your show, bro.
Appreciate that, man. Thank you. I just think that like back then, they had more games, and then they didn't mind playing guys a little bit more. But I'll be honest with you, when money began to get bigger, I think people started to pull guys back. I think that's what it is mostly. You have these guys that are making a certain amount of money. They don't want those guys to get hurt. They want to make sure those guys make it to the regular season. I still think you got to get to a certain level to be ready to hit the ground running when the season starts. So however the coaches figure that out, you got to do it.
Game of the season, right, exactly.
Yeah, like one of those games, you got to give me at least get into the second quarter. You can't just go in the first quarter and then try to go play 4. I think when the season starts. Yeah.
Appreciate you, Russ. Take care, man.
Hey, y'all have a good one, man.
All right, Russ. Take care, bro.
It is Ask B-Mitch Anything, powered by Collars & Co. Time for our boy Drew on the Eastern Shore. What's up, Drew?
Hey, we're not on the Eastern Shore anymore. We're crossing the bridge. We're on our way to the game.
You are a loyal fan, brother.
But I have an easy question. B, are we going to see you at the tailgate?
Nah, man, I got to show up at 4 o'clock. I'm going to be in that damn press box, and I probably won't be leaving.
All right. Well, we got grouper that we're grilling, and I made smoked mahi fish dip. It tastes like crap. I mean, it's like crap. You can't stop eating it.
You got grouper?
Where you at again?
I love grouper. You park in the super lot now, but he's not far from where I park. I'll see what time I got to get in. What time will you be there, Drew?
What the hell?
We'll be there. Gates open at 2.
Red zone lot.
Yeah.
Drew will be there when I get there.
Red zone lot? Where the hell is
Yeah,
red zone?
If you come into Garrett Morgan's side, it's like
to the left or the right?
To the left. You park in the super lot, right? And there's that woods behind the super lot. It's behind the woods.
Oh, okay.
Appreciate you, Drew. Maybe we'll see you this afternoon, bud.
All right, bro.
All right.
Let's go. We got somebody calling from Jupiter, Florida. That's some nice
Jupiter?
Some nice golf down there.
Hey, man, invite us to play golf.
Yeah, get us out into the Grove.
Hey, you're welcome to come down anytime you like, you guys.
All right, man.
Well, I'm going to put you on hold when you get done. We're going to get your contact.
Yeah. I got a question for B-Mitch. I'm a longtime D.C. resident and retired a few years ago. Now I'm down here in South Florida. But your opinion about injuries have become such a prevalent thing in the NFL. And almost to the extent that they overcome the actual talent on teams and change how the outcomes, and it's so much. And B-Mitch, what I'm wondering from you is, given that the athletes have become so much bigger, heavier, stronger, faster? Do you think that we're getting to the point where we're overcoming what the human body can do?
You know what? I hear people say all the time the athletes today are bigger, stronger, faster. I don't agree with it because I still haven't seen a return guy my size yet. I still see Reggie White as big and as strong as anybody on the defensive line. Joe Jacoby is a massive man. I just think that what happens today is just like in baseball. Pitchers in baseball used to pitch double headers, pitch whole games. Today, the smart people tell them pitch 5 innings, take them out the game. Then they happen to get into a game where they got to go up to 7 and they get hurt. I think we're not allowing our bodies to really get as strong as it possibly could. You know what I mean? So where you can go out there and handle those situations. Like preseason, guys don't play as much. Then they get into the regular season, we want them to go out there and go. You're probably old enough to understand, like I know, when you first bought a car, they tell you drive at a certain speed till you get to the break-in point, then you could drive it fast. We're now telling guys, soon as you get on this regular season football field, go full speed when they haven't even gotten anywhere close to what the top speed is. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I think we are, the way we train, everybody tell you train. You can't train all the damn time. And you damn sure can't train too small and then try to go out there and get it done. They got to find a way to get that training situation back in order.
Kev, I'm going to put you on hold. Tell Stallion where you play and where we can join you. Good call right there. Let's check out. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. My boy did just text me. His new club that Tiger built in Utah is now open and playable, B.
Okay.
Disco is in Laurel. What's up, Disco?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How y'all doing today?
What's up, Disco? How you doing, man?
Hey, good, man. Hey, B-Mitch, you're a Hall of Famer, man. So I always wanted to ask you this. You might even have already addressed this. So we talking about jersey numbers, and I didn't see the team give out number 30 to, let's be kind, to some not so good players. But then you got Austin Eckler, and I know you was probably happy when you saw Eckler in that 30. How do you feel about your number 30 just being given out all willy-nilly over the years?
When it's given to somebody that's trash, it pisses me off. But when it's given to somebody that has some level of talent, I'm cool with it. Because Jay know last year when Austin had it on, I was thrilled.
Yeah.
Totally
I figured
thrilled.
You would be.
Yeah, you know, but there's been some people where I'm like, what the hell?
I think I said this.
Because you.
Thanks for the call, Disco.
Yeah, because you're
good.
Okay,
Go ahead. Finish. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, man, you're a Hall of Famer, man, and I think the conversation needs to be had about your jersey. I mean, I know it's a lot of jerseys could be retired, man, but yours should be under consideration.
Appreciate you, Disco.
that, man.
Did you see the thing? I think I sent this to you last night. McAfee was telling the story about LaRon Landry's first practice with the Colts, and he just laid out Reggie Wayne.
Yeah, I'm like, but dude, something was wrong with him.
Yeah.
You know, like, he looked the part. But when all that stuff he did with D-Jack, and D-Jack ran right past him.
Just ran right past him.
Come on, bro.
Just hand up, running right past him.
I was sitting there watching. I'm like, oh, boy, this is not going to be good.
All right, you ready for this one?
What we got?
Hello, Commander Tequila. How do you do?
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're great, buddy.
Man, a couple of questions went quick, and one of the guys took my question as well about who's the jersey number. Well, my other thing is this: I don't college.
Commandante, we can't hear you, brother.
I don't know what the hell he's saying.
I mean, Commandante, we can't hear you, dog.
Kay had the windows down and talking, and we can't understand what he said. All I hear is Rose.
Let's go to Manny in Southeast. What's up, Manny?
What up, Manny?
Hey, fellas, how y'all?
We're good, dude. How are you?
I'm cool. Hey, look, first and foremost, I like what Brian said about man having them play. You know what I mean? But I also know he know what that money do, so that's why they're not going to play. But they need to. But my question is, with Brandon Coleman playing as good as he played in 2024, right? Why is there seemingly a concern with him playing that position? Because if you look at his numbers from 2024, who in their right mind could say that man can't play that position? I just want to hear Brian. I don't care if all of y'all answer, but it seems like it's a concern And I want to know, why is it such a concern for that man to put them numbers up again?
Well, the thing of it, he played the position in 2024. Last year, he basically didn't play when they tried to move him to different positions. I would think if he can go back out there, well, which I heard someone say he plays the left tackle position better. So if he can go back to that, nobody's going to have a concern. But I just think that when you have any dip in play, people are, you know how it is, Manny. When you do something great, they say, oh, you're supposed to. You do something bad, they start wondering if something is wrong. And it's harder for people to forget the bad than the good. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they are still stuck on what just was there. But if he goes back and be playing like he did in 2024, and which he should be a little smarter with it too, a little better, a little more athletic, more in tune for this game, he should play better. And if he does, it won't be a problem.
One thing we've talked about a lot is that Josh Connerly went down to Alabama to train with Tunsil in the offseason.
Mm-hmm.
Coleman
did too, yeah.
Brian is in Herndon. Brian, ask Brian a question.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, brother.
Hey, good. Hey, definitely got a good question for Brian, but JP, real quick, I was the guy that called you a couple weeks back about a recommendation for a cheesesteak place in Bethany Beach.
Oh, did you find one?
Surfs Up is. I did. Dough Rollers. It's actually right behind the old Surfs Up in downtown Bethany.
Oh, like down that little side street?
Yeah, it's right behind, those little nicks and crannies, like they have like the little shops inside. Yeah. It's a place called Dough Rollers. Good cheesesteak, good pizza. So check it out next time you're there, man.
Okay, I'll be there tomorrow.
There you go, Dough Rollers. Go check it out, dude.
All right, man.
B. Mitch, my son is 10 years old. Great athlete, baseball, basketball. He's been playing flag football the last couple of years, and been begging mom and dad to get him to tackle football. So he's playing tackle football for the first year. He's had his first week and a half of practice and having a great time. But just curious, a piece of advice from a seasoned vet like you. What should a young guy be looking to do to get better?
I think stretching a lot of running. You say 10 years old, and no need to be lifting no weights or nothing like that right now. But make sure you stretch a lot. I think too many people get involved with sports, and all they do is start getting ready for the strength part. Nobody stretches. If you stretch, that'll carry them way farther than anything else out there. And learn all the proper techniques. When the coach is telling you put that helmet to the side and you use your shoulder pads and all those things, do that. Don't try to look at TV and see the big hits and start trying to do those things. Try to learn it from the ground up. Every little technical thing you can get, and just constantly repeat that.
Also, I looked this up. The cheesesteak place is called Dough Hook. Dough Rollers in Ocean City. Dough Hook in Bethany. Might have to check that out, B. That's exciting news. We just had a caller named Brian. Now we have a caller named JP. What's up, dude?
Hey, JP. Shout out to you. I'm Gan Mackay 94, so I wanted to say hi to you first and foremost. So I hope you're look forward to your trip to Bethany Beach. I hope it's going to be a good time.
I got a question for you then, because a lot of the older guys were very mad at us for getting the frat thrown off campus. Are you mad at us?
No. Are you mad at JP? Because JP was the reason.
Yeah, my brother. I think my brother was part of that. I know you know him, so it's So yeah, but it's all right, man. Hey, things.
JP got real quiet there.
Hey, it was JP. It wasn't your brother though.
All right. Well,
listen,
now they're right
I
next
was
to
part
the
of
police.
it, but there were a lot of parts.
Yeah, they're right next to the police station, so that'll put a damper on that. So.
Yeah.
So, but hey, fellas, anyway, B. Mitch, question for you.
Yeah.
I agree with you a couple minutes ago when you said they're not pushed hard enough. I played all 4 years in high school. I played baseball. We had 3-a-days. Do you have any insight in anybody? Is there a pushback to return to the mean? Because as far as I'm concerned, and I've talked to D1 college guys that played, they're like, it's too easy now. It's too soft. Do you think there's any movement to go back to like some harder days?
You know what,
hang
man?
Up, guys. Have a great weekend.
Listen, bro, and I'm gonna piss off a lot of people. The analytical geniuses and all these smart people who were not ever involved with sports have gotten in. They will never relinquish it. They're gonna keep pushing it out there. But I would say this: for every athlete, every parent out there, your kid, make sure they're pushing it to the limit. Okay? Because when they get out on the football field, analytics is not going to protect them. The smart guy who say, oh, nah, you don't need to do this or do that, that's not going to protect them. The hard work that they put into it is going to protect them. So make sure they go out there and take care of themselves. I understand what people do. Even back when we were doing stuff, I still went to Worldgate and power clean and squat and did all the stuff that D-Boy wouldn't let us do. But you know what I knew? It helped me. It got me to the point, and I wasn't going to stop it. So I did everything I needed to do to keep going. And there are guys today who go out there and go through the little minimal stuff, and they know they're nowhere close to being where they need to be. And they say, well, that's what the coaches gave us. And then when they get hurt, they know why. But they always say, well, I did everything they asked me to do. Everything they ask you to do may not be enough for you. And you got to realize that.
B, I got to bring something up real quick that I find astonishing. And maybe I need to text Dan Duggan that covers the Giants for The Athletic to make sure I've got this right. Why, Brian, I know you're keeping track of your G-men, right?
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, if this is throughout camp, this is wildly concerning. I think you could argue Darius Slayton is the Giants' most accomplished receiver right now. Maybe it's Calvin Austin, Darnell Mooney, whoever you want to say.
It's Slayton.
Of their top 5 wideouts, Dart has connected on 41 passes. If that is the entirety of camp, that is problematic. Maybe this is only 11s. Still, Darius Slayton has 5 catches from Jackson Dart. Steph Diggs probably had 7 or 8 against Miami the other day.
Hey, based off of my Commander's mindset, good.
When we come back, you'll hear from Frankie Louvu.
Off the field for the Commanders, Jaden Daniels versus LSU continues as the Commanders quarterback sends cease and desist to LSU over his name, image, and likeness as Tigers sophomore cornerback DJ Pickett continues to wear the number 5 jersey. On the field, the Commanders begin their preseason with a matchup tonight versus the Dolphins at Northwest Stadium. The Commanders haven't declared yet how much starters will play, while the Dolphins are expected to play their starters, including quarterback Malik Willis. After a 7-0 win yesterday in D.C., the Nats hit the road tonight to take on the Mets to kick off the start of a 9-game road trip. Robert Stock takes the bump for New York, while Andrew Alvarez gets the start for the Nats. Washington is currently 5 games out of the final wild card spot. The NBA schedule is out, and the Wizards and rookie A.J. DeBanza will open up their season at home against the Milwaukee Bucks on Wednesday, October 21st. They will welcome in the NBA champion New York Knicks on December 18th, and their first matchup against the new-look Sixers will be in Philadelphia on January 12th. From the Crot Metcalf Sports Desk, PJ Glasser, 106.7 The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. In about 5.5 hours, we'll be watching football, B.
Yeah, we will. Jeff left, didn't he?
I guess.
I can tell by the music.
Jeff has been playing this. This is Beastie Boys.
Yeah, I know. I'm just
riff.
saying, Ryan goes straight to that.
Yeah, he does.
He might play it every time we play music.
We should maybe explore this next week. Front Office Sports is reporting. You know how there was that video of Justin Herbert with his fiance on the sideline after practice? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a heck of a noise. And now there's a picture of Jackson Dart with his girlfriend after practice, and I believe a picture of Joe Burrow with a woman after practice.
Okay.
According to Front Office Sports, I'm quoting now, videos of NFL quarterbacks sharing moments with their significant others at training camp have gone viral in the past week. Turns out they are partly coordinated. A source close to the league tells FOS they are part of a content campaign. Let's pull that thread next week. Right now, let's talk to a player.
We're going to get this going, Jay.
Let's talk to a player that is of great importance for the Commanders to get back to the playoffs. Linebacker, Frankie Luvu.
Always appreciate getting to spend time with Commanders linebacker Frankie Luvu. You seem like a happy guy right now.
Yeah.
You just wrapped practice with the Dolphins. The defense looked great. How you feeling?
Man, I feel great. Like you said, just a lot of energy and just going in with another opponent and just really to see where we at as a team. And, man, we was flying today, right? Everything that we talked about in the meetings room, and we're bringing it to life on the field. And it was just stacking series after series, right? And just treating it every period as a series, and we responded.
Last year, a lot of things went wrong, but a big part of it was injuries, especially on the DNs, and you kind of got forced to play out of position a little bit. How much better does it feel being back on that secondary level where you can use your athleticism?
Well, this is where I want to be. I came here to be an inside backer, and, but if body goes down and roles have to change, and, I'm always, for that, right? And just the more I can do with myself. I can do multiple things. So I'm just happy that I get to be off the ball and playing more off the ball and, going downhill with DJ's defense.
What's like the aggression level of this defense?
Oh, yeah, it's up. Man, I don't know if they ran the ball through that, through that front seven, right? You got our 5 down front, and it's our 3-4 defense, man. And you got freaking KC and Owe on the edge. It's like I could trust that the ball ain't going to go outside, and I could just play downhill fast. And then that's, just eliminating all the plays that they can run, knowing that our guys up front with J.K., Payne, and, even Charles in there. So I'm just excited, man, to see what we're going forward.
Knowing your level of athleticism and versatility, what's it like getting to play next to guys like Chenal and then Styles?
Yeah. Well, Chenal brings a different game style, and Sonny, he's like a true pro, right? He comes in and he acts like a pro. He knows what he's doing. He's on top of his work, communicating on the field, and just finding that guy, right? Me and Bobby had that tandem where comfortable playing with it. Hey, if he's shooting this gap, I can overflow. So just finding the the balance between players, right? Sonny bring a different style. He's very long and striding and very powerful. Leo is more center base and more hat hands and also good in coverage. So I'm just, man, when all three of us on the field, it's like we all look at each other. We have this thing where we say ball, and it's like ain't nothing but a ball, or we going and touching the ball wherever the ball is at, right? And that's just pushing ourselves to compete at practice. So by game day, it's just become second nature.
Have you talked to Bobby at all? You guys are so close.
Yeah, man, me and Bobby talk, right? Just checking in for the most part, like, yo, like, how you doing? Just, you know, that's one thing about the LB100 and Ken preaches in our room, man, you know. After this game, man, you always have that group, right, and just checking in for the most part. But I talk with Bobby, man, almost every day, just checking where he's at. Right now, you know, he's been working out in L.A., man, with his daughter, and it's funny because he's like, man, his daughter's like, man, don't you got to be at work or something? So it's kind of weird for him, but it's funny at the same time.
Sure.
Doing this for a long time, man, but yeah.
You mentioned Ken there. You know, you're going into year 3 with him as your linebackers coach.
Mm-hmm.
What's it like when you've got a guy like Ken Norton running that room?
Man, you see it, man. Freaking energy. Since I got here, he's been pushing me, right? And it hasn't changed from my first year to second to my third year. And Ken is somebody that's been doing it for a long time and hasn't been telling us things that he hasn't been done, right? Everything that he's preaching in our room, he's done it before. And that's the thing that I feel like a lot of guys in our room and guys in the building and people respect him, right? He still have knowledge for the game and he comes in every day. Once we're in that room, man, he's stirring the pot, like, you know, making jokes, and especially this time's around camp, you know, it's long and whatnot, but he finds way, man, to have us laughing in the rooms and still, like, you know,
let it be fun, right?
Yeah, let it be fun.
Last week was a bit of a whirlwind. Just think of it from a fan perspective. So much excitement about bringing Stephon Diggs in.
Yeah.
And then about 48 hours later, you find out Laramie Tunsil's going to miss significant time. Yeah. You're a veteran in this league. You know the ups and downs of it.
Yeah.
What was the reaction like in the locker room during that kind of up and down?
Yeah, man, definitely it touched us, right, for LT. Pro, true competitor, BMF, like, he was one of them leaders and still is that we look up to, man. And to lose him it affected the team, man. It affected me so much, man, because I talked to him personally and you know, just being there for him and a speedy recovery, man. But signing Stephon as well, knowing that a little tandem with Terry and needing that on the offense and having more explosive people on the field, man, is another good addition to the team. And, you know, around this league, man, it's a long season. People come and go, but, you know, my prayers are with LT, man, and, yeah, that definitely touched the team for the most part, yeah, but.
How do you feel about 74 Coleman going back into that spot? You guys won a lot of games with him at that spot.
Cole been doing it, right? Like, it's the next man up in this league. You know how it is. And Cole been doing it since he got here as his rookie year. And also Wiley's been in, but, like, he didn't flinch, I feel like, for Coleman. You know, he just said, all right, next man up, and he was prepared for us. So he knows what the expectations we have for him and the standards we have for ourselves for the team, and knowing that role of taking LT spot. And, you know, we're just excited, man. You know, he's a true competitor, and we trust him.
I see a lot of number 4 jerseys when I'm at games or here at training camp, but the jersey you see most is number 5.
Yeah.
What do you think of Jaden so far through a couple weeks of camp?
Jay the one, not the two, you know what I mean? And he's the face, man, of the team. He's our leader, and we fight with him, and we walk right beside him, right? Like I said, Jaden was a rookie, bro. He came in, he's in the room, he's out, you know, early mornings getting lift in, and out the room late, you know, and that speaks volume as a young player, and now progressing as a year 3 in this league, and man, he's just, you know, scratching the surface, and we right beside him.
With a new installation on defense and a new installation on offense, I felt like Jaden was trying to set the tone as far as being in the books and publicly saying, like, we got a lot of work to do, we got to keep learning. Does that set the tone for the whole team?
Yeah, it definitely set the tone, right? Because, you know, new coaching staffs come in and new playbooks that's coming in, so it's upon everybody to get on top of their books, right? And Jaden sets a high expectations for the team and also for himself, to know that this guy's going to be in this position when the ball is snapped, and I know I can throw this ball over here when he's going to be at that specific spot at the time, right? And And he's been like that at practice all day, going back and forth with him, and he's just getting better and better and better every day. I feel like he's the best to ever do it. Just going against the offense, against Blau, and knowing that offense I can't wait to watch this film and see what they were doing on the other side of the field, against their defense for sure. So
the motion is crazy.
Yeah.
Is it hard to keep, for you defending it in practice?
Yeah, bro. It's so much motions, right? You got so much motion. They're running, like I said, it kind of reminds me of the San Fran, Detroit Lions, where a lot of eye candy, but looking at the final formation, and they're running that play out of that play, but they got a different dude over there. You got Chig over there, a receiver, running routes like receiver, but a tight end. You got Terry at slot sometimes. I got to be in the slot, and I got to cover him, right? And just finding those mismatches, I feel like, for the offense, and that's what we love, and just, going against them every day, man, I feel like it's going to get us better on defense.
Frankie, thank you for the time, man. Always so insightful. Yes, I appreciate you, man. Frankie Luvu, I think he could be in line for a big year with having Styles and Chenal, and then playing more of a 3-4, and just Frankie. Last year, injuries happen, and that's part of team games, right?
Yeah,
you get forced to maybe play out of position because you don't have the staff for it. Frankie had to be, hand in the dirt, down as a D end a lot. You like to think that doesn't happen again. I think you could see Luvu having a really strong season again.
Sometimes you can go out and you can play those other positions, but you don't play them as well as you play the position you know how to play.
Right.
And I think if you can get him back where he's accustomed to being, allowing him to be a blitzer and at rusher sometimes, and he drops in coverage and things like that, work out perfectly for him. But he talked about eye candy on offense. They got some eye candy going on defense. They're going to have people looking like, what the hell is about to go on here?
Yeah.
They're going to have offenses guessing.
Especially the way they kind of disguise their coverages on the back end. I love it. And if you disguise a coverage and you send pressure, it's tricky in a hurry.
No, I saw one thing they did the other day. They had, I'm serious, 7, 8 people right there. And when the ball was snapped, you could see the offense went for their quick routes, the stuff that you do when you got a blitz coming. Hell, they dropped back and it was just a regular zone. So you throwing it into a lot of pressure sometimes, and that can happen. I've seen people even like Tom Brady who knew what was going on, Peyton Manning, they get caught up in those zone blitzes sometimes.
There's so much for us to watch tonight, and the folks that are going to be upset that you maybe aren't seeing Jaden Daniels or Terry McLaurin, I think you just lost the plot when it comes to what frontline starters do in preseason. You
just don't watch TV anymore.
Right. But
turn on the TV, you'll see.
We've got to see all these kicks, and we've got to see Moody and Stevens at length, but fans largely haven't. That's a big old battle going on tonight.
Yes, it is. And listen, they talked about having a lot of competition this training camp. They were not lying. And listen, this is the best seat to have when you know that multiple positions have all those battles going on. Sit back. And I know people say, well, the coach is going to have to cut people. No. Those players going to cut themselves, or the players going to make themselves stay on the team. Believe that.
B. Mitch and Finley on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. We're going to make some bets. Maybe let's see if we can get some props for tonight. I don't know what exists, but White Brian, get on the case. Nobody go anywhere. JP Finley here. Everybody talks about making the most of summer, but at Offenbachers, the fun doesn't have to end when the weather cools off. Right now through August 18th, you can save up to $4,000 on select hot tubs and swim spas. If you've ever thought about adding a swim spa to your home, now is the perfect time. You can swim, exercise, or simply relax year-round, no matter what the weather brings. And if you've been thinking about upgrading your outdoor space, don't miss Offenbacher's end-of-season specials on premium patio furniture and umbrellas. You'll find exceptional values on select pieces with limited quantities available. Plus, ask about Offenbacher's floor model sauna and swim spa sale for even more outstanding savings. Stop by one of Offenbacher's convenient showrooms in Herndon, Rockville, Gainesville, or Annapolis, or visit Offenbachers.com. But do not wait. Special savings end August 18th.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Little known fact, B. Mitch is an optometrist.
Yeah.
Another little known fact. Caller number 10, right now you win a pair of tickets to go see Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan, the Double Trouble Tour 2026. Concerts next Thursday night, August 20th at Nats Park. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. Caller number 10 right now, 800-636-1067. Now, without further ado, we got props for tonight. Okay.
You got a prop now. Put it on. That prop needs to be on.
I thought we were going to run through the props.
No. You put the prop on at the last segment.
Put the hat on, JP.
This is the segment. Yeah,
This
last
is the segment. Put the hat on.
That's 2 days in a row, dog.
There is some serious erroneous behavior around here that no one's worn the hot dog hat for a month, and all of a sudden we keep track of it.
You've been because you were at the complex.
What did I bet last night?
You took the Raiders and they lost by 13.
Damn. That's hot dog hat worthy.
Everyone else won.
Woo-woo!
Who won the week?
I did.
Ryan Clary.
I did.
B. Mitch might have. I
didn't.
Well, you always put parlays in, so you could have you wouldn't have the win percentage. All right, W. What do we got tonight?
Do we want Dolphins and Commanders or just Commanders props?
I don't want to wear this hat. Is what I want.
That's a prop.
Let's start with just Commanders, and if we run out of time, we'll do some Dolphins stuff.
All right, Arthur.
He's just laughing at me, just looking and laughing at me.
Arthur has 80.5 passing yards as his prop.
Arthur?
Kaliak Manis.
His name.
You think his name is Arthur?
His name Ethan.
Nathan.
Ethan. Where the hell did you get Arthur from?
He kind of looked like an Arthur.
What is the number?
80.5.
I love that you just said Arthur has 80.5. Like we're supposed to know on what planet you're talking about. Kaliak Manis.
You about to go viral, Jay.
Yeah, there's nothing good happening right now. Kaliak Manis has 80.5 pass yards tonight?
Yes, that's his over-under.
Gosh, he'll probably get a lot of the second half.
Could be. Well, yeah. Something. Yeah.
80.5 is low.
They just don't think he gonna throw a ball.
Yeah, maybe they just run it. I'll go under on Ethan Kaliak Manis.
All right, Fat Man, 30.5 rushing yards.
Fat Man, 30.5 rush yards. You'd like to see that go over.
Yeah,
I know that.
I would love to see that go over.
I'll go over.
Antonio Williams, 22.5 receiving.
A lot of that depends how much he plays. I bet he gets some real play in the first, maybe into the second quarter. I don't think there's any chance we see Diggs or McLaurin tonight. That means Burks, McCaffrey, Diami, Van, Williams. 22.5? He needs 3 catches.
That's one
probably.
catch, man.
Yeah, I'll go over.
Last Commanders prop I found, Nick Nash, 20.5 receiving yards.
Wow. I kind of like that. I sneaky like that. Nick Nash can play the whole second half.
I love that bet.
I love that bet.
You putting that in, Stallion?
I'm going to put that in. Nick Nash, we getting that on FanDuel?
I'm not doing that one with you.
Yeah, I do owe you the 10, but I'm out on that.
That's all right. I'll win it back tonight.
Nick Nash. College court. Have you looked up the Nick Nash experience at San Jose State?
Nope.
It's a wild ride, B. I think you'll appreciate this as a guy that converted positions. Nick Nash, for starters.
Is that a song about hot dog hats?
I don't know.
I'm going to post a song with your post, dog.
I appreciate that. Nick Nash, in 6 seasons, he played 6 years. No red shirt, no nothing. Just played 6 years. Was a quarterback for 3 years. They converted him to receiver. His final season at San Jose State, he went for 104 catches, 1,382 yards, and 16 touchdowns in 12 games.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, those are outrageous numbers. I think he was an All-American.
How many? Call that again?
12 games, 104 catches, 1,382 yards, and 16 touchdowns.
That's balling.
I think he got Biletnikoff votes. I mean, certainly an impressive college career at San Jose.
Come on,
State.
Nick, do something tonight.
All right, that's all the props you got?
You want the Dolphins ones too?
Hold on, I might have more here. Malik Willis over under 30 and a half. Jeez, B-Mitch. Over under 30 and a half passing yards. B-Mitch can't stop laughing because he's posting a picture of me in the hot dog hat playing I Wish I Was an Oscar Mayer. Like, he's listening. Just trying to get through the show here. Achane 9.5 rush yards. I think
I'll probably go on on that one. He probably won't even be playing.
I think he'll get a carry. Yeah, there really aren't a lot of props for this joint. Malik Willis 30.5. Quinn Ewers is the backup in Miami. Remember, he was like the biggest deal in college football.
Oh, he's a bad man.
He went to Ohio State, then transferred back to Texas. That's a dude that should have gone pro when he could, because he waited around another year to, I think, try to win a natty at Texas and didn't. There's a bunch of other games tonight. So the Commanders are 3.5-point dogs in this adventure this evening against Miami. You've also got Bucks Jets tonight, 7:00 in the Meadowlands. The Jets are a 6.5-point favorite over the Bucks. Does that make a lot of sense to you?
Yeah, because like the Jets can probably be playing their guys, and the Bucks won't be.
You know who is playing tonight? Who? Jalen Daniels. I'm serious. He was the quarterback at Kansas. I guess Tampa drafted him or signed him. Okay. You also have Broncos Falcons from Atlanta this evening. That's a 7:00 kick. That's the 3 tonight. I think a bunch more tomorrow. Saturday, 1:00, Panthers Bills. Saturday, 1:00 on the ESPN app. You can watch Vikings at Giants. Saturday, 1:00. Why don't we spread these out a little, fellas? Mm-hmm. Saturday, 1:00, Browns at Bears. Saturday, 4:00, Jags at Saints. Saturday, 4:00, Rams at Chiefs. Saturday, 7:00, Eagles at Ravens. Saturday, 8:00, Cowboys, Seahawks. And now we've got Stallion brilliantly playing the intro music at the end of the program. If you want to listen to Trainwreck Radio, this segment has been for you. Thanks to everybody that joined the program today. Thank you to David Ferones from the Sun Sentinel and John Keim, ESPN.com. Big game tonight, folks. Grant Danny next.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Jaden Daniels versus LSU continues as the Commanders quarterback sends cease and desist to LSU over his name, image, and likeness as Tigers cornerback DJ Pickett continues to wear the number 5 jersey. On the field, the Commanders begin their preseason with a matchup tonight versus the Dolphins at Northwest Stadium. The Commanders haven't declared yet how much starters will play, while the Dolphins are expected to play their starters. The Nats hit the road tonight to take on the Mets to kick off the start of a 9-game road trip. Robert Stock takes the bump for New York, while Andrew Alvarez gets the start for the Nats. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? When you're ready to pop the question, think Mervis Diamond Importers and Tacori. Mervis offers unbeatable value, while Tacori brings handcrafted detail and signature design to every engagement ring from the very first sparkle. For the largest selection in D.C., visit Mervis. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, PJ Glasser, 106.7 The Fan.
Yeah, Friday. What's up? Welcome in and happy preseason football game day all over the DMV. Grant Paulson, Danny Rouillet, hanging out with you on the Fan. We will take you up to 6:30 this evening, and about a half hour after that, the season gets underway unofficially over in Landover, Maryland, with the Commanders and the Dolphins tussling in the first of 3 exhibition tilts.
Big fish to fry today. We've got a lot on our plate, but I'd be remiss if I didn't offer a tip of the old cap to Kate Cavalli yesterday, who was standing at the bar, sending out the vibe, flirting, heavy flirting with a no-no. It was basically a duck snort. That was the only thing that undid what was the best start of his career, 8-inning shutout ball, 10 punchies. That was really cool. Good on-field interview post-game by my friend Grant Paulson.
Thank you.
But that was awesome.
Yeah, that was cool to get to do. We'll talk more about that coming up at the end of the hour for sure, because we would absolutely be remiss if we didn't talk about the best start of Cavalli's career. And the heart was beaten for me a little bit. I thought I was going to get to see a no-hitter in person.
Once we got through 5, I'm going, everybody pay attention, please.
But the story of the day, as you said, is preseason football. There will be tens of thousands of folks over in Northwest Stadium tonight in Landover, Maryland, watching the Commanders and the Dolphins. I'm curious to see what the turnout is like, what kind of energy there will be within the crowd, what the weather holds up, and assuming it's dry over there generally. It's going to be warm. It's an August game, but nighttime, under the lights, fun opportunity. I know just hyper locally for me within our ticket group, these are good opportunities for the kids. I know my brother's taking my nephew. My kids and my wife were thinking about going for much of the week because it's just not the same rowdy, all day long tailgating crowd of people that are screaming and cursing and fighting, and you're not shoulder to shoulder. So you kind of get a few seats to either direction of you. So it's more of a family atmosphere. I think it's a good opportunity to indoctrinate, to groom, if you will, some of the children into Commanders fandom, if you can get them out there to watch some football this evening.
Indeed. Weather looks okay, but normal August, overcast, muddy soup kind of deal. But, the forecast changes every 17 seconds in terms of whether it's going to rain or not. But according to the smart people who do it for their gig, it will be dry at game time.
If you are listening to the show all over the DMV on the flagship 106.7, thank you. And, of course, you can watch the show on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube channel in high definition. We are available for you on video today. So however you check us out, we appreciate you. Let's start, though, with tonight's game and with some of our expectations of what we want to see. I get excited for these first preseason games. Now, don't get me wrong. I would prefer to see Jaden Daniels throwing to Stephon Diggs and Terry McLaurin for a drive. But we all know we're not going to see that. And the moment that I saw the intensity with which and the duration with which practice went against the Dolphins on Thursday, I knew by and large most of the starters weren't going to go. I do think Sonny Styles is going to play tonight based on a couple of the comments that Dan Quinn has made this week at the podium. And he never really did actually address who's in and who's out. He kind of pushed the can down the road, a couple of kicks, and then eventually never had to answer to, will the starters play or won't they? But I think Sonny Styles will be one of the biggest, most exciting commodities on the field. For the most part, I think a lot of starters won't go. But this becomes a huge opportunity for the depth guys at receiver, where we're trying to figure out who's in and who's out. Somebody like Antonio Williams might start tonight. Treylon Burks is going to be on the field a bunch. Players like Luke McCaffrey and Jalen Lane. Lane, I think, is a roster lock because of punt returning. McCaffrey maybe a little less so, but a kick returner who's at a good camp. Really important night for him. Van Jefferson, De'Ami Brown, do they show out? Guys that are ticketed for the practice squad who are way down the depth chart, like Jacoby Jones, who caught a pass last year. 6'4" Jaden Bradley, an undrafted free agent from UNLV. I think you'll see all of those guys. My guess is, and this is just speculative, I'll bet you're going to see a series or two from Mariota as your, air quotes, starter. Mm-hmm. So he gets you, 10, 15 reps, whatever that looks like. And then it's a lot of Sam Hartman, and then you finish the night for a quarter with Ethan Kaliakmanis. So you see those three quarterbacks. Hartman plays the bulk of the evening. But if you get out there and you're Antonio Williams with Marcus Mariota, what a chance that is to prove that you're ready for more opportunities with starters.
Indeed. The players, and we're going to do the dance where guys that are on the roster fringe make a name for themselves or don't, and we'll prognosticate and try to figure it out. I mean, but how many times have you gone, how do they not keep Marcus White, who had like 11 sacks in a preseason game? Pretty easy, and he's never heard from him again. But yeah, the things that I'm watching are some of the guys you referenced. It is the players that will contribute. Maybe not as frontline starters, maybe not as the plan, but we learn all about what best laid plans are supposed to look like, right? So there are guys that are going to play this year that are playing tonight. I will be watching them individually. I'm not going to judge as much quarterback play. I already know kind of what I got in Mariota. I know the two guys behind him, frankly, in my view, cannot play. It's a waste of an exercise, waste of time for me. So I'm not going to be able to judge receiving grade or, maybe you'll see who's open, guys winning one-on-one. But it's where players are engaged against somebody that's trying to impress their coaching staff.
Right.
Those one-on-one moments, not schemed up stuff, not designed, but there's going to be the whole point of this is to go, can Grant block Darius? And those two guys are going to get matched up. They're going to figure it out.
Well, speaking of can Grant block Darius, offensive line, I don't know who's in and who's out. Like, I'll be really curious to see. Generally, you would either have all your starters playing or not. But because of the injuries and the quirkiness of Brandon Coleman just getting elevated, I could see a world where Sam Cosmi doesn't need to play in this game. So if you're actually redshirting some guys and you're telling some dudes to take the night off, Cosmi's the most likely guy on the offensive line you'd do that with.
Best track record, most established.
I want to see Josh Connerly play in this game tonight. I think he needs to play in this game tonight based on not only last season, but training camp has been up and down a little bit for him. I thought the scrimmage with the Dolphins had some very good highs and a couple of lows. So I'd like to see him play. Coleman should be out there. Paul, right now, who was getting pushed for his job, should be out there. And obviously, Julian Good-Jones is going to play because he's only kind of a starter in name right now with the Allegretti injury. So I think the bulk of the left side of the offensive line really needs to work. I don't think you'll see Cosmi. I wonder, though, if you don't play Cosmi, do you then not play Connerly? Because his running mate is not there with him. Mm-hmm. How does that work? But my hope is you see at least 4 of the 5 starting offensive linemen, especially if you're only going to play Mariota for a quarter, like I'm assuming, or less. Why not put the starters out there with him and just get them a sweat to start this thing before they have a real audition and a dress rehearsal, so to speak, next week? Another position that's really interesting to me is running back. So Bill, I would imagine you're not going to see, or if you do, for a couple carries tonight. Rashad White, similarly, not really sure how much you ask of a veteran who you know is going to be on the team.
Yeah.
What's the benefit to that? So the guy, to me, that is the belle of the ball tonight, that is worth watching. And we talked about Sonny Styles, the draft pick on defense, likely to play based on some of the stuff Dan Quinn has said. I think it's the Kaytron Allen show tonight. Does that mean he gets the 1st and 10 carry to open the game? Maybe not, but I think he's going to lead the team in carries. He should. And everyone keeps asking, like on my social media or whatever, like, how's Kaytron Allen look? You're not talking much about Kaytron Allen. He's never going to be a dude at practice that's going to stand out because he's not particularly fast. He's a big bowling ball. The time that a player like that David Montgomery type player, the plotting player that
the Thunder, yeah,
so long that you haven't enjoyed, like those guys are at their best Sunday at 156. 2:14.
Yeah, they don't win the agility drills. They're not there winning the when guys have those like foam fingers that are slapping at the ball as you go through targets. That's not his time to shine. This is.
So Kaytron Allen's on a short list for me tonight as this is an important player to watch, and I would be surprised if early on with Mariota under center and operating this offense if Allen's not out there with him. If you've got Coleman and Good Jones and Chris Paul out there, I want to see Kaytron Allen run behind those guys.
So in general, you know how I feel, but I don't care how offenses are designed and done. I just care about effectiveness. If you're a team that can run it, great, you should run it. If you can't run it, don't just run it just to satisfy the dinosaurs that count up rush attempts as means for success. But this preseason, really especially tonight, and really in game number 2, it's the thing I'm most curious about, is their ability to have this offensive line, which is now going through some transitions, kind of to your point. Can you maul people? Can you win one-on-one? Do they have interior runs in their bag, or is it just going to be a fool's errand? So that's what I want to see tonight, believe it or not. Again, I'm way less concerned about Cali McManus connecting with some guy that's not going to make the club in the fourth quarter, or Sam Hartman, who I've got a pretty good beat on, I feel like. He's very handsome, but that's kind of the list of attributes that are good for him. I don't really care about that much. The thing that will translate to me to some part of the regular season is, can some of these guys on the offensive line that are going to play this year, can they win their matchup, and can we run behind them? I want to see the running game. That's the thing I'm most curious about on offense tonight.
It should be, because they couldn't run the ball in the scrimmage, in the practice against Miami, really at all. And I would say at practice, it has been a challenge to run the football so far. A lot of the things that I've loved that they've done very well are passing game things. The run game has not looked as clean. I don't know yet, if I'm going to have many takeaways. I got to see who plays and who doesn't,
right,
and how long they play. Mm-hmm. In other words, if Brandon Coleman and Chris Paul don't play, and it's Julian Good-Jones in the twos, then I'm not that into the results of this exercise against Miami's starting defense. But if Coleman's out there with Chris Paul, with Good-Jones, and Josh Connerly's out there, and it's everyone but Cosme,
that's going to happen this season.
Exactly.
Right?
That's just basically the second play of the game if Cosme sprains his finger or something against the Eagles. So now the results are going to matter to me a lot more. And we'll make a list of the guys we care the most about, but just bigger picture on offense, it's about the skill group competition, wide receiver, running back. I also hope you guys get to see what I've been raving about from being out at every practice when it comes to the tight ends. Because I think sometimes it just feels like, oh, sure, you're just watching football and you're feeling it. I think there's 5 NFL tight ends on this team. I believe that. Because I think Lawrence Cager can play for an NFL team. He's athletic. He'll catch a ball tonight and you'll go, damn, that looks like a legit player. He's size and speed. Ben Sinnott is, when I say the most complete, the way I've been describing this to people, Danny, Chig Okonkwo is like an 80 receiver and maybe like a 40 blocker, let's say. Cager, you grade everybody, is like maybe a 75 receiver and a 40 blocker. Ben Sinnott's the one guy that's got like 250 grades. But he's probably like 50 at both, if that makes sense.
It does.
Whereas Colson Yankoff's like an 80 receiver and a 20 blocker. And so Sinnott, based on being able to do both, I think is the least of a tell of anyone they have when they're on the field. Because he can go out and catch passes. He can block. Bates is more of a blocker. Everyone else is like heavily slanted in one direction. But I do think they have 5 tight ends who are pretty good. And I want people to see Yankoff, who's had an incredible camp. To me, he's got the best hands in the room. And I love Chig, but he's got better hands than Chig in terms of catch radius, like not fighting a football, just athletically bringing a football in. I hope that you see that tonight, because I really think this guy has forced his way onto the roster. I'd love to see it.
Yeah, I would too. I mean, we got that glimpse of Sinnott years ago that people still reference, like
the Jets game.
Those couple preseason catches where it's catch and then it's rumble. There's a little wiggle, a little bit of Chris Cooley leg shimmy. There's a little bit of thump right through, and you're going, oh my God, how do we unlock that? And then 3 years later, we're hoping that it gets unlocked at some point. But yeah, I mean, this is, to me, is where the league is going. And as everybody goes nickel or dime or some variation all the time, even if a tight end's not an unbelievable blocker, I would take Colson Yankoff blocking 180-pound slot corner over, big on big, or over, a wide receiver trying to do it, et cetera. So you can dictate to people in a little bit of ways, right? Where you, because he's such a good receiver, you have to go light. Whereas if you have a linebacker, you just check to whatever and you get him the football, because that's a matchup he'll win 99 times out of 100. This, to me, is where the tight end position is going through kind of another renaissance. We had one 15, 16 years ago, and it sort of fell off. And now, to me, it's back in a major way where people are realizing these athletic freaks at tight end are such huge matchup advantages.
I don't have quite as good a feel about the defense because I only watched the offense in the scrimmage to see how much work everybody got. But I'm just going to assume it's similar on that side of the ball. And a lot of the big boys that everybody's excited about, Kinlaw, Payne, Oweh, Luvu, like those kinds of guys don't play, if I had to guess. Jeremy Reeves has been running with the first team at safety. He may go because he's in a competition with Quan Martin, but my guess is you'd see more Martin at safety in this game. And a lot of the entrenched starters like Nick Cross or Mikey Sanristil, maybe those guys don't play in this game. But I think that the calling card on defense will be Sonny Styles. The guy I want everyone to watch tonight is going to be number 48, Joshua Josephs. He's had a really good camp. This is the 5th-round pick out of Tennessee that they drafted. He can play. I don't know what his role is going to be yet in terms of usage and how many snaps he gets. And it's loaded right now at the edge position where he plays because you've got Oweh and Kayvon Chason and Dorrance Armstrong. But I do think Joshua Josephs can help them. That's what tonight's going to be about, the rookie class. Williams has a chance. If he doesn't start, he's going to play a lot at receiver. Golbin is going to play a ton at center, especially with the injuries they've had there. Katron Allen's going to maybe lead them in carries tonight. You're going to see Ethan Kaliakmanis presumably in the fourth quarter. Styles and Josephs, the two rookie defenders, are both going to play a lot. I think Styles is going to start and play a couple drives early, and maybe is the guy on the field that people most want to see in that stadium tonight.
Yeah, for me, I mean, it's going to be really, really hard to judge everything because he's not playing in front of the guys that are supposed to clean up traffic and let him run to the football, et cetera.
Good point. The look is worse for him because you're playing with and around players that aren't quite as skilled while the Dolphins are playing their one.
And I don't mind that, but I always talk about this with the prospect or the guy that's exciting. I just want to see the thing. And the thing with him is the athleticism. I want to see the reason he went 7th overall, and that's he's a better athlete than anybody else that's played that position maybe ever. I want to see him fly around. I just want to see the quickness, the speed, the agility, and him thump somebody. That's it. If he's out of position a couple times or he's chasing a play or something happens, people are going to overreact, right? Where it's like, you left this guy open. We won't know all the assignments. We won't know it's because, a different linebacker blew something or, a defensive lineman was supposed to occupy somebody and didn't. We're not going to know what we don't know. I just want to see the exciting or the reason for excitement. And again, that's his athleticism.
Lastly, the kicking competition. This is the most important chapter yet.
Here we go.
You had practice for almost 2 weeks. And in those practices, a lot of field goals, by the way. 48 attempts so far for Stevens and 47 for Moody. And the rookie from Iowa, Drew Stevens, 43 of 48 with a long of 60 that he absolutely crushed. Moody has missed 11 kicks in practice, 36 and 47. So it goes without saying there's no margin for error tonight for Jake Moody. But Drew Stevens, I know, is still trying to figure this kickoff thing out. For a young guy like him, the ask from Larry Izzo on kickoffs is probably what gives you more anxiety than actually kicking field goals.
So that's what I wanted to ask about. It's the hidden part of this. And doing shtick about kicker battles and things, put that aside for a second. How big a deal do you think that is to them? In other words, let's arbitrary numbers. A field goal kicker might be a 6.5 out of 10 as a field goal kicker, but he's a 10 out of 10 for the kickoffs or the flip.
Right.
Who makes it for them?
I think they care every bit as much about the kickoff part as the field goal part. Like, we focus on the field goal part.
Right.
I think, I'm just making this up, but if Drew Stevens, who's got a massive leg, so when people say, what do you mean he doesn't do the kickoffs well? It's not about the leg. If he just wanted to drive the ball into the seats every single kick, he could do that.
But they don't want that.
They want loft. They want angled inside the 5 of this landing zone, basically. It's very specific and accurate, and you're doing it without really a running start anymore. You're just kind of swinging your leg. So you basically just are trying not to miss-hit a ball into like a small area. Think about it like golf almost, where it's just an easy swing of the 7 at Topgolf and you're trying to drop it into like the blue target. That's basically what they're doing on this kickoff.
Yeah.
And I know that a guy like Moody with his leg, who kicks every field goal like he's ripping it from 65, even if he's kicking from 29 yards, it's a difficult thing. That is the challenge for him. So while he's not going to be perfect on field goals, he could certainly go out there and miss a kick or two tonight. I think that's the part with him I'm honing in on is how does he handle the kickoffs? My guess is you'll see him handle some early kickoffs tonight because I think they've seen what they need to see from a field goal standpoint, if that makes sense. Moody, by the way, again with the 11 misses, same thing. You got to be perfect on kickoffs because maybe that's how you could get back into this thing.
Indeed.
Is if you go, hey, I'm actually going to let you be the number 1 special teams coverage unit again in the league, which is really important to you.
Yeah. I mean, just to remind folks of the dynamic kickoff rules, right? You kick it out of the end zone, 35-yard line. Teams are not interested in that. They do not want that. That's too much. It used to be, it goes into the end zone. I'm a little teapot, or I'm the letter T, and now you get the ball at the 20. They've added 15 yards to that. You're one first down away from being in field goal range. That's a huge deal to teams now.
My daughter Reagan got Jake Moody's autograph at practice. She was with all the kids in that area where they, behind the rope, players walk off, and Moody signed her football. And so she's been talking a lot about Jake Moody lately.
Oh, no.
So I just got a text from my wife in quotes. Is Dad talking about Jake Moody? I am. Jake Moody. What I said was, he has a great chance to make the team.
There is a chance for him to do that. Yes, he's in what we like to call position battle right now.
That's what I said,
and they don't keep
sweetie.
two.
Jake Moody. We love him. Okay, Allison, now take Reagan out of the room.
Turn the volume down.
This is Drew Stevens' job. I don't want to tell my daughter, but it's Drew Stevens' job.
But Jake Moody!
Jake Moody.
Jake Moody.
Grant and Danny, here's the question for you guys. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Who are you most excited to watch play tonight, and who are you going to lock in on? Is there a player, a position group that you care the most about? Preseason game 1. I'm pumped up. Football tonight, people. Let's go.
Football tonight at Northwest Stadium. The Commanders taking on the Dolphins for the preseason opener. That'll kick off at 7 o'clock. Dolphins starters are expected to play. Unclear which Commanders starters will play. We'll have post-game coverage right here on the Fan after Nationals baseball starting at 9 o'clock over on the Team 980. Linnell Willingham and Doc Walker will have the Burgundy and Gold post-game show. Couple of top picks made their NFL debuts last night. Number 1 overall pick, Fernando Mendoza, debuted for the Raiders, going 10 of 16, 97 yards and a touchdown. Number 3 overall pick, Jeremiah Love, had 11 carries, 58 yards, 3 receptions for 14 yards in his first appearance in the Cardinals' second preseason game. In baseball, the Nationals getting set for a 3-series road trip starting tonight in New York. 7:10 first pitch at Citi Field against the New York Mets. Andrew Alvarez gets the ball for the Nationals. Robert Stock toes the rubber for the Mets. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. Preseason game 1 tonight at home at Northwest Stadium. About 4.5 hours from right now, they'll kick off. Dolphins in town taking on the Commanders. The question for you guys, who are you most excited to watch play tonight, and what are you most excited to zero in on? 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067.
Touched on this at the top of the show, but to me, it's line play. Now, I understand on the defensive side, for example, we're probably not going to see Kinlaw, Odafe Owe, some of the new toys, some of the exciting pass rushers, but there are absolutely guys that are going to play this year in that front seven. To me, it's much harder to evaluate corners and things. I mean, maybe you'll have some guys in some man-to-man spots just to maybe see if they can do that, but this is not schemed up. This is not here to maximize necessarily against the given opponent. It's a who can do what, and that's kind of what we're trying to figure out. So to me, the easiest thing to follow is the left tackle against the defensive end, and I'll talk about that on offense in a second. The left guard against the defensive tackle, center. Guys that are going to play this year on the line, whether they're starters or otherwise, contributors. I need to see what they do. And that, to me, is the most important thing. It's what I'll be focused on both sides of the football. So really, and I know it sounds like 1980s hat on a hat, Oklahoma drill, tough guy stuff, but to me, that's the easiest thing to evaluate in the preseason, where we're not scheming things up. We're not doing all the different games and the stunts and the full Durante Jones bag on defense, maybe the full David Blau bag on offense. It's a, can you win one-on-one? And I'm going to try to put you in some of those spots, and I want to see.
Yeah, I think that if you get one-on-one matchups, that's a great call because those are replicable and sustainable, and that's going to happen. And any kind of game situation that carries over into the regular season, I think it matters for the eval. That's why I wouldn't just sit a bunch of guys tonight. They're probably going to, and I'm okay with the real legitimate established veterans after a joint practice on Thursday not going. I don't know that there's really value for a Terry McLaurin or a Stephon Diggs going out there tonight. Jaden Daniels is a different conversation in a new offense after the year he had last year with the injuries and the lack of time on the grass and the lack of practice work. And we'll talk about that later in the show. But there is no reason Brandon Coleman shouldn't play tonight. And I think, hopefully, he will because he just got elevated to the starting job and he probably needs the reps. He hasn't played a lot of tackle. He's been playing guard a bunch. A guy like Josh Connerly, to me, and we'll see if he plays or he doesn't, but he has not earned the, hey, man, you just go stand over there with the visor on and laugh during the preseason game until somebody comes over to interview you in the third quarter. He's got some work to do.
Yeah, this isn't camo hat with a towel over your shoulder time. You know what I mean? Let's play.
And so I guess if you're going to have four, if I'm going to have 4 of the starters out there, I probably just go up to Sam Cosmi and I'm like, hey, man, I hate to do this to you. You probably have earned not being out here. But we're going to be out here as a unit because we're trying to figure this thing out. And you know what he would say? Cool. I like playing football.
Let's strap it up.
No problem. And to really make him happy, I'd say, and by the way, the emphasis tonight's to try to get a run game going because we haven't really been able to do it in practice. And now Sam Cosmi's all kinds of steamed up. But, yeah, you tell me you're slamming the ball into the line of scrimmage behind him with Katron Fat Man Allen and that the offensive line can't get excited to be out there for a couple drives, I think they absolutely could.
Yeah, we're going mid-90s Big Ten on this thing. Let's have some fun.
I'm also curious. This is less a player. I've given you some of the names of the players: Antonio Williams, Katron Allen, Sonny Styles, Drew Stevens, the kicker, Coleman. I throw Colson Yankoff in there, who's been maybe my best player at camp in terms of the down roster guys. The thing I'm most excited to see, I don't anticipate they're going to empty their playbook, obviously. But if they run even remotely as close to some of the stuff that they did against the Dolphins, I think people are going to see how different this offense looks.
Go into that. What does that mean?
Well, I think you're going to see a lot of under center. You're going to see a lot of play action bootlegs, and you're going to see a ton of like the middle of the field layered throws over top of zoning linebackers and DBs that you see in West Coast offenses, that you see in that Ben Johnson variation or the Kyle Shanahan offense. You think about like Brock Purdy on a play action, looks like a stretch run, now planting in the back end of the pocket and making that throw over the linebacker who's trying to get depth, and Treylon Burks is running an over route or whatever. They ran a lot of that in the practice. Dan Quinn did say we're going to run some stuff out here, and Miami's going to run some stuff out here that we may not run in games. But there's nothing, you're not giving away the answer key there. That's very normal, just basic principled stuff in this offense, but it's going to look different. People are going to go, oh, wow, that's not Cliff Kingsbury. I hope you get to see some of that. And while Durante Jones is not going to show off any of the good stuff, I do hope we see some you're not going to see a lot of blitzes or anything, but some of the six-man fronts and, a guy coming free because there's not enough blockers there for the defensive linemen. I just hope people get their first glimpse at these new schemes and the capabilities therein.
Just a taste, though, right? Because as you said, it's a fine line between not getting ready and not giving anything away.
Show 4 pages of the playbook,
right?
But it's still, I'm saying visually, what they run looks different than it did, and I'm hoping people get a view of that.
Yeah, me too. And to be able, again, what you're always doing with an offense is there are different faders, right? And what you're emphasizing. You've had players in the past that could maybe do certain things that wasn't the priority because the priority was something else. Now maybe the priorities might shift here. We might get a feel for why they were so excited to go get Chigakonkwo. Even if he's not playing tonight, you go, oh, here's how they can feature the tight end. Here's this, 12 personnel look, or here's what they can sort of do off of this. And really smart people like Logan Paulson come Monday will break it down for us and tell us, all the different options that this is creating. And again, it's all trade-offs, right? Where you're in the shotgun, you don't have to turn your back to the defense. Well, you also lose the advantage of this kind of play action and these sorts of bootlegs and this sorts of manipulation of linebackers. So there's always, again, kind of the push-pull. But it will be a different philosophy, I think. And I'm excited to kind of end the speculation and see some of it.
Also, the safety position. Nick Cross is the obvious number one safety on this team right now.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be out there every down that the defense is this year if he's healthy. I don't know who the other starting safety is, but I would say based on practices, that guy's Jeremy Reeves. Is Cross playing tonight? Probably not. I don't think Reeves is entrenched enough as a starter that he wouldn't play, but that would be interesting. And then you go down the depth chart a little bit. So the next guy is like Quan Martin. I feel like he has to have a good game. Where's Will Harris been in all of this? Will Harris a year ago...
Look, I've not heard his name at all.
I've barely noticed him, and I'm out there at every practice. Will Harris a year ago at this time was one of the talks of camp, and he had the injury last year and was actually really, really liked by the team. I mean, they wanted to bring him back and thought he'd be the starter, and maybe he is going to be the starter. Like, if we find out he doesn't play tonight, it just tells you they view him in that light. But my point is, down that safety depth chart, all these guys can play special teams. Percy Butler flies on special teams. Tyler Owens, people forget about him, but he could be their best player on special teams in a world where if Reeves is going to start at safety, he's not doing as much on teams. So that's a really, really good position. Do you keep one fewer corner and keep all those safeties that I'm naming? Does somebody get cut? I think there's a legit competition there, though.
So remember, in Kansas City, I think that was the game where this happened the most. Tyler Owens was... when they're watching personnel groupings for the offense for Kansas City. And so Owens would be like a quarter of the way on the field along with somebody else. And if Kansas City went jumbo, he would come off. Or if they went something else, he would come on. He's enormous and looks like a linebacker that got lost on the way to the safety meeting. Like I'm not saying he's Sonny Styles just because they make one of those guys, but it's that same profile. Someone that's probably too big to play safety and too fast to play linebacker. He's kind of a hybrid in between. I would love to find a good use for that guy, but I think, as this season progresses, that's a nice luxury to have someone like that in kind of your back pocket.
Are you more fired up to watch the offense or the defense?
Offense.
I think there's going to be more guys that interest people playing on offense. Probably. Just because of the O-line being in flux.
It's mostly because of that for me.
Yeah.
Right? Where I'm going, it's probably because I just gave kind of a reflexive answer, but just trying to think about why I feel that way. It's mostly because of what happened to Laramie Tunsil. It's mostly because of how in flux this offensive line is. And even if Connerly doesn't play, even if Cosme doesn't play, I keep hammering this. What was how many years ago was it where they went through 5 starting centers at one point? Like, for whatever reason, like this is going to happen. They moved on from Biotish as if we got it. It's no problem. Already 1 week into camp, and there's a little bit of an issue. Allegredy's hurt. This dude, Good Jones, is going to play. I need to know if that's okay.
It's possible, I guess, we turn on the TV and they're playing way more starters than we're expecting. I'm basing all of this on what I saw at practice. Sure. And in the past, other teams and this team have kind of said, no, that practice went that way because we weren't going to play in the game. So if they did both, that would be a real indicator that Dan Quinn means a little more business this time around.
Yes, it would.
They have, we had the joint practice. We didn't really need to get all those guys work. Now, if they said 18 guys, it's kind of more of the same. Mm-hmm. But if you're playing, it's not going to be all of them. But let's say you sit 7 guys, and it's just the dudes that would get the veteran day, the Diggs, the McLaurin types, like the really, really important guys that have no real benefit without Daniels out there to being on the field. I feel like that would be a whole different conversation about the way they're approaching the preseason. Seems to me like right now we're driving along at a pretty good clip in the easy pass lane toward one game where anybody of note plays, and it's Detroit on the road next week, and it's a couple of drives, and that's like your entire August. Which doesn't mean they wouldn't get up to speed or be ready, but you and I have harped on being more prepared to start this season because of the absolute murderer's row of the schedule. It just puts that much more pressure on the practices and what they're doing in Ashburn if you're still going to, let's call it what it is, like not take advantage of 12 quarters of preseason football.
Yeah, and remember, with this new 3 preseason game schedule, there's a 2-week gap between the final preseason game and the regular season. Now, that's by design to rest any nagging injuries, small injuries, bigger stuff. 2 weeks, 6 weeks, it doesn't matter, but you're on IR or PUP or whatever. But there's a designed 2-week recovery period from the last game. So really, you look at August 22nd on Saturday against the Lions as the dress rehearsal, then it's nearly a month until they play the Eagles. So the only meaningful preseason action for a lot of guys, that's a lot of eggs in one basket, I guess is a long way of getting to. So you're going nearly a month without really putting the guys that are going to be impactful for you in theory to the test.
Coming up at 3 o'clock, Matt Moscona, who works at ESPN Baton Rouge, he had the report yesterday that Jaden Daniels and his team want LSU to no longer show off his Heisman Trophy in and around campus. So we'll talk to him about that coming up in 20 minutes. Right now, though, we're focusing on preseason game 1 tonight. 800-636-1067 is the number. That's 800-636-1067. If you're going to the game, we want to hear from you next on The Fan. Guys, it's Grant and Danny for Window Nation. I love Window Nation, and so does Danny. 2 homes for me, 2 homes for Danny over many years. They've taken great care of us. They've lowered our energy bills. They've made our homes more aesthetically pleasing. I know, Danny, you had this issue where you got into your old condo many years ago. They had to come take care of it, and they did. They don't leave a screw on the floor. This is why we tell everyone about Window Nation. It's the 97% customer satisfaction. It's the A+ rating Better Business Bureau. It's our own personal experience.
Yeah, that condo had a really persnickety HOA with all sorts of rules, and Window Nation said, no problem. They figured it out. We're able to work well within the boundaries, and we upgraded the value of that home and sold it for a larger profit because of those Window Nation windows. We lowered our utility bills in the meantime. That's what Window Nation can do for you. These windows come with a lifetime warranty on all their windows, so you can relax knowing your home is protected far into the future. Hurry. Do not wait to put an end to your window problem. Schedule a fast, free consultation now at windownation.com or 866-90Nation.
Preseason football tonight in the NFL and right here in the DMV. It's a game night. The Commanders in action for the first time since January. I always get really fired up and just pumped up to see football on TV again. Do you get excited for this game, Danny, or is it more of a I've got to watch it to get some information?
It's that one. But I mean, I'm into the info. I want the info.
But you don't get the, like, I will have I'm going to go as far as saying I'll have legitimate excitement, and I think I'll have like some butterflies right before kickoff.
I love that for you. I don't. And it's I kind of wish I did.
Yeah.
I wish I still had some of that. I mean, to me, the regular season, there are too many.
You'll still get that at 12:58 before week 1, right?
Oh, 100%. 100% get the bubble guts. It's and I'm so scarred by it. And you know how I am with injuries and stuff like that, but there are too many John Janssens, too many Clinton Portises, too many, I'm sitting there holding my breath that someone meaningful isn't injured. The work is needed. I understand that. I get it. I know where we are, and I've actually, had to, I don't want to say I've changed my paradigm, but for this specific regime, I think they need to make sure that they're ready to play for the first month of the season because they haven't been for 2 years. So, guys need to play a bit more, but there's too much damage has been done in my preseasons.
That's the other thing is there's just a part of me that hopes, even though I'm not expecting it, they come out and they just really take this one different than they have. A lot of the expectations are based on the joint practice and the 2 years of learning how to speak Dan Quinn in August. But maybe they do it a little differently this time. You open up with the Eagles, the Cowboys, and the Seahawks, man. You got to try something different here, maybe. Shane's in Fairfax. What's up, Shane? How are you?
Commander, Lieutenant, how you boys doing today? Happy Friday.
Hey, buddy.
You as well.
Hey, I'm be looking for any jerseys, number 5 from LSU, if anybody's wearing any number 5 LSU jerseys in the stand tonight.
What are you going to do? You're going to make them take them off? You're going to make them take them off?
Take them off.
Can't have it.
Hey, I'm looking at that left tackle position. You got to look at the left tackle position, and you got to start looking at that wide receiver, how depth we are. Let's see if Lane can get some separation tonight, but it's got to be that O-line right now. I mean, that is the great wall right now in D.C. to protect our number 5 crybaby right now. I love him to death, but he's a crybaby. Tell her what it is. Let's see what they can do. Left tackle.
Number 5 crybaby. And then he says, I love him to death, but he's a crybaby. That's hilarious.
Yeah, I like the dichotomy. I do too. We're going to talk about this. This whole saga is not my favorite thing. Still a big Jaden Daniels fan. Still can't wait for the season, but man, do I not like it.
Well, if I could quote Dan Quinn, this whole saga's a miss. Okay, let's just...
There you go.
To quote Shane, let's call it what it is, okay? This is a miss. Dan Quinn said they missed it when they left Jaden Daniels in that Seattle game.
Mm-hmm.
This is a bad decision. I don't know. Do you think Jaden Daniels anticipated this much blowback? There's no way.
No.
Companies are making jokes about the number 5 and everybody's memeing it on the internet. I don't think he thought, or maybe his team thought.
I was going to say his camp certainly did not.
Viewed like this.
When that statement gets made to ESPN, I think they thought, well, the public will be on our side on this one.
And by the way, nothing to your point about Daniels and how I view him has really changed because his statement, the things that he's involved with that have his name on them are always smooth operator stuff. His statement was perfect that he put out. Where I have a pause and get annoyed by this, what has bothered me the most about this is it should absolutely give you pause about his, I'm going to keep using the phrase team because that's what he uses, or camp or whatever. But their judgment is wrong. Whoever made the decision that they're going after LSU for this NIL thing over this number, I don't think it was Jaden Daniels. If it was Jaden Daniels, I'll change my mind and say, well, then I do have some frustration about his decision-making. But it makes you wonder. These are the people you're dealing with for the negotiation to get him paid this offseason. These are people that you're dealing with on every little thing that happens over in the building. This type of judgment gives me pause about who he's got around him. That's my frustration.
Yeah, I think that's well put. I mean, it's funny, but last night I spoke to a buddy who has worked for years in brand protection. Like, just so crazy that he's one of the dads of one of my kids' teammates, right? And we spoke about it he worked for major corporations, and this sort of stuff happens all the time. You have a legal arm to protect your brand. So in other words, if Grant Paulson Enterprises exists, and I'm out here going, yeah, I'm friends with Grant Paulson Enterprises, and I'm making money off your name, I can't do that. They have litigious people in-house to fix and solve these sorts of things because it happens all the time in commerce. If that's all this was, I would go, yep, that makes sense. You got to have it. You got to do it. It's unsexy. It's boring, but you have to do that where somebody's making, trading off your name, so to speak. That's not what happened. And that's the most important part to me, is it would be a footnote, and I'd never think about it again. I would defend it relentlessly. It's that statement. It's we're betrayed. We're deeply disappointed. We're butthurt by this.
The people I've interacted with this, both on the air yesterday and then just, on online, social media, whatever today, for the most part, their argument is to suggest that Jaden Daniels is in the right to be aggrieved. And to that I say, I agree with you. Now, I think it's probably we're getting there different ways. I don't think him and Joe Burrow are the same. A lot of people seem to, but I'll digress on that. Yes, it is okay for him to feel offended and to feel like they lied to him. If they told him we're not going to give out number 5 and then they gave out number 5, I think it's totally okay that he feels miffed and like he got lied to. It's the next result. When we talk about players who get into like a bar fight and punch a guy, my argument is always you can't punch a guy. It's assault. So I need you to deal with it a better way. But he called his wife this, or he said this, or you don't know what he did to him. Doesn't matter. You're grown up. You can't walk up and punch a guy in the face. And to me, there are so many better, different ways to handle this than sending a cease and desist letter, which nobody of his caliber does to their school ever, to say you can't use my name, image, and likeness, and torching your reputation and your brand within that program. I'm sorry. So whoever's idea that was to do that is wrong. And I wonder about that person's judgment as it pertains to things that deal with Jayden Daniels for an extended period of time moving forward. But in the end, because it's my belief that Daniels is just focused on Monday's practice, like being on the sidelines tonight, it does not change much about how I feel about him overall. Speaking of which, though, Matt Moscona of ESPN Baton Rouge, he's the one that reported yesterday that the Daniels family does not want the Heisman Trophy that LSU has, the replica of Daniels' Heisman, being displayed anywhere on campus. We'll talk to him about that next on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. Real football on the television tonight as the Commanders will take on the Dolphins at Northwest Stadium. That'll kick off at 7 o'clock. Dolphin starters are expected to play. It's unclear which Commanders starters will play. We'll have coverage after the game right here on The Fan following Nationals baseball and starting at 9 o'clock on the Team 980 with the Burgundy and Gold postgame show with Linnell Willingham and Doc Walker. Couple of NFL draft picks made their debuts last night. Fernando Mendoza, the number 1 overall pick, debuted for the Raiders, going 10 of 16 for 97 yards and a touchdown. And Jeremiah Love made his debut for the Cardinals, 11 carries for 58 yards and 3 catches for 14 yards. The Nats take on the Mets tonight in New York, first of 3 at Citi Field, 7:10 first pitch right here on The Fan. Lefty Andrew Alvarez toes the rubber for the Nationals. Robert Stock starts for the Mets. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Coming up at 4:45 today on Grant and Danny, we're going to play a game. Name that commander so that you can win tickets to a concert. We got tickets today to Luke Bryan and Jason Aldean, as well as My Chemical Romance. So make sure you're listening in the 4 o'clock hour on G&D for your chance to win tickets. Also, at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz, we'll be giving away a pair of tickets today here on The Fan. Show's brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad.
They are the best. They can help you with estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Let's go to the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And welcome onto the show, Matt Moscona, who joins us from Baton Rouge, where he does radio on ESPN, Radio Baton Rouge, but also covers the LSU Tigers and had some reporting yesterday on the Jayden Daniels situation. Matt, you're on in D.C., Jayden Daniels country. Here, Grant and Danny on The Fan. How are you?
So Baton Rouge was Jayden Daniels country, fellas. I'm great. Thank you, man. Thanks for having me.
I think we get to claim that today, right?
Yeah, it was for a while, I think.
That's changed now, it seems. So, what do you make of, before we get to your report on the Heisman, what do you make of what happened yesterday?
I think it's just horribly disappointing. I think both the LSU football program and the Washington Commanders would probably rather be focusing on their team in very important fall camp and training camp, respectively, than talking about a jersey number. But I think this would happen sometimes when you have hurt feelings and other things that might get involved in conversations. And unfortunately, it was handled poorly all the way around. And so you had this blow up that reflected very poorly on everyone involved, I think.
How did we get here?
Well, so the first thing I think that's important to note is that LSU, as a policy, does not retire jersey numbers. What they have is akin to what you see in the NFL with a Ring of Honor, right? They've retired jerseys. So the uniform, the number stays in circulation, but they honor their great players that way. So Jayden Daniels 5, Joe Burrow's 9, those are not retired numbers. They can be issued. They just haven't been issued since those guys played. And fall camp started last Wednesday here at LSU, and a few weeks before fall camp, there was a promotional photo shoot. And DJ Pickett, who's an outstanding cornerback, like you'll know his name in another year when he's entering the draft, but he was the number 1 cornerback in the country, 5-star, the whole deal. DJ Pickett wore number 3 a season ago, and he was photographed in this promotional shoot wearing 5. Someone in the room took a cell phone photo of DJ wearing 5 that leaked. Jayden saw it. Jayden reached out, as I understand it, to some LSU leadership, expressing his displeasure. And I think from there, the ball started rolling with his mother, who's also his agent, as you all will know, Regina, also becoming involved, expressing their displeasure, leading to the cease and desist, the request to the Heisman Trust that they rescind the Heisman Trophy, LSU's copy of the Heisman, and so on. And then it all became public on Wednesday evening with Mark Schlabach's report when he got a hold of the C&D. And then our reporting followed on Thursday morning.
Matt Moscona on Grant and Danny. So what I'm hoping is that Daniels, while he may be miffed and may care and may be annoyed, is being updated by his team about this, but he isn't really involved. And frankly, it's just not that important to him. But I hope my gripe is he needs to tell them this isn't a big deal, let's relax, and not that he's the one working the phones and upset. Is your understanding that he was the one that reached out and called to say this isn't cool, or do you think it was someone with him?
So what I can tell you is that initial communication was Jaden to an LSU administrator. Now, everything subsequent, I don't think Jaden was talking to his attorney to write a C&D, and I don't think Jaden made the phone call to the Heisman Trust. I believe that was his mother who did that. Jaden's 26 years old. He's a millionaire many times over, and he's the quarterback of an NFL franchise, got a big season ahead of him. And I would also suggest that he would have the autonomy to squash all of this if he wanted to, and he didn't. I think that was maybe where they missed. And I'll tell you, I think because if you want to look at one other sort of logical as you're connecting the steps here, you have to look at who released that C&D to ESPN. And because it accompanied a statement from a Daniels representative, it had to come from the Daniels side. And if you're going to release that to ESPN, you know it's going to become a big story. And my guess is that Jaden, his camp around him, however many people that is, I don't know. I mean, I know what it was when he was here. I don't know what it is there now.
What was it when he was there?
It was Regina. It was he and his mom and his dad, Jay. But you got to keep in mind also, guys, that was early NIL era.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that wasn't NIL era where players were making $4, $5, $6 million a year. That wasn't a thing when Jaden showed up in 2022. So I would imagine with the economy around Jaden now being the number 2 pick in the draft, the rookie of the year. I mean, guys, look, make no mistake, man, until 24 hours ago, like no one here ever had an unkind thing to say about Jaden Daniels. He was outstanding when he was here, just as he's been outstanding there. Never a sniff of any wrongdoing, never created a fuss. Great teammates, coaches, everyone loved him. There's kids all over Baton Rouge who wear burgundy Commanders jerseys, 5 jerseys for Jaden Daniels. Like, this was as surprising here, I'm sure, as it is there.
Yeah, we can't wrap our heads around it because it's
so silly.
It's silly. It just seems so small and silly and petty and ridiculous and kind of embarrassing. But B, because it's just out of character for everything. Like, he just seems like this is not something he would can let be an issue. He just seems above this kind of thing.
I get it. I think it's why it surprised a lot of people. And I think Jaden and those around him, whoever's advising him now, I think they just missed. They thought they would get a sympathetic public to this decision, and the exact opposite's happened, because every bit of reaction I got, it's been like 95-5. Like 95% of the people are saying, "Bro, what are you doing? Like, you want them to remove your name and image and likeness off of everything? You want your Heisman back? Like, over someone wearing a number that's not retired? It just doesn't make a lick of sense." And guys, I don't know that this part of the story is as interesting to your audience as the Jaden point of view, but Lane Kiffin's the coach here, and LSU has a tremendous amount of resource invested in Lane, and he knows he has tremendous expectation this year. DJ Pickett is an All-American cornerback. And I had a conversation with a member of Pickett's family and was told in no uncertain terms that when he was being recruited, Oregon, Miami, and LSU, the 3 finalists, were all told his commitment was contingent upon getting the jersey number, getting 5. And so as to say that if LSU didn't promise Pickett 5, he wasn't going to be at LSU. And so Lane Kiffin's sitting there going, that was obviously Brian Kelly's staff, but saying, okay, you're renegotiating a contract in the offseason. I either give this All-American cornerback number 5 and keep him, or don't give him the number and watch an All-American cornerback leave. Like, that's not even a decision. So, of course, Lane Kiffin did the right thing in giving the kid the number that was contractually promised to him in his NIL arrangement. And I think Jaden just reacted in a way that I don't think many people thought it would ever escalate to this.
So I wanted to get into that part of it, the LSU side of things. How have they responded? Various people, whether it's the AD or the coaching staff, et cetera, to these escalating bits of lawfare, warfare, whatever you want to call it. What has their side said?
They've said nothing publicly, and I think they don't intend to say anything publicly. Lane Kiffin made a comment at the start of fall camp a week ago. Guys, just to illustrate how much LSU wanted this to be a non-story, the first practice of fall camp was last Wednesday. When we went out for fall camp, the media, Sports Information's handing out rosters, whatever. The roster had not yet been updated to reflect DJ Pickett wearing 5. It still said 3. We didn't find out until we walked in and saw him wearing 5 at practice. And then after practice, Lane Kiffin opened with a statement saying DJ's in 5, that's it. And he has not talked about it since. Further, even with all of this, LSU hasn't made a public statement because they don't, number one, they don't want to embarrass Jayden Daniels. Number two, Jayden's beloved here. They're not looking to create more division with one of the most beloved and sterling members of LSU's storied football history. They don't want this. They don't want this situation where you have a Heisman winner estranged from the LSU football program. They want Jayden here and to be celebrated. So I think they're trying to tamp this down. And even furthermore, yesterday, DJ Pickett, the player now wearing 5, they weren't scheduled to bring him for player interviews a day ago, but they did specifically. I had a conversation with the Sports Information Director. The idea was, listen, he wasn't supposed to come until next week, but if we wait a week, then if this story quiets down, then it dusts back up again in a week when you ask him. So just head down, get through it, and be done with it, and hopefully it goes away. So I think that's everybody's intention. Jayden put out his comment on Instagram. Hopefully whatever it takes from Jayden, people near him, LSU administrators to come together, reach some type of happy medium where everyone can sort of come together and honor Jayden however they see fit, and he can be comfortable with it, and LSU can go on and have a good season.
Matt Moscona from Baton Rouge, Grant and Danny on the Fan. So I just want to bounce something off you and get your thoughts on this. I've made it clear I think this is like a miscalculation and an unforced error by the Daniels group to send the cease and desist, right? But I do understand the frustration if he was promised something and then the school didn't keep up their end of the promise. So I'm curious, what is your take on what the perception is around here? The devil's advocate side would be, if they told Daniels exactly what they told Burrow, no one's going to wear your number, and then someone wore the number. Now, I think they overreacted, but is there empathy for Daniels in that regard, or is the point they told him we're going to retire the number, but it doesn't mean no one's going to wear the number, based on that 2007 change that they made to say, even if your number's retired, it can still be used on the field?
So it's a very good question, and it's an important note here. When you say LSU said they're not going to issue the number, there's an important point of clarification there. Who is LSU?
Brian Kelly, I guess.
No, because Brian Kelly wasn't even at LSU when Joe Burrow won his Heisman Trophy.
Oh, no, sorry, I'm talking about the Daniels conversation would have been with Kelly.
I understand.
Yeah.
But we're talking about the same person that told Joe and Jayden that. I'd rather not name the person because it's just not worth saying, but suffice to say, the person who said that to them has no autonomy whatsoever to make that type of a determination. LSU's Hall of Fame and jersey retirement and statute protocols are all spelled out in black and white. I mean, you guys obviously have seen them. You referenced them. So the person who said that does not have the autonomy to make that decision.
Interesting. So you're saying, Matt, that somebody, when they reference that Jayden was lied to, in other words, you're saying, and you're not speculating, you're pretty confident on this, that the person that suggested that was not like an AD or someone with the program that has the ability to even follow through on that.
Correct. The only people that could make that determination is the Hall of Fame committee and the very clear black and white bylaws. It was not an athletic director or a coach that made that promise to Joe and to Jayden that they wouldn't issue the number again. And that's kind of the problem, right? When you have people maybe talking out of turn that make a promise that's unrealistic or that they themselves can't keep. And one thing I don't mind sharing with you guys, because I saw Joe's comments as well yesterday, because Joe said point blank, they told me that they weren't going to issue my number. Well, again, who's they? It's the same person. But I had a conversation with a very high-ranking LSU official yesterday, who I'd rather not name, who told me point blank, if LSU has an opportunity to sign the number one quarterback in the country or the number one portal quarterback, and it's contingent upon that person wearing number 9, the word to me, the exact phrase was, then we're going to go have an uncomfortable conversation with the Burrows. Because you can't just rope off single-digit numbers that all the best players want to wear. And especially when your policy doesn't retire numbers, you can't take them out of circulation. Guys, I don't know about you, but like Tim Tebow had the greatest college career of anyone I've seen with my eyes. I had to watch him for 4 years at Florida. I've seen Florida give a punter 15. They gave Graham Mertz 15. Fernando Mendoza just won a Heisman in December. A walk-on at Indiana this year is wearing Fernando Mendoza's 15. Like, it's just not a thing that most people actually consider. I would argue if you want to hold LSU at fault on something, and I have said this since literally the day Joe Burrow finished his career and when Jayden finished his, the day those guys finished their career, there's a 5-year waiting period. They should have waived the 5-year waiting period. They both should have had their jerseys retired, and they should have built them a statue, because the other Heisman Trophy winner is Billy Cannon, and he has a statue on the west side of Tiger Stadium. It would have been so easy to already be done, and this likely never happens, because Jayden would have felt beloved and honored and immortalized and all that stuff, and then we're never having the conversation about the jersey number. But here we are.
You kind of led me to my question. Has there been a misstep here by LSU? Because I'm just looking at it from the Daniels perspective, and I'm with you. I think they thought that statement would land beautifully, and it was a fart in church, right? That, how aggrieved we are, how disrespected we are, and everyone's going, wait, what? But has LSU kind of made any missteps here in your view? Could they have handled something differently? I'm trying to find that. I don't know that there is.
That's the one that I think just policy-wise that I would like to see LSU tighten up. The other is they could have proactively gone to Jayden. And apparently, and I haven't spoken to Brian Kelly. I reached out to him yesterday. He didn't get back with me, but he was quoted by ESPN and said a year ago they asked Jayden, and Jayden was not okay with DJ Pickett wearing the number, so that's why Pickett wore number 3 last year. But very clearly this year, new coach Lane Kiffin honored the promise made to DJ Pickett contractually, and maybe if they had gone preemptively to Jayden and said, here's the situation, we're going to give him 5, we'd love your blessing, we're going to honor you when the time comes, all that, maybe it cuts this off at the pass. I just don't think anyone thought it would escalate to this level. It's not a defense of LSU. It's not a defense of Jayden. I think both share their blame when something like this goes the way it did. So obviously it could have been handled better, I think, on both sides at times and in points.
How much of this is that Daniels was upset that he's treated differently than Burrow, and how is he viewed there compared to Burrow? Everyone just points out that they both won Heismans, but obviously Burrow was the quarterback of the number 1 LSU team ever, maybe, and a national championship team.
I don't want to speak for Jayden, so I'd just say, ask Jayden that question. What I will say is when Jayden reached out to LSU administrators, that is one of the things he mentioned, like, you treat me differently than 9, meaning Burrow. I'm only going to give you my point of view. I can give you a collective point of view of the fan base, which, look, Joe Burrow was the first Heisman Trophy winner in 60 years. It was quite literally the greatest college football team we've ever seen. It was something so unexpected and so euphoric, and it stands in this sort of pantheon on a shelf all by itself. 2019, we all know that. But I don't think we can have two separate conversations. I don't think people need to devalue Jayden to validate their point of view. Like, Jayden Daniels was flipping amazing here. That 23 season, 3,800 passing yards, 40 touchdowns, 1,100 rushing yards, 10 touchdowns. I mean, he willed that team to 10 wins. I mean, he was so spectacular. He won the Heisman on a 3-loss team. I mean, we should never, ever justify a point of view by devaluing one of the most spectacular seasons any of us have ever, or quite literally will ever see. So that's one part of this that I really hate, is that you do have this controversy, whatever you want to call it. and I'm just speaking from an LSU point of view, guys, it's drawn a line in the sand, and it's made people pick. And either way, whichever side you jump, you're either jumping against your school or you're jumping against one of the most beloved players in the history of the school. And no matter which side of the line you jump on, it just sucks. It just sucks to be opposed to the other. And overwhelmingly, people are siding with LSU because they'll always love their school first. And I think both can be true. And it's really unfortunate, man. Look, guys, there's not a bigger Jayden Daniels fan than me, man. Like when they recruited him from Arizona State, there were a lot of people here who wanted Miles Brennan to be the quarterback. I was like, y'all are crazy. They didn't recruit the 3-year starter from Arizona State with crazy legs, who's like that incredible ability to like sit on the bench and watch. So, and obviously he made me look really smart and proved a lot of people right. And I mean, I hope he goes on and has a Hall of Fame career for you guys. I think the world of him. Every interaction I ever had covering him, saw him and Regina at the Super Bowl at Radio Row this year. I mean, it's why it's so disappointing. It's just so, like where we started, guys, it's so out of character. And I think, I don't think that this is a sign of more to come. I just think it's a momentary lapse. It's an exception, not the rule. It's a blip that hopefully everybody can get over.
Matt, let's get to your story. The status of that Heisman Trophy, is it going to be the subject of Ocean's 14? Is there like a caper in the works here? What do we got?
So this, I'm interested. It's interesting because I guess a lot of people don't realize. So there are 2 copies of of every Heisman Trophy. So the player gets a copy and the school gets a copy to display. Daniels folks called the Heisman asking for the Heisman LSU's copy to be rescinded so that they could display it at Jayden's high school. And the Heisman folks said that's really not an option. And LSU has less than zero intention of giving up their copy of the Heisman Trophy. And guys, nor should they. I mean, Jayden's outstanding. So too was LSU's effort to support Jayden with players and coaching and the ability to play on that platform and in Tiger Stadium and all the things. And then the Heisman campaign itself that they put on. I mean, LSU has every right to display that trophy. And with every conversation I had yesterday, some of them were actually pretty comical off the record. But no, let's suffice to say that the Heisman is staying there. And to the compliance with the cease and desist, it's worth mentioning the cease and desist is not a legally binding document. It's a request. And I mean, I had some administrators tell me they want to take us to court, and I don't think anybody wants that. So I doubt it elevates to that level. I hope it doesn't elevate to that level, but the Heisman that's on display, and guys, if you look at my Twitter, I posted, if I was in football ops today, I posted a photo of it. It's still there, and it's not going anywhere. It's going to stay there.
So what happens then? I guess we can end here. I mean, if we don't think it ends up in court and it's just basically their request to not use his NIL, how does this end? Yeah, the
strange thing is there's you think of all the different ways. For just one, for example, if you come to a game in Tiger Stadium during the TV timeouts, there's a video they play, and it's like Tigers in the NFL. And so they play like the NFL theme music, and then they have this splash screen, and it's all the former LSU players playing in the NFL. It elicits these huge cheers. Like, the biggest cheers are always Jayden and Joe, like the Heisman winning quarterbacks, because of course they are. You can take Jayden Daniels off that video? I mean, it's mind-boggling to think. My hope is yesterday was so bad for the Daniels side of this that take a step back, breathe, have a conversation with the LSU brass. Like, 5 is going to be worn. What can we do to move forward amicably and get you back in the fold, and we can all get along well? And hopefully they can come to whatever agreement that is, and this stops. Because continuing to go down the road, guys, it doesn't serve Jayden as he's getting ready for a very important season coming off of injury. It certainly doesn't serve LSU as Lane Kiffin's starting a massively important season that's going to be under so much scrutiny. Like, this isn't a thing either side needs, and they're better together. So hopefully that's the conversation that'll happen that Jayden sort of alluded to in his Instagram post yesterday, and hopefully that's what will happen moving forward.
Matt, great with us, man. Great reporting, and enjoy the weekend, buddy. Thank you.
Okay, guys. Thank you.
You got it. Matt Moscona, LSU in Baton Rouge. We've got some breaking Commanders news into our desk right now that we've got to get to. So let's send it over to Toby Altizer.
This just out. Washington's defensive end Dorrance Armstrong has been suspended for the first game of the 2026 regular season. According to the NFL, Dorrance Armstrong is suspended for the club's first regular season game without pay for violating the NFL's personal conduct policy. He's eligible to participate in all preseason activities, including games. The suspension begins on August 30th, and he'll be eligible for reinstatement on Monday, September 14th. Again, Dorrance Armstrong of the Commanders has been suspended for the first game of the 2026 season for violating the NFL's personal conduct policy. I'm Toby Altizer with breaking news on The Fan. This update is built by PaulHenrysWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. We learned just minutes ago that Commanders defensive end Dorrance Armstrong is going to be suspended for the first game of this upcoming season for violating the NFL's personal conduct policy. He's eligible to participate in all preseason activities. The suspension is going to begin in 16 days. August 30th, he'll be eligible for reinstatement on September 14th. No further details on why he is being suspended other than violating the personal conduct policy. Commanders taking on the Dolphins tonight for their preseason opener at Northwest Stadium. 7 o'clock kickoff for that one. We'll have coverage after the game of the Burgundy and Gold postgame show with Linnell Willingham and Doc Walker. That'll be on at 9 p.m. on the Team 980 and right here on 106.7 The Fan following Nats baseball as the Nats get set for game one of a 3-game series at Citi Field in New York, taking on the Mets. 7:10 first pitch tonight right here on The Fan. Andrew Alvarez starts for the Nationals. Robert Stock goes to the hill for the Mets. This August, score $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
All right, Toby with the latest there. You're up to speed on 106.7 The Fan. Dorrance Armstrong suspended for the first game of this season. Remember, he got hurt in Week 7 last year when at that time he had been one of the most successful pass rushers in the entire NFL. The good news for the Commanders is you can cushion the blow a little bit easier. He's no longer your edge number one. He's basically your third edge because you have $100 million man Odafe Oweh. You have a guy you paid over $10 million to come in here who's had a hell of a camp in Caleb Von Jason. And one of the guys I'm excited to watch tonight, Joshua Josephs, the rookie they drafted out of Tennessee, is a really, really good player collegiately in the SEC who plays the edge position as well. So they're pretty loaded there. Might even mean that someone makes the team that might not have because you don't originally have to keep Dorrance Armstrong presumably on that active roster. But the news from the NFL in a statement was that he has been suspended for one game for violating the personal conduct policy. Now, I'll be honest, I don't know what he did, and I don't know that it's public. So if something comes out, we can pass it along. But from what I'm told, this happened last year, and the team followed all of the NFL protocols in terms of the reporting and the league's investigation. And this is how it ended was now that he's back from injury, he's working his way back pretty slowly, but he should have been ready for Week 1. He will be suspended for the first game of the season. So we'll see him in Week 2.
The one-game suspension part of this is noteworthy. So the one-gamer, for the most part, looking at the NFL sort of guidelines, doing a quick and dirty search here during the commercial break, it's usually a lot of the on-field stuff, like excessive, unsportsmanlike conduct penalties, fighting, in-game kind of shenanigans, extracurriculars, stuff like that, and then extremely minor legal infractions, aka not like a DUI, that's would be considered more major, but a
speeding a couple times.
Yeah, like an excessive speeding, right? Not just you were doing.
We call that the Jason Worth.
Yeah, you were doing a 44 and a 35. That's a normal ticket. That's run of the mill. Not saying to do it, but we all do. And there's your ticket. That's a normal course. It's escalated for more than that, but it's not the more serious offenses that are usually those 4-gamers.
So it could just be enough of the on-field transgressions where they threw a fine at you or whatever over X amount of games. But we'll try to get to the bottom of that and see exactly what comes out on why he's being suspended a game. Not ideal by any means, but Danny, coming back from injury, started camp on the PUP list, slowly working his way back. I don't want to say this is a zero story, but it's pretty close to that for me because of what you have at the position and because it's not a 3 or 4 or 6 gamer. It's a game for a guy that would have been on some type of pitch count. It just gives him almost another week to get back up to speed, really.
I think it's, again, as you said, it's not a blessing. It's not like good. You're not happy about it.
Thank you. Yes. No.
I really appreciate that, guys. No, but this is far more workable than it would have been during an important game last year.
A couple people want to weigh in on the interview we did with Matt Moscono, who was really good from ESPN Baton Rouge on the Daniel saga. Want to get back into the preseason game tonight out in Landover and really zero in on that for much of the rest of the show coming up as we get closer to the Beltway Blitz. By the way, at 4 o'clock, we've got tickets for somebody to go see Luke Bryan and Jason Aldean. That's 25 minutes from now on G&D. Pat's in Winchester. What's up, Pat?
Hey, guys. I think your show's great. Grant, I want to respectfully push back on you a little bit. I think you're giving Jaden Daniels a lot of leeway here. And the only reason I say that is because I think it's more than just like a phone call or a tweet or something. It's because I would like to think that a cease and desist order couldn't come out of your camp unless you blessed it and endorsed it. And then the second thing I just wanted to ask you guys.
Well, hang on one second. I'll respond to that, and then I'm going to let you stay on the line. So I agree with you that I think he blessed the cease and desist. What I said was, or hopefully I said this in a way that made sense, but my point would be, my issue with him, I think, is inevitably going to be he needs to say, we're not doing this. This is not worth it, and the juice is not worth the squeeze. And he didn't do that. But I'm hoping he's not the ringleader. Do you get the difference? I'm hoping he's not going, hey, I need you guys to send this cease and desist or
yeah, go scorched earth on this thing because it's that important.
Let's ruin my reputation at LSU because it's that important to me that this kid doesn't wear number 5. I hope somebody with his team is going, Jaden, you can't let them disrespect you like this. You can't. And I would like him to stand up to whoever is doing that in his team and say, nah, we're good. But I think that those are two very different things, and one of them I worry a lot less about. Like if it's a Jaden Daniels-centered storyline, that now makes me question his judgment a lot more than his comfort in telling his team to back off a little bit, which is way less of an issue to me. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I totally agree with that. For me, it's just like I'm a big Jaden Daniels supporter. I'm just like, this just seems like it's just going down that me path because at the end of the day, I mean, what did he really do for LSU? I mean, he won the Heisman Trophy, but he's not like some LSU legend. And that's so for me, it's just like the mistake was made when LSU didn't reach out to him initially, and it's just gone downhill from there. That's just my view. But the second thing I just wanted to ask you guys, if you want to entertain this as a hypothetical, what if he wore number 7? And what if the Commanders had drafted and he came here and said, I want to wear 7. It's not retired, but I want to wear 7. Because I think that kind of gets back to what's happening back at LSU. Because to me, I mean, I'm 60 years old. And for me, it's like a number's either retired or it's not.
Mm-hmm.
And this is all kind of the whole kind of like disrespected thing or whatever. Whenever I hear the disrespected thing, I just kind of think that smacks of me a little bit.
Well, it does.
100% does.
The optics are bad. And the reporter that we just had on said that he called LSU upset. That's not what I want to hear. I'm much more happy to hear that his agent called LSU, that someone within his team called LSU. That's the kind of the difference that I've been drawing there. But yeah, I think that when you talk about it, it doesn't look good. It looks like a me thing. When you're asking for an honor, that's a bad look. Like to me, that's embarrassing. If it got public that I went to the radio station and asked to be named Broadcaster of the Year for 106.7 The Fan, I would be mortified by that. I'd feel shame.
Where's your embarrassment?
Correctly. Be embarrassed by that. So if you are asking for your jersey to be retired, that's embarrassing to me. Focus on, that's something bestowed upon you. If you're making the call saying, don't give out my jersey, and you're Joe Theismann, that's a bad look. We got Joe Theismann on the phone. He said it's up to the team to do it. Their decision, not mine. Respectfully, I'm going to sit this one out. Very, very different way to handle it.
Yeah, imagine Joe sends cease and desist letters. Imagine he says, remove the Super Bowl trophy, remove my copy of my MVP trophy from the campus, take my name out of any kind of promotional materials. You wouldn't see that.
And my other point is I don't have a problem, and I don't think it's unreasonable, that if you were told something and someone didn't follow through, you get angry about that. If the company that we work for did that for me, I'd be upset. You have to decide, do you go scorched earth or not? And I think this is a situation where if you're willing to do that and you do that, A, there's going to be a lot of people upset, and B, it's going to look small.
Yeah.
And it clearly did. Mark's in Florida listening on the Odyssey app. What's up, Mark?
What's up, boys? Hey, thank you. Great interview today. I had a slightly different take, and the interview cleared some of that up. But, you're bringing a guy in, Lane Kiffin, let's be honest, that guy's a whore for money. He's 50 years old. He's on his 5th coaching job. He's going to jump. 3.5 years is his average at any school. And initially, when the reporter cleared it up, it wasn't the AD that told him. But if it wasn't him, and the reporter knows who told Burrow and Jaden That dude needs to be gone.
Well, I agree, but it sounds to me like that's one of these money guys that's just around the program. Like who's the dude from Friday Night Lights, Buddy?
I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
sits at the table and makes all the deals
with their huge head.
Right. It sounds like it's one of those dudes who like pulls all the strings and
Buddy
calls
Garrity.
a lot of the shots. Yeah, the Buddy Garrity at LSU. It's like, don't you worry, Jaden. We got you, buddy. Nobody's ever going to wear 5 again. We got you covered. Come over here. Have some dinner with me. You know, that kind of weirdo. Like it's going to be that kind of situation maybe. But the point is, it's not a contractual thing. It's a verbal thing. And if it's not with a head coach or an AD or, I mean, then what are we even talking about? Then it's even more silly.
Indeed, yeah.
To get this upset.
Everyone wants to bring Kiffin into it. Yes, I'm not a Kiffin fan, but in this case, he's gone to LSU. He hasn't gone to William and Mary, with all due respect. He's not down here at at the Maryland Eastern Shore. You've got 7 seconds to win immediately. All-American corner is either staying or going. Okay, right away. Yep, there's your number. What else can I get for you? Can I carry you to and from class? Don't want to go to class? Fine, here's your Xbox. Like, no way.
Kyle in Warrenton, you're on G&D.
Hey, fellas, what's happening?
Hey, bud.
Yeah, so I agree with a lot of the fans where I think both have played a part where they probably could have went about this different, but I'm actually going to hold LSU to a little bit of a higher standard expectancy because they're an entity and he's an individual. And so I just think professionally speaking, your word is your bond. So if you can promise Joe Burrow this, and they, just recently interviewed Joe Burrow on that, and he admitted in the interview, yeah, they promised me this.
Right. But Kyle, did you hear the guy that we just had on?
Yeah, no, I did.
So he basically said the person that promised them that is a third-party person who doesn't have the autonomy to do it anyway. So should the program should just go along with that?
Sure, well, the organization that hired you should understand, hey, we should probably respect the other guys that we had that made a promise, because then your word is only as good as the next guy you hire to represent you. And so my point is, when they got this new prospect and they promised him this, right? Keyword promised him. And so they interviewed the prospect, and he's like, hey, Ken here told me, and they promised I'd get this number. So the promise is the big part of that. I'm going to stick to getting this jersey because they promised me. Well, it turns out at any moment they can just not agree to their promises and just throw you under the bush. You know what I mean?
But even by retiring the jersey, they're still able to give it out in the bylaws. The jersey can be retired and the kid can wear 5.
Well, like the interview you had before, the guy said there was a bunch of different ways they could have went about it. They could have retired a jersey, put a plaque up over there, and then still used the number, and it probably would have been smoothed over. Or they could have just given Burrow's number out randomly to someone, and Joe Burrow probably wouldn't have made a big deal, and now Jaden has no, foot to stand on.
Right. So nobody's asked for Burrow's number. It sounds like.
Yeah, so which I guess to his point, it's LSU's good fortune that some highly touted recruit doesn't want 9.
I mean, the reporter said that he, to his knowledge, nobody has asked for 9 to this point. It's a good phone call, though. Thank you, buddy. Let's get to our double play next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. We're closing in on preseason football tonight. I want to get back into the game against the Dolphins next hour on G&D.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. You ever wonder why Fanatics Sportsbook is America's fastest growing sportsbook? Let me tell you, other sportsbooks, well, their rewards are just kind of the same old. But Fan Cash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack, you guessed it, Fan Cash. With Fanatics Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers. That's win or lose. So use your Fan Cash to unlock the world of Fanatics with unlimited profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, games, tickets, and so much more. And if you want value for your bets, Fanatics will always have your back. Did I also mention they're giving away millions in Fan Cash this year with games like Fan Cash Drop? Tap in every Friday just like I do and see what all the fuss is about. So switch to a sportsbook that will always give you more to play with. Go check it out yourself and download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. I've been telling you, winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. MD visit mdgamblinghelp.org. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.
So we got some details on the Dorrance Armstrong situation, according to Nikki Jabvala of The Athletic. Public records show Armstrong was arrested May 10th, 2025. So this is a year ago. Not this past May, but going into last training camp in Texas on misdemeanor charges of assault, causing bodily injury, and resisting arrest. Deferred adjudication for both. I don't even know what really that means. Do you know what that means?
No.
Okay.
No, I do not.
This is where we need our legal expert.
I know, right?
Bottom line is Frisco, Texas, misdemeanor, assault charges, bodily injury, resisted arrest. It was over a calendar year ago. This is before the big breakout last year where he played his butt off for 7 weeks and then got hurt. The league takes forever sometimes with some of these. It's weird because occasionally it happens very quickly, maybe because of the deferment there. The hearing took a while or they didn't close the book for some time and they waited because it was a small enough deal. But it's a 1-game suspension for Dorrance Armstrong. In case you're curious, he will miss week 1 via suspension for the Commanders.
So there you go. I pointed this out during the Ray Rice saga. If you remember that so many years ago, the NFL really good at putting on football games. Really, really bad at everything else.
Yeah, they're not
when
that
when it comes to that. Like the investigations, and they're going, "What? We don't know." And TMZ's like, "Yeah, we got the video right here." How did you get it? We tried to get it. They couldn't figure it out.
That's your camp update brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Let's get you a double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports.
Did you see this story? It is sports related, so forgive me. But did you see this eligibility scandal for Little League and Tulsa and this whole saga
I did,
with
actually. It was wild.
Yeah, so this is really such a bummer. There was a I don't want to call it a scandal because that's usually more reserved for things of more serious nature, but a small-scale scandal, if you will, happened in Northwest D.C. allegedly a couple of years ago, kind of a similar deal where guys that were ineligible for a certain Little League, not age-wise, you're not forging birth certificates anymore, but it's somebody that probably should have been playing in one jurisdiction, ended up playing in another, and sure enough made the all-star team for a team that was really good, and then they go and win the district, now they're in a regional, and there was a whole kerfuffle. That's kind of what happened here with this Tulsa Little League, and now there's court cases around it, and everything about it's just such a mess, and I hate it so much. It's such a bummer. And every time, I kind of go, there's still Little Leagues on television. It's still great. And we're doing the regionals now. The Little League World Series is coming up. It's still such a great event. And it's awesome. You're still reminded that there's no purity left. There's no just kids are out there playing and a couple volunteer dads and some parents that are taking time off work to drive someplace or, stay at some negative 0.4-star hotel just so they can put some games on and have a tournament and see who emerges. All those great Trumbull, Connecticut stories or Thomas River, New Jersey or some of these other teams here and there that we still kind of remember to this day. That's nice, but we're now really in a travel baseball world and somebody's going to do something and someone's going to ruin it. That's all. That's what it reminded me of.
I saw in the youth baseball game I was watching, funny to say, but like Little League World Series, ramp up, whatever's going on TV now. And one of the managers got ejected the other day. I don't know that I've ever seen that.
It's been a while. I mean, I've seen it happen, certainly, when something egregious happens or you feel like your team's being targeted or unfairly happen, which, in some of the, before cameras, some of these backfields somewhere where it's like, I'm from Front Royal and they're not going to lose around here. And it's like, come on, man. I don't know why I picked on Front Royal. It's a lovely place. But you know what I mean? Where you go out there and it's like, we don't like the city slickers from someplace and, your kids are getting screwed.
I feel like there's just no reason to get ejected.
Yeah.
As the manager at the youth level.
Because it wasn't like he didn't Earl Weaver the guy. He didn't get in the guy's face.
That was the other thing. When I watched the video, he must have said something to the kid. He must have pulled a Rouye. You used to say to your kids the thing that you wanted the umpire to hear or the manager to hear. Mm-hmm. So you would be coaching basketball and you would be like, hey, sorry about that 14. You definitely got fouled. They must not have seen it or whatever.
Yeah. Jesse, you okay where the guy hit you in the wrist? Is there a mark there where he hit you?
So I wonder if he just did that too much that eventually the umpire had enough. But it did look like he very calmly went up to talk to his player.
Yeah.
And on the broadcast, they said maybe he got too close to home plate. I'm not really sure, but he got ejected.
Yeah, it was tough.
I was like, you just can't. That's so. And to his credit, he didn't stand there and argue. He just kind of was like, all right, I'm not going to make more of a scene here. I'm going to immediately walk away.
My kids are already freaking out and the emotions are high.
Yes.
I'm just going to walk off.
But I just can't believe you would get ejected in a youth baseball game. But we've already discussed, I just don't have the right calibration yet for, well, it's not the big leagues, but it's closer to it than I certainly think it should be.
Well, in that regard, you've got the right calibration. At Little League baseball games,
yeah,
parents and whoever should not be getting ejected. That shouldn't be happening. We're no matter of travel money, no amount of dollars spent, no amount of like how many lessons you got, little Keegan. None of that crap. No one should be getting run at these games.
That's
Period.
a good
End of
bar to
story.
say.
You know.
Double Play sponsored by FH Fur for 45 years. They have set the standard for premium comfort. To celebrate, you can get 0% financing for 72 months on a qualifying new system purchase, plus a premium EnviroAir IAQ 5-inch filter absolutely free. FH Fur plumbing, heating, AC, and electrical, absolutely the best. Our Blitz is next, and we're giving away tickets to Luke Bryan and Jason Aldean as soon as we return on Grant and Danny.
Commanders are going to be without Dorrance Armstrong for the first game of the regular season after he violated the NFL's personal conduct policy. He's been suspended for one game. He's eligible to participate in all preseason activities. The suspension is going to begin on August 30th, and he'll be eligible for reinstatement on September 14th, the day after the opener against the Eagles. Commanders open up the preseason tonight against the Dolphins at Northwest Stadium. It'll kick off at 7 o'clock. Dolphins starters are expected to play. Unclear which Commander starters will play. Burgundy Eagle post-game show will have you covered right here on The Fan after the game. Linnell Willingham and Doc Walker will be live on The Fan after Nats baseball. They'll be live at 9 o'clock over on the Team 980. Other news across the NFL, Falcons defensive end James Pierce is being suspended 8 games for violating the NFL's personal conduct policy stemming from a domestic dispute in February with his ex-girlfriend. In baseball, the Nationals begin a 3-game series at Citi Field tonight against the New York Mets. 7:10 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Andrew Alvarez toes the rubber for the Nationals. Robert Stock goes to the hill for the Mets. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. Let's give away a pair of tickets. Luke Bryan, Jason Aldean, congrats. You've won that pair of tickets to go see them. Double Trouble Tour 2026, Thursday, August 20th at Nationals Park. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. G&D on The Fan. It is a game night in the DMV. The Commanders hosting the Dolphins, 7 o'clock, 3 hours from right now. Football's going to be on the tee and put into the air for the first time in the 2026 season.
And kickoffs will be judged most harshly for this kickoff battle. Seriously, it's the thing that it's hidden, but it's really important to this team. So you got two kickers battling it out, and I think that's going to be instrumental. They're going to get chances to do both, I think.
We're going to cover the Commanders coming up in this Beltway Blitz. Let's get it started right now. We'll start on the diamond where Cade Cavalli flirted with a no-hitter yesterday. Kyle Williams, who covers the Nats, was on the scene. Kyle, Cavalli, 1 hit, 2 walks, 10 strikeouts, game of his career. Looked like he was going to throw a no-no. Just how good was he?
That's probably the best game. That's definitely the best game that I've seen him have since I've joined the beat, and arguably the best performance of his career. Just when you combine like the efficiency he had with the stuff that he had, it was unreal. I mean, that's a good Cubs lineup he was doing it against as well. It's not like he was doing it against a subpar hitting team. He was doing it against one of the best offenses in baseball. And it was just the way he also pitched was, intriguing. Just the way he was working the curveball and the sweeper, it was just very, very tantalizing. So that was like a really impressive performance.
Basically one start over the last month plus where he wasn't particularly good. I think it was against the Yankees, but it wasn't even that he was bad. No, excuse me, it was against Pittsburgh. He was struggling against Pittsburgh at the beginning of July. He's pretty much been dealing. Are we kind of watching an evolution here, kind of in kind of a Cade Cavalli 2.0, 3.0, whatever sort of number? He's been really, really good here for the last 6-7 weeks.
Yeah, no, he's turned it up a notch, and that the thing coming into the season was that he hadn't really pitched at the major league level because of injuries. It kind of stunted his progress. And what you're seeing him now experience is he's gaining those reps with each outing. And that's probably the most encouraging thing, is that he's been healthy enough to take the ball every 5th day. He's able to learn from mistakes. And now you're starting to see him put it all together with, whether it's, being able to win with his heater, being able to win with, his subpar stuff. He's really, the maturation process of a pitcher who has first-round pedigree. So I think this is one of those things where you're seeing Cavalli really, tap into that potential that, the prior regime saw in 2020.
7 straight quality starts, 9 in their last 10 now for Cade Cavalli. Pretty amazing. What have you made of Abby Ortiz at first base? 4 home runs in his limited time on the field.
I've been really impressed with just the quality of at-bats from Abby. He seems very calm. Blake credited the AAA staff for making the acclimation process, pretty seamless almost. You're seeing guys get called up, thrust into spots, and really be able to deliver, whether it's Pinckney on the bases or Abby at first. And I think that platoon of Abby and, Chaparro has really, probably been better than what the team could have hoped, and that they're, been pretty effective. Whether it's Chaparro pinch hitting and coming up with a clutch hit, or Abby and his power, it's probably the best case scenario after losing a guy like Louis, who had been so consistent and so dominant over, this first half and chunk of the season. So I've been really impressed with Abby. Just even his jovialness, like there's a levity that he brings to the locker room, and he's always has like a smile on his face. So he's had probably a rarely impressive start and a better start than they could have hoped for.
Preview this series with the Mets this weekend for us.
Yeah, so I think, you're playing a Mets team that isn't, exactly world beaters, but there's still some talent over there. And what I'm really going to be interested for is just seeing like how the offense continues to string together these big outings. I mean, it kind of got lost in the Cade Cavalli shuffle yesterday, but just the 2-out knocks that, they got, I forgot what inning, but, I believe they recorded 4 base hits with 2 outs, which is really impressive, and something that they really harped on is like, the situational hitting or getting that big hit. So that's something I'm going to be looking forward to this weekend. And just how does Alvarez look too? Because Alvarez is, his last outing was really, really impressive. The thing with him is always like, how is he staying in the zone? Is he throwing strikes? And when he's throwing strikes, he's pretty formidable. So, it's one of those things where it's like, all right, is this him going forward, or how does he respond? I mean, Alvarez to me has a really good opportunity, with Foster gone and, an open rotation spot to really see if he can, put, pressure on, hey, this is going to be my spot going into, spring training next year. And he has a really big opportunity in front of him. So, and it starts tonight. So that's what I'm really looking forward to.
Kyle Williams, Baltimore Banner on the Nats. Thank you, buddy. Good catching up.
Thank you. Have a good one, guys.
You got it. Let's talk national football before we get to the Commanders. And last night, one of the teams that was playing in preseason action was the Raiders, and we saw Fernando Mendoza throw his first touchdown pass of the exhibition season. Before that, the first-team offense looked good. Kirk Cousins got right down the field with a touchdown. Hondo Carpenter of SI is with us. Hondo, how's that quarterback competition, if there is one, going at this point?
What's funny, guys? First of all, it's great to be on with you. I appreciate it. When I'm in D.C., I got family there. I get to listen to you guys, and I know they listen every day, so thanks for having me. Second of all, it's not a competition. I've been reporting since before camp. In fact, I started reporting it right after they signed Kirk. He is not going to start. It's going to be Kirk Cousins. So when you turn on your national TV sets and they're talking about what's Fernando need to do, it's basically trying to get you to stick on the screen. The boring reality is that Kirk's better, and they do not want to rush him. They want him to listen. He's done nothing to discourage them. I saw another TV national show. I just turned it off and laughed. That said, the fact that they're talking about not starting him tells you how disappointed they are. This is just, those people should be arrested for impersonating an intelligent human. That they are so happy with Fernando. They're more happy today than they ever were. But guys, I'm old, and I remember covering Matthew Stafford his rookie year, and he didn't have a choice. He was the guy, and there were a lot of really hard lessons that I think have severely hurt Matthew from even being greater than what he could have been if he would have been used in this situation. But there wasn't a Kirk Cousins that the Lions could go sign at the time who offered what Kirk does. This isn't a competition, but Fernando's going to start games this year. I think it's going to probably be the Cleveland game in Cleveland. I think that's week 13. Don't quote me on that part, but he looks phenomenal. And, last night after the game, I asked him about it, and, he talked about, he was very discouraged. He wanted to go watch the film. He didn't, he doesn't have a girlfriend. He didn't mention that last night. He mentioned that previously, but it's just, I want to go watch a film. He was apologetic to his teammates. He felt like he, made some bad reads. There was a sack he made, and it reminded me, again, going back to Stafford, his rookie year, he took a sack, and I asked him about it, and he goes, yeah, that was my welcome to you're not at Georgia anymore sack. and it was just he's not in the Big Ten anymore. He's not playing Northwestern. And, and if this would have been his 5th regular season start, it would have never even happened. So the kid is brilliant. He's self-motivated. In fact, around here, the concerns are, is he too football focused? And no, I don't believe that. But the point is, it's all football with him. And they are not only discouraged, they are beyond thrilled they got this kid. He's done nothing to lessen their excitement.
What are the milestones that he needs to reach? In other words, are they going to treat it, and I don't think they will, but just bear with me, as the instant he's better than Cousins, he'll play, or is it once we think a setback won't do him any damage, he'll play? Like, in other words, what metrics are they going to use to say, okay, now's the time for the kid? Because by the way you make it sound, and I think you're probably right in your eval, Cousins will be the better quarterback for the foreseeable future, but that's not really the exercise here, right? What's the balance? What are the metrics?
Okay, first of all, my Uncle Jimmy says you guys are the smartest sports radio station in the country. He works there in
Uncle
D.C.
Jimmy.
And Uncle Jimmy just proved you're right. I have 31 interviews scheduled today, and I doubt I'll get another question. I haven't so far yet today. That's smart. One of the things that I would say to you that people don't understand is it's not just being better than Cousins. It's where is this not going to damage him? Where is this going to be something, I remember when I first started playing basketball and I was running out of breath after 3 trips down the court and I was told, you need to learn how to pace your running. You can't sprint the entire game and those type of things. And just learning, what can I learn from this and not just get mad? What is it going to be? What can I learn here? So I think there are 3 components that I'd like to give you. Number one, the best quarterback is going to play. So he's going to have to beat Kurt on the field. And he hasn't yet. Now, that doesn't mean he hasn't done great things. If you go back and watch the film last night, he had a throw to Malik Benson between 3 guys. That's an NFL throw in a 6-inch window. There isn't maybe 20 guys in the NFL that can make that throw. That was a great throw. It wasn't a good throw. It was a great NFL. I was talking to a Super Bowl winning quarterback this morning whose exact words to me were, that's an elite throw. That's why they picked him. He had another, just some other good checks that he made. Missed some checks too. But he's going to have to beat him on the field, number one. But then number 2, he's going to have to learn the game in the process. And I'm going to explain it to you this way, and bear with me. When you have your first child, you're not really a parent. And, your kid drops its binky on the floor, you throw it away and disinfect the entire house. By the time you get, my wife and I have 8 children, by the time you get to number 3, you just run it under hot water and stuff it in their mouth and be like, be grateful. And it's learning how to parent. Same principle here with quarterback. It's learning when not to get overly angry about stuff that's not worth it. This is a kid that hasn't lost a football game in over a year last year, and he looked genuinely depressed that they lost a preseason game in which he looked good. That's a great thing, by the way. I'm not minimizing it, but you want to make sure he understands the nuances of the game. And then the third thing is this. Last week was the first time he really corrected somebody. And I asked him point blank, I said to him, I said, hey, that's the first time I saw you correct somebody. And he said to me, yeah, I want to make sure before I correct a veteran that I'm playing right and I know what every single person's job is on the field. So he's got to be comfortable with that too. And I think they're going to protect him. And again, fully expect him to play this year. But here's the narrative that people don't understand. The Raiders aren't a Super Bowl team. Now, there could be 2 or 3 teams that collapse on their schedule and maybe halfway through the year they're in playoff contention. If they are, they're going to stick with Kirk. I don't think that's the reality where the team is. They're rebuilding. And so that's why I picked Cleveland when it's pretty clear, okay, we know what this team is. Now he's had plenty of time to get ready. Let's put him in there. But you're going to see him. And but those are markers they're going to be looking for, and those aren't necessarily touchdowns or interceptions. Those are just maturity things in learning the game.
Hondo, thank you for the insight. We appreciate you.
Appreciate you, gentlemen. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, good intel on the Raiders after last night. All right, let's localize here. Game night in the DMV. Commanders hosting the Dolphins, 7 o'clock kickover at Northwest Stadium. Kevin Sheehan of The Kevin Sheehan Show joins us now on G&D. Kevin, what are you going to be focusing on tonight?
Well, I mean, I would like to see the starters play a little bit, and I don't think that's going to happen, in part just because I'd like to see David Blau communicate with the quarterback, get in and out of the huddle, get to the line of scrimmage, all the things that they tell us are so important. And you've got, the closest thing to a regular season environment, not the game itself, but the surroundings, and just seems like they never use enough of it. So other than that, just real high energy. Remember last year against New England in the first preseason game? Of course, nobody that was scheduled to play in the regular season played in that game, but they got out hustled. They, out energy. There wasn't a lot of energy. You'd like to see, the tone set with high energy, high motor, and a real urgency to everybody that sees the field tonight.
In terms of the preseason, how would you handle it? I know that the paradigm and the trend has gone in one kind of direction, but sort of given what this team has done under Quinn the last couple of years, Kevin, where they've, to your point, have been sluggish to start the year, what would you do differently?
There was a time there, and you got to go back to like the early 2010s, but some of the best teams in the league, best offenses in the league, Brady, Rodgers, and Green Bay, they would actually let those guys come out in a drive or two and just throw it on every play, just to get into some rhythm. The running game is not as important when it comes to rhythm and timing. And I remember seeing a preseason game in which Brady on 2 drives had like 19 pass attempts, and Rodgers had the same thing. Teams have gone away from that in recent years. Sean McVay, sort of started that trend. But, I'd like to see a young quarterback who barely played last year with a new receiver and a receiver he really hasn't played with since his rookie year, and others that are trying to make the team and trying to see the field, get into a rhythm offensively. Let them come out in 2 drives and just chuck it around for a little bit and see what happens.
What'd you make of the 1-game suspension for Dorrance Armstrong?
I didn't see that.
Just came down with about an hour
Moments ago, yeah.
Sounds like, maybe 90 minutes ago. The issue that happened in May of 25, so well over a year ago, and I guess the league just got around to the suspension. But it's a 1 game, and he'll miss week 1.
What's it for?
So the public records in Texas show that he got arrested on misdemeanor charges of assault, causing bodily injury, and resisting arrest a year ago in May.
He was their best defensive player before he went down in week 7 against the Cowboys. And I think, with all of the emphasis on all of the new players, and there's like 10 of them that have some expectations of either starting or contributing. 10 new players defensively. We've forgotten about Wise and Armstrong and Luvu and the way he played in the first year, and obviously Kinlaw and Duran. But I was looking forward to seeing who would be on the field for that first, third, and obvious passing situation against Philadelphia. Is it going to be Chason and Oweh on the edges? Would Armstrong play into that first group? There's still some mystery around all of that, but it won't be him, it looks like.
Kevin, I haven't actually heard you talk about this, so I'm curious. How do you see the running back carries, touches, snap counts kind of divvied up? Not in the preseason, but once we start with real bullets flying.
I think this might be, Danny, against the common, thought right now. But I think one of the reasons they went out and got Rachaad White is because they just want to feel comfortable that they've got a veteran back there that knows what to do in passing situations, pass blocking wise, or as a pass receiver. I always felt like in Tampa, he had good vision between the tackles. It's going to be more of a zone run scheme, vision dependent. I think early in the season, it wouldn't surprise me if he got the majority of snaps, not by a lot, but the more and more, I talk to a lot of the people that are out there every day. They kind of feel like Bill's going to get first down carries and Rachaad White comes in after that. But it wouldn't surprise me with 2 road games against 2 division opponents and tough environments, and then the Super Bowl champions coming in week 3, if they go and rely more on the veteran than the second-year guy early on.
Kevin, thank you, buddy. Good having you on as always.
All right, boys.
Appreciate
Kevin
you, bud.
Sheehan getting ready for preseason football tonight. What do you care about this evening and what don't you? Let's fill up the phones on that next. 800-636-1067. You're going to watch preseason game number 1 tonight. What are the things that you'll take note of and that matter to you, and what isn't that interesting to you as you watch this game? That's next. Hey, guys, $30 million in guaranteed prizes. That's what we're talking about here. Cash in this football season in Vegas with 3 Circa Sports contests. Entries are starting at $1,000, all with no rake. The Circa Million, 18 weeks, point spread action, 128 ways to win. Circa Survivor, I've done this before. Pick one winner each week. Last one standing wins. And then there's the Circa Grandissimo with $100,000 as an entry. Enter in Nevada, play from anywhere, $30 million guaranteed. Visit circasports.com for details.
Commanders defensive end Dorrance Armstrong has been suspended for the first game of the regular season for violating the NFL's personal conduct policy. He'll be eligible to participate in all preseason activities, including games like tonight. The suspension will begin on August 30th, and he'll be eligible for reinstatement on September the 14th, the day after the season opener against Philadelphia. Commanders open up their preseason action tonight, taking on the Dolphins at Northwest Stadium. Kickoff at 7 o'clock. Dolphin starters are expected to play. It's unclear which Commander starters will play. We'll have the Burgundy and Gold post-game show after the game with Linnell Willingham and Doc Walker. It'll begin at 9 o'clock on the Team 980. You can hear it right here after Nats baseball on the Fan. In baseball, the Nationals begin a 3-series road trip tonight, starting in New York at Citi Field against the Mets. 7:10 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Andrew Alvarez takes the hill for the Nationals. Robert Stock starts for the Mets. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Nats Mets tonight. Jacob Young and the boys at Citi Field. And, of course, the big story in the DMV, the Commanders are on the field for the first time since January, preseason football, as they host the Miami Dolphins over at Northwest Stadium. What do you care about tonight, and what don't you? That is the question. 800-636-1067. I care about the wide receiver competition and the depth players that are vying for jobs and how they look. The way I see it, there are 4 roster locks right now at receiver: McLaurin, Diggs, Williams, and because of his punt returning abilities, Jalen Lane. That means if you keep 6, there's 2 spots up for grabs. I think they might keep 7. That would mean 3 spots are up for grabs. But there's still 4 guys, even before you get to the upstart practice squad types like Jaden Bradley, who I love. There's still 4 veteran types that want to make the team for 2 or 3 spots. Treylon Burks, Luke McCaffrey, De'Ami Brown, Van Jefferson. And with no McLaurin and Diggs likely tonight, I think Williams probably starts and plays a lot. Who shows out? Is Burks, McCaffrey, De'Ami, or Jefferson? Are they the ones after the game that feels like they separated themselves? I'm interested in that. I care about that.
It's going to be tough, especially for maybe some of those guys after Mariota leaves the game, honestly. And again, you're playing a vanilla defense, so it's always hard to evaluate if a guy's running free. Is it because he made such an amazing cut at the route stem, or because Miami doesn't know which way's up?
But all those guys, if you're playing in the third quarter of this game and you're Luke McCaffrey, you should
be destroying people.
Be able to go 6 for 60. You should get open. And if the throw is bad because Ethan Kaliak-Manis in the fourth quarter, or Sam Hartman in the second and third quarter, however the playing time goes, if they're missing you or that they don't get you the football, coaches aren't holding that against you. But are you lining up in the right place? Are you running the route? Are you getting separation? Are you getting open? All of that stuff is pretty easy to tell.
And so you led me to what I don't care about, because the team has told me I shouldn't care about this. If this was if push comes to shove, something terrible happens, you get your starters out, and then Mariota is out with a cramp, what's going to happen? Are you going to see the third quarterback? They showed you last year, rather than play Sam Hartman, they dipped into the readily available, probably coaching high school football guy to be their starting quarterback. I don't care about the third quarterback because they don't.
I also want to see some of the decisions they make on who doesn't play. Like, a guy I'm really interested in is Jeremy Reeves. Does Jeremy Reeves play tonight? Right. He's been running with the ones. If you sit almost all of your defensive starters, which I'm assuming they will, and you sit Reeves, it tells me they think he's their starting safety. But if he plays, then maybe he's still up for grabs. That spot is still a competition. Whereas, like, if Cross doesn't play and Reeves does, I think you see there's a pretty big gap between Cross's spot being on lock and Reeves is not. And that's just one example of a lot of different areas where I think you can learn a lot. Like, does Luke McCaffrey start or Jalen Lane? Who's playing in the slot initially? Is it Antonio Williams and one of those guys is outside in 11 personnel? Who's the first one on the field? That will tell me something. Let's go to the phones. Earl's actually at the stadium, which I love. Are you tailgating already?
No, not really. Just sitting in the car chilling, me and my stepson and whatnot. Just having a ball here. Yeah, I'm a season ticket holder and very, very excited to be out here in beautiful FedEx. See how my boys are looking. What are you guys doing tonight?
Good, buddy.
Doing well. I'm fired up to join you out there, hopefully, and check out the game, man. You're out there early. That's a good job.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. What I care about, the defense. I want to see how they're looking. All this talk about they flying around, with training camp and all that. I want to see it for myself live and in color. I want to see how they're looking. We'll see how they're doing. And also, I don't really care about the kickers. I don't
Speaking my language, I love it.
He does not care about the kickers now, but do you think he'll care when one's lining up for a 51-yard field goal down 2 points in week 4 in London? He might care a little bit about kickers
Sure,
then.
you care about that kicker then in that moment. Yes, indeed.
All of a sudden, you need Drew Stevens to make that kick. You'll wish you cared a little more. No, I get it. Here's my fear for him. My brother actually texted me something similar. He's going and taking my nephew Cam to the game tonight. And he said he was really excited to watch the defense. And he was talking about how much I've been saying about the speed of the linebackers and some of the guys that have impressed me. You're going to go out there looking to confirm that.
Yeah.
But a lot of the starters aren't playing.
Right.
So the guys that I've been most impressed by, your Owe, Chason, Frankie Louvu, those types of Nick Cross, those guys flying all over the place. I think a lot of those guys probably aren't playing. But you will get to watch Sonny Styles, which I think will be cool and encouraging.
Yeah, that's on my care about list.
Hopefully he shows something. PJ's in Reston on G&D. What's up, PJ?
Hey, guys. Happy Friday. For me, not to oversimplify things, but for me, it's like 95% of it is really the 3 starting corners. Our front 7 looks really, really strong, a lot of depth. I think our safeties, Nick Cross looks really nice. Our safeties are, I think, pretty strong as well. If we can get even like average play from our cornerbacks, I think we maybe would have like a top 12, top 10 defense, which is saying a lot from last year. So even though it's the first preseason game, hopefully Troy Amos is healthy, but I would play Rasul, Troy, and Sanders still a little bit more than normal. And then on offense, the only thing really is probably like not Allegretti, but the guy that's his backup.
Julian
Good-Jones. Yeah.
Roger that. And then the last thing to sneak in there is more of a question is like, wouldn't Luke McCaffrey be higher than Jalen Lane on the pecking order because he's as good a returner but a little bit of a better receiver?
So I'll answer that one last. Appreciate the question on the receivers. You had something on the corners.
Well, I wanted to ask, because we were talking about who might play tonight. We still don't have any kind of definitive.
Right.
Among the corners, what do you expect to see in that regard?
So Trey Amos wouldn't play because he's not healthy. So he didn't play in the practice Wednesday. And I'm pretty sure they even said like he was unlikely to go then, or they were going to reassess him. So I don't think he would play clearly. I don't know. I mean, are they playing starters at all on defense? I've kind of been operating as if it's going to be very light. So I'm not sure if like a Rasul Douglas needs to be out there and playing. I would play him because he's new here. He's new to the scheme. Mm-hmm. It's a series or two. Like, what are we really talking about?
Right, what
it's
are we
10
talking,
to 15 snaps. So to me, they should. But my guess is no Mikey, no Amos, maybe a little Douglas, perhaps no Douglas, and then it's a lot of Fabian Moreau and Antonio Hamilton and Darius Rush and Carlin Vigors and Fred Davis II. That kind of depth basically at the position is what I'm guessing.
So yeah, we all kind of want something where we don't know, and we're not going to know, I think, this week, right?
Quantrez Knight's another one, number 32. He'll play a lot in this game. But yeah, I would think Amik Robertson doesn't play, Mikey Sanders still doesn't play, and Rasul Douglas doesn't play. And if they do, I think it would be very, very limited.
Because there hasn't been, again, this is so limited. It's anecdotal. You're dealing with reports from reporters and folks that are there, and they could see certain limited things, and we don't know the whole story. But there hasn't been a great energy or vibe about Mikey Sanders till this camp.
I just got a question in the chat on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube, really more of a comment from someone saying that who they want to see at quarterback. But so the quarterback pecking order, I see it as I think you're going to get Hartman for the bulk of the game. So to me, they're going to start Mariota, and you're going to get a series or two depending on how the first series goes. If it's an 11-play, an 8-play, 75-yard drive or something, and they go get a touchdown, maybe it's over. But my guess is you see 2 series, somewhere between 10 and 15 snaps based on how you would normally do it. You get him out of the game, and probably that gets you to the end of the first quarter if he has 2 series, and Miami has a couple series unless they go 3 and out. And then it would be Hartman in the second and probably the majority of the third quarter. And I think you bring in Kali Akmanis for the end of the game for the last series or 2. But I think it's mostly the Sam Hartman show tonight. Great opportunity for him to prove that he, A, has improved. Maybe he's a better fit in this offense, can play a little more, doing some of these Blau things. He's athletic. He's mobile. The bootleg stuff could help him some. But for me, it's always been that he lacks the arm strength. He always knows where to go with the ball. Watching him at practice, it's actually got to be really hard to mentally know all the time, okay, I got to throw it here, but then not have the arm to always do it. It's got to be tough.
It's very relatable as someone with not enough talent to be a professional baseball player. Right. I know what I'm supposed to do. I can't do what that guy can do, though.
The question on the wide receivers, just to pay off what PJ had asked really quickly, he said, shouldn't Luke be ahead of Lane? No is my answer to that. I kind of thought they were even. I don't feel that way anymore. And this is not based on camp, so this will confuse you even more. I think Luke McCaffrey's at a better camp than Jalen Lane. Here's the deal. Jalen Lane, who had 2 punt return touchdowns last year, is viewed internally as an excellent punt returner, and I think like a legit weapon.
Yeah, so I think of him as a punt returner. He also plays receiver. Right?
So he is their punt returner. He, as a receiver, I think he's probably had one of the quieter, less impressive camps of anybody. And if he didn't return punts, let's just say in a world, I think he'd be in trouble. He may not make the team, but he returns punts, and because of that, I put him in Sharpie as on the team as their punt returner.
Mm-hmm.
So he's saying, well, Luke's their kick returner, and he's better at receiver this camp, so why wouldn't he be safe? And my answer to that is everyone they used last year as a kick returner was really good. McCaffrey was outstanding and led the NFL at one point, but so did Debo when he did it for an extended period of time. Jeremy McNichols, if you remember, ripped off a big 50-yard return or whatever it was. Like with Larry Izzo, it's been more, it seems like, about the blocking and the scheme. So I'm not saying that they're not impressed by Luke. I just don't think they view Luke as the locked-in kick returner. I think there's kind of a competition to be had there. And if he has a big kick return or two in the preseason, it would help him a ton. Whereas Jalen Lane is absolutely already their punt returner.
Yeah, to your point, Chris Moore had 27 yards per return. So had Noah I, who had almost 10 doing it. Whoever they threw back there had pretty good returns.
Yeah, it's the game has changed a little bit. And I think the way things are now with the way that Izzo blocks it up and schemes it, they feel like whoever they put back there is going to have some success. So that's why Lane gets on as a special teamer. Luke probably needs to get on as a wide receiver who just happens to return kicks. That's the difference. 800-636-1067 if you want to join us. The question is, what do you care about as you watch this preseason game tonight? You're listening to The Fan. We'll take you up to 6:30, getting you ready for Commanders Dolphins tonight, preseason football on The Fan. You can watch the show on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube channel. Of course, you can listen to us all over D.C. on 106.7, our flagship, or in Richmond on AM 910, FM 105.1. Take the show with you as you run into the store, do whatever you got to do tonight. You can pause and rewind the show. The Odyssey app, free and available wherever you are. Talking about the things we care about tonight in this preseason game. Something that we haven't addressed a whole lot, but I do find interesting is just getting a feel for the new coordinators. I'd imagine David Blau is going to call things from the sideline. If you're an offensive coordinator, got your play sheet. Is he a menu in front of his face guy? Is he
the big IHOP menu? No one can see it. Or what are we doing?
Does he have the menu hanging from like a one of those little like spiraled strings from the pants, or does he go tucked into the back of the pants? Does he hold it like he's Sean McVay at all times? Is he a hand over his mouth guy as he's talking on the sideline? I want to get a little feel for David Blau as a coordinator. And then Durante Jones. Are we going to get a shot of him in the booth? A lot of D coordinators sit up there. Is he going to be down on the field getting into it with the players and really having energy and shouting and giving them commands? I want to get a little look at the D coordinator for the first time, Durante Jones, as he tries to indoctrinate himself on a game night.
I just think we're going to see so little. Like I'm always left wanting. It's like you go to some sort of debut of a restaurant. They're doing a big chef tasting menu, but you get like, those little tiny finger foods, like a little bit of like what you'd get served at tea. They get like a sliver of the 1/4,000th piece of a sandwich.
In the little paper cups where they give out the samples at Costco.
It's a Costco sample when I wanted to sit down for like a 5-course meal or something. So I'm always going to be left wanting more, but your point is right. I mean, I want to see the actions. I want to see how they're moving around and interacting with players and stuff.
Demeanor, though.
The demeanor,
you'll see the energy. You'll see what it's going to look like on a Sunday for Blau as a play caller, and that's going to be a storyline for sure on the broadcast tonight, you'd imagine. Let's go to Kevin in Arlington on The Fan. Kevin, you're on G&D. What's up? Kevin, you are on the radio. All right, I'm going to throw him back on hold. He's a veteran, and he knows what he's doing. So that's a little surprising.
Maybe he's talking right in the mute button. Maybe he's making a great point right now and doesn't know.
It's very possible. Right now he's like 40 words into a monologue breaking down like the 1979.
And can I bring up one other thing, guys? Like, yeah, Kev?
Jack in Riverdale, what's going on? How are you? Oh, no.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, buddy.
Okay.
I think I'm looking forward mostly to see kind of who they bring out of the game first. Which wide receivers and which safeties are they going to give just a little bit of playing time to and then get out of there? I think that would be really who they view as like the 4th and 5th guy.
Absolutely. You can learn a lot tonight based on usage for sure. Now, what makes it a little bit tricky is some things are done for a look-see. Like, I'll give you an example. I don't think Bill's going to play. So let's just say Bill does not play. My guess is Rachaad White doesn't play either. But it is possible that Rachaad White doesn't. For my hypothetical, I'm going to say Rachaad White is active. Kaytron Allen still starts for me because I want him to run behind the closest semblance to a starting offensive line and against number ones for Miami that I can so that I can best evaluate how ready he is. That doesn't mean Kaytron Allen's more likely to get carries than Rachaad White in week 1. We're going to take it that way. But that might be the case. Or another example I'll give you is this huge wide receiver that I love named Jaden Bradley. 6'4", massive guy, awesome in the red zone in camp from UNLV. I think he's going to be the Marco Mitchell like preseason darling, okay? Maybe they think there's a world where he could be their last receiver in if they keep 7. And they might actually cut a couple of guys that we don't necessarily think are going to, be cut. And so Jaden Bradley gets a chance with the first team. And everyone's like, oh my God, what if Jaden Bradley? And they're just trying to evaluate him. So I think at a really high rate, yes, mostly we're going to learn a lot by what they do. If guys don't play tonight, they're on the team. If guys don't play tonight and you project them as starters, we're probably right. That's why I want to see what they do with like a Jeremy Reeves as an example.
Yeah, that's a good example of it.
But some things are a little bit more subtle and nuanced, I would say.
Yeah, again, it's an imperfect thing, right? As a guy like Reeves, who's the ultimate underdog story, done enough to have his feet up for this preseason game? And are you kind of rewarding guys at this point? Like if you do X, Y, and Z, it's your gig, and or are we preaching competition, but that sometimes turns on, sometimes turns off. It's a delicate balance because as a coach, no one's going to remember if you win or lose this kind of game, or the performances they're in. I mean, Kevin Sheehan noted that last year these games were very lackluster, and it felt, as an outsider looking in, like they felt like they'd arrived, right? They're going, hey, yeah, we're good, man. It's just a matter of time before we're back in the NFC Championship game. And then their energy, never really was able to pick up, and they had a terrible season. So you'd like to see energy, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you've got to win every game by 50, Osaka, Japan style.
Let's go to Kevin in Arlington. What's up, Kev?
Hey, guys. Sorry about that. Happy Friday. I'm really excited about the game. My youngest son is going to get to go with his buddies. I'm a little envious I'm not going to be there rooting them on. But, what I think about when I get to a preseason game is, because you're going to see reserves, particularly in the first game, is I want to check out our depth or lack thereof at key spots. And I'm certainly concerned about the secondary, but the biggest concern I have right now is the interior offensive line. We're going to see a center other than Nick Allegretti, and we're not going to see Brandon Coleman at left guard where he's from practice, and we're seeing him at left tackle. And so how does that affect guard rotation, et cetera? You'll see running, you'll see interior O-line play, and I'm hoping to learn something about that and feel better about where we stand there, because I think it's the one area on the team where we are weakest.
Appreciate you, Kev. By the way, we just got a list of the players that are unlikely to play in the game tonight. We'll give those to you as soon as we return. And I would say pretty massive Nationals news just dropped.
Pretty seismic.
I would say it's
I've taken note of it.
Really huge Nationals news just dropped. So we will get to that as soon as we return. Top of the hour. We'll also be giving away tickets right at 5 o'clock as soon as we return to My Chemical Romance. A lot going on. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
Commanders news today. Dorrance Armstrong has been suspended for the first game of the regular season after violating the NFL's personal conduct policy. He's going to be eligible to participate in all preseason activities, including tonight's game, but the suspension is going to begin on August 30th. He'll be eligible for reinstatement a day after Week 1 against the Eagles on September 14th. Commanders open up their preseason tonight at Northwest Stadium, taking on the Dolphins at 7 o'clock. Dolphin starters are expected to play. It's unclear which Commanders. Well, we do have a list now of which Commander starters are not going to play. Jaden Daniels not going to play. Also, Terry McLaurin, Stephon Diggs, Chika Okonkwo, and Josh Connerly and Sam Cosmi on the offense not going to play. News across the NFL. Falcons defensive end James Pierce is being suspended 8 games after violating the NFL's personal conduct policy for a domestic dispute back in February with his ex-girlfriend. And in baseball, the Nationals begin a 3-game series in New York against the Mets tonight, 7-10 right here on the Fan. Andrew Alvarez set to take on Robert Stock. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. Congrats. You're winning 2 tickets to My Chemical Romance, the Black Parade 2026. The show is coming up on Tuesday, August 18th at Nationals Park. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events, courtesy of Live Nation. Congrats to the winner. Here's your really big Nationals news. Pre-game at Citi Field ahead of their matchup with the Mets tonight, Blake Butera just told reporters that C.J. Abrams is going to be moving to second base. Now, it doesn't sound like he'll play second every single night exclusively, but this is something you and I have talked about for an extended period of time.
Yeah.
C.J. Abrams is the best offensive middle infielder in baseball this year. He is a superstar. He is having a monster season. His next home run will be his 30th. He's hitting .285 with a .900 OPS. He's an all-star. He's 25. He's one of the best players in the sport. But he is a bad defender at shortstop, and he has not proven now in what is 5 seasons in the big leagues and 4 full years in the major leagues that he can play the position. He's not getting more consistent. He's not getting to more balls. And it's not a range issue. I mean, his athleticism is unbelievable. It's oftentimes like that he botches the balls that are pretty easy to make plays on, oddly enough. But while I have some questions about the timing of this, he's a first percentile fielder right now in Major League Baseball as a shortstop. He has first percentile range based on the balls that he makes the plays on.
Which
that
is
he gets
crazy as good an athlete as he is. Because that was the thing before. Okay, he'll make an error or two, get into something that maybe most guys won't, and being off balance and having a wild throw or something like that. But that's not been the case.
But it doesn't take just into account can you get to a ball. It's can you make the play on the ball. And then on the balls that you don't make plays on that are in routine areas, it takes away from your range.
Yeah.
7th percentile defender last year. If you go back 2 years before that, first defense percentile defender. If you go back before that, 9th percentile. So he's just for a long time struggled and not played well at short. And we've talked about, do you move him to second? I've said I'd offer him an extension as the highest paid second baseman in the league a year or two ago. Some teams think he should play center field. The Nationals today announcing they're moving him off shortstop to second base. This is a huge deal.
This is massive because, you wonder, are you ruffling the players' feathers too much? I mean, there's this sense of pride and different things. I remember years ago, Ian Desmond, in negotiations and talking about like what he had to do as an African-American shortstop and how important that was. And, eventually he was an outfielder with a couple of teams later. This is a guy that's having that kind of offensive season who's now one of the elder statesmen in this clubhouse. It sounds funny to think of someone who's only 25 years old, but he's an all-star shortstop. Well, because of his offense, right? I mean, this has been what's best for the team, I think, for some time. And it's interesting now that it's happening. So initially, here's what I posited, was that the start of the season, this was still true. Nasim Nunez was the best shortstop on the professional, on the big league club, and C.J. Abrams was not. So that's how I would have done it. But if you're keeping Abrams at shortstop, it's to maybe enhance his trade value. Well, no one's trade value got more enhanced. In fact, he hit too well. He became untradeable. He became somebody that you have to have a different conversation about. So if you're not going to trade him, the instant you figure out you're not trading him, I would have done this the next day after that.
But
and you always have to wonder how it went.
This is the one part of it that's confusing to me, Danny. I get it. You don't move him because of the trade deadline, and now the deadline is passed. But they are still more likely to trade him this offseason probably than not. So if the logic was you didn't want to move him off short ahead of the deadline so that you could pretend like he was a shortstop, then shouldn't that be the same logic now, with the likeliness still being that he gets traded or is possibly traded this offseason? Like, my argument all along has been teams know. You're not fooling anybody.
You're not tricking
I think the Rays or some of these teams that need a shortstop, they would have traded for him. They know he's not a good defender, but they might have played him at short like the Nats did, because it only rears its head 3 times a week or whatever. And you still now have a better team because he's a shortstop that hits 30 home runs or what have you. But the timing is just strange to me. If they knew all along Nasim Nunez at short's a way better player than C.J. Abrams at short, I kind of thought you just don't want to deal with it because you're trying to have a good relationship with him or he's not going to take it well. But if he's willing to move to second and you were willing to have this conversation now, why wouldn't you have had the conversation a month ago when the games meant more and every win was more important and every ground ball turning into a double play was more vital because you were playing postseason caliber baseball?
Yeah.
The timing is strange to me.
It is to me as well. And you wonder, I don't know. It's hard to quantify because it's not as if they're out of it, but with the swoon that happened and now there's enough teams they have to climb over, maybe they've kind of come to the realization that this isn't going to happen. So maybe now you feel like you can do it, whereas maybe you couldn't when you were, a game out of the wild card. But again, it's not as if they've been eliminated. They're 5 games back, and who knows? We've seen some crazier things happen, that a team get a little tiny bit hot and make some hay. But yeah, the timing is very curious to me. Big picture, it's correct. And it's not an easy thing to do, by the way. I mean, there are egos here. There are routines. It's an easy thing for someone just to pull out and go, so you mean the all-star shortstop's not going to play shortstop anymore? And then be sarcastic and make fun. But if you watch, this is not a good defensive shortstop. He just isn't. He's a great offensive player. He's having his career year where he's finally taken that month that has sustained him twice over a couple of seasons and had it for the whole year. He's been incredible at the dish.
I still really wonder how he took it or what his thoughts are. Because in theory, in the same way that they may be trading him this offseason, they'd probably like to talk extension with him before you trade him this offseason. Now, I have zero thought that ownership would be willing to give him something that starts with a 2. Right? There's no reason to believe. Like, it's a big deal. We're talking about, can they do a 1-year, $20 million deal with Foster Griffin on the qualifying offer and not being able to say for sure if we think they would do that.
Mm-hmm.
So to really go to C.J. Abrams and offer him 8 years at $28 million a year for $224 million and make him the highest paid second baseman in the sport, I don't think ownership would do that, but let me just live in a world where they're ready to keep one of their own and they spend a little bit coming out of the lockout or what have you. In that world, you're trying to take this extension offer to him. You can't risk losing him wanting to be here by moving him to second and now alienating him within the program. They might have done enough in their relationship building. I think Taboni's very likable. Butera's got a great feel for the room, is loved in the room, it seems like. So maybe they're now your guys, they're your boys, and they come to you and they can finagle a little bit where they go, CJ, listen, man, this is what's best for you. It's what's best for the team. It's what's best for you. And maybe in week 1 of the season, he would have said, get the bleep out of my locker room, and today he goes, all right, guys, tell me what you're thinking. Because of the relationship that you build, I don't know. But I just wonder if it's harder now to extend him, because we talked to people about this. I'm trying to remember who the national MLB guy that we had on was a few weeks ago, and they said he and his agent are going to want 10 years and $300 million. You're going to start at shortstop, huge contract stuff. The Nats are going to try to sign him like he's a second baseman or a center fielder, and he's going to want shortstop money. Well, to move off shortstop kind of is a Nats win, because now you can go to him and say you're actually a second baseman.
Yeah. Now, to your question, I would love to know, did you just alienate him? Did you just say, this is what's best for the ball club?
Which, by the way, they did the right thing.
Yeah.
They should have done this, as far as I'm concerned, like on opening day.
Yeah.
I was for this every step of the way.
It's the correct baseball move, and it has been. So every day was a good day to make this switch. But again, it is the question. Like, have you... Part of that you have to consider, is it willing for us to, is it worth it for us, rather, to have him lead the league in errors for shortstops to keep him happy to get this production, and he's one of the leaders in the clubhouse. Now it may not be the same calculus, because he's either on board with it, maybe knowing that it might have cost him, potentially, some money somewhere along the line, or that you just said, we don't care about signing him to an extension because we can't or we won't. It's not what we're going to be doing here. I actually tend to lead to the latter, GP. I don't think they're going to do that. I think they are going to be the Rays for the foreseeable future. because whether there's lockouts coming or however it's going to work, that doesn't include major contracts for anybody.
Well, I agree. I just think that's a different conversation than the one I'm trying to have right now, which is just Abrams specific.
But it's my point about Abrams is you go, if you don't care about signing him to an extension, you don't care as much about him being happy. Right?
Very possible.
Because I'm not signing, like, you may be unhappy. Oh, I can't wait to sign with you.
Yeah.
I think that's
So
the key.
At that point, then, the clock is ticking. He's got 2 years left after this, and then he's getting traded sometime after the lockout ends or, whenever
whatever
you
it is,
can,
yeah.
whenever the work stoppage is over. And maybe because of the work stoppage, it's not until the trade deadline next year when it's a year and a half left. So he's here for the first couple of months of the season. I mean, the work stoppage does throw a fly into the ointment here in a lot of ways, but this is huge Nats news. Again, Blake Butera just told reporters at Citi Field C.J. Abrams will be making the move to second base. The only thing about it that's curious to me is why now and not several weeks ago?
Yep.
Or at the end of the season? Because if you couldn't do it several weeks ago because of the trade deadline, I don't know how that's changed that much with a potential trade still in the works for this offseason. But we'll get more intel on that as we get more info out of Citi Field and what the team is saying about it tonight. Let's get you some notes on the preseason game, though. I want to pivot to the Commanders. So we've been talking a lot about who's in, who's out. Nikki Javalu covers the team for the Athletics over at the stadium now, and she was seeing the players warming up before the game. So this was always what she did as a reporter. When I was on the beat going way, way, way back to 2010, basically for these preseason games, if you're not playing, you go through a really hardy conditioning. And so you're not in pads, you're like in shorts and a t-shirt, and you're out there running sideline to sideline and doing a bunch of stuff before the game to just get your practice, your work in, your sweat for that day. So she had the notebook out, wrote down all the players that are doing that, and presumably these are all the guys that will not play tonight. So we'll go through them. No surprise, quarterback Jaden Daniels, we knew he was not going to play. Bill, who we said was not going to play, is out.
Okay.
And then Rachaad White, I was a little bit more on the fence with him, but veteran, going to be on the team. He's also out. So that means at the running back position, get ready to see a lot of Katron Allen, as we talked about.
All the Katron Allen.
And some pass pro stuff for the young guy, too. I think you're going to see some of the deeper down the depth chart running backs tested as this night goes on, but Jeremy McNichols, if he's back from his little injury, missed practice on Wednesday, could play a lot. Jerome Ford, the former Cleveland Brown. The guy to watch out for deep down the roster is Robert Henry Jr. He can fly. College free agent. After being undrafted, they like him a lot, I was told, on the kick unit as a return man. Maybe he could make a big play as a kick returner. Went to UTSA, 5'9", 196. He can scoot. So he's kind of a down the depth chart camp darling that maybe you should keep an eye on. At wide receiver, no McLaurin, no Diggs.
No surprise.
So we kind of drew this up correctly. That means that you're going to have a starting group that'll include Treylon Burks and Antonio Williams. Whether Williams is outside or inside, I guess, will determine whether Luke McCaffrey or Jalen Lane's the other starting guy. But I actually like that. It's the one position where I'm kind of cool with those guys not playing because I think you got a lot of decisions to make, and those guys need reps with the quarterback in
100%.
Mariota, who can actually get them the football.
And you need blocking reps. You need the full 360 panoramic eval here. Who's going to help me the most for all the different things I want to do? There are different skill sets in that group, right? Dalmy Brown gets deep better than Treylon Burks, but how often is he really going to do that? What's more valuable to me, a big possession receiver or the occasional deep threat? These kind of decisions have to be made, and as much data as possible is needed. Those two vets, McLaurin and Diggs, relax and clap a lot.
Tight end Chig Okonkwo will not play tonight. The rest of the tight ends will. So Colson Yankoff, Ben Sinnott, Lawrence Cager, as we talked about, get their opportunity with this offense. On the O-line, Sam Cosmi's a no. Also not playing Josh Connerly, the right tackle. So they will start Brandon Coleman at left tackle and Julian Good-Jones at center with Chris Paul at left guard. So center over to the left side, the entirety of the offensive line for now is intact. But the right guard and right tackle, Cosmi and Connerly, aren't going. Cosmi, I get. Connerly, I think, is a mistake. That's the first guy here I've seen that I actually think should be playing and I think is probably a bad decision. I think he needs the work.
That's the curious one there right now. Is it simply because his normal running mate, the communication, the rhythm, all the stuff, you're not with your normal starting crew?
Maybe.
Is that it?
Don't you think? I mean, there's 3 starters, first of all, on the O-line, so it would be 4 out of 5. And you get the opportunity to go up against Chop Robinson, who in one-on-one drills in some moments at camp, I thought gave him a run for his money. I mean, this is a good rusher, so it'd just be a nice test for a guy that I don't think he's graduated to go put a ball cap on yet.
That's where I am. I'm trying to think of their view of it. I don't have a great answer. To me, this is have you earned this? He has not, in my view. And again, I like him. I think the arrow's still trending up, even though you got to really want to see it after last year. And I guess I do. I'm desperate to be right here. But to me, he would play not a ton. I'm not talking about 4 quarters and he's going to be miserable afterwards. But when Mariota's in, he'd be in for me.
Defensive side of the ball now. No surprises up front. D tackles Daron Payne and Javon Kinlaw. Your starters will not play. Defensive ends Dorrance Armstrong and Charles Omenihu, who are less like edges and more traditional stand-up 4-3 type defensive ends. But those guys who are going to play some tackle as well in Omenihu's case won't go. And then true edges Owe and Chason, their top 2 pass rushers, will not go. So that's a lot from the D-line, which is encouraging if you're one of these guys who wants to show something. So that means Johnny Newton at D-tackle, Tim Settle at D-tackle, Shai Tuttle, who they've name-checked a couple times, claimed off waivers from the Titans. They will play Sonny Styles and Leo Chanel at linebacker, Ale Cahoe, Kane Madrano, Jordan McGee. Those guys all going to play a lot. I think maybe the beneficiary looking at the D-line, though, from who we just said is not playing, Settle, Newton
to me,
Joshua Josephs, Javonte Jean-Baptiste, that category of the roster.
Yeah, I mean, this to me should be the Johnny Newton show. What is it you'd say you do here? That game you had that time was awesome. And that's what we're still hanging our hat on here after a couple of years. What do you want to be? Is it, rotational 25, 30% of snaps on occasion? Or do you want to fulfill some promises here and be a disruptive force? Great chance to do that. Because, again, it's not schemed up for the most part. It's go beat that guy right ahead of you.
I hope Styles gets to play more than a series or two. That'd be cool if he got a quarter. Because he's actually been playing with the first team a little bit and the second team a lot. Splits first team reps with Chanel for the most part, but plays a ton on the second team, he and Chanel, because there's no Luvu there to take up one of the spots.
Right.
And so I'd almost wonder if he gets one of the higher snap counts of the night, which would be really cool in the home stadium, number 7 pick, jerseys being worn, people coming out. That'll be must-see TV this evening. Frankie Luvu's the one linebacker not going. In the secondary, so we had a question about who's going to play at corner. More corners than we thought are going to go, but Mikey Sanderstill and Amik Robertson will not. So Rasul Douglas will play in this game. I think he's actually been their best corner, maybe, of training camp so far. Interestingly, was a late addition. I like what I've seen from him. I don't think he'll play a lot tonight, but he's going to play some. And then at safety, both Cross and Reeves are not playing. So that tells you a lot about how they're feeling. Sanderstill's clearly a starter right now. Robertson is going to start, certainly in 11 personnel in the nickel, but they know he's their inside corner. And then Cross and Jeremy Reeves. How about Jeremy Reeves, man? Starting safety.
All pro Revo.
For the moment. Yeah. Made the team after years of trying as a special teamer and then became a special teams all-pro. And in the slowest ascension ever is now taken over as a starting safety.
Oh, the other note is no Amos. He's not listed there, but Amos is banged up, right? So we're anticipating seeing him.
Yeah, he did not practice on Wednesday, and they said at the time he would not play in the game unless something changed pretty quickly. Because he came back and got hurt again.
Yeah.
The foot has been aching. So I don't think it's something they're overly worried about yet. But
it's getting late.
At some point, he has not stayed on the field for very much of the last year and a half or so. So of those names we just went through, anything surprise you? The only one that I would say I'm disappointed with, really, is I want Connerly to play. I think if he was playing, I think this would be like the perfect who's in, who's out. Almost to a man. That's the one I take issue with.
Connerly, I think I echo that. The only other name is Mikey Sanderstill to me. Just again, it's I understand it. I get it. We're year 3 of it, but he's been in, he's been out, he's been inside, outside, everything in between. Run some man. Let him try to run with some guys. Let's kind of figure out what's going on there in terms of that. Again, I'm not saying he's got to play for 3 quarters and you're going to make him dog tired. Stay in there maybe as long as some Dolphin starters are in there. Put him on their best guy. Challenge him a little bit. Again, just because of what's been swirling around camp, these anecdotal reports or these little piecemeal things that I've read have not been that kind to him. He struggled a little bit. It kind of sounds like they internally may love it, but just for my edification, I would love to see a little bit more Sanderstill. That's it.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. So that's the list of players who will not go tonight. What's your reaction as to who is in and who is out? No Daniels, Bill, or Rashad White, Terry McLaurin, Stephon Diggs, Chiga Okonkwo was part of the skill group on offense, Cosme and Connerly to sit from the offensive line. 800-636-1067 if you want to join us on Grant and Danny.
Commanders are going to be without Dorrance Armstrong for the first game of the season. He was suspended for a game for violating the NFL's personal conduct policy. He'll be eligible to participate in all preseason activities, including tonight's game. His suspension is going to begin on August 30th. He'll be eligible for reinstatement after the season opener against the Eagles on September the 14th. Commanders taking on the Dolphins for their preseason opener tonight, 7 o'clock kickoff at Northwest Stadium. The Dolphins starters are expected to play. Numerous Commander starters will not play, including Jaden Daniels, Terry McLaurin, and Stephon Diggs. We'll have you covered right here on The Fan after the game with the Burgundy and Gold postgame show. Linnell Willingham and Doc Walker live after Nats baseball right here on The Fan. They'll begin at 9 o'clock over on the Team 980. Other NFL news, Falcons defensive end James Pierce is being suspended 8 games for violating the NFL's personal conduct policy, stemming from a domestic dispute in February with his ex-girlfriend. In baseball, the Nationals begin a 3-game series in New York at Citi Field against the Mets tonight, 7:10 first pitch. Can hear it right here on The Fan. Andrew Alvarez takes the hill for the Nationals. Robert Stock starts for the Mets. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
At the end of this segment, right around 5:40, we're going to give away our final pair of tickets to My Chemical Romance at Nationals Park. It's going to be an opportunity for someone to win tickets August 18th. You want to go to that concert? I think I'm going to that concert, by the way. Does that surprise anybody in this studio?
A little bit.
It's trending that direction. My brother has tickets, and he hit me up to see if I wanted to go. The wife wants to go, which generally means...
It means you're going.
I want to go. She's definitely going to go.
Okay.
With the siblings.
Okay.
And the question is, do I accompany or do I not accompany? We haven't really ironed that part out yet. There's kids. Someone's got to watch them.
That is true. They're not self-sustaining yet.
Not yet, no.
They're working on it.
They're close. All right, we're going to get back into the preseason action tonight with the Dolphins. We're taking you up to 6:30, so we'll have a good 45 or so minutes to finish strong with the game itself. But there have been a lot of national analysts commenting on the Jaden Daniels LSU situation. We gathered a bunch of clips, and I want to just see who we agree with, who we disagree with here. Rapid fire, little audio vault, if you will, on Grant and Danny with some of the top takes, or at least hottest takes, on this Daniels situation. Let's start with Paul Feinbaum, who was on the Sports Junkies today. Paul Feinbaum, who's one of the lead opinionists when it comes to SEC football, on what's going on and how it'll be received in Baton Rouge.
Yeah, I want to say one thing, because I'm not an equivocator, but I got to know Jaden when he was at LSU, really liked him, talked to him a lot, and I would interview Brian Kelly. And even when he went to the Commanders, there was a great sense of pride in what he did the first year. I said all that to say this. He's lost all of that from everywhere and everyone in LSU Nation after what happened this week. And I know it's been said here before, but I rarely have ever seen a dumber, more senseless move. I don't know who pulled the strings, but all the cleanup on aisle 3 from Jaden Daniels from this moment on will not be enough. He has made a terrible mistake. He can be successful in Washington. I hope he is, but I would advise him to never waste another second in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, because they are done with him.
So I agree with it being senseless. That part I agree with. I think he's being way hyperbolic otherwise. Everything blows over, it seems like, with time. Everything. And will next week he be invited to be on the sideline of their week 1 game or whatever? Maybe not. They're at odds. He wouldn't want to be there anyway. Do I think that if you told me in 2 months that something considerable changes and they reach some agreement, am I shocked by that? No. I think he's an important enough person in the history of the program. They should want him around. And by the way, if you're Jaden Daniels, this is not worth burning the relationship over. This is not worth burning the boats over. I'm sorry. This is not worth this gigantic fight. So I think cooler heads are going to prevail. I agree it was fairly senseless to go this route and to wage war, so to speak, but at the same time, I think this is going to pass over.
If the analysis is people are upset right now or over it or done with him, then I think that is correct. And this is forever Sandlot style.
Right.
No, but probably not. As you said, easy fix here. If this is all withdrawn and understanding is reached, and even if it's icy, there's still plenty of good deposits in the bank.
Let's go to Joe Burrow, who was asked about the Jaden Daniels situation. He had just heard about it yesterday and didn't offer much of a take because he said he wanted to think more about it. But there was one very interesting nugget that came out of this audio.
I just heard about it a couple hours ago. I don't necessarily have too many thoughts at this time. I don't know enough about the situation to have any thoughts, I would say.
Has there even ever been a conversation about your number not getting reissued? Like, you ever thought about that? Like, since you left, like, they haven't used 9? Like,
yeah, they told me that they wouldn't use it again. But you never know. You never know what happens.
They told me that they wouldn't use it again, but you never know what happens. I took that to mean, but I guess they could. And it doesn't sound like he would have reacted the same way. I don't know about you.
Yeah, so that's what's so interesting, and what I hadn't considered previously until we had Matt Moscano on earlier, who covers this, is much closer to it. The they is the key thing here. Who is they? Because we consider LSU or Florida or Georgetown or any school, it's like a monolith. It's a single organism that's speaking. The they actually is the really, really important thing here. And according to Matt, what he was telling us is they, in this case, I'm putting that in quotation marks, didn't have the authority to tell either of those guys something that was definitive. There's clearly bylaws and a whole process.
Well, he also said it wasn't Kelly.
Right.
Now, Kelly did, I guess, have a relationship with Jaden that it made it seem like they wouldn't. But the they here with Burrow and Daniels is some other person. It sounds like a third-party person. Now, this is where I'm editorializing. I'm assuming it's some booster type who's a high roller within the program who's in charge of a lot of things. But the point of the reporter that he made a couple hours ago on the show was the person that told Joe Burrow your number will never be worn again, and the person that told Jaden Daniels your number will never be worn again had no authority to do that, and also doesn't know that that's true. They can't actually execute that. It would be the equivalent of you telling a listener, hey, we're going to get you some tickets or something. You don't have the tickets.
I literally don't have
It's not the department that we work in. We have nothing to do with that. It's not our job. In fact, we're not even allowed to do that. But you get what I'm saying.
Yes, of course.
So, yeah, who is they here? And he was not speculating. He said, I know who said that. I'm not going to tell you their name, but I know who it was, and they don't have the power to actually make that happen. So that's a big problem if you're Burrow, or in this case, and more importantly to us, if you're Daniels, and the verbal agreement that you think you have with the team that they're never going to give out your number is actually with someone who doesn't have the influence or the power to make sure that they don't give out your number. Think about that.
That's to me is something I had not considered even. Where again, you'd assume somebody with enough power that would wield it, that could promise something like that, is able to deliver it. And the initial story, remember, it was, well, this is a Brian Kelly promise, and Brian Kelly doesn't coach there anymore, so it's a new guy who's coaching for his life, because that's the SEC, that's LSU most specifically. 3 losses is a national catastrophe down there, so he's making his own set of promises, right? So until the next kid wants number 5, who's a higher recruit than DJ Pickett, he might get it. I mean, that's the way of things. But this is basically indicating, no, not so fast.
This is former LSU Tiger Leonard Fournette. Remember the running back, wore number 7?
Oh, sure, yeah.
This is Fournette pleading with Daniels to just let it go.
Jaden, listen, bro, just let it go. Just let it go. And I know you seem like, I know Joe jersey wasn't, number 9 hasn't been worn in what, 3 to 4 years, but somebody will wear it. I promise you. No player is bigger than the brand. No player is bigger than the LSU brand. I'm going to say this once again. Before I got to LSU, Tyron and Pat Pete, number 7 wasn't worn for 2 years. I was the right recruit that wanted the number. And also, I'm from the 7th Ward, so it represents my hood and my neighborhood where I'm from. And they gave it to me.
I thought that was an interesting perspective, actually. He was Pickett. You know, he was the guy that was asking for the number that the Legends had. It meant something to him to get it, and those guys, I guess, were cool with it because they gave him the number 7. But he's saying, It's not that serious, which is kind of how I have felt throughout. Now, I'm not trying to belittle the import of a number because I know that with players and with athletes, it's super important. We just had the conversation with Theismann. How do you think he would feel if they gave it to Diggs? How must he have felt when they gave it to Haskins? I'm not saying a number doesn't matter, but I think this is a situation after 2 years, one terrific season, 9-3 season, where Leonard Fournette is going, hey, man, there is a precedent. Like, this has happened before. There's legends whose numbers have been given out to guys like me, and I became a legend in that number too.
Indeed. Yeah, I mean, I do kind of roll my eyes at it a little bit just because, it's like this sacred thing, and it probably shouldn't be. You know what I mean? You could still be honored in a million different ways and be hanging in the with a statue or in the Ring of Honor, et cetera. And because there's so few numbers and there's so many kids on a football team, whereas a baseball team, you got a million choices, or basketball, you got a million choices. You don't with football. Like, there are 90 kids on a roster, and if you retire 10 jerseys, now you don't have enough jerseys. You know what I mean? Like, there aren't triple-digit guys out there.
Well, it's also a single-digit number when every position now can wear single digits, and it's the number, generally, the top guys, they want the single-digit numbers. It's a marquee number. So you can't retire 5 of those like you're the Yankees. And especially if these top recruits in America are now demanding they get it or they go to another school. Would you want that if you're Jayden Daniels? I mean, from an LSU standpoint, like, you probably care about the well-being of the program a little bit. You just want a bunch of dudes to go play for Alabama because they can't wear those numbers? I mean, I'm not sure about that. Do you think he's surprised with the backlash?
Yes.
Or he might not be the right person to ask. The camp,
yes.
The team. I think so, too, because I didn't expect the vitriol toward him that has happened necessarily. Mike Golick Sr. from the show he does with his son, Mike Golick Jr., on Daniels and LSU.
This is petty and embarrassing for the Daniels group. And I wish Jayden Daniels would just come out and say, hey, no, we're not doing this. I mean, my jersey's not retired, which again at LSU maybe doesn't mean anything. Let this kid wear it and make some NIL money, don't care. I mean, again, the word I use, embarrassing.
This just doesn't invite any conversations that you could or should want if you're Jayden Daniels, right?
No.
This is usually an argument you want other people to make on your behalf. You want LSU fans indignant that someone was given the number of a Heisman Trophy winner at that school. And instead what you've done is, and especially with the statement, invited a comparison that's not going to be a winner for you. Like, Jayden Daniels is one of 3 Heisman Trophy winners in LSU's history. That is an incredible accomplishment. Wanting to be treated the same as Joe Burrow, who not only won a national championship there, but authored one of the best college football seasons of the 21st century, isn't a comparison that's going to be a winning value proposition for you. So I certainly don't think that works.
I think that was a sharp point at the end, too, is so much of this has been about Daniels versus Burrow. Burrow, the number 1 pick, the Heisman Trophy winner, the national champion, and Daniels, who also won a Heisman. But you just look at the last games they played there in terms of their legacy. Burrow's winning a national title. Daniels is opting out of a bowl game to get ready for the draft, the Relia Quest Bowl or whatever it was.
Whatever it was, yeah.
The careers were not the same. Now, I'm a Daniels guy, and I like the person, so I'm not going to necessarily sit here and pretend like LSU didn't possibly screw him over. But I also, every time we just say, it's the same, him and Joe Burrow are the same, that is... Not only is it incorrect, I think it is it's misleading. Like, I don't think people really think that. And if you do, I think you probably are just a Commanders fan who likes Jayden Daniels.
Right. I will fully admit I've been far less focused on that element of it, and I know some people have.
The only reason I keep being focused on it is because a lot of people are making that as an argument, as if Joe Burrow's treatment being different is unfair, or that this is... I actually think it's the entire crux of the whole thing, by the way. I think the reason that the Daniels family is upset is that Burrow's getting one treatment and he's getting another. So I think it is important.
Which I get. To me, it's... I don't want to say it's on my list. It's very, very low on the list. The part that I care about is the demand from the Daniels camp to honor us more. Regardless of where you rank all time, if you're a better player than Leonard Fournette was, or you're 3rd behind Joe, or 2nd above Justin Jefferson, I don't care about that. It's the screaming in demand that you honor me harder, honor me more, do more for me right now this minute, instead of, as Michael Sr. was kind of putting it, maybe you just kind of let someone else do that for you at this point. It looks very petty and small.
How about another former Heisman Trophy winning quarterback who went number 2, Robert Griffin, on the Jaden Daniels situation?
Every Heisman Trophy winner's jersey number should be retired in college football. It's the most exclusive fraternity in the world. But hey, this cease and desist letter from Jaden Daniels' team is a colossal mistake for 3 reasons. Reason number 1, jersey retirements are an honor. It's not something to be demanded, and it certainly isn't something you should try to strong-arm your school into doing for you. Reason number 2, Jaden Daniels' team has put him in direct odds with the LSU fan base, one of the most passionate fan bases in all of sports. When you say that you feel profoundly disrespected and you don't feel like you're getting the same treatment of Joe Burrow, it is very easy for LSU fans to say, oh, we'll definitely take 15-0 national champion Joe Burrow with the burrow on his back over 10-3 Jaden Daniels. They are going to pick Joe Burrow every single time. And number 3, the Washington Commanders are in their most important season, and Jaden Daniels is going into the most important year of his entire career. And he's created a massive distraction. His team has created that distraction for him. And now people are going to nitpick him, nitpick everything else around him, and it's not the kind of distraction you want.
That's Robert Griffin on Jaden Daniels.
Agree pretty hard there. Again, the inviting that Burrow comparison I know is inevitable, but I think it's 100% right. Ultimately, it's an easy thing to do just as a matter of policy for a school to do that and say, we're going to honor the jersey of it. But again, there are only so few numbers that you can give out to players. And if you have a few legends of your own that are retired, you have a one that's retired for everybody because of some sort of cultural impact. Next thing you know, you run out of numbers pretty quickly. So I don't know. But yeah, I mean, to me, this is so, you put them at, like, you have picked a fight that there's no upside even if you win.
I just got an email for my first payment going through for Sunday Ticket. I guess it's like an auto payment off my
auto
card.
deduct, yeah.
Do you know how much Sunday Ticket costs this year?
I don't know off the top of my head.
What would you guess?
$300.
So the first of 4 payments was $130.50.
Oh, so
that's $522 for Sunday Ticket this year, it looks like. Just got my email. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Caller 10 right now, as promised. 800-636-1067. Our last pair of tickets to My Chemical Romance this week, the Black Parade 2026, Tuesday, August 18th, Nationals Park. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events, courtesy of Live Nation.